I believe many people have seen Titanic. The classic line, "You jump, I jump," has moved countless audiences. But reality is far more cruel than movies. I am terrified by my girlfriend's hypocrisy. In order to save her life, she colluded with my best brother and planned to push me into the sea as bait. She pushed me into the icy water without hesitation, letting the sea monster tear me apart without mercy. The pain of being torn and swallowed seems to still remain in my bones, lingering. I woke up suddenly, gasping for breath, my forehead covered with cold sweat, and my heart almost jumping out of my chest. The scene before me made me unable to tell whether it was a dream or reality. A familiar room, and the calendar clearly read, February 22nd, 2222. 7 days ago, I muttered to myself, "I'm back. I was reborn." My hand trembled as I touched my forehead, and the warmth of my palm was too real for me to ignore. In my previous life, my cowardice and naivety brought me nothing but endless pain. Oh, since God has given me a chance, this time, I will only live for myself. I whispered, my fists clenched tighter and tighter, the pain of my nails digging deep into my palms, making me completely sober. In 7 days, just 7 days, torrential rain will engulf the entire world, flooding 95% of the land. I walked to the window and drew back the curtains. The sun was shining, the streets were busy, and everything was so peaceful. People are still busy, completely unaware that the shadow of destruction is approaching. I glanced coldly at those defenseless faces, with a slightly sarcastic smile on my lips. When the time comes, you will understand what despair feels like. Time is running out. I have 7 days left. In these 7 days, I must stock up on supplies and build a ship to deal with the end of the world. In this life, no one can use me. In the end of the world, I, M.O.Y., am back. Honey, what's wrong? A familiar voice rang in my ears. Nausea, the woman who betrayed me. My eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot. The humiliation and pain of my previous life came flooding back, and murderous intent surged in my chest. But just as I was about to do it, a sharp pain swept through my brain. The system displayed, the ship of creation has been successfully bound. A holographic image of a small yacht emerged in my mind. The system displays functions include remote control, storage of supplies, and unlimited space. Because the disaster has not yet begun, only the warehouse function can be used at present. I calmed down. This was a chance God had given me. In this life, Zhao Si and those who harmed me, none of them will have an easy life. I grabbed the ashtray and smashed it hard on Zhao's head. She collapsed to the ground, but I stopped what I was going to do next. Killing her directly would be too easy. She must endure the same pain as me and feel the despair of being bitten. I scanned the room and put all the valuables into the storage of the ship of Genesis. Thinking about it, his savings plus the hundreds of thousands he had just borrowed from Zhao Si were not enough to survive this disaster. My stomach suddenly growled, and I froze in my tracks, recalling the desperate hunger I felt in my previous life. Eating belts. That miserable scene gave me a chill. Looking down at the belt around my waist, I smiled, took it off, and threw it to the side of the road. I don't want to eat this anymore. I want to eat the best, the most expensive. I want to live like a human being. The moment I threw away the belt, I felt a lot lighter. My steps quickened involuntarily, as if I had shaken off all the shame and anger from my previous life. I ran to a roadside shop, bought a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep breath. The long-lost smell made my whole body tremble slightly. In the past, cigarettes were a luxury, and some people were willing to sell everything for a few cigarettes. I walked to Zhonglu City International Hotel, looked up at this luxurious building, and sneered in my heart. I couldn't even dare to think about this place in my previous life. After entering the hotel, I found a table near the door and sat down, too lazy to waste time choosing a seat. I ordered a bunch of expensive dishes off the menu. When the waiter handed me the bill, I scanned the code and paid without hesitation. Strangely, the bank did not interfere with the payment this time. Soon, a table of delicious food was served, and I began to devour it. What did he eat in his previous life? Belts, moldy bread, clothes, even the meat of a fish monster. I still remember the feeling of hunger that could not be filled. But now, these delicious foods almost brought tears to my eyes. The hot steam from the soup made my nose sour. I finished the whole table in one go and put the rest into the space of the creation boat. As soon as I put down my chopsticks, I heard a familiar voice coming from the kitchen. Looking up, I saw a truck parked at the back door of the hotel, and two familiar figures were busy moving fish. Zhou Haiyang, the one who killed my childhood friend. His wife Li Xiaoran was also beside the car, the woman who had shared the last bite of food with me countless times on the boat. The image of these two people teaming up to throw me off the boat to feed the fish pierced my mind like a knife. Lao Mo, why are you here? Zhou Haiyang's voice came from behind. I turned to look at the man, a familiar polite smile on his face. He wiped his cuffs and put on a false appearance of brotherly love. Take mine. I handed him a pack of high-end cigarettes and looked at the surprise and envy on his and Li Xiaoran's faces. I lit one and took a slow puff, but my eyes were always fixed on Zhou Haiyang. Do you still remember Zhao Mimi 6 years ago? My voice was not loud, but it was like a knife stabbing into his chest. Zhou Haiyang's face suddenly turned pale, and the cigarette but almost fell from his fingers. He subconsciously denied. Lao Mo, what are you talking about? What Zhao Mimi? I don't remember. His voice was trembling, with a hint of panic that he tried hard to conceal. I sneered and whispered in his ear. The girl you hung on the sail and accidentally fell into the sea. Her body was swollen. Have you really forgotten? My tone was calm, as if I was telling someone else's story, but it made him tremble all over. Wanting to keep it a secret? 3 million in cash or sell your house. I looked him straight in the eyes, my tone unquestionable. When Zhou Haiyang heard 3 million, the smile on his face froze. He tried to put on an innocent expression. Old Mo, stop joking. We have been brothers for many years. I am a little confused by what you said. I was too lazy to beat around the bush with him, so I smiled coldly, stop pretending. Do you think that since I can't produce any evidence, I can say whatever I want? I paused, looked at his gradually stiffening face, and continued. Do you still remember that fisherman your father beat to death with a chain 10 years ago? Your family is rich, so you must have settled it, right? Oh, and your mother cheated on you. Your father doesn't know about it, but you should know about it, right? After a few words, his face turned completely pale. His lips trembled slightly, and it was obvious that the past I had revealed had touched a sore spot. He whispered, You are not Lao Mo. Who are you? I was too lazy to respond to his doubts and said directly, There are two choices. Give me 3 million tonight, or send your wife to me. It's your choice. Don't brothers always say women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs? These words cut into his heart like a knife. I watched him struggle coldly and took out my phone and pretended to dial a number. 1 minute. If you don't choose, I will tell her about you and call the police. My actions made him panic. His eyes moved back and forth between me and his wife, and his face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. I'll go get the money. Don't tell her. His voice was as low as a mosquito's hum. I sneered and flicked the ash off my cigarette. It's too late. Now I want 5 million. What did you say? Where can you get so much money? His voice suddenly rose, and it was obvious that he was on the verge of emotional collapse. Sell the house. Don't you have several? I glanced at him sarcastically. Or do you not want to? That's fine. You can try to kill me and see who dies first. He clenched his teeth and stopped talking. I looked at him lowering his head, feeling happy inside, but on the surface he remained calm. Finish it before 5 p.m. Don't let me down, my good brother. I turned around to leave, and Li Xiaoran came over and asked with a smile, Lao Mo, are you leaving so soon? We can give you a ride. I waved my hand and grinned. No need, sister-in-law. Why are you being polite? I have something else to do. You guys go ahead. Zhou Haiyang watched me leave and stood there motionless, like a wooden stake that had lost its soul. I knew he must be wondering how I knew these secrets and whether they were related to his father. Looking back, I took out a cigarette and slowly lit it, then looked up at the sky, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Since he wants to make money, let him do it to his heart's content. This money is enough for me for the time being. Next, it was time to get supplies. I had to sell the house first. There was no point in keeping it. After packing everything up, I went to a nearby supermarket. As soon as I entered, I found that the convenience of Genesis ship was far beyond my imagination. With a thought, all the items on the shelves disappeared and entered my space. I stood there, pretending to mutter, Are there alien invasions? Why are the things gone? The people around were so frightened that they stood there in a daze. Some even fell to the ground and looked around. After turning around and leaving the supermarket, I called a car and headed straight to the largest chain supermarket in Jianglu City. Since space is unlimited, collect more things. These are just the beginning. The supermarket was in chaos. How could hundreds of people take away so many goods in an instant? The surveillance cameras couldn't find anything. The supermarket called the police, But the women who were anxious to go home, to cook, and pick up their children were furious. They shouted, "What are you doing? My grandson is about to finish school. Why don't you let me go? What does it have to do with us if something is missing? Come and search me. See what I took." Amid the noise, the supermarket had no choice but to let me go, and of course, I left smoothly. Anyway, when the apocalyptic rainstorm comes, these things will be submerged, so it would be a waste to keep them. I felt completely relieved and continued planning my next step. In the afternoon, I went to granaries, reservoirs, hardware stores, seed stations, gas stations, and other places and stockpiled everything I could. My purpose of making money is very clear: online purchasing. Many things cannot be bought in physical stores, such as weapons, explosion-proof clothing, power generation equipment, waterproof electronic products, and various waterproof equipment, which are core supplies in the later stage. Waterproof mobile phones, diving suits, oxygen tanks, small underwater propulsion devices. These equipment I had only seen on other people's boats in my previous life, and I was envious to the core. This time, stocking up in advance is the best option. Most supplies are ordered on an expedited basis, and if they are not delivered within 3 days, they will be returned directly. The money is obviously not enough. I hope Zhou Haiyang can deliver the money tonight. In the evening, after I finished purchasing supplies, I took a taxi to Jianglu City Wharf. This is one of the 3 largest ports in the east with dense crowds of ships, including ordinary cargo ships, container ships, fishing boats, cruise ships, and motorboats. Looking at this sea of boats, my goal was clear: a fast, flexible, secure motorboat, cruise ship, or private yacht. Those wooden boats and salvage ships are not even within consideration. If they encounter the mutant fish monster, they will be dead. Ordinary cargo ships and container ships are too bulky, and the single propeller design is almost equivalent to a grave in the apocalypse. Motorboats are small, convenient, and fast. Cruise ships are large and stable, suitable as offshore bases. And private yachts are an excellent choice that combines speed and luxury. I still remember that in my previous life, I saw a private yacht called Eclipse. It was all black, with 3 propellers at the tail, and its speed was almost as fast as a motorboat. Unfortunately, I did not find the solar eclipse in this life, but I found a luxury yacht that was completely white. There were people nearby talking about the ship, and when I heard some key words, I immediately became interested. The Jianglu Star is 120 meters long, luxuriously equipped, and has 3 turboprops. It is the fastest private yacht at Jianglu Wharf. It is said that this is a gift from the richest man in Jianglu City to his son, and it cost more than 3 billion. I never heard of this ship in my previous life. It might have disappeared after the disaster. But anyway, it has become my goal. I left the dock feeling relaxed, ready to blackmail Zhou Haiyang again that night. I was hungry, so I found a roadside stall and ordered some fried rice noodles and barbecue. I ate while waiting for his call. After a while, the cell phone rang, but it was not Zhou Haiyang, but Chun Lixia, my good stepmother. When I saw her call, the bamboo stick in my hand instantly broke into 2. This woman occupied my mother's house and the money my father left me. In her previous life, she had an affair with Zhou Haiyang's father and even participated in the plan to push me into the sea. When the call was connected, her tone was still so familiar, with an imperative tone. "Why did you take so long to answer? I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. You take my brother to your place. Did you hear me?" I held the cigarette between my legs and listened to her smug tone, with murderous intent surging in my heart. But I suppressed it, smiled softly, and replied, "Got it. Be careful on the road and have fun. I will take good care of my brother, don't worry," Chun Lixia said. After hanging up the phone, I took a deep puff of cigarette, and I already had a plan for the future. She won't have an easy life in this life. After hanging up the phone, I opened the memo and quickly browsed through the records. The supplies are basically complete, but some key underwater equipment is still missing. The quantities of things ordered online are too small, and weapons are even more difficult to obtain in the country. What is really needed are thermal weapons and submarines that can be used directly to save lives. Submarines can not only collect supplies on the seabed, but also allow me to gain an advantage in the apocalypse when the world is flooded. In the previous life, all human superpowers came from the bottom of the sea, and if one wanted to become stronger, one had to go into the sea. Those who dare not go into the sea can only wait for death. Since living in vain is useless, I have to build up the capital for myself to survive before the deep-sea monsters appear. Just as he was thinking about going abroad to look for warships, submarines, and even more powerful equipment, his cell phone rang. It was Zhou Haiyang calling. "Hey, I made 4.67 million, that's all. There was reluctance and anger in his voice. I smiled and said in a friendly voice like an old friend, "You really are worthy of being my good brother. Has the money been placed where I said? Let me go. Don't bother me anymore. Let's just pretend we've never met," he said and hung up the phone in a hurry. I sneered, put away my phone, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the abandoned factory he mentioned. When we got there, I glanced at the pile of sand, and with a thought, the sand instantly disappeared from my space, revealing 2 black suitcases filled with cash. He really did make so much money. After putting the money into the space, I bought a plane ticket to go abroad, and the next plan must be carried out. As for Zhou Haiyang, I will deal with him properly when I come back. Now, give him some breathing time, otherwise he will do something desperate. Besides, Zhou Haiyang has plenty of people at home, and it would be a good show if he went back to look for his mother. Just as I was about to go to the airport, the screen of my cell phone lit up. It was Zhao Ce calling. I didn't answer. Her affairs had been settled long before I left home. Her phone rang for a long time, and I sneered and turned off the ringer. She woke up in the distance, rubbing the back of her head and groaning. "My head hurts." She looked around and was stunned by the emptiness in front of her. There was nothing in the house. Even the trash can and slippers were gone. She stood up, her face full of horror. "It's over. It's over," she murmured, standing there at a loss. Looking at the empty house, she realized that most of the furniture belonged to the landlord, and the amount of compensation would be at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She tremblingly called me, but no one answered the phone. She was so angry that her face turned blue, and she almost gritted her teeth and shouted, "Mo Yi, it must be you who did it." She had no place to vent her anger, so she called her best friend Si Kiki. "Sister, come and save me. My house has been emptied. That bastard Mo Yi took away all my things." When Si Kiki rushed over, he was also stunned when he saw the empty room. Did he really do this? Zhao Six covered her head and said angrily, "It must be him. I was knocked unconscious last night, and now he won't answer my phone calls." Si Kiki looked at her with a playful expression, thinking, could it be that he knew about your ex? Is Mo Yi angry? When Zhao Si heard the word ex, her face changed instantly and her breathing became rapid. She bit her lip and whispered back, "How is that possible? He doesn't know my classmates, and he doesn't know I went to the party, let alone know about my ex." Si Kiki sneered at her and snatched her phone away. "You have your chat history in your phone, right? You didn't delete it completely, did you?" Zhao Si held onto her phone tightly and refused to let go. Si Kiki raised her eyebrows and said sarcastically, "Sister, you are too rude. You want to keep your ex, but you don't want to let go of your current one. You don't even clean up your phone. You deserve it." Zhao Si lowered her head to check her phone and indeed found that the chat history with her ex was still there. Although it was just some ambiguous words, it was enough to cause misunderstanding. She smacked her head and cursed. "That bastard Mo Yi actually emptied my house for such a small matter. If he doesn't want to talk, just say so." Si Kiki folded his arms and looked at her, smiling. "What he doesn't know, just pretend it never happened. Anyway, you have to be careful and don't fall head over heels for your ex. He has money, but he never spent a penny on you, right?" Zhao Sa's face froze, and he muttered quietly, "It seems like I've always been the one paying for it." Si Kiki rolled her eyes and looked at Zhao Six helplessly. "Sister, aren't you usually very smart? Why do you become stupid when you meet your ex? Mo Yi is so good to you. When has he ever asked you to pay? You are so generous to your ex." Zhao Six pretended not to hear and lowered her head to tidy up her clothes. But in her heart, she was still savoring the excitement of rekindling her old relationship with her ex. Although she felt guilty, she still said stubbornly, I just made a mistake that all women would make. Besides, although Mo Yi is good to me, he is too busy with work and always makes me feel neglected." Si Kiki was too lazy to listen to her excuses and sneered, "Stop pretending. You don't have to act innocent when we're just two people here. Being horny is just being horny." She continued, "It's no big deal. The key is to confirm 2 things now. First, whether your ex has money." Si Kiki said. "Second, how much does Mo Yi know about your relationship? If it's just an ambiguous relationship, it can still be saved. But if he knows that you checked into a hotel with your ex, it's over." She added, "If you run away with your ex and he turns out to be a liar, then you are really stupid and miserable. You are 25 years old. If you don't find a reliable person in the next 2 years, when you are 30, no one will want you." Zhao Sa's face turned pale, and she bit her lip in thought. She knew that Si Kiki was telling the truth. After thinking about it, She immediately called her ex-boyfriend Tang Haogong. After the call was connected, Si Kiki quickly wrote a paragraph and handed it to her. Zhao Si hesitated for a moment and said, Haogong, my brother is in the hospital. Can you lend me 2,000 yuan? On the other end of the phone, Tang Hao just finished listening and smiled without hesitation. No problem. But I don't like online payments. I have cash on me. How about you come out to the Super 8 hotel at night, and I'll lend it to you? When Zhao Si heard this, he felt a hint of excitement in his heart. Si Kiki was speechless when he saw the expression on her face. He patted her shoulder hard and wrote another paragraph and handed it to her. Zhao Six finally came to her senses and quickly changed her words. Don't make a fuss. My brother is really in the hospital. Let's talk about it after I pay the money. Tang Haogong laughed and teased in a low voice. Okay. Then remember to wear the one-piece black stockings. I like your goose sound the most. After hanging up the phone, Si Kiki rolled her eyes and said, I give you credit. He's short and ugly, but you're still attracted to him? And he even wants 2,000 yuan. Si Kiki continued, It depends on whether you come to the hotel or not. You actually have the nerve to compete with Mo Yi? Forget it. Just call Mo Yi and pretend that you know nothing. If he mentions Tang Haogong, just cry and say you were being threatened, understand? Zhao Si nodded, wondering whether Tang Haogong had any money, while calling Mo Yi again. This time the call went through. She immediately changed to a pitiful tone. Husband, woo, you finally answered the phone. There was a burglary at home. Everything is gone. I'm so scared. Please come back to see me soon. Mo Yi on the other end of the phone held a cigarette between his lips, looking at the contact person who was waiting for the transaction in the distance, with a sneer on his face. His heart was chilled to the bone, and he knew this woman's tricks very well. He replied in a cold voice, Hey, you're awake, movie queen. Did you catch a cold sleeping on the floor? When Zhao Six heard this, her heart tightened, and she pretended to be calm and said, What did you say? Husband, where are you? I sprained my ankle. It hurts. Mo Yi smiled coldly, no longer hiding his disgust. Stop pretending. Zhao Si, from today on, we are done with each other. I feel sick when I see you. He simply hung up the phone and walked towards the waiting black van. Zhao Si on the other end of the phone was so angry that her face turned red and her chest kept heaving. This bastard. He actually dared to hang up on me and said that I was disgusted. He was an orphan that no one wanted, and he actually stole my things. How dare he? Si Kiki spread her hands and said helplessly, Don't worry. First find out whether Tang Haogong has money or not. If he is extremely poor, you will lose both the wife and the army. At the same time, I had already arrived at the store of a foreign arms dealer, and looking at the dazzling array of equipment in front of me, I felt excited. The boss called a translator over and asked me politely, Friend, what do you need? A revolver? I shook my head and asked bluntly, Are there any weapons that can be used underwater? For example, amphibious assault rifles, underwater pistols, or powerful harpoon guns. Bring out all kinds of models. The boss's expression froze for a moment. Then he smiled. Yes, but not much. Please take a look first. Seeing those underwater weapons, I felt indescribably excited. In my previous life, I had seen many people suffer setbacks underwater. Ordinary guns are useless in water. The effective range is less than 2 meters, and the bullets don't even travel in a straight line. But these amphibious assault rifles and harpoon guns in front of me are obviously different. 390% new amphibious assault rifles with a range of 500 meters on land and a range of 30 meters underwater. And they also come with built-in grenade launchers. This performance is completely sufficient for underwater combat. The effective range of the 2 new harpoon guns has reached 25 meters, which is very rare for underwater combat. But these were still not enough for me. Too little, give me more, I said rudely, looking very dissatisfied. The foreign boss held a cigar, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He obviously began to suspect that I was a pirate, because the sales volume of this kind of underwater weapon is low, and it is considered a profit if I can sell a few. He asked me, How much do you want? I'll make a list, but you have to pay a deposit of 100,000 first. I nodded and transferred the money without hesitation, while asking, Do you have any submarines? Military or civilian ones are fine, but military ones are best. When the boss saw the money arrived, his expression changed immediately. He, who had seemed casual at first, immediately became enthusiastic. No problem. Friend, wait. I'll get it for you. After saying that, he turned around and went to make arrangements. While waiting, I closed my eyes and entered the arc of creation space in my mind, continuing to study this mysterious system. The design of this ship is very special. It looks like both a speedboat and a submarine. It has a fully enclosed structure, no deck and no sails. It looks like futuristic technology. The operation page displays 6 major functions: driving, weapons, tools, warehouse, staffing, transformation. Currently, except for the warehouse, all other places are unlocked and must be opened after the disaster strikes. But staffing caught my attention. I clicked on it and found that I could recruit 8 people to become crew members and give them exclusive abilities. The positions include deputy captain, gunner, sailor, technician, etc. I try to operate it and put myself into the space of the ship of creation. In an instant, a mechanized voice rang in my ears. "Welcome aboard, Captain." I looked at the interface in front of me, and I couldn't help but feel excited. This function is really powerful. Once I find the right teammates and add them all to the crew, I can definitely form an invincible team. But these people's characters and abilities must be strictly screened, and I can't just hire random people. After studying for a while, I exited the space and returned to reality. The weapons boss had brought back a large number of underwater weapons and ammunition, as well as other equipment, but what surprised me most was that a truck drove over with a mini-submarine on board. The King of the Near Sea, a third-generation mini-submarine. It is 6 meters long, can dive to a depth of 350 meters, and can accommodate 6 people. It is for military use and has first-class performance. The boss introduced with a smile, and at the same time took down 20 spare bombs. I stared at the submarine, veins throbbing faintly, and I felt indescribably satisfied. Although the submarine was small, it was completely sufficient. Even if this kind of thing is for military use, it is impossible to get it easily. Ordinary civilian submarines are simply unable to operate in the deep sea. I bought it. This is it. I nodded decisively and asked at the same time, "Where did this submarine come from?" The boss smiled mysteriously. "Wugong, Japan. A friend of mine got this for his collection. Money is a bit tight lately, so I'm selling it to you at a low price." When I heard that it was the Japanese's stuff, I felt relieved. Their stuff is also my stuff, right? The next day, there was no news from the Japanese port of Wu, but I knew that they had lost 3 submarines and several destroyers and cruisers. The people on the boat fell into the water and were in a terrible state, but I had already escaped with the spoils. "Take your time to look for it, Grandpa is back home." I sneered in my heart, feeling extremely happy. Late at night the next day, I boarded the flight back home with my body full of spoils. This trip abroad for 0 yuan purchase brought me a lot of gains. Not only did I get underwater weapons and submarines, but I also got a lot of oil and food stocks. Finally, I can wait for the end of the world with peace of mind. Returning to Jianglu City, I stood at the airport exit and felt the familiar hot flush coming towards me. Lu Hongqing, Zhou Haiyang's mother, was already waiting at the door in her car. I met her this time because I called her in advance. As soon as I got in the car, I saw her sitting in the driver's seat. Her whole body was tense, and even the movement of starting the car seemed stiff. After the car drove some distance away from the airport, she couldn't help but speak. "Xiao Yi, can you keep it a secret for me? I was really forced. I never thought of betraying your Uncle Zhou." Her voice was trembling. "Don't tell him that I owe more than 10 million. He will kill me if he finds out. He will kick me out. I beg you, help me." I didn't respond, but just lit a cigarette and looked out through the car window at the dark night. This woman and Zhou Haiyang's family were all accomplices who pushed me into the sea on the boat in the previous life. None of them should survive. I tapped on the car door with my fingers and listened to her begging, but my heart became calmer. Finally, the car stopped in a remote and deserted place. She was obviously trembling, and she looked at me slowly, pulling out a gun, and her whole body instantly lost color. "I'll count to 3, I said coldly, "and you can do whatever you want. Otherwise, I'll kill you." She froze in place, her pupils shrank, her lips turned pale, but she didn't dare to say a word. I frowned and shot at her feet. Bang! The sound of gunfire exploded in the empty night. She screamed and huddled up into a ball, her whole body slumped in the seat. I took out my cell phone and pretended to call Zhou Haiyang. Don't call." She almost screamed and rushed over. I listened to you in everything." I stared at her trembling appearance coldly and nodded. Smart. It was just dawn when I got out of the car and opened the window. The oncoming heat made me curse. Fuck, 40 degrees? I took out my phone and saw that, as expected, the temperature began to rise abnormally at this time in my previous life. The melting of Antarctic glaciers has officially entered an accelerated phase from today, and the degree of dissolution is completely different from previous years. Starting tonight, rising sea levels will submerge some small islands, and cumulonimbus clouds and typhoons will form one after another. All of this is still fresh in my memory. In the previous life, many people did not care about this because these phenomena were reported every year. Everyone is busy making money, and no one takes the weather changes seriously. But I know that this time, everything is different. When I was thinking about the next plan, I suddenly thought of soil. In the end times, ships alone are not enough. Without soil, food cannot be grown. That kind of resource will be more valuable than gold in the future. I have to get enough soil now. Just as I was thinking about it, my phone suddenly rang with two calls at the same time. One was from Chen Lixia, and the other was from Zhao Siege. I hesitated for a moment and answered Chen Lixia's call first. As soon as the call was connected, she started to scold me. "Mo Yi, you are really getting more and more outrageous. I asked you to pick up your brother the day before yesterday, but you left him outside alone. If he hadn't gone to his classmate's house, would you be able to take responsibility if something happened to him?" Her voice was sharp and piercing. "Do you think that now that your father is dead, no one can take care of you? Do you still want to stay in this family? You have grown wings, right?" As I listened to her roar, a sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Her hypocrisy and sarcasm disgust me so much. How could such a person want to show off in front of me? I took a deep puff of my cigarette and waited quietly for her to finish scolding me, but there was only coldness in my eyes. Listening to Chen Lixia's scolding on the phone, I sneered and responded bluntly. "You had a great time traveling with your boss these 2 days, right? You are so old, but you are still so coquettish." I continued to curse back. "You occupy my mother's house and the money my father left me, and you still want to teach me a lesson? Do you really think I'm a lapdog?" She was stunned on the other end of the phone, obviously not expecting me to directly expose her affairs. After a moment of panic, she tried to pretend to be calm. "Xiao Yi, you are still young, and I am saving money for you, for fear that you will spend it recklessly. I will definitely give it to you when you get married. Your mother's house originally belonged to your father. Now that he is dead, the house is mine. You're saving it for me?" I couldn't help but laugh, my tone getting colder. "Do you think I'm your stupid son? Don't you know who you are?" Chen Lixiao was so angry after being exposed that she raised her voice. "How dare you talk to me like that? Are you a rebel? Don't you have a house? And you want to steal mine? If you have the guts, just stop contacting me forever. Who's afraid of who? I'm living a good life without you." "Okay, you said it." I sneered. "Let's see who regrets it." Then I hung up the phone. After hanging up, I lit a cigarette and thought coldly. Just wait, when the end of the world comes, I'll see you all kneeling down and begging me. Just as I was about to continue packing my supplies, my cell phone rang again. It was a breakup text message from Zhao 6. I opened it and almost laughed out loud. The phone message showed, "Mo Yi, let's end it. I find that we are really not suitable. You don't even have the most basic trust, which makes me too tired. Although those things were bought by you, they're also part of me. I am very disappointed with your behavior. Don't contact me again in the future." I stroked my chin and sneered in my heart. This woman is really smart to get rid of the blame so cleanly. Is this going to seamlessly connect to Tang Haogong? Let her be. Her fate is already determined anyway. None of these people can escape. I will not let go of anyone who was on the boat in the previous life, regardless of whether they are men or women. You can have fun, but those who should be cleared must be cleared. Throwing down my phone, I turn around to pick up the package. After getting the supplies, there is one more important thing to do. Get the soil. In the end times, soil is more valuable than gold. Without soil, there is no future. At the same time, Zhao Siyi was sorting clothes beside Tang Haogong. Tang Haogong's house was indeed demolished, and he had to pay a lot of money in compensation. The two knew each other for many years, and he promised to give her 10,000 yuan pocket money every month. After thinking about it, she decided to choose Tang Haogong. Anyway, Mo Yi no longer believed in her, so she might as well take the initiative to break up and put all the responsibility on him. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone to check the weather and was stunned. 40 degrees? Isn't this spring? Why is it so hot? Tang Haogong was also watching videos nearby, and the screen was full of news about various natural disasters, earthquakes, typhoons, and environmental calls for action regarding the melting of Antarctic glaciers. But like most people, they didn't take these anomalies seriously. The abnormal temperature continued until 4 o'clock in the morning of the 7th day. When the first drop of rain fell, people cheered with joy. "Ha, it's finally raining. It's finally cool." The rain was pouring down like a river bursting its banks, and huge raindrops hit the ground like countless bullets bouncing. The entire sky was covered with thick cumulonimbus clouds, making it hard to breathe. At first, no one took the rain seriously. They all thought it was just an ordinary spring rain, just a little heavier. But by 6 o'clock in the morning, the streets were already half a meter deep in water, and strong winds mixed with rain were sweeping indiscriminately. The trees on the roadside were blown all over the place, and the billboards were swaying from side to side, threatening to fall at any time. On the road, the torrent was raging, turbulent like a river. The car owners rushed to the underground garage to try to save their cars. But the water was getting more and more fierce, making it impossible to go out. At this time, Zhou Haiyang was standing on the dock, completely stunned. His boats, the lifeblood of the family, had vanished without a trace. "Dad, where's our boat?" "It was here yesterday," he asked in a hoarse voice. Old Zhou was also dumbfounded, standing in the rain in amazement. Several sailors came over and shook their heads and said, "Boss, this rain. Don't go out to sea. Wait until it stops." But Zhou Haiyang only wanted to go home. His wife Li Xiaoran was still at home, and the rain would not stop so easily, so he had to go back. But looking at the torrent rolling on the road, he swallowed and hesitated. Just then his cell phone rang. It was Li Xiaoran calling. Li Xiaoran said, "Honey, Mo just came home. It's raining so hard outside. Are you still at the dock?" Her voice sounded full of concern, but it made Zhou Haiyang's head buzz. He suppressed his anger and asked, What did he do?" "I didn't do anything. Your mother is here too. I can't kick him out. Be careful. It's too dangerous outside." After hanging up the phone, his hands were shaking slightly and his eyes were bloodshot. "Asshole, how dare you come to my house?" Anger made his whole body tremble. But before he could vent his anger, the heavy rain made it impossible for him to move. He gritted his teeth and thought that he would definitely kill Mo when he returned. Time passed minute by minute, and the rain not only did not stop, but it got heavier. Just when he was about to despair, a kayak floated on the water in the distance. His eyes lit up. He put on his life jacket, jumped into the water, and swam towards the kayak. There seemed to be a person sitting on the boat. He squinted his eyes and tried to see clearly and shouted loudly, "Wang He, is that you?" When he got closer, he was stunned. The people on the kayak were motionless. When he climbed up, he saw a strange fish. The monster, a half-meter-long fish with human hands and feet, was lying on the man's neck and biting him. Zhou Haiyang's face turned pale, and he screamed, "Monster! Monster!" Before he could finish his words, the fish suddenly turned its head and stared at him, with a bloodthirsty light in its eyes. The next second, it jumped up and pounced over with its bloody mouth wide open. Zhou Haiyang dodged desperately, and the fish monster fell into the water. The disaster began, and citizens watched the news and hid at home, not daring to go out. More and more domestic goldfish, arapaima, silver arowana, etc. have also begun to mutate, growing hands and feet, and powerfully leaping out of the water. The city's sewers simply couldn't handle the heavy rainfall. The streets were filled with mutated fish and corpses were carried away by the current. I was sitting in Zhou Haiyang's house, with exciting music playing around me and Li Xiaoran next to me. The atmosphere in the room was full of carnival, and I seemed to be celebrating the arrival of disaster. It was morning, and I planned to wait until 7 in the evening, when the water level reached 6 layers high, and then go underwater to look for something that could awaken superpowers. I can't help but wonder, are Zhou Haiyang and his father dead? Even if their boat is gone, they will steal someone else's. Zhou Haiyang will definitely come back. Li Xiaoran looked at me with a flash of fear in his eyes. I slowly picked up a bottle of high-proof liquor, looked at her, and ordered, "Drink it." She shook herself, picked up the bottle, and drank some with difficulty, but soon vomited. I was furious, so I took out the bottle again, grabbed her neck, and yelled, "If you spit again, I'll tear your head off." She continued to drink while crying, with confusion in her eyes. She didn't know why I treated her like this, but I knew that she was the woman who tortured me in my previous life. When she finally drank so much that her whole body was red and swollen, I stood up, took out my cell phone, and sent a video to Zhou Haiyang. In the video, Li Xiaoran was lying half dead on the sofa, completely unable to resist. "My good brother, look who it is?" I sneered. After the video was passed, Zhou Haiyang saw Li Xiaoran's appearance and roared angrily. "I'm going to kill you," I growled. "If you curse again, you'll be the one who regrets it." He then hung up the phone. I sneered, waiting for his reaction. At this moment, the heavy rain outside the window is still pouring down, and I know that everything will change today. Zhou Haiyang will definitely come, and his ending is destined to be despair. Soon after, I saw a small fishing boat staggering towards us in the heavy rain. I lit a cigarette and waited for it to come closer. When the boat approached, I saw Zhou Haiyang. He was standing on the boat, wet, holding a knife in his hand, and rushing towards my building in a rage. He pushed the door open and was about to come in when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. He touched it subconsciously and then fainted on the ground. I walked out from the corner, with a sarcastic look on my face, tied him up and locked him up with chains. Just as I was about to slap him to wake him up, I suddenly heard a strange noise. I turned around and saw a mutant goldfish crawling out of the toilet. It was small in size, but extremely ferocious. It pounced and bit Zhou Haiyang's right arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Looking at that strange fish, my heart beat faster, and I was filled with excitement. The world was finally beginning to change. Chapter 12, The First Wave of Disaster. The waves behind push the waves in front. Upon hearing this, Zhao Si immediately took out his cell phone to check. All major media outlets in Jianglu City are issuing alerts. In 20 minutes, a huge wave will hit from the east coast. It will be a Category 3 tsunami. The wave height directly reached 10 meters. That means everyone at the bottom will be dragged into it. Gotta go somewhere high. This hotel is only 10 stories high, definitely not as high as the top floor where Si Kiki lives. God knows how serious the tsunami is. We must run to higher places as possible. Si Kiki's house is not far from the hotel, only a 10-minute walk away. But in this situation, wanting to get through it is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Tang Haogong also couldn't calm down after watching the news about the tsunami for a long time. Fuck. Level 3 tsunami? What the hell? Son. Zhao Si seemed to see something floating in the distance. A round, white, gelatinous animal ship? It must have been a boat that floated out from the park next door. This boat is not very big and can only carry 4 people at most, and it is pedal-powered. Quick, Haogong, get on the boat. Let's go to Keek's house. As soon as Tang Hao saw a pedal boat in the distance, he was immediately delighted. Go get something and take away all the drinks and food from the hotel front desk. I'm going to get the boat. Zhao Si was stunned for 3 seconds and then quickly stood up. I found a few bags and started packing things. Bread, Red Bull, mineral water, instant noodles, and sausage. When she saw a fruit knife in the front desk drawer, she took a quick look and put it on her. At this moment, Si Kiki was just like in her previous life. She sent a message to their friend group. Everyone come quickly. There's a level 3 tsunami coming soon. My home is on the 32nd floor, Unit 1, Building 1, Bin Community. Come quickly if you are nearby. Just like in her previous life, Si Kiki was gathering her friends and family. Because she lived on the top floor, there were few places in Jianglu City that were higher than where she lived. It's not that she was kind, but because the neighbors across the street and the neighbors 2 floors below had started calling for help. Si Kiki was afraid that those people would occupy her place and that she would be violated, so she also wanted to call for help. At this moment, Mo Yi also saw the message sent by Si Kiki in the group. If it were in the previous life, Mo Yi would have taken that woman Zhao Si with him. They also stayed at Si Kiki's house until the 7th day, until Zhou Haiyang came by boat to rescue them. All those who killed him, tortured him, and trampled on him in the previous life were now rushing towards Si Kiki's house. Restraining his inner rage, Mo Yi looked up at the man he hated the most, Zhou Haiyang. At this moment, half of Zhou Haiyang's foot had been bitten off by the mutant goldfish. Because Mo Yi had given him anesthesia, he had not woken up yet. I looked at the time, and the effect of the medicine was almost taking effect. Mo Yi called Li Xiaoran, Zhou Xianyue, and Lu Qinghong over. What's coming is just a level 3 tsunami. According to his memories from his previous life, the first wave will only be about 10 meters high, so he won't have any major problems at this height. But the huge waves 6 hours later were the real deal. The waves were as high as 25 meters. Next, he had enough time to torture Zhou Haiyang to death. Montak Yvasekskitit. Looking at Zhou Haiyang, who was slowly opening his eye sockets gradually dilated. Zhou Haiyang blinked his eyes weakly. Why couldn't he feel his body? The moment he opened his eyes, he found a strange goldfish gnawing at his feet. 3 toes had been gnawed off, leaving the bones exposed, covered in meat residue and blood stains. Whoa! His mouth was blocked with sackcloth, and he could only whimper. Fear flooded his eyes, and he began to struggle desperately. My whole body was covered in cold sweat. Son, he seemed to see a familiar figure. He looked up suddenly and saw Li Xiaoran. Suddenly his eyes were filled with bloodshot. Looking at Mo Yi lying on the sofa, he swore that he would kill him. He swore that he would definitely kill him. Mo Yi laughed sarcastically. Wake up, my good brother. Are you satisfied with the friendship show I prepared for you? Zhou Haiyang could only scream and wail like mad there. Before he could say a few words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his feet again. The effects of the anesthetic wore off. Zhou Haiyang burst into tears due to the pain, and the chains on his hands were clanking. He was a little scared, looking at the mutant fish that was still gnawing at him. Zhou Haiyang was scared. Pain can often make people see the reality and their own situation clearly. Mo Yi hugged Li Xiaoran in his arms. She had drunk a lot of white wine just now and was in a very bad state. If she drinks any more, she will surely die of alcohol poisoning. But even in this state, Mo Yi showed no mercy, holding the gun directly to her head and yelling, Zhou Haiyang, let's play a game. I have 3 slips of paper here. You pick them, and I'll kill the woman you pick. After I kill 2 of them, I will release you and the remaining woman. What do you think? Zhou Haiyang was completely scared. The severe pain in his feet tortured him all the time. He shook his head repeatedly. Every woman was his most beloved family member. He doesn't want to smoke? Mo Yi smiled playfully. How about you choose which one to kill first? I'll count to 3, and if you don't choose, I'll kill them all. Before Mo Yi started counting, Zhou Haiyang suddenly pointed his head at Zhou Xianyue, whimpering. Mo Yi was stunned at that time. You are such a jerk. Zhou Xianyue knew that she was going to die. Although she was still pinching Mo Yi's legs, her tears were already flowing. Mo Yi glanced at her sideways, then took out a pistol and shot it at Zhou Xianyue's heart. Bang, 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 bang. After several shots in a row, until Zhou Xianyue's eyes slowly became empty, Mo Yi took out the magazine and replaced it. Lu Qinghong was already crying out loud. Her daughter was dead. Mo Yi made a sound to indicate that the 2 women could talk. Lu Qinghong immediately wailed. Why did you choose your sister? Why didn't you choose me and Li Xiaoran? Your sister is only 19 years old. You. I'm too old now. If I die, I'll die. I can find another wife. But your sister? Whoa. She started crying before she finished shouting. Li Xiaoran, who was standing by, was blinded by alcohol. But she still had a little consciousness. When she saw Lu Qinghong say this, she sat up from the sofa in disbelief. Mo Yi also clapped beside him. What a deep love between mother and son. Who should we kill next? Should I kill your beloved Li Xiaoran? Or should I kill my mother who is willing to sacrifice her life for you? My dear brother, you must think carefully. Chapter 13. The whole family has no bottom line. Zhou Haiyang's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at Zhou Xianyue, who had died in front of him, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. His sister has never even had a boyfriend. This Mo Yi is so vicious. His mind had gone crazy, and he began to kick his feet desperately, trying to free himself from the mutant goldfish. With a bang sound, Zhou Haiyang's heart was in suspense again. When he looked up, he saw that the mutant goldfish on his feet had been killed by the other party. Mo Yi slowly walked over, took off the sackcloth on Zhou Haiyang's mouth, and comforted him. I'm serious. We have been friends since we were young. You should know me well. Choose another one for me to kill, and I will let you and the other one go. Zhou Haiyang's heart was now controlled by fear, and he no longer had the temper he had before. Looking at Mo Yi's devilish look, he didn't know why the other party treated him like this. He clearly didn't do anything to hurt him. Aren't they good brothers? Could it be that Zhao Mimi, who was killed by him, was his relative? Zhou Haiyang no longer dared to think about it, nor did he have the energy to think about it. Now he only has one thought. Stay alive. Looking at the 2 women in the distance with tears in his eyes, his tear glands expanded again. Mom, wife, cough. Mo Yi looked at his phone and muttered softly, I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. The pleasure of revenge made him crazy. He never thought that revenge in this way would be so exciting. First take away the other person's love, then torture the other person's spirit, and then distort the other person's feelings and values, and then torture the other person to death. Life is worse than death. It's so cool. My brother, didn't you say that women are like clothes? Why are you still hesitating? Didn't you always tell us that we only have one mother, and we can find another wife if we lose her? Why are you hesitating? Do you think your mother deserves to be sacrificed for you? How can you be so complacent? Lu Qinghong was also stunned when she heard this, and she looked at Zhou Haiyang almost at the same time as Li Xiaoran. Neither of them could refute Mo Yi, but they could refute Zhou Haiyang. Lu Qinghong looked at her hesitant son with some disbelief. She had raised him to this age, and it was she who gave him the 2 million yuan betrothal gift when he got married. This Li Xiaoran said that she brought the money back after getting married, but she didn't bring back a penny. Looking at his hesitant son, Lu Qinghong shouted in anger, "You didn't choose me? I raised you so old." Before she could finish, Zhou Haiyang shouted, "Don't kill my wife." Because he really likes Li Xiaoran, even though she is no longer clean, Mo Yi was not too surprised. 2 shots were fired, and Lu Qinghong died on the spot. "Oh my God!" Zhou Haiyang screamed immediately. Mo Yi was also shocked by this scene. Didn't he choose it himself? Why was he shouting? Zhou Haiyang was still shouting and crying. He regretted it. Obviously, he regretted it. If he were given another chance, he would definitely let Mo Yi kill Li Xiaoran. "Mom, I was wrong. Oh my God!" Li Xiaoran was a little happy, but when she saw Zhou Haiyang, who was already regretting, her eyes were instantly filled with anger. "What do you mean? You want me to die?" Li Xiaoran also cried. She didn't know why she had to go through all this. Her man actually wanted her to die? Zhou Haiyang, you. Mo Yi smoked a cigarette with one hand, his face expressionless. He felt that Zhou Haiyang and his family were all very talented. At this point, everyone wants the other person to die for them. There is no life or death, no touching plot. This family is just a bunch of bastards who are willing to kill their loved ones just to save their own lives. Even if Mo Yi tortures their spirits again, it is probably useless. Their bottom line is very low, almost. Zhou Haiyang was still crying there, and Mo Yi slowly raised the gun and pointed it at Zhou Haiyang's crotch. Bang! 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 There was no expression in his eyes. After firing one volley of bullets, he fired another volley. He didn't stop until the other person's body was covered with bullet holes. Li Xiaoran, who was standing by, had already given up. She knelt on the ground and murmured pleadingly, Don't kill me. Master, I beg you, I am willing to serve you forever. I will be your slave from now on. I beg you not to kill me. Please don't kill me. I will do anything. Even if you let me eat your excrement, just don't kill me." Mo Yi looked at this vicious woman coldly. In her previous life, this woman was much more poisonous than Zhou Hai. He still remembers the scene of this bitch putting the 6-month-old baby in someone's arms into the pot and cooking it. He couldn't help wanting to vomit when he thought of this. This woman must not be allowed to stay. If you keep this woman, she will definitely backstab you. Even though Mo Yi felt that the other person's body was very pleasant, he would not keep a scorpion by his side. He likes beautiful women, but he will only go on board with the woman who is sincere to him. As for the others, just play with them. Those who need to be killed still need to be killed. Bang! Li Xiaoran widened her eyes in disbelief. At this moment, there was a blood-red pupil between her eyebrows. She just fell down slowly, with a look of unwillingness on her face. Looking at the 4 corpses in the room, Mo Yi slowly pulled them together and then took out a barrel of gasoline from the space. If you kill someone without finishing him off, you will die sooner or later. Add fuel and light the fire. He sat on the couch across the living room, watching the flames consume their bodies. Now that his great revenge had been achieved, his mood eased a lot. He will not let Zhao Ce and others go either. I took out my phone and looked at my friend group. Many people had gone to Si Keek's house, including Zhao Siege and Tang Haogong. This saves him from having to look for them one by one. Coco, can I come to your house after the tsunami is over? I'm trapped now. Zhao Six came up and replied. How dare you ask? Huh? We are no longer related. Aren't you going to look for your ex? I warn you not to come to us. There is no place for you here. Then she pulled her ex-boyfriend Tang Haogong into the discussion. Tang Haogong was too tough at the moment. When he saw Mo Chun, he sent a voice message in the group. Asshole, you dare to cheat. And domestic violence, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will definitely break your legs. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly narrowed into cross-eyed. Are these 2 people performing a duet here? Mo Ye laughed at that moment and then sent a message in the group. Kiki, are you sure there is no room at your house? But after sending it for a long time, no one replied. Mo Ye raised his head slightly and looked out the window. A large wave as high as 10 meters has begun to take shape. It's about to hit the east side of the city. Chapter 14, Searching for the Superpower Core. The sudden tsunami was like a huge mountain. It was rushing in from the east of the city, unstoppable. Looking from a distance, it looks like a huge curtain blocking out the sky and the sun. Although the notice said the height was 10 meters, that was only the average height. Some waves are as high as more than 10 meters. The people in the city were all panicking, driven by the strong wind. The waves are like countless ferocious beasts. It rolled and roared among the city buildings with its fangs and claws bared. From the eastern coastline to the city center, he slapped it down with great speed and with an unstoppable attitude. It seems like it can destroy everything that stands in its way. Everyone in Zhonglu City showed a look of fear, and some people who did not have time to climb to a high place were swept into the sea. Some were even killed by the waves against the wall. Countless casualties, wailing everywhere. But in the midst of this mess, a man who was already waiting on a rooftop was looking at the waves that had calmed down with excitement on his face. Mo Ye's eyes were excited, and he was holding a brand new ultrasonic detector in his hand. In the previous life, there was a treasure hidden in the first wave of the ocean. Superpower Core, the medium for humans to awaken their superpowers in the end times. In the previous life, there were a small number of humans who dared to go to the sea to search for supplies and kill monsters and awaken their special powers. Soon, the ultrasonic detector in Mo Ye's hand emitted a signal fluctuation. There are 3 signal sources in total, all a bit far away from him. The signal with the strongest fluctuation is near Zhonglu City Trade Plaza. There is another with smaller fluctuation on the way, and the last one is in the opposite direction. Mo Ye didn't stop at all, and slowly came to the safe passage downstairs. Looking at the accumulated water below, he broke through the window and went out. Outside, he released his modified enclosed motorboat, leaving everyone in the dust. Those strange fish rushed out and hit his motorboat. The people in the building looked sideways, shouted, and begged. They wanted Mo Ye to take them to a safe place. Mo Ye ignored him completely, continued to move towards Zhonglu Commercial Plaza. When he arrived right above the Zhonglu Commercial Plaza building, the building had been flooded and only the top floor was left. And the energy core brought by the waves was actually on a floor about 10 meters underwater. Mo Ye snorted. After climbing to the top floor of the commercial building on the motorboat, he turned around and folded the motorboat. He must get the superpower core as soon as possible and must not let anyone snatch it away. Take out the diving suit and oxygen tank from space and put them on. Mo Ye took out a special underwater pistol. In his previous life, he often went to underwater buildings to search for supplies, so this was already very familiar to him. As long as there is no injury and no bleeding, the strange fish around will not come over. Moreover, the early stage of the monster fish actually has no lethality, and it is only in the early stage of mutation. After a few days of eating human flesh, their size will begin to grow rapidly. That's when it's really dangerous. Look at the accumulated water under the stairs. Mo Ye took a deep breath and put on the diving goggles with underwater searchlights on both sides. One hand holds a pistol, the other holds a tempered glass shield. Slowly dived into the dim underwater building. The cold water slowly soaked into his skin. He put the pistol behind his left hand, which was holding the shield, and stretched out his right hand to move down the stair railing. This should be the office area of the commercial building. Some scattered office equipment was floating around. From time to time, you can see some human corpses floating by in the distance. Seeing the corpses, Mo Ye slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Since there are no strange fish biting the corpses, it means this place is safe. A city is so big, and the tsunami killed so many people, it is impossible for those strange fish to be everywhere. After swimming down one more level, Mo Ye quickly found the energy core that was emitting a strange light curtain. It looked a bit like crystal and a bit like an ice cone. He quickly got it and swam upstream. And just as he took away the superpower core, a dozen mutant carp in the water outside the building suddenly swam towards the windows of the commercial building. They stretched out their fins, which had evolved into human hands, and kept hitting the glass windows of the commercial building. Mo Ye, who hadn't swum up yet, was suddenly shocked and hurriedly sped up to swim upstream. I guess those guys were attracted by the aura of the superpower core. When he swam to the rooftop, 2 mutant carps rushed up from behind. Just shoot him with a gun. Phew, it was a close call. Mo Ye looked at the supernatural core he had obtained. This was the one with the largest energy fluctuation among the 3 supernatural cores. It is probably a very good ability. After arriving on the modified yacht, Mo Ye did not hesitate, raised his hand, and grasped the supernatural core. He had never awakened his superpowers in his previous life, so he obviously didn't know how to awaken them. He had heard people say that having this thing seemed to be enough to awaken him. After fiddling with it for a long time, he still didn't wake up. Is it because the posture is wrong? Need bloodletting? After he cut his skin and blood dripped out, the supernatural core was activated. Moe was overjoyed. An extremely hot energy began to fill his heart and then began to spread. Moe howled in pain in the yacht. Several mutant bighead fish that were originally attracted by the smell of blood, after sensing the atmosphere in the yacht, seemed to have seen something terrible and fled in panic, shaking their tails. Moe had never felt such a painful tearing sensation. He felt like something had grown out of his arm, and his back seemed to be torn open by something. Sudden, two things similar to shark fins suddenly grew out from the back of his arms. The mutant fish around fled even faster, as if they had sensed something extremely terrifying. With just one swing, the table and chair next to him were cut off. Not only that, but he also had an extremely powerful shark tail growing out of his back. Superpower Awakening. Bull Shark. Level 1. Qualification. Level 1 Predator. Moe didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He felt like he had turned into a shark. It is also one of the most dangerous sharks in the world. When he woke up, the first thing he did was check his arm. Strange. Why is there nothing? Moe looked at his arm, which had no shark fin, and was puzzled. It was definitely not a dream just now. He just made a slight gesture, and a shark fin like a sickle appeared on his arm instantly. I'll go. Moe tried other places with some excitement. He was now sure that his ability was top-notch. In the previous life, everyone's superpowers were to break through and become aquatic creatures. The lowest level is ornamental freshwater fish, such as koi and goldfish. His ability is definitely top-notch, and he can also change his form at any time. Having awakened his superpowers, Moe was in a good mood. He started the yacht again and headed towards the other two superpower cores. Even if he can't awaken again, he can't leave it to others. Chapter 15, Plastic Friendship. Moe remembered that one time when he was searching for supplies, someone talked about the classification of superpowers. That was also the only and last time he saw a person with superpowers in his previous life. All superpowerful cores can awaken humans and allow them to acquire the abilities of aquatic creatures. They are mainly divided into three types: freshwater fish, saltwater fish, and deep-sea fish. Qualifications can be roughly divided into 6 categories. Level 1 superpowers are more like those of fish, such as carp and grass carp. Once humans acquire their abilities, their swimming speed will become faster, and you can hold your breath underwater for about 30 minutes. In the previous life, this type of people with special abilities were mostly used as supply searchers, and the psychics of different levels may gain some additional abilities. Moe knew without thinking that his ability must be of attacking nature. The moment the fish fin pierced his arm just now, he didn't feel any pain at all. It's magical, like a transformation. However, according to his understanding of superpowers, no matter what the quality of the superpower is, it is impossible to stay underwater for a long time, because they still breathe with lungs. All their body structures are still the same as humans. I guess it has something to do with the level. Even if he could go underwater, he wouldn't go. He is a human being. He will definitely stay on the boat and on land. When he found the other 2 energy cores, a long time had passed. The second tsunami alert also sounded in Jianglu City. A tsunami even bigger than the last one is coming. Moe looked at the 2 newly acquired supernatural cores with a leisurely look, thinking about giving them to his truly loyal teammates later. It is much easier for him to find teammates who are truly loyal to him than for others. The other party only needs to meet a few conditions. Have no grudge against him, be decisive in killing, not be a saint, and be beautiful. Coupled with the ability of personnel contracts, as long as that person has no grudge against him, he will definitely choose to stay here. There is one more thing to do now. After checking the time, Moe took out his phone again and sent a message to their previous friend group. A tsunami is coming soon. Since we know each other, can you take me in? He also sent a message to his stepmother Chen Lixia. Tang Haogong in the group didn't get too excited. How dare you let us take you in? You abused Yi for so many years, and she was so good to you. She didn't want your money or your house, but you beat her? Beating her is fine, but you also cheated on her? Come on, if you dare to come, I will definitely kill you. Zhao Si was still talking. I can't believe you are such a person. Moe, don't bother me anymore. We have already. Sudden, they saw Moe in the group post a video. In the video, he is sitting on an enclosed luxury yacht. Does the yacht seem a little special? Looks like it's fully enclosed. And in the video, Mo Yi is still eating delicious food. The yacht is full of food. Not only that, there is also a swimming pool, bedroom, and gym. Tang Hao, who was about to curse just now, stopped talking in an instant. Si Kik's father Si Foam also swallowed. The most surprised were Zhao Siege and Si Kiki, who had both been to the pier once before. The yacht that Mo Yi was driving was the fastest luxury private yacht in Jianglu City, Jianglu Star. It is not only equipped with an integrated solar charging system, but also has a water circulation system for purifying fresh water. The most important thing is that the Jianglu Star has the ability to dive. It can dive into water as deep as 1 meter. The fully enclosed cabin is made of alloy plates. Those strange fishes can't bite them. Plus, it is equipped with multiple propellers, so as long as you don't jump into the water, you won't die. Tang Haogong sent a message in a somewhat unhappy tone. Where did you steal it from? Aren't you afraid that they will catch you? As he said this, he picked up a sausage and started eating. Si Kik's family looked over with some impatience. They hadn't eaten for a long time. Si Kiki usually doesn't cook, but she called more than a dozen people over at once, and everyone ate up all the food in the morning. Looking at Tang Haogong eating, Si Kiki subconsciously looked at Zhao Siege. Sister, can you give me something to eat? Zhao Si looked at Tang Haogong nervously, but Tang Haogong ignored her. Zhao Si said awkwardly, Sister, this is what Hao just snatched from the dead at the risk of his life. I'll give it to you later. If I give it to you, the others will take it all, and there will be absolutely nothing left. Si Kiki's eyes turned cold as she looked at this bitch. She really wanted to kick her out. Si Kiki thought of her everywhere, and even called her to come for refuge. Now you give her something to eat and not give it to her? Looking at Tang Haogong, who had already occupied the balcony, Si Kiki's eyes widened with anger. At this time, Si Kik's father whispered, My daughter, I feel like all these friends you called are pretty weird. Should we find a way to seek shelter? There's no food at home. At this moment, Zhao Six suddenly shouted, Such a high wave! Such a high wave! The second tsunami is coming! Si Kik's father protected Si Kiki instantly. Both father and daughter looked at the huge waves that were about to be taller than their rooftop. Their faces pale. The official announcement is totally inaccurate. Didn't it say 25 meters? Is this really 25 meters? Their house is on the top floor of the 32nd floor. This would flood up to at least the 27th floor if you add in the cars and debris brought in by the waves. Their top floor is also dangerous. Everyone grabbed at the life-saving straws around them. Some people grabbed the coffee table, some grabbed the bed legs. Some people grabbed the wooden door. Si Kiki looked at the huge waves that were so close to her, and she didn't want to stay here anymore. She must find a way to find Mo Yi. I will definitely not bring that bitch Zhao Si, right? Expose the fact that Zhao Six cheated on her husband as a prostitute. This woman has been selling herself since the beginning. Si Kiki has too much negative information about Zhao Si. You even forgot your sisters for your ex Tang Haogong. If I hadn't called you to come for shelter, you might have died, not even giving me anything to eat. Si Kiki looked at the huge wave and slowly closed her eyes. The waves were so high that the residents on the 26th floor were instantly submerged. The huge waves stirred up instantly broke the glass on the 27th and 28th floors. The residents inside were instantly beaten to death against the wall by the waves. On the contrary, residents below the 25th floor were luckier, and some of them even swam up. The glass in Si Kik's house was also broken. Outside, the storm was howling right in front of them. Si Kiki, who survived the disaster, sent a message directly to the group. Come on, Brother Mo, there is still room in my house. Then she sent a private message to Mo Yi. Please take me away. I will play with you. Chapter 16, I am yours in life and your ghost in death. Mo Yi was still outside with an ultrasonic detector, searching for the new energy core that had rushed up. Now that he has the supernatural powers of a bull shark, ordinary mutant fish obviously don't dare to approach him. At this moment, when the people in the group saw that Si Kiki actually called Mo Yi to come here for refuge, Tang Haogong was unhappy. After coming out from the balcony he occupied, he pointed at Si Kiki and yelled, What do you mean? You knew that Si and I were annoyed with him, but you still let him come? Si Kiki no longer wanted to be polite with him. She stood up and looked at Tang Haogong coldly, shouting, What does your annoyance with him have to do with me? This is my home. I can invite anyone I want to come. If you don't feel comfortable staying here, you can leave. Tang Hao got angry as soon as he heard it. What did you say, you damn woman? Before he could walk over, Si Kik's father came out with a kitchen knife in his hand. This is our home. Who do you think you are? Do I know you? Get out of here now. Who are you scolding here? Zhao Si heard this and hurried forward to persuade them. Don't make a fuss. Haogong, don't be angry. Uncle, don't be angry. This is a disaster. We should all unite. Now is not the time to quarrel. Si Kiki no longer wanted to accompany her in the drowning. Given the current severity of the disaster, only a fool would believe what the experts said that it would be over in a few days. And now it's almost flooding to the top floor. If you stay here, you will definitely die. The only way out is to find a boat. And this Zhao Si was so stupid as to keep the food that Tang Haogong brought from the hotel and not give it to her. They have known each other since school, and she knows Zhao's personality very well. This woman is a slut, and sometimes she is very stupid. She believes whatever other men say. That Tang Haogong just now actually called her a dead woman? If she hadn't called them to seek shelter, they would have died long ago. This Zhao Si actually talks about unity? That sounds nice. Unity? I kindly asked you to come and seek refuge here. Is that not enough for solidarity? You're just occupying our balcony and not coming out. You're also hiding the food from us. What? If you see something wrong, you can just run away from the balcony? Is this what you call unity? Zhao Si, we've been together for so many years, and you take me for a fool? Si Kiki became more and more irritated as she spoke. She felt sick whenever she saw Tang Haogong. Either share the food or leave my house. No one owes you anything. When Si Kiki finished saying this, several relatives and friends behind him also stood up. It was obvious that they all had their eyes on the food in Tang Haogong's hand. Any normal person knows that the more you stutter at this time, the more lives you will have. Tang Haogong immediately yelled, "This is mine. Damn it. Who dares to snatch it?" As soon as I finished scolding, everyone got on. Tang Haogong was so scared that his face turned green. He let those people snatch the food and water he brought without daring to say a word. Zhao Six was still shouting, "Leave some for me, leave some for me. Ah, who stepped on my foot?" There's a saying that goes, the louder someone shouts, the more guilty they feel. Seeing those people snatching his things, Tang Haogong didn't dare to say a word. He was afraid that those people would drive him out. Looking at the flood outside the window, it is almost reaching the 28th floor. If that MOE really came, maybe there would be a way to survive? Thinking of this, Tang Haogong hurriedly told Zhao Si about it. When Zhao Si saw the outside world, he was immediately shocked. "Let me lie to MOE. Will he believe it?" Tang Haogong quickly took out a bank card and said, "There is 1 million in it. If you let him take me on board, all this money is yours. When the disaster is over, you can buy whatever you want." Zhao Si had never seen so much money. The most I got from scamming people online before was only 13-14. 10,000. She was attracted at that time. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if I could have these two men at the same time? She had to figure out a way. At this time, Si Kiki in the next room also started discussing with her father Si Feng. "Girl, are you telling the truth? Did MOE really not reply to you? Aren't you two friends?" Si Feng asked in panic. Si Kiki kept holding the phone, but there was no reply from the other party. "Really? Dad, I'm so scared. The water is so big." Si Feng swallowed and lit a cigarette with one hand. He had just heard Si Kiki talk about Zhao Si's betrayal of MOE. In terms of appearance, Zhao Si can only score 60 out of 100. On the surface, Zhao Si looks quite pretty, but most of it is just makeup. I really look very ordinary. It has a rural and earthy feel. But his girl Si Kiki was different, with big eyes and a small face. She is 1.66 meters tall, weighs 110 kilograms, and has a plump and graceful figure. Her pair of fleshy legs are extremely sexy, and paired with her beautiful buttocks, she is definitely in good shape. Looking at his daughter's expression, Si Feng asked in a low voice, "Just now you said you wanted to follow MOE and let him take us away?" Si Kiki nodded. "Yes. Dad, I know this is shameless, but in order to survive, I don't want to care so much. You have to support me." Si Feng didn't say anything. Even if Si Kiki didn't do that, he would probably have to ask Si Kiki to do that. He doesn't want to die. Sudden, Si Kiki's phone rang. It was a private message from MOE. "Kiki, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Si Kiki swallowed and quickly replied to him. Brother Yi, I've actually liked you for a long time. I really didn't lie to you. As long as you are willing to take me away, I will never be separated from you for the rest of my life. I will love you forever. I am your man in life and your ghost in death." Si Kiki also said, "Brother Yi, I'm actually a virgin. I accidentally got it when I was riding a bicycle when I was a kid. Zhao Si actually lied to you. She used to work in nightclubs, earning 680 yuan a night. When the market was not good, she would even take 300 yuan. And she's had an abortion. That's why you haven't gotten pregnant in 3 years together, because she can't have children. I can give birth. Brother Yi, say something? Don't you believe me? I'm not lying. Chapter 17. Mo Yi. You scared me. Mo Yi on the opposite side was stunned. Looking at the message sent by C. Kiki on the phone, he was stunned for a long time. The video she sent just now was so dark that I could hardly open my eyes. She still had the nerve to say that she rode a bicycle when she was a child. Moreover, he had heard from Zhao 6 that C. Kiki had been sold before. One night is also 680. Does this woman think he is an idiot? If he is alive, he is his person. If he is dead, he is his ghost. He was stunned by just a few words. I have something else to do. Let's talk later. Mo Yi turned off his phone after sending the message. See, Kiki panicked. I quickly called him. Brother Yi, please answer the phone quickly. I beg you. But Mo Yi had already gone to sea. Because he knew that there would be no more big waves in the next few days, and it would take a few more days for the water to flood C. Keek's house. He just wanted to torture their spirits. Those people had tortured him in his previous life. Especially this C. Keek's father. Mo Yi clearly remembered that among the people who pushed him into the sea, C. Feng used the greatest force. She pushed him with gritted teeth, as if she was afraid that she couldn't push him anymore. Thinking of this, Mo Yi continued to go into the sea. Just now, 7 or 8 more energy cores were rushed over. But the only thing is that there is no better superpower core than the one he uses. If you don't pick up the energy core now, it will be difficult to find it later. It would be even more troublesome if it was taken away by someone else or eaten by some mutant fish. Mo Yi just swam into the water with a special underwater pistol and a harpoon. It would be too slow to use a shield in this place, as the resistance would be too great. Looking at the dim corridor in front of him, Mo Yi slowly stretched out his nose and smelled the scent in the water. The smell of blood, about 30 meters below him. It seems to have the taste of other fish. Bull sharks have an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and Mo Yi just discovered the wonderful use of this ability. The bull shark's sense of smell can detect the scent of a drop of blood in 100,000 liters of water, and it can also accurately identify the location. They can also use vibrations and sounds to search for and sense prey within a range of 1 kilometer. At this moment, Mo Yi could clearly feel the living and dead things around him. At least 10 people died in the flooded floor below him, and there were nearly 20 mutant fish eating their corpses. Mo Yi used the shark fin that appeared on his arm to slowly dive down. The more than 1 meter long shark tail behind him was like a propeller, making him extremely fast. When he saw the energy core that fell on a bookshelf, his eyes suddenly lit up. No, not 1, but 2 energy cores. Mo Yi received it into the space with some excitement. This trip was not in vain. He will find suitable teammates later and let them awaken. But suddenly, an octopus tentacle suddenly appeared and grabbed his foot. At that time, Mo Yi felt a little numb. When I looked down, I was stunned. What a huge octopus. It's as big as 2 meters. Why didn't he notice it just now? Looking at the giant octopus whose skin color suddenly changed, Mo Yi's scalp suddenly went numb. This thing can actually camouflage. Just now it was hiding on the wall and concealing its breath. How is this possible? How can it even taste? In the blink of an eye, the other tentacle of the mutant octopus also came over. Octopuses killing sharks is not common, but it doesn't mean there isn't one. Mo Yi took out a harpoon gun and shot at the octopus below. Exclamation point. The harpoon cut through the water and hit the mutant octopus below. Mo Yi's eyes drooped. He suddenly turned around and bent over, using the shark fin on his arm to quickly cut off the octopus tentacles on his feet. The other person was shaking with pain. Turn around and run. How could Mo Yi let it escape? He pulled the line tied to the harpoon with his backhand, took out his underwater rifle, and shot at the octopus's head. The bullets cut through the water, forming transparent ripples. The octopus was shot and trembled violently. It made a sound similar to that of a baby howling. Mo Yi didn't dare to stop. He had to kill this thing. If a highly intelligent creature like an octopus runs away, it will definitely come back to plot against him. It's obvious that this octopus has mutated. When Mo Yi beat the octopus to death, he actually reached level 2. He didn't upgrade when he killed those mutant fish before. Could it be that this guy is a complete mutation? Mo Yi touched his chin thoughtfully. It is true that one can level up by killing monsters, but doesn't that happen in 6 days? Only after the Queen of Heaven will those mutant creatures complete their transformation, and only then will they gain experience. Forget it, it would be best if I could upgrade in advance. After putting the other person's body into the space, he quickly swam onto the yacht on the water, turned around, and headed towards the location of the next superpower core. One day passed like this. MOE successfully collected more than 30 energy cores, 2 of which were the same as the ones he used, and the rest were inferior. There should be no remaining supernatural cores in the entire Jianglu city. Next, he planned to gather some teammates. Who are you looking for? In his impression, there seemed to be quite a few good women he knew. For example, his neighbor's wife was a compulsive gambler. She gambled a lot, and the woman had been working for her husband to pay him back, but she was also abused by him. Once, Moyi came home without bringing his keys, and the woman enthusiastically called him to her house to do his homework. That was a long time ago. I guess the woman should be in her 30s now, right? But the one that looks awesome. There was also his female classmate in school who seemed to be quite nice. When she saw a bullying incident on campus, she would dare to pick up a brick and help her classmates out. There was also a female colleague he had met before who dared to help an elderly person when she saw him on the street. She was quite awesome. There are good women in this world. He still remembers their physical education teacher in high school, who had her figure is similar to Mai Shiranui. He is also very gentle. When he sees a student fall while running, no matter if he is a boy or a girl, he will go to help them and even take them to the infirmary. What impressed him most was that the physical education teacher never gave her classes to other teachers. She could be said to be the teacher he admired most in high school. Now that he had no worries at all, he took out his cell phone and sent a group message. I'm trapped on the rooftop. Can you save me? He sent it to all the 800-plus friends on his phone. After sending the message, he looked at the missed calls and messages. There were 19 missed calls in total, all from C. Kiki. She also sent dozens of messages, various beautiful photos. There are all kinds of videos of women wearing stockings, high heels, and tight skirts, all recorded live. There is even a video of her dancing. Moe was shocked by what he saw. Brother Yi, why haven't you replied to my message for a whole day? If anything happens to you, I won't live anymore. If Moe hadn't died once, he probably believed it. Tears of emotion flowed down the corners of my mouth uncontrollably. This woman's acting skills are several levels higher than Zhao 6. Here it comes, my dear sister. Don't cry. Your wild brother is here to save you. See Kiki, who had been hungry for 2 days, jumped up when he saw the other party's reply. He's coming. What should I do? What should I do? Put on makeup. Yes, I have to make myself look better. Chapter 18, The Naughty Child Who Wants to Harm Others. Si Kik's unusual behavior gave her father hope. In terms of moral integrity, Si Feng also felt that Si Kiki did the right thing. Now that Moe has a boat. Not to mention asking Si Kiki to sleep with him. He would even sacrifice his integrity if he were to go alone. Moe, who had already planned to come, was driving the boat slowly and listening to songs along the way. Moe had only one feeling about Si Kiki, a troublemaker. This woman always has countless troubles, and she particularly likes to preach and move herself. Like Zhao 6, Si Kiki has never worked since graduation. Implement the principle of women's supremacy. Men should support women, and women should live their own lives and should never be slaves to men. Because she is prettier than Zhao Si, she has cheated more men. It can be said that all the money she has made since graduation was earned by cheating men. There are some women in this world who treat men as idiots, say this and that about the future, and use marriage to kidnap the other party. Once the man has no money, they will immediately change to another one. Si Kiki is that kind of person. Moe knew very well that once this woman encountered difficulties, she would do anything. Moreover, Moe had met Si Kiki's ex-boyfriend before. The young man was sunny and cheerful before they met each other, but later he was suppressed by this woman and committed suicide. Even more terrifying than Zhao 6, Si Kiki can do it, and has no psychological burden at all. In Moe's story, Si Kiki is a woman who brings bad luck to her husband. This is not superstition, but no man who has been with Si Kiki has a good ending. This woman is usually clumsy and will hit men when she is unhappy. Her ex-boyfriend accidentally cut his arm with a fruit knife at home. Sometimes she would directly hit a man's vitals with her fists, and even like to tap his belly button. She only thinks about the present and not the future. Those men didn't dare to say anything when they were injured, and they all thought Si Kiki was just careless. Moe knew that the other party was indeed careless, but every man she had been with had been injured. The most seriously injured man had his finger broken by her, and it is still bent. There are women who bring bad luck to their husbands. Some women only care about themselves and never change. It's not enough to suck money, they also suck lives. In addition, Kiki had also harmed Moe in her previous life, so Moe would definitely not let her feel at ease. Just as Moe was driving the boat and thinking about how to deal with the other party, his nose suddenly smelled something. After stretching his head to breathe in the air, his vision suddenly tightened. The Jianglu star, which was still moving, slowly changed direction. At this moment, in a residential building 800 meters away from him, a woman in a light red short-sleeve shirt was panicking and chopping at a strange fish crawling out of the water with a homemade weapon. 50 meters opposite her, a little boy was lying on a wooden board and crying loudly. Just now, the little boy's parents wanted to take him to the tall building opposite, but they accidentally fell from the wooden board into the water. The little boy watched his parents die in the mouth of the strange fish. He was still there crying and begging for someone to save him. The crying and shouting happened to be heard by Bai Qing, a woman living alone in the building opposite. As a swimmer, she swam extremely agilely and reached the street lamp in a few somersaults. And he raised his hand and grabbed the wooden board in the distance. Moe in the distance had already seen this scene with a telescope. After gaining superpowers, his nose became very sensitive. I could smell the scent of virginity from a distance. When I got closer and took a look, my eyes suddenly lit up. How dare this woman save people? Just as Moe was watching with the telescope, suddenly he saw the child rescued by the woman's suddenly struggle. Because he was frightened, the child wanted to run away. Bai Qing lost his balance and was nearly pushed into the water by the kid. Stop. Don't move. It's dangerous. I want my mommy. I want my daddy. Aowa. The child sat directly on the wooden board and started crying. His voice was extremely loud. All the strange fish around heard the noise. Moe immediately cursed. Stupid kid, someone saved you. And you still? When Bai Qing saw that the child was howling, he reacted very quickly. He jumped into the water and swam to the opposite building with a whoosh. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. Moe's eyes twitched. Is this sure to be a human? You swim too fast. Could he be a good swimmer? This is not the point. This woman was so decisive that after she found out that the naughty kid was going to kill her, she ran away without even looking back. Moe couldn't help but be a little tempted. Should he take him as a teammate? See if she is willing to follow him. If she performs well, you can also consider giving her a superpower. And this woman is pretty too. Unlike those bitches like Zhao Ce and Kiki, this woman gives off a clean vibe at first glance. Fair skin, without any impurities. He is about 167 centimeters tall and has a very well-proportioned body, which may be due to his regular swimming. Big eyes are so beautiful. She looks like a good girl next door, but the problem is that she is still a virgin. If some women had her looks and figure, they would probably die of illness at the age of 18. A virgin? This is awesome. Where can you find a woman with this kind of attributes in this society? Moe touched his chin again. But if he wanted him to sincerely accept her as a crew member, he would need some tests. If you want to get on his ship, you must meet several conditions. If this woman dares to kill someone, he will get her no matter what. Bai Qing in the distance exhaled helplessly, looking at the child who had been bitten to death by the strange fish. Her expression was a little uneasy. How do parents teach their children these days? Just now, she had a feeling that the child was crying on purpose. He knew that his crying would attract strange fish, but he just wanted to cry. Maybe he wanted to kill her? God knows if there's shit in this naughty kid's head. Bai Qing was even a little angry. Enough of this fucking year. Just as she was about to take her equipment and go somewhere else, she suddenly heard a cry for help. Help! Help me! Is there anyone who can save me? Ah! There are so many fish. Someone come and save me. I'm willing to pay. Bai Qing looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man lying on a wooden door, shouting in panic. Judging from the other party's appearance, he probably wanted to run to the tall building opposite and was trapped in the water. After all, without professional equipment, ordinary people cannot cross the river even if they have something like a wooden door as support. Bai Qing saw that it was a man in his 20s and frowned subconsciously. Save me. Girl over there. Can you please save me? My name is Moe. Chapter 19 Swimmer Bai Qing. Bai Qing looked around. After 2 tsunamis, there were actually not many people alive. At least half of them died. Those who survived, almost all took refuge on the rooftops or top floors of high-rise buildings. If some people fall into the water and no one rescues them, they will be dead if they encounter strange fish. Bai Qing was teased by the naughty kid just now, and she instinctively became alert. Looking at the man opposite her, she couldn't help but worry about the load-bearing capacity of the wooden board. If she wanted to rescue the other person, she would definitely need something to support her, and she also had to lure away those strange fish. Mo was still shouting there, looking at Bai Qing, who was holding a glass bottle and looking at the street light in the distance. He had not yet reacted to what the other party was going to do. As Bai Qing threw the glass bottle, it hit the street lamp opposite, but strangely, no strange fish swam over. Bai Qing was stunned. She wanted to lure the fish away and then go save the man, but why were there no fish? How did she know that when those strange fish sensed Mo, they consciously kept a distance of more than 20 meters? No one dares to come. That's a bull shark, one of the most vicious undersea predators. And it is the leader in both fresh and salt water. It dares to confront hippos and crocodiles in shallow waters. You can see how powerful the bull shark's bloodline dominance is. Mo finally reacted this time. That woman was actually smart enough to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Looking at Bai Qing, who put his head into the water to check if there were any strange fish, Mo wanted to laugh. After Bai Qing confirmed that there were no strange fish around, he took a rope, tied it to the security door nearby, and swam down. Flying fast, Mo was stunned. This speed was not much different from when he transformed into a bull shark. He must be a good swimmer. He just watched as the other party handed over a rope, and then Bai Qing came up. As soon as you go up, the wooden door will sink. Hurry up, I'll go first. After saying this, Bai Qing went back into the water. Mo swallowed his saliva. She smells nice. Are there really women with body odor in this world? Hopefully she can pass his test, otherwise it would be a shame. When Mo successfully escaped, he lay on the ground and gasped. I was scared. I was scared to death. Bai Qing didn't want to stay. Looking at the water level, she knew it would continue to rise. After turning around and glancing at Mo, she said, let's go. It's not safe here. I'll take you to the rooftop. Mo sat up in a panic. Is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten for a day. I'm so hungry. Bai Qing turned his head to look at him and began to think about his current situation. It would not be safe for her to be alone. Those people upstairs had all escaped the tsunami, and many of them had nothing to eat. Although she had food in her bag that she had just collected downstairs, she would be in danger if the people upstairs found out. Looking at the man in front of him, Bai Qing asked cautiously, where are your family members? Mo whispered, I have no family. I'm single. What's wrong? Do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. I definitely won't take it from you for nothing. Thank you for saving me. Bai Qing suddenly said, take out your phone and let me see it. Mo was stunned. He quickly put the waterproof phone in his pocket into the space and said, my phone fell. Bai Qing didn't believe it and asked him to turn out his pockets. Sure enough, Mo understood that the other party wanted to look at his phone to confirm whether he was a good person or a bad person. He could tell by just looking at the chat history. Don't worry, girl. I will definitely not harm you. My father and mother are both dead. You saved me, and I will repay you. Just can you give me something to eat first? Bai Qing clenched his fists and looked at the rooftop opposite, thinking. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of bread and divided it into 2 pieces in front of Mo. I don't have much food. I got it all from the water myself. I can give you some, but you have to be my follower. I'll find a place on the rooftop or top floor later. If anyone wants to harm me, you have to take action. Is it possible? Mo took the bread and nodded quickly. No problem. If anyone dares to touch you, I will kill him. I can't swim, but I've been very fierce in fighting since I was a child. By the way, do you have a partner? He has the personnel function of the ship of Genesis, so he is definitely not afraid of betrayal. As long as the other person is of the right character and willing to follow him, there will be no problem. Mo's words made by Qing give him a blank look. Death was imminent, and this man still wanted to do this? It turns out that men are animals who think with their lower body. I have a partner. My child is 3 years old. Okay, stop asking questions. Let's go. The tide is about to rise. Mo chuckled. After picking up a weapon made of a mop, he walked into the corridor, looking like a flower protector. While Mo was struggling over whether to accept the other party as a teammate, Kiki was in a state of panic. She had already put on her makeup, which took her 3 hours. She also wore her most revealing snakeskin low-cut hip skirt, a pair of black stockings with sparkling diamond letters, and a pair of black pointed stilettos, which was extremely seductive. Even Tang Haogong on the balcony couldn't help swallowing. Now there is a flood and heavy rain, and Zhao's makeup is gone, revealing her original rustic appearance. Kiki is originally prettier than her, and now she looks even prettier with makeup on. She is simply the top girl in a brothel, even worse than a maidservant serving water. Zhao Cixi also thought of something. There must be some purpose for Si Kiki to suddenly put on makeup and dress herself up. When Zhao Si thought of Si Kiki calling Mo Yi over, she immediately became angry and shouted at the top of her voice. I was wondering why Mo Yi blocked me. Could it be that you, a bitch, seduced him? Your legs are so long. Si Kiki, have you been dating him for a long time? Why did he come to pick you up? Tell me. Si Kiki laughed coldly. Why? I am with Mo Yi. What can you do? I am prettier than you. My skirt is shorter than yours. I am sexier than you when I wear black stockings. I can crush you without makeup, and I can beat you with makeup. What can you compare with me? If I hadn't been so kind as to take you in, you would have died long ago. Are you calling me here? Zhao Si screamed at the top of her lungs. Ah! How dare you, a bitch, seduce my man? Tang Haogong, who was standing next to him, also said, Asshole! How dare you seduce my woman's man? You are such a rebel. Si Feng's father got angry at that time and came out with 2 kitchen knives. He just chopped at Tang Haogong. They were so scared that they quickly closed the door. Tang Haogong was really scared. He felt really bored looking at Zhao Si beside him. After removing her makeup, this woman looks like an old woman. Look at Si Kiki, she's like a fairy. Uncle, I was wrong. Don't cut me. Let's discuss a way to escape. Isn't this Zhao Si Mo Ye's ex-girlfriend? We can discuss what to do. Let's talk it over. Chapter 20 by Qing's acting skills. Tang Haogong perfectly demonstrated the phrase, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When he first came, he was as tough as the building manager, but now he is timid. Si Feng said harshly, I'm over 60. Am I afraid of you? If I hear any of you talking about my daughter again, I'll kill him with a knife. Aren't you grateful for my kindness in taking you in? Tang Haogong quickly echoed in a low voice. I know. Thank you, Coco, for taking us in. Zhao Si looked at Tang Haogong with disdain. This guy is really speechless. At this moment, someone knocked on the security door of Si Kiki's house. Everyone suddenly raised their voices. Because the thing they were most worried about happened. Is anyone inside? We're on the 29th floor, and there's really no room for anyone to stand in the hallway. Can we lend you a place to stay? Anyone there? It looks like no one's here. Should we just break down the door? As soon as Tang Hao heard it, he immediately said, Uncle Si, they're going to break down our door. Si Feng narrowed his eyes immediately. Breaking the door is inevitable. Even if they don't break it now, they will definitely break it when the water level rises. People's hearts are unpredictable. He has to block the door. Soon, more than a dozen people in the house started moving furniture. The first things to be pushed in were the refrigerator and the bed. When the people outside heard the loud noise inside, they hadn't reacted to what they were doing. Neighbor inside, can you open the door so we can stay here and leave when help arrives? Thank you. Tang Haogong started to curse. There is no place. If anyone dares to knock on the door, I will definitely kill his entire family when I get out. If you don't believe me, try it. Hole! This is what it means to be a dog relying on the power of others. Plus, there is a security door, so no one knows who is shouting inside. The people outside did not break down the door, so they had to find a place to lean against. The 4 floors from the 29th floor upwards plus the rooftop are already crowded. At least 200 people were crowded together in the corridor, standing and sitting. Some of them haven't eaten for a day. It won't be long before they can no longer hold back their inner restlessness. Si Kiki and the others in the room had already discussed a countermeasure. If Mo Yi came, all these women would be friendly to him. Now that there is no news from Mo Yi, Si Kiki is a little panicked. You can only send a message or call the other party again. If he doesn't come today, Si Kiki's phone will run out of battery and shut down. The entire building has lost power. I guess the flood damaged the wires. And the signal today doesn't seem to be very good. Now she can only place all her hopes on Mo Yi. At this time, Mo Yi had already gone to the rooftop of the radio station, building with the female teammate he liked. Looking at the dense crowd on the rooftop, Mo Yi pursed his lips with disdain. There are simply too many people. Old people, children, women, and men. Although it was still raining outside, they really didn't dare to stay downstairs. I can only find something to keep the rain out and put it over my head. Cold, hunger, and helplessness filled everyone's heart. Some people haven't eaten for a day, and their eyes are like wild wolves on the grassland. Once they find someone with food, they will definitely get it. Bai Qing found a corner and sat down, then took out some support frames and plastic sheets from her backpack. Mo Yi looked at it with some curiosity. What is this? This can't be a camping tent. Oh my god. You have this thing? Bai Qing whispered. I usually like camping and adventure, and I have some mountaineering and adventure equipment at home. Moe was a little excited. Don't you like swimming? Bai Qing nodded. As long as it's a sport, I'm good at it. As the two were talking, a woman who looked to be in her 50s walked up to them. The woman looked their shed up and down with some alertness. Obviously, it was not a good idea. Young man, can you let me in to hide from the rain for a while? I'm old and have cold legs. I really can't stand this weather. Moe was still standing outside because the shed was too small and only big enough for Bai Qing to sit inside. Bai Qing inside seemed to have guessed that someone was going to covet her things and quickly lay on the ground pretending to be uncomfortable. Husband, my stomach is a little uncomfortable. Can you find me something to eat? Moe was stunned at that time. What's the meaning? Husband? Stomach upset? He subconsciously looked back at Bai Qing in the tent, and he understood it at that moment. The next second, he also logged in. Wife, please be okay. The baby in your belly hasn't been born yet. Please don't be okay. I'll go find you something to eat. Then Moe said to the woman opposite with red eyes, Big sister, saving lives is like saving fire. Please have mercy. Give us something to eat. I thank you. I am grateful to you. This one sentence stunned the woman. Looking at Bai Qing lying in the tent, the woman felt too embarrassed to leave. Moe has been holding back his laughter. Only magic can defeat magic. He was a little confused just now. Wouldn't it attract hatred if he put up the tent at this time? Everyone knows that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. It turns out that Bai Qing has prepared a backup plan. But can this stop those disgusting people? Obviously not. Moe sat at the door of the tent in a depressed mood, letting the rain hit him. Looking at those people on the rooftop, I couldn't help but scrutinize them. There are 33 people in total, and none of them look like good people. The 7-year-old child has been crying since they came up, and it is obvious that he is another naughty child. At this moment, Bai Qing in the tent whispered, I don't think we can hold out here for much longer. We have to find a boat, or make one ourselves. Moe looked back at the other person and said, Where can we find a boat? Bai Qing opened the map on his phone and said, I remember there is an adventure equipment store 500 meters to the east. I've been there before. They sell small inflatable boats and breathing valves. Let's plan it out and find 2 more people. It's too dangerous for just the 2 of us. Now that we have the inflatable boat, we can consider looking for a bigger vehicle. We must go to the top of the mountain behind us. It is very high, more than 500 meters above sea level, so it must not be submerged. Moe touched his chin with one hand, and raindrops fell on his forehead. He remembered that in his previous life, there were indeed some places on the top of Lushan Mountain behind Jianglu City that were not submerged, but they could not last long. Just as Bai Qing was discussing with him, a yellow-haired tattooed man came over with a rolling pin in his hand. There were 2 followers behind him. Hey, the pretty boy in front from now on, both the tent and your woman belong to me. Chapter 21 Conquer. A hint of excitement flashed across Moe's eyes. Here we come. It's finally here. This is the moment he has been waiting for. When the yellow-haired man saw that Moe ignored him, he immediately raised his voice. Did you hear me? This tent belongs to us from now on, and your woman is ours too. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Moe pretended to be nervous and said, My wife is pregnant and can't get wet in the rain. Then he looked at the people around him, as if asking for help. But in this situation, no one wants to get involved. Moe's mouth corners could hardly be suppressed. These are all your own choices. The yellow-haired man was still shouting, I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, your head will explode. 1, 2. When the yellow-haired man counted to this point, Moe had already stood up. Bai Qing in the tent had also picked up a fruit knife, as if she was also waiting for someone to come and cause trouble. Moe naturally knew what she was going to do. Looking at the 3 yellow-haired people in front of him, Moe said with some trembling, Please be kind. It's not easy for everyone now. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow-haired guy came up. But the next second, a fruit knife appeared on the yellow-haired man's neck, and he was shocked. Seeing Bai Qing suddenly appear beside him and put a knife to his neck, Huang Mao didn't dare to move. Big sister, spare my life, Bai Qing said in a cold voice. Take out all the food you have. Huang Mao wanted to beg for mercy, but the next second Bai Qing's knife almost cut his neck. He was so scared that he quickly took out all the sausages in his pocket. His 2 younger brothers had already run away in fear. The yellow-haired man was so frightened that he peed himself. His face turned pale. Don't kill me. Bai Qing motioned for Moe to pick up the 4 sausages on the ground. Moe covered his forehead and smiled. This woman also knows how to use fishing enforcement. Really good at playing. Mo slowly lowered his waist, looked at the yellow-haired man, and whispered, "Why keep him alive if you don't kill him? Keep him to avenge you. If you don't kill him, people around you will think you were just trying to scare them, and they will definitely come to disgust us again." Bai Qing took a breath subconsciously, and looking at Mo in front of her, she was also a little flustered. But if she really kills someone, Mo was too lazy to waste time talking to these guys. He raised his hand and took out a knife from behind, and cut the yellow-haired man's neck with one stroke. Blood burst out all over Bai Qing's face. If you don't kill him, he will definitely bear a grudge against you. You must be decisive when encountering problems and don't leave any trouble for the future. Bai Qing wiped the blood off her face with disbelief. Looking at Mo, who was so cruel, she felt that she had misjudged him. This guy, definitely not an ordinary person. Mo continued to say, "The two who escaped are probably still trying to take revenge on us. Do you want to kill them?" Bai Qing swallowed her saliva and looked at the yellow-haired man lying dead on the ground. She rushed out without hesitation. The two men hiding in the corner were so scared that they shouted out, "They're just street thugs. How dare they kill people? I just acted on impulse. Who knew these two people were so cruel? Don't come over here." Bai Qing is a woman after all, and it would definitely not work to ask her to fight with two men. One man was so scared that he ran to the windowsill downstairs, and Bai Qing didn't succeed. But her murderous intention was real. Mo smiled slightly, slowly took out a pistol from the space, and loaded it. Bang! A shot. The whole rooftop heard it. The gangster in front of Bai Qing died on the spot. The gangster downstairs was so scared that he lost his grip and fell into the water. Help me! Help! If you fall into the water, the louder the noise you make, the faster you will die. Soon a group of mutant fish swam over, and in an instant they were covered in blood. Bai Qing was breathing heavily, continuously. She just wanted to fish for some food. She didn't want to kill anyone. Looking at the three dead people, Bai Qing sat on the ground with some uneasiness. The corners of Mo's mouth were raised, and his eyes were full of provocation as he looked at the people around him. Those people didn't dare to say a word. Even the crying kid shut his mouth. Mo slowly walked to Bai Qing and squatted down. "Not bad. You dare to kill people." Bai Qing looked at the people in the distance coldly. She knew she couldn't stay in this place anymore. "Go. We can't stay here for long." Bai Qing then followed Mo to the water's edge, where there was a yacht. Her eyes widened instantly. Mo smiled slightly. "How?" Bai Qing subconsciously clenched his fists. Is this the boat you got? Don't you want to find teammates?" "I want to find teammates too. Otherwise, just follow me from now on, and I promise you will never have to worry about food and drink." If Si Kiki were to meet Mo's conditions, she would definitely beg for mercy. Mo, don't worry. You saved me once. I will definitely not repay you with evil. How about you join my team?" Mo said as he took out a personnel contract. Bai Qing found it funny for a moment. It was already such a time, and they were still doing this. She actually took a pen and wrote it. The next second she was stunned. Successfully became a crew member of the ship of Genesis. Position, Deputy Captain. "What is going on?" Mo chuckled softly. "Nothing's wrong. We'll be partners from now on. Let's go. I have some personal matters to take care of. Once we're done with our personal matters, we'll go find other teammates." Bai Qing followed Mo to the cab, somewhat foolishly, because she signed the contract voluntarily and became his teammate voluntarily. The effectiveness of the Genesis ship personnel contract has been maximized. At this moment, there was a slight change in the way she looked at Mo. "Come here, and I'll teach you how to sail." Chapter 22. Your whole family is good people. Bai Qing has already realized that she has met a powerful opponent. Looking at Mo, who was teaching her how to use the yacht, she laughed for no apparent reason. "No. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Did you deliberately lie to me from the beginning to let me save you?" Mo did not refute and said with one hand on the operating table, "That's right. I remember the moment you risked your life to save me. I didn't expect that you would dare to save me when the water was full of mutant fish. Aren't you afraid of death?" Bai Qing puffed up his cheeks in annoyance. "Someone asked me for help. If they're not a threat to me, why shouldn't I save them? But you drove the speedboat out right away. Aren't you going to make people jealous? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and take the boat away? You don't even know me." Mo stretched out his index finger and gestured slowly in the air. "You won't do that, and you have already signed the crew contract of the Genesis ship. We are on the same ship now." While Mo was talking, Bai Qing had already walked to the operating table. She actually understands those operating buttons. She swore it was her first time on a yacht. How come I? Bai Qing looked around in confusion. She could actually understand the structure of this yacht. She can even drive easily. Mo Yi said softly, "This is your novice gift for joining. You are now my deputy captain and can obtain all the abilities of a deputy captain. You can now fly, conduct security checks, use weapons, recommend personnel, and set daily routes and schedules." Bai Qing widened her eyes in curiosity and looked at the operating table in front of her. She tried to operate it. The entire yacht actually turned following her operation. She immediately became excited. "Okay, I'll be with you from now on. My name is Bai Qing. I'm an orphan. Both my parents are dead. Don't regret it. You can't chase me away. I want a private room too." Mo Yi nodded repeatedly. "My parents are both dead, but I still have a stepmother. I plan to kill her later." Just as Mo Yi was talking to Bai Qing, Mo Ye's cell phone suddenly rang. He originally thought that the woman Si Kiki couldn't wait any longer. But when he took out his cell phone, his expression froze instantly. Didn't he send out a group message asking for help before? He just wanted to see if anyone he knew would come to save him. If someone really wanted to save him, he wouldn't mind giving them a hand. Anyway, he has so many boats, so if there's a single girl, he can just pull her into the team. Now he looked up and saw that someone actually sent him a message. He didn't know whether his boss at his previous company, Zhang Fana, a 30-year-old elite female white-collar worker, was single or married. The other party is usually very decisive, whether he is handling work or holding meetings. It always gives people a feeling of being a social elite. She wears an exquisite professional suit every day, and her beautiful legs and black stockings have become the subject of discussion among many men in the company in their spare time. Mo Yi looked at the message sent by Zhang Fana thoughtfully. The other party actually asked him where he was. Mo Yi, who was somewhat curious, sent a message. "I'm at home, Sister Na. Where are you? Can you help me?" Zhang Fana replied almost immediately. "We are in the company now. I have gathered all the people in our marketing department, and now we are searching for survivors. I found a small fishing boat. It is now in the north of the city. Where are you?" Mo Ye's eyes were full of excitement. He even felt a little surprised. It's unexpected that the company leader, who is usually so strict with them, would still think of him at this time. It's really rare. On the other hand, the chairman of their company group sent a message in the group the day before yesterday, asking the company's employees to rescue him. He said whoever came to rescue him would be directly appointed as general manager. He was silent yesterday, probably dead. But 10 minutes after Mo Yi replied to Zhang Fana, the other party did not reply. Mo Yi tried to call the other party, but the call didn't go through. Bai Qing said, "It's probably because of the heavy rain. My phone has no signal. The signal has been intermittent since yesterday. I guess it won't be long before the signal is completely gone." Mo Yi nodded and signaled the other party to drive to the coordinates he marked on the radar. If Zhang Fana and the others have a fishing boat, they should be safe. Just don't save too many people. If they have no food, they will collapse without a fight. "Let's go, Xiaoqing. I'm going to kill my enemy." As Mo Yi spoke, he signaled the other party to increase the speed. Bai Qing was not afraid at all, and was even a little excited. Mo Yi was smoking in the back, thinking about how to make Si Kiki and Zhao Si and the others kill each other. Although Zhou Haiyang, the person he wanted to kill the most, had already been killed by him. But the one he hated the most from beginning to end was that bitch Zhao Si. When Bai Qing drove the yacht to 200 meters away from Si Kiki's community, Mo Yi asked her to stop the boat. Bai Qing asked provocatively, "Your enemy? Could it be your ex-girlfriend? Why does this sound a bit like a plot from a doomsday novel?" Mo Yi chuckled. "Smart. I just want to kill her. She cheated on her ex a few days ago." Bai Qing's eyes were filled with excitement. Her heart had been focused on driving the yacht all the way. After dropping the anchor, Bai Qing continued to study the functions of the yacht. At this moment, Mo Yi looked at the community opposite. The water level has now reached the 29th floor. There are only 4 places left: 30, 31, 32, and the top floor. Those small high-rise buildings submerged underwater now look like reefs suspended in the sea. The corners of Mo Ye's mouth slowly rose. After taking out a loudspeaker from the space, he stood on the deck of the yacht and shouted at the top of his voice, "Coco, I'm here to save you." The sound is very loud and there is an echo. "I'm here to save you. I saved you. Yes." The sudden noise made the eyes of the survivors widen. Looking at a luxury private yacht 200 meters away, everyone showed greed and desire. Some people who know boats well recognized it immediately. That is the fastest yacht in Jianglu City. Jiang Liu Sta? Those people on the rooftop shouted. Save us! Save us! Good man! Bring the boat over here! Whenever Mo Yi heard people calling him a good person, he always felt that person was scolding him. You are a good person. Your whole family is a good person. Coco, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Si Kiki, who was in building 1, finally heard the noise and was extremely excited. She used up all her strength to shout, Brother Yi, I'm here. I'm here. When Mo Yi saw that the other party had not starved to death, he was overjoyed and quickly shouted with the loudspeaker. Quick, swim over here. I will take you away. Swim over here. Chapter 23 Mo Yi. Hurry up and swim over here. It will be too late if you are late. Si Kiki's brain was so excited that she lost the ability to think normally. Zhao Six beside him was extremely jealous. Mo Yi actually called Si Kiki so affectionately. As soon as Tang Hao saw that Zhao Si was about to have another attack, he quickly hinted her not to say anything. Once on the boat, they will directly rob it, and it is not certain who has the final say at that time. Si Kiki, who was standing next to her, was about to jump into the water from the balcony, which frightened her father Si Feng so much that he quickly shouted, Are you stupid? The water is full of weird fish. You have to let Missouri Yi drive the boat over. Otherwise, how can we get through? Si Kiki nodded excitedly. Yes, 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 look at my brain. Then she rolled up a voice transmission tube with a newspaper from home and shouted, Brother Yi, there are strange fish in the water. We can't swim across. Drive the boat over here. Although Mo Yi on the other side heard it through the sound of rain, he pretended to be deaf and replied with a megaphone. Ah, what did you say? The rain is too heavy. I can't hear you. Bai Qing at the back laughed out loud. She heard everything in the driver's seat. This Mo Yi has such a bad taste. Mo Yi also tilted his head and whispered to her, I'm not an idiot. Why would I drive over there? Then he started shouting into the megaphone again. I can't hear you clearly. The rain is too loud. At this moment, a woman in her 50s on the next floor suddenly screamed, Hey, brother over there, come and save us. Everyone on our side will give you 10,000 yuan later. We will never regret it. When Si Kiki's people heard this, they panicked. Si Feng cursed, How shameless. Fuck, the rain is a bit heavy. I'll count to 3 and we'll all yell at you to bring the boat over. Zhao Ce and Tang Haogong nodded at the same time. 1, 2, 3, bring the boat over here. This time, even the mutant fish underwater heard it. Some monsters jumped out of the water, trying to bite people. Mo Yi also knew that if he continued to fool the other party, he would definitely notice it, and that would be bad. After thinking for a while, he shouted into the megaphone, There are so many people over there. If I sail over there, I will definitely be crushed and sunk. How about you guys think of a way? If anyone else dares to come and board my boat, I will chase him off. You better find a way to get here quickly. I definitely can't go over there. If I go over there, the boat will be lost. When Si Kiki and the others heard this, they immediately thought it made sense. Si Feng panted in a low voice. Mo Yi was right. Wasn't he seeking death by driving the boat over here? At that time, all the survivors will swarm up. There are more than 200 survivors in their building alone. Including those in the other buildings, there are at least more than 2,000 people. The yacht can accommodate 50 people at most. If there are more, it will be a disaster. Moreover, Si Feng also understood human nature. If the others could not get on the boat, he would definitely find a way to destroy the boat. People are selfish. We can't drive over here. If we drive over here, our hope will be gone. We have to find a way to get over there. Si Feng touched his chin thoughtfully, then looked into the house, trying to see if there was anything he could use. At this time, Mo Yi on the yacht also shouted with a microphone, Ah, guys over there, I warn you not to come over. I said this boat is mine, and I won't let you get on even if you come over. Don't. Before Mo Yi could finish his intimidation, the woman who was shouting in the building next door didn't swim far before she was bitten to death by a fish in the water. Obviously, at this time, those people would not reason with him. They didn't care who the boat belonged to. They just wanted to get on. Mo Yi watched this scene coldly. A few more people went into the water and were bitten to death by fish. It's not his fault. He didn't ask them to come. Those people were simply seeking death. If they had been smarter and made preparations in advance on the first day of the heavy rain, this outcome would not have happened. He was just enforcing the law by fishing here. He would kill anyone who tried to swim over and steal his boat. He deserved to die. Thinking of this, Mo Yi once again took the megaphone and shouted, Kiki, come quickly. If someone swims over and steals my boat, I'll be in danger. See Kiki hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute. We are trying to find a solution. See Feng was still inside, discussing countermeasures with the rest of his family. Tang Haogong didn't listen too seriously. His eyes were bright. If we want to swim over, we need a vehicle. Everyone dismantled the bed and wooden door and made a simple raft. Then find something to propel us forward. The wind and waves outside are too strong. If we go off the track, our risk factor will increase. We must find something to propel us aboard in a short time. It's too dangerous to propel the boat with human power alone. You will definitely die on the road. See Kiki immediately looked at the electric fan at home. Dad, aren't you good at mechanics? Can you make a propeller? As long as the wires and the engine are not submerged in the water, it will be fine, right? See Feng touched his chin. Using the blades of a desktop fan as a propeller? In theory it works, but what about electricity? Tang Haogong suddenly thought of something and shouted, Uncle, isn't there an electric car at the door of your house? The battery. Zhao Six also widened his eyes. Yes, Uncle. Si Feng also clenched his fists. It seemed that this was the only way, but at this moment, their door was already full of refugees, and their shouting was so loud that even the deaf people outside could hear it. What will happen if they push away the refrigerator furniture blocking the door now? Don't talk about Si Keek's back garden. Si Feng's back garden might not even be able to be saved. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. Obviously, opening the door is almost like seeking death. Si Feng seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly whispered, Xiao Tang, let's do this later. Before he could finish his words, Tang Haogong was so scared that he peed himself. I can't do it, Uncle. Please find someone else. It's you. People outside more or less heard our quarrel earlier. I'm going to kick you out later. Don't worry. When Uncle finishes making the raft, he will let you go first. Xiaoxi also coaxed him. Yes, Haogong, you are so powerful. How dare people outside fight with you? Uncle, give Haogong a kitchen knife? Si Feng didn't care at this moment and handed the biggest kitchen knife in the house to Tang Haogong. He was still comforting him in a low voice. Xiao Tang, you should shout louder later. Make sure to scare the people at the door. Tang Haogong's face turned green with fright. In fact, he was even more timid than a woman. Seeing that everyone wanted him to go, Tang Haogong almost trembled as he said, Uncle, you give me another pot lid as a shield. Si Feng, I'll give you the best pot lid in our house. Chapter 24. Pot lid in one hand and kitchen knife in the other. The heavy rain is still falling with no sign of slowing down. There were flashes of lightning in the distant sky, and thunder followed one after another. Mo Yi on the yacht could hardly suppress the smile. He could imagine what ridiculous things Si Kiki and the others would do. They definitely have to make a raft. Then I started a fight with my neighbors. When you finally run, you will find that the raft can only hold 2 people at a time, and then you have to fight. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Mo Yi has never been so happy as today, and it's not that those people are stupid. It's because their survival instinct makes them think that way. Apart from Mo Yi's ship, they have no other choice to survive here. Unless those people unite and combine all the wooden doors and wooden beds of every household into a huge raft, they can survive. Mo Yi remembered that in his previous life, there seemed to be dozens of people sitting on a large raft, and it seemed that all the wood of the entire building had been dismantled. In order to survive, they would dive down to find the submerged wood and bring it up to build rafts. However, most people who can do this kind of thing are self-reliant and courageous. If he is a coward or wants to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, then who else will die? Bai Qing, who had already understood the yacht thoroughly, sat in the driving seat, thinking about something thoughtfully. She guessed that Mo Yi must have ulterior motives in accepting her as a teammate, and Bai Qing was not a fool. She had seen a lot of disgusting men in her life, and this Mo Yi probably wanted to do that to her. Thinking of this, Bai Qing swallowed subconsciously. Looking at everything around her, she knew that she would have to pay something if she wanted to survive here. But it is obviously impossible to let her give it for free. If she really has to be forced, she would rather die. Thinking of this, Bai Qing's cheeks turned gray and red, and he lowered his head and shouted, Hey, that guy! Mo Yi was still there waiting to see Si Keek's family make a fool of themselves, and didn't notice at all what Bai Qing was doing behind them. I say, don't think you can touch me just because you saved me. I won't eat and drink for free. I will help you find supplies, help you check the hull, and do other things. Anyway, don't even think about touching me. If you don't touch me, we're just partners. Bai Qing's voice became lower and lower as she spoke. She didn't have the nerve to speak loudly about such things. Emoyi turned around suddenly and asked curiously, "What did you say just now?" "It was raining so hard that I couldn't hear you clearly." Bai Qing tilted his head. "Nothing. Nothing." Emoyi didn't take it seriously and pointed to the refrigerator at the back and said, "Feel free to use the things on the boat. There's roast chicken and preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the refrigerator. Heat them up in the microwave and take them when you're hungry." After saying that, he took the telescope and looked at Si Keek's family again. Bai Qing pursed his lips, sat in the driver's seat, took out the sausage from his backpack, and started eating it. "Don't try to bribe me." But after eating 2 bites, she couldn't sit still anymore, and her eyes unconsciously looked towards the refrigerator. Saliva is watering. She hadn't eaten anything these past few days, and the little food she had managed to find underwater had all been soaked in water. How unpalatable it is. Gulugul. It's okay if you don't think about it, because thinking about it makes me even hungrier. Bai Qing shook her head violently. She knew that once she ate the other person's food, there would be no turning back. She'll get addicted to it. At this moment, Emoyi suddenly laughed like a pig at the window. "Ha ha! Fuck! Talented person! What a talent!" At this time, Si Feng and Tang Haogong on the opposite side had already started acting. "That acting is unbeatable," he shouted very loudly, afraid that people outside might not hear him. "Ah! I'm gonna fight you. How dare you, you bastard!" Si Feng took 2 iron basins and started hitting the refrigerator behind the security door. Ding, ding, ding. Tang Haogong on the opposite side held a pot cover shield in one hand and chopped the TV in the room with a kitchen knife in the other hand. "Asshole! I will fight you. No one will survive today." As he said that, he kicked the TV down. The loud noise caused the refugees outside to look out. I wondered, do these 2 idiots still have the energy to fight at this time? They've been arguing a lot these days, and almost everyone outside the door can hear it. Apparently, no one was surprised that they fought today. At this moment, Si Feng in the room suddenly screamed, "Oh, you actually killed my brother? I want your life. Give me your life." Then the people around suddenly exerted their strength and pushed down the refrigerator and other furniture that were blocking the door. This time, everyone outside sat up. Why did they hear this? Was there a murder in there? Could it be that he killed someone because he was fighting for food? At this time, Zhao Si in the room found a bottle of red ink and smeared it on Tang Haogong's face and clothes. Tang Haogong was almost scared to death. He was going to go out and get the battery. He had never been as cowardly as he was today in his entire life. His heart rate was beating very fast, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The refugees outside were still wondering why there was no movement now. Could it be that someone was hacked to death? But the next second, the door was slammed open. The man hiding at their door was hit and saw stars. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a man covered in blood and holding a knife and screaming with another man. The man in the room looked hurt and shouted, "Quick, open the door. Lock him out." Tang Haogong subconsciously went up and shouted, I will kill you." The sound was like the buzzing of a mosquito, because he was almost scared to death because there were refugees outside who had been hungry for several days. Before he reached the door, Si Feng inside closed it. All the refugees around stood up and instinctively kept their distance from Tang Haogong. Tang Haogong was gasping for breath with a look of panic on his face. If you didn't know him, you would think he was gasping for breath because he had killed someone. Tang Haogong looked at the refugees in the corridor who were so hungry that they looked like jackals. He didn't dare to move. The looks in those people's eyes seemed as if they could eat him. He just froze where he was, too frightened to move. The refugees were so frightened that they dared not say a word. Looking at the man covered in blood, holding a pot lid in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. Let's see who can hide farther. There was even a little kid who was so scared that he started crying. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Haogong finally realized what he was doing there. Looking at an Emma electric car parked in the safety passage, he swallowed subconsciously. He wanted to get the battery, but there was a man sitting on it, and he looked like a security guard. He also has a security baton on his waist. Do you think Tang Haogong dares to go? The security guard didn't dare to move. At this time, he could only pretend to be calm. He must not let the other party see that he is a coward. Chapter 25 Homemade Raft. The security guard didn't dare to move, and Tang Haogong didn't dare to move either. The two looked at each other and turned their heads to the other side. Tang Haogong sat down directly on the ground, pretending to be fierce the whole time, fearing that someone would bully him. At the same time, Si Feng, Si Kiki, and others in the room also became anxious. Didn't we agree that we would remove the battery of the electric bike after we get out? Then he pretended to use a battery to break the door. The two of them were swearing at each other behind the door. Wouldn't it be enough to just bring the battery in during the chaos? Why is there no movement now? Zhao Si knew Tang Haogong best. She knew he was very timid. This is just like some dogs. They usually bark very fiercely, but once they encounter serious matters, they tuck their tails between their legs faster than anyone else. Zhao Six murmured nervously. Isn't he scared silly? Hurry up, when those people react, they will definitely rush in. They will definitely hold us hostage, and let Mo Yi take them on board. Seafoam clenched his fists in annoyance. This idiot. Thinking of this, Seafoam became angry instantly. If he waited any longer, he would die. So he suddenly screamed and opened the door with a kitchen knife. "Aw, I'm gonna kill you. Fuck you." Tang Haogong, who was sitting on the ground outside, was dumbfounded. He hadn't recovered yet. What was going on? Seafoam was indeed an experienced person. He went to the door with a kitchen knife in his hand and pretended to fall down. The kitchen knife just happened to fall next to the tram in the emergency passage. The security guard was so scared that he ran downstairs. Seafoam yelled, I will fight you." Then he picked up the kitchen knife with one hand, picked up the battery with the other hand, and was about to smash it towards Tang Haogong. Tang Haogong was so scared that he ran away, crawling all the way. At that moment, he really thought Seafoam was going to kill him. Seafoam was speechless. Why was this idiot running downstairs instead of running into the house? The refugees around also hid aside, fearing that they would be accidentally injured. Seafoam snorted coldly, then went into the house with a battery and a kitchen knife. Mo Yi could only see their house through Si Keek's balcony. He couldn't see what was happening in the corridor. When Mo Yi saw that Seafoam actually got a battery from outside, he was immediately happy. Fuck, is that so? With his IQ, shouldn't he have run away long ago? Can you make a raft and take your boss with you without running away? You have to call so many people to take shelter in your house. Isn't this courting death? At this moment, Si Kiki and others were hurriedly dismantling the bed in the room. The 3 beds in the 3 bedrooms are all made of wood, and the doors of the 3 bedrooms are also made of wood. Should be able to make 3 rafts. Remove the wood of the bedboard and fix it to the wooden door. Seafoam took out a hammer and nails from the drawer. A group of people assembled it in the living room. The other men were dismantling the balcony windows and security windows. This raft will have to be thrown down later, and I definitely won't be able to get out through the window. Women were using scissors to cut curtains and sheets to make ropes. In just 1 hour, their first raft was ready. Seafoam instinctively wanted to go up because there was only 1 battery, and if the 3 rafts were made bigger, they would definitely not be able to be released. Unless they were grouped together on the water, which was obviously impossible, other refugees would definitely snatch them when they saw them. You have to let it go. When Zhao Si and the other men saw Seafoam was leaving, they shouted, "Uncle, if you leave, who will make the raft? I think we should draw lots." Si Kiki shook her head as soon as she heard this. "I was the one who called Mo Yi here. My father made the raft, and I took you in. Logically, we should leave first." A man nearby shouted, "No, you must not be the first to go. Kiki, I'm worried." The person speaking is Si Keek's classmate Wang Chongren, who likes Si Kiki. Seeing that Si Kiki didn't say anything, Wang Chongren said, "If that Mo Yi does something bad to you, I'll be worried." Si Kiki doesn't want to pay attention to him now. Looking at the speedboat in the distance, Si Kiki wished she could fly over right now. At this moment, Seafoam suddenly said, "Let my wife and my daughter go first. I will stay here and continue making the raft for everyone. Then we'll use the 200-meter rope we just made to tie up the raft, and then we'll pull it back together. Girl, when you get there, ask that Mo Yi to drive the boat closer. It doesn't have to be that far, about 100 meters will be enough. In case someone wants to steal the boat, you can drive it further away. Is this okay? Everyone. Besides, don't you think about it? Do you know Mo Yi? What if he doesn't let you get on the boat when you get there? Only if my daughter goes there first can she stabilize him." This time, those people didn't say anything, and Wang Chongren didn't say anything either. A group of people slowly carried the raft and walked towards the balcony. There are also several homemade ropes tied on it to secure it. A group of people were carefully lowering the line toward the water level below. Mo Yi, who was far away, wanted to laugh. Wouldn't the people downstairs see them if they did this? Sure enough, when they put the raft on the 31st floor, everyone inside was stunned. They started shouting. Seafoam on top hurriedly shouted, "Wife, daughter, put on your thickest clothes, carry sticks, and get ready to go down." Si Kiki was quite brave. There was water below him, so he wouldn't die from the fall. Looking at the raft that had fallen to the 30th floor of the water, See Kiki pulled the rope and slid down. It fell directly onto the raft, creating a splash of water. The mutant fish below had already heard the noise. It would be strange if such a large raft didn't attract something when it fell into the water. The moment Sea Kiki's mother Huang Wan fell onto the raft, Sea Kiki no longer cared about anything else, started the battery button, and drove away. Sea Kiki's mother also held a pot cover and a wooden stick and watched the movements underwater vigilantly. A few strange fish suddenly jumped out and almost bit her, but she threw them into the water with a pot cover. The speed was too slow, much slower than Sea Foam expected. At this time, the refugees in several other apartment buildings noticed the small raft heading towards the yacht in the distance. Everyone's expression changed. Yes, they can make a raft out of wood and just run to that boat. The actions of Sea Kiki's family gave everyone hope. Bai Ching on the yacht looked at Sea Kiki, who was about to drive over with some confusion, then looked at Mo Yi, who was still grinning, and said, "Are you really going to let them get on board? If they get on the boat, we will definitely have a headache later. What are you thinking about?" Mo Yi smiled teasingly. It's okay. This mother and daughter have come all the way here, so why don't we just play with them? They're all going to die anyway, so we can't come here for nothing, right? Don't tell me. See, Kiki looks so much like her mother. Chapter 26, Even If I Die, I'll Be Your Ghost. Bai Ching took 2 deep breaths and looked at See Kiki and her daughter, who were coming towards her in the storm from afar. She could already guess what their fate would be. I guess Mo Yi had a grudge against them before the disaster? Just when Bai Ching was wondering how Mo Yi would kill them, Mo Yi smiled kindly. He actually looked so friendly. Looking at See Kiki and her daughter in the distance, he raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, come here quickly." When See Kiki saw that Mo Yi had opened the cabin door, she became very excited and hurriedly increased the strength of the wooden stick in her hand, trying to make their homemade raft go faster. See Kiki's mother was still there, holding a pot lid and slapping the strange fish that emerged from the water. It was so fierce. Keep going. He looked directly at the people in the community behind him. Some people couldn't sit still anymore and planned to learn from them to make rafts and board the ship. See Kiki's heart was trembling with excitement. When she climbed up the iron ladder of the yacht to the hatch, she was so excited that she forgot to breathe. As soon as she entered the yacht, she shouted excitedly, "I'm here! I'm here! I'm finally here!" Looking at the things in the yacht cabin, See Kiki's eyes were filled with excitement. Finally here. It's so rich here. It's heaven. Water dispenser, refrigerator, air conditioning, TV, swimming pool. Oh my God! What's in that cabinet? Is that all food? Why are there so many? This should be enough for her to eat for a long time. What made her most difficult to calm down was that there was a huge table full of delicious food. Shrimp rolls, lamb chops, champagne, and coffee. She even saw abalone and oysters. Oh my God! At that moment, she had already forgotten about the people behind her. Not only her, but even See Kiki's mother had forgotten about Sea Foam and the others. We haven't eaten for a long time. When the two of them saw those delicious foods, the worms in their stomachs started to scream. See Kiki's Adam's apple rolled. She was so hungry that she wanted to go over and eat immediately. But the next second, a man with a gun appeared in front of her. See Kiki's mother thought Mo Yi was joking and didn't stop at all, and wanted to go over to eat on the spot. But before she got there, she bumped into a piece of glass, and it was tempered glass. Huang Wan's unwilling eyes were somewhat scary. She turned around and glared at Mo Yi and yelled, "I'm starving. Why don't you let us eat? Let us in now." Before he could finish his words, Mo Yi fired a shot. Huang Wan only felt her neck was a little cold. A red-tailed tranquilizer dart lodged itself squarely in her neck. The next second she passed out. See Kiki, who wanted to shout, immediately knelt down. "Brother Yi, I will be yours from now on. Even if I die, I will be your ghost. As long as you give me something to eat, I will do anything for you without any regrets. No complaints." Mo Yi looked at the homemade raft that was being slowly pulled back by Sea Foam and his men outside the yacht with a playful look in his eyes. Sure enough, Sea Foam and his men didn't pull it far before the homemade raft got stuck on an iron tower. The homemade rope that Sea Foam and his men had made was also tangled, and they couldn't pull it away no matter how hard they pulled. It's like a kite tangled around a telephone pole. You can only look at it, but not touch it. Mo Yi chuckled and turned to look at See Kiki. "Do you want to eat something?" See Kiki. "I want to," Mo Yi said with a smirk. "Don't you have a liquor named Wang Chongren? Send him a message and ask him to kill Tang Haogong, and then you will be willing to be his girlfriend." If he asks why, just tell him that Tang Hao is just trying to flirt with you. By the way, then you can send a video call to Zhao Ce and tell them that I have everything here. Tell them that I have to leave here in 2 hours. If you want to come, do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't wait. After hearing this, Si Kiki became a little panicked because there was no signal before. But when she saw Mo Yi turn on a large signal transmitter with his backhand, she called the other party without saying a word. Wang Chongren was obviously somewhat flattered. His beloved goddess actually called him? How could she think of me first after boarding the ship? She must love me. The brain circuit of a bootlicker is so magical that all the information received by his brain can be transformed by itself. Hey, Coco, are you okay? Are you not hurt? You must be fine. Nothing will happen to you. As soon as the call was connected, Si Kiki shuddered. Every time she called the other party, she felt disgusted. She only needed to say a few words, and the other party would reply with a long string of words. Can you do me a favor? Wang Chongren responded immediately after hearing this. I will definitely help. Not just one favor. I will help you 100 times. 10,000 times. I, Wang Chongren, will never frown. Coco's matter is the most important thing. That's how it is for me. Si Kiki suppressed her nausea and said, help me kill Tang Haogong. Chapter 27. The Great Battle. As long as you help me kill Tang Haogong, I will date you. When Wang Chongren heard this, he clenched his fists immediately. Okay, I'll kill that bastard right now. Si Kiki hurriedly shouted. Don't be impatient. Just listen to me. Mo Yi beside him was already grinning from ear to ear. Bai Qing muttered in a bad mood. Why don't you do your business? Mo Yi was stunned by the question. Business? Does it mean upgrading, searching for supplies, and finding superpower cores? It's only been a few days since the disaster, and the fish haven't mutated completely yet. Killing them won't give me any experience. What business are you doing? His supplies are out of stock. His revenge is the most important thing. He was happy when he saw the miserable plight of those people. Still business, etc. Mo Yi seemed to have thought of something. He looked back at Bai Qing in confusion and said, do you really want me to have a relationship with Si Kiki? Bai Qing was still watching the yacht sonar to prevent any monsters from approaching. When she heard Mo Yi say that, she rolled her eyes at him. Mo Yi was immediately amused and quickly whispered, I'm not stupid. This Si Kiki was sold before. I said they were good-looking, but I didn't say I had to do that. I'm not stupid. Besides, is she as good as you? Bai Qing was stunned by just one sentence. How could she not understand what Mo Yi meant? You? Bai Qing simply turned her head away, her cheeks turning red to purple. Then she took out a sausage and started chewing it. She hasn't eaten anything on the ship since she got on board. Mo Yi also noticed Bai Qing's thoughts, and he grinned evilly at that time. After pulling Huang Wan into the cage and locking her up, he went to the restaurant and opened the glass door. The moment the door opened, a fragrance wafted into the air. Si Kiki, who was still showing off to Zhao Ce on video, suddenly widened her eyes. My eyes instantly became bloodshot. She was so hungry. But in order to stay here, she still has to continue to show off the things here to those people, the delicious food, and everything here. Bai Qing hummed coldly, eating the sausage in her hand, smelling the smell of chicken legs in the air, and her roundworms began to spin. Bai Qing knew that Mo Yi was testing her bottom line. Swallowing saliva, I continued to eat the tasteless starch sausage. Mo Yi was still talking inside. Hey, eat less starch sausage. It's made of bone mud. Ouch! Do you know what bone mud is? It's the leftover bones from the restaurant. Bai Qing pretended not to hear and just kept eating the starch sausage in his hand. Si Feng, Zhao Six, and others in Si Kiki's video call were like wild dogs that had been hungry for 3 years. Their eyes were fixed on Mo Yi, who was eating delicious food in the video. Looking at Mo Chun, who was eating the leg of lamb, Zhao's saliva was already flowing out. It is not an exaggeration to say that some characters in comics drool. In real life, some people will drool when they are hungry. You know, appetite is the only desire among all human desires that cannot be controlled. The rest of the desires can be controlled, but appetite is something that no one can cross. Because people usually eat enough every day and satisfy their appetite, they don't think about it. Once in the panic of hunger, human stomachs will replace their rationality. Si Feng had already started imagining how he would look like eating the leg of lamb. And Zhao Si, behind him, was also going crazy. She had to go to that yacht. Didn't Mo Yi say before that he would love her forever? Didn't Mo Yi say that he would treat her well? She just cheated on her ex. She just made the same mistake that all women make. Mo Yi will definitely forgive her. Mo Yes, Yacht is hers. Yes. Those foods, those things all belong to her. Zhao Si. Everyone here wants to steal her things. Thinking of this, Zhao Siege went crazy and shouted to Mo Yi in the video. Xiao Yi. Ah Yi. It's me. It's me, Siege. Have you forgotten the oath we made? Have you forgotten the time when we counted the stars and watched the sunset together on Jianglu Mountain? Didn't you say you liked calling me Little Moth the most? Could you really bear to see your former love in so much pain? Can you really bear to? Before Zhao Si finished speaking, Si Kiki wanted to turn off the video, but she didn't dare to go against Mo Ye's wishes. Turning around, Mo Ye was retching in nausea. Mo Ye was drinking water with an annoyed look on his face. He felt sick when he heard Zhao Si's voice. He hadn't been this sick for a long time. At that time, he said, "Actually, Little Moth, I really feel sorry for you. You've had a hard life since childhood, and you're weak." "Oh, I really have that. I'm about to leave here. 2 hours at most, so come as soon as you can." Zhao's eyes widened when he heard this. "Okay, I'm coming right up." She turned around and tried to lift the raft at the back, but how could a woman like her do it? Mo Yi also shouted at this time, "Come quickly. I'm hanging up first." After Mo Yi hung up the phone, Zhao Ce started shouting. She wanted someone to help her lift the raft to the window and lower it down. No one picked it up. Si Feng directly called 2 short men, and the 3 of them didn't care about the lives of the others. They just lifted a raft and threw it into the water. Because Si Feng is quite fierce and would take out a knife if he disagreed with something, no one dared to act rashly. Zhao Ce wanted Si Feng to take her there, but Si Feng kicked her away. "Get out of here. I've had enough of you, stupid bitch. You're as stupid as that Tang Haogong." Si Feng wanted to leave, but the other guys also wanted to rob him. Zhao Ce was afraid of Si Feng, but the others were not. It wasn't long before they were fighting on the balcony. Because they were too hungry, they fought very hard. After Si Feng hacked a man to death with a single blow, the conflict instantly soared to a whole new level. Everyone wanted to be the first to get on the raft, and no one gave way to anyone else. Wang Chongren also took advantage of the chaos to find a fruit knife, planning to open the door and kill Tang Haogong later, so that he and Si Kiki could grow old together. But when he saw these people started killing each other, he lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. Mo Yi squinted his eyes with a look of pain on his face. He saw everything through the telescope. Si Feng was really fierce. He killed 4 people with just a kitchen knife. Those people are going crazy just to get on the yacht and eat delicious food. Fuck, what are they doing? I haven't had enough fun yet. Why are they killing each other? Awesome. Mo Yi just watched, and before he knew it, everyone in the room was dead. The 2 strange men thought they had achieved the final victory, but when they wanted to go outside to the raft, they were directly killed by the neighbor downstairs, and the raft became someone else's. Mo Ye's eyes twitched, and he was stunned when he saw the family downstairs coming on a raft. Really awesome. Chapter 28, anyone wants to get on board? At this moment, Si Feng and his friend's raft had been robbed by a family downstairs. Above is a middle-aged couple with their son in his 20s. The raft was just enough to support the 3 of them. The woman also wanted to take some jewelry and household items with her, but as soon as she got on the raft, she was almost sunk. The woman was obviously heavier, and she was still carrying luggage at this time. The man next to her shouted excitedly, "Why are you carrying so many things? It's already this late, and you're still sick?" The woman immediately became angry and turned around and cursed. "I have followed you for so many years, and what have you given me? Huh? If I don't take it away, who will I give it to? It's not that heavy." The man immediately became furious. "Fuck your mother. Stupid woman. If you want to kill our whole family, just take our son and we'll go. Your mother is sick." The young man obviously didn't want to die either. Looking at the 2 big bags his mother was carrying, he knew he would never be able to persuade her. His mother was used to being the boss at home and thought everyone had to listen to her. She was also stubborn and ignorant. I was dying at this time. She even brought her jewelry box, fur coat, and makeup with her, and she even brought a suitcase. The young man immediately decided to get on the raft with his father. The woman was not afraid at all. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, "I'll count to 3. Come and help me get it. Otherwise, you don't want this family anymore." 1. It was obvious that this woman was used to being arrogant and domineering at home. She thought that her husband and her son had to listen to her at this time, and she didn't believe that the father and son would really dare to leave. The 2 of them had to leave because the neighbors next door had also seen the raft, and many of them were planning to rush down to grab it. When the father and son saw 3 more people coming down the water pipe, they no longer cared about anything else, kicked the raft away, and started paddling with a broom. The woman was still there shouting, 3. Okay. You're not coming, right? Forget it. Why would I marry a loser like you? Ah. Before the woman finished speaking, the cosmetic box in her hand fell to the ground. Looking at the father and son walking away, she was obviously still unaware of her own problem at that moment and instead started cursing. Hey, you have no conscience. Just abandon me like this? Hey. Okay, you won't take me with you, right? Don't live like this anymore. Don't regret it. Before she finished shouting, she regretted it. He hadn't eaten for a long time because his next-door neighbor sneaked in from the balcony and pried open their security window with a hammer. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a pack of instant noodles behind the woman, and the man went for her immediately. When the woman saw someone dared to break into her house, she immediately cursed the man's entire family. The man was already mad with hunger, and when he was stopped, he instantly lost his mind and hit the woman in the eye with a hammer. He couldn't be deader. The father and son on the raft shouted with grief and anger on their faces. They did not dare to go back and could only secretly make up their minds, thinking that they would come back for revenge after boarding the yacht. While overcoming all the obstacles along the way, the middle-aged man was even bitten on the thigh by a strange fish. As the blood flowed out, all the strange fish around instantly showed their fangs, and their eyes became bloodshot. All the mutated fish shot out towards the raft on the water at the same time. They were not swimming at all. It was like they were firing cannonballs. Shwa, swish, swish. Mo Yi in the yacht subconsciously retreated tactically. How dare he bleed on the water? Even the god of heaven can't save him. Soon the man was bitten all over by 7 or 8 fish, and his son was completely scared. Looking at his father being bitten by a strange fish, he was terrified. All fish. The carp with human hands bit his father's eyeballs while holding his father's head tightly with its strange hands. There was also a super long loach about 40 centimeters long on his body. Its slender hands looked like human bone claws, and it drilled straight into the middle-aged man's stomach. The corner of Mo Ye's eyes twitched. These striped fish were really disgusting. Loaches were creatures that liked to burrow into soft places. After the mutation, the loach's physical fitness improved, and it developed a desire for flesh and blood. It liked to drill into people's belly buttons the most. More strange fish jumped out of the water, and people from the distant community who wanted to come on rafts were stunned. There are so many strange fish, I don't know if there are hundreds or thousands. Bai Qing and Si Kiki were also terrified. It was the first time they saw such a bloody scene. The bones of the middle-aged man were already exposed, and the water was full of strange fish, scrambling to jump out of the water to get a bite of his flesh. The young man nearby was so frightened that he no longer cared about anything else. He took a broom and slammed his father, who was covered in fish, into the water. Then he paddled towards Mo Ye's yacht as fast as he could, fear in his eyes. The monster behind is boiling. The scene of the middle-aged man's body falling into the water was like a depth charge, and various fish kept floating on the water surface. Some fish wanted to chase the young man on the raft, but they didn't swim far before they stopped in fear and turned around to continue eating the corpse. The young man had unknowingly approached the yacht. Within Mo Ye's territory, weak fish dared not approach. It was for this reason that the young man was able to escape danger. When he crawled to the front of the yacht with an excited look on his face, someone pointed a gun at his head. Don't kill me. My name is Shaoli. I'm still a college student. I've never hurt anyone. Shaoli was so anxious that he almost cried. His mother was dead, his father was dead, and he finally arrived at the place, but someone pointed a gun at his head. His heart was broken. Mo Yi pointed a gun at the other person's head with one hand and held a cigarette with the other. Then he called out to Bai Qing. Hey, what do you think we should do with this guy? My deputy captain, I'll give you this chance. You can choose not to eat my food, or you can stay here and help me as you wish, because I choose to believe in you. But if you do something that I don't believe in, I will have other choices. Bai Dan clenched the starch sausage in her single hand. She knew that Mo Yi was testing whether she was a saint. The whole family came running over when someone died. Any normal person would definitely save them, right? Bai Qing looked at the crying male college student with a gloomy look. He was already in his 20s and still crying? You said you've never hurt anyone? How did you get the raft? Bai Qing's voice was trembling, and the male student hurriedly said, My father stole it from someone else. I beg you to have mercy on me. I'm not married yet. My parents are dead. I beg you to let me get on the boat. I'm so scared. Brother and sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qing came out with a knife in his hand and slashed. Mo Yi was stunned. What the hell? Chapter 29. A bowl of poor trotter rice can kill your own mother? After Bai Qing chopped down with a knife, Xiao Li's hand retracted, and he fell onto the raft in fright. Bai Qing said in a cold voice, "To abandon your own mother, just to save your life, is unfilial. Throwing one's own father who is still alive into the water, just to save his life. This is the first time I've seen such a thing in my life. You told me you've never hurt anyone? Do you think we're stupid? I'll give you 3 minutes to leave, or you can go reunite with your family." Xiao Li's tears immediately came out. He had finally made it here after going through so much hardship, but those people wouldn't let him get on the boat? How could they be so heartless? No, no, I beg you to let me go up. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. As he was talking, he was about to stand up and climb onto the yacht. Bai Qing's heart began to tremble again. Mo Yi smoked silently the whole time, as if he was watching a joke. Mo Yi already wanted to leave. Most of his enemies were dead. After he tortured Si Kiki to death, he could leave and look for other teammates. When Bai Qing saw that Xiao Li was really going to climb onto the yacht, he no longer cared about anything else and chopped at him with a knife. Ah, you bitch. Ah, it hurts. Bai Qing became ruthless again, raised his hand, and slashed with the knife, hitting Xiao Li in the face, and the opponent's shouting stopped on the spot. Fall straight into the water. Fresh blood began to spread, slowly diluting and flowing in the water. The strange fish around did not dare to move forward, for fear of being eaten by the top predator. When Si Kiki saw someone being killed, she was immediately terrified. She looked at her mother, who was still under anesthesia, with extreme fear. Just at this moment, Mo's cell phone rang. When he saw the incoming call notification, he was stunned for a moment. Why is it a strange phone call? After thinking about it, I accepted it. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard Zhao Si crying, "Husband, what? I was wrong. Come and save me. So many dead people. They are all dead. I'm so scared." Mo Yi wanted to leave. He thought all those people were dead. Why is this woman still alive? At this moment, the sound of fighting came from the other end of Zhao Si's phone. Tang Hao was wrestling with Wang Chongren, Si Kik's bootlicker. Both of them were stabbed, but neither of them was fatally wounded. "Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. How dare you flirt with my beloved Coco? I want your life." Wang Chongren roared with anger on his face and threw another bench at him, causing Tang Haogong to suffer a sudden brain deprivation of oxygen. Mo Yi was immediately happy when he heard the voice on the phone and hurriedly comforted Zhao Si, saying, "Kill those 2 people. I will come to rescue you right away. I promise you to go." Zhao's breathing suddenly became rapid, and she swallowed her saliva as she watched the 2 men fighting each other. Mo Yi was still talking. "You can look for any hard objects. If you don't have a knife, look for an ashtray or a vase." When Si Kiki, who was lying on the ground next to him, heard what Mo Yi said, he quickly crawled over and said, "Master, there are porcelain bowls on the sink in my kitchen." Mo Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Did you hear what your good sister said? Go get the broken pieces of the porcelain bowl and slit their throats. I really have to leave. Go quickly." After saying that, Mo Yi hung up the phone and turned off the signal transmitter on his yacht. It's not because the signal is good now, but because he took this thing out specifically. Zhao Si on the other end wanted to make a phone call, but the call was no longer connected. As soon as Si Kiki saw Mo Yi hung up the phone, she hurried over and started wagging her tail to beg for mercy, with her butt raised high and tears in her eyes. Mo Yi smiled crookedly, looking at Huang Wan, who was about to wake up, and said softly, "Actually, I like you very much, Coco, but your mother makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Why don't you just go? I won't let you starve. Eat something first." Mo Yi said as he took out a bowl of Longjiang pork trotter rice. The fragrant steam was visible to the naked eye. When Si Kiki saw the delicious food, tears came out. Don't chase me away." Mo Yi gently touched her forehead and said, "Eat first, then take your mother away. I don't like living with elders. If it's just you." Mo Yi continued smoking after he finished speaking. Si Kiki burst into tears. She was really hungry. While eating the food with trembling hands, he looked at his mother in the distance. She knew that Mo Yi had a bad relationship with his stepmother because his stepmother occupied Mo Yi's mother's house and Mo Yi's father's inheritance. That's why he doesn't like elders. Si Kik's tears mixed with the rice grains, and the food, which originally had a moderate taste, gradually became salty. After taking a mouthful of the delicious pork trotter rice, Si Kik's soul began to tremble. Trembling, she began to cry again. "Woo-woo, so delicious. How can there be something so delicious? Mother!" Si Kiki, who hadn't eaten for a long time, couldn't hold it in any longer and started eating with big mouthfuls. She has made her decision in her heart. Just like Xiao Li, she must survive, even if she is the only one left. Even if you do something to let your family down, she must stay here too. Looking at Huang Wan, who was about to wake up, Si Kiki said with tears in her eyes, "Master, please keep me and send my mother away." Mo Yi whispered, "Where are you sending your mother? A shelter?" As soon as Mo Yi finished speaking, Si Kiki stood up suddenly, took the ashtray on Mo Ye's desk, and smashed it on her mother's head. Mo Yi immediately made a very awesome expression. He just thought the other party was talking about sending her mother somewhere else. He really thought the other party was simply trying to persuade her mother to leave. Before he even did anything, Si Kiki killed his own mother. Really, really awesome. Fuck, a bowl of pork trotter rice is really that daunting. You scared me, Dash. Mo Yi took a puff of his cigarette with a look of disgust on his face, and Bai Qing beside him whispered, "This woman is so vicious. We can't keep her." Mo Yi naturally wouldn't keep them. He just wanted to kill them. He didn't do anything. They just killed each other. Looking at the bloody Huang Wan, Mo Yi felt a little disgusted. "Clean this place up. This carpet is my favorite." Si Kiki quickly understood what was going on, and after asking Bai Qing to open the car door, she threw her mother directly into the water, without even blinking an eye. From this moment on, Si Kiki is a winner in life and will never have to go hungry again. Mo Yi told her later that she would eat enough to her heart's content. Just after Huang Wan's body fell into the water on a roof, there was a young man's body next to her that had been eaten clean by something. It was Xiao Li from before. It was a giant black fish that was 4 meters long. Each tooth is as big as a human thumb. The black fish accelerated, passed through the strange fish group, came right under the yacht, and ate Huang Wan's body in one bite. The kind that you swallow whole. Chapter 30. Dogs are the most terrifying species. Mo Yi returned to the yacht, lowered his head, and smiled. Si Kiki was still there wiping the floor, telling him not to take it too seriously. Mo Yi slowly sat down on the sofa, and a hint of coldness flashed across his face again as he looked at the woman. Si Kiki was wiping her mother's blood on the ground with a rag, looking panicked, but also a little excited. She can stay here, and she won't have to suffer from hunger anymore. It's all worth it. It's all worth it. She is safe now. At this moment, Mo Yi beside her said kindly in her ear, "Wipe it clean, then go eat. I have prepared a lot of delicious food for you." When Si Kiki heard this, she immediately became excited and looked at the room at the back helplessly. And sure enough, there was food. Seems like a lot. Maybe there are drinks. She immediately became excited and quickly lowered her head and shouted, "Thank you, master." Then she ran in eagerly, her eyes flashing green light. She still remembers the feeling of eating pork trotter rice just now. That feeling of fullness is so satisfying. She had never wanted to fill her stomach as much as she did just now in her life, as if everything she had eaten before was not food for humans. Except now, only modern delicacies are edible by humans. Si Kiki started eating like crazy in the room. Mo Yi had already closed the door and shook his head with an impatient look on his face. It was time to end this woman. He didn't want to play with her anymore. Si Kiki, who was still eating and drinking in the room, had a strange expression on her face. She was so hungry that she didn't notice that all the food here was super spicy. The devil is perverted and spicy. Even the drink bottles next to it were filled with chili oil. The only thing that wasn't spicy was a bottle of super strong white wine with a strong aftertaste. Si Kiki was still eating there. Perhaps because she was too excited, or perhaps because she was too crazy. Her mind was full of the image of her smashing her mother to death. Tears are flowing. "Mom, don't blame me. I'm rescued now. Don't you love me the most? Mom!" Si Kiki just kept eating there, and eating all the time. As she ate, she felt an indescribable spicy feeling. She had lost all feeling in her mouth. Looking at the food on the table in front of her through tears, Si Kiki's face was dull, and 2 lines of tears flowed out. Her mouth is so spicy. Her face is so hot. This table full of food. The food! Si Kiki's tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked frantically for something to drink, but all the food on the table was extremely spicy. Chili sauce, chili oil, mustard. Turkey noodles mixed with devilish chili. Si Kiki's mouth was so spicy that she lost consciousness, and her 5 orifices were already leaking water. She had just accidentally wiped the corner of her eye with her hand. My eyes became swollen instantly because of the spicy taste. "Water, water!" Si Kiki looked left and right, and finally saw a bottle of white wine. At that time, She already understood that when Mo Yi said that she could eat as much as she wanted, he meant to eat as much chili as she wanted. It's extremely spicy and can be fatal. See, Kiki didn't want to die. She killed her mother just to survive. How could she just die like this? Looking at the bottle of white wine, see, Kiki no longer cared about anything else. She unscrewed the cap and started drinking. Because the wine was of a very strong after effect. See, Kiki didn't feel anything wrong at the moment. Mo Yi outside was smoking a cigarette with one hand, looking at Zhao Si through the telescope and seeing that he was about to kill Tang Haogong. His eyes became more and more excited. Bai Qing watched Si Kiki in the room through the surveillance camera. She didn't know why Mo Yi tortured this woman to death in such a cruel way. She couldn't even imagine how unbearable the pepper torture was. In ancient times, there was the chili pepper punishment, which was an extremely cruel torture. High concentration chili oil was dripped into the eyes, mouth, and nose of the prisoner to make him confess. The modern method of spraying criminals with pepper spray is based on this method. The extreme burning pain is the most unbearable, even more painful than being stabbed by a knife. If Si Kiki in the room wants to survive, he will definitely drink that bottle of white wine again. Once she gets drunk and loses her mind, her fate will be. At this moment, Bai Qing seemed to see some reaction from the sonar device. There was a huge fluctuation just now. Bai Qing lowered his head and thought nervously. Looking at Mo Yi beside him, Bai Qing said uncertainly, "You didn't park the yacht here just to kill people, did you? What are you learning? Or what are you planning to do?" Mo Yi slowly tilted his mouth and laughed at the people who had made rafts in the distance. He never said that they stopped here to save people. This group of people who like moral blackmail think they can get on the boat by coming over on a raft? If they had a little brains and worked together, they could have escaped on the raft. The timid will die of starvation. The brave will die of gluttony. They can cover themselves with quilts and wear down jackets, so that those strange fish that have not yet fully mutated will not be able to bite them. A bunch of brainless and cowardly trash. Come on, the more the better. Mo Yi held the cigarette in one hand and took another deep puff. When the smoke filled the air, he took out his telescope and looked over again. Wang Chongren on the opposite side suddenly jumped up and chopped Tang Haogong's head with a knife. Tang Haogong fell straight to the corridor at the door. The refugees in the corridor had already fled, and no one wanted to be accidentally injured. Wang Chongren's situation was not good either. Looking at Tang Haogong, who had been hacked to death by him, he looked at his stomach, which had 3 holes stabbed in it with some pain. Blood gushed out in streams. But he acted as if he wasn't stabbed and took out his cell phone with excitement and started calling. "Coco, Coco, answer the phone. I killed the one who bullied you. I killed him. Didn't you say you'd be my girlfriend if you killed him? Why don't you answer the phone?" Zhao Si, standing by, was so frightened that he was stunned. Looking at Wang Chongren with his intestines exposed. She was completely stunned. That guy, can he feel the pain? What kind of monster is this? Mo Yi on the yacht was also shocked. Fuck. Brother, you really scared me. Don't you feel any pain? Can't you see that your intestines have been pulled out by Tang Haogong? A dog licker. No wonder some people say that a dog licker is the scariest species. His intestines are already exposed, and he still wants to lick them. Lick it with your life. Just then, Zhao Si got on. He rushed over with a piece of porcelain. Wang Chongren immediately glared at her with an extremely distorted expression. One look directly captivated Zhao Si. Zhao Si was so scared that she peed herself. Looking at the freak with his intestines exposed, Zhao Si lost his mind. Don't kill me. Chapter 31. Licking a dog is enough to destroy the world. Not to mention that Zhao Si was stunned by fear. Even Mo Yi had an extremely annoyed expression. It seems that Wang Chongren wasn't so awesome in his previous life. Mo Yi remembered that when they were on the boat, Si Kiki was very hungry. Zhou Haiyang wanted to exchange a dried fish for Si Kiki for one night, but Wang Chongren disagreed. Later, Wang Chongren chopped off his left hand and fed it to Si Kiki, who was exhausted from hunger. Hiss! Thinking of this, Mo Yi finally realized that the most awesome and explosive person among that group of people was that dead bootlicker. His behavior is not something that ordinary people can understand. At this moment, Wang Chongren in the room suddenly thought of something. After staring at the yacht outside with his bloodshot eyes, he looked at Zhao Si again. The goddess didn't answer the phone, so she must be busy. She will not be given by Mo Yi. Is Mo Yi gentle enough to his beloved goddess? No way. How can my goddess, Wang Chongren, do such a thing? She is the kind of fierce woman who values chastity as her life. She would never do anything like that. But why didn't she answer my call? Is there no signal? Mo Yi on the opposite side had already taken out his gun. Looking at the guys coming over from the other buildings with wooden doors and bedboards, he shouted again into the microphone. I don't like killing innocent people. But if you dare to come closer, I will kill you. My fish seems to be hungry. Those people were not afraid at all and continued paddling with their things. Mo Ye's mouth curled up, murderous intent rising. Looking at Bai Qing, who was still checking the dashboard and sonar in the back, Mo Ye whispered, Come here, and I will teach you how to shoot without looking at the sonar. I can already smell it. It's right below us. Bai Qing didn't know what it was. He glanced at Mo Ye and walked over. Mo Ye taught her how to use the gun from behind. Bai Qing's face turned red, and she raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! A man on the wooden board opposite died on the spot and fell into the water and was eaten up by a strange fish. The sound of gunfire brought Wang Chongren back to his senses in the house. Looking at Mo Ye holding a gun on the yacht, Wang Chongren immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since he saw Mo Ye, it means he didn't do anything to see Kiki. Wang Chongren looked at Zhao Si again. He knew that she was Si Kiki's best friend. If he wanted Si Kiki to accept him, he had to ask this woman for help. And he couldn't shout anymore. He really wanted to shout Si Kiki's name loudly. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't utter a word. Looking at his dirty pants and clothes, Wang Chongren finally noticed his appearance. His body was covered with knife wounds, his clothes were torn, and most importantly, his hair was a mess. At that time, he shrank his neck. I have to tidy up. He is going to meet his sweetheart soon, so he has to take good care of his appearance. How could he lose face in front of the goddess? Thinking of this, Wang Chongren hurriedly looked for clean clothes. But this is Si Kiki's home, and if he wants to find some handsome clothes, he can only steal them from the dead. After searching for a long time, he finally pulled out a set of shirts and trousers from several corpses. Leather shoes? Yes, we need leather shoes. Wang Chongren's face had turned pale, so pale that it looked bloodless. And his vision also turned black. But in order to look glamorous and beautiful when meeting his goddess, he had to hold on no matter what. Looking around, he finally saw a pair of shiny leather shoes on Tang Haogan's feet. I just pulled it off and put it on myself. Zhao Si, who was standing by, was so frightened that his whole body went numb and his brain felt like it was electrocuted. It turns out that when people are extremely scared, they really will lose the ability to think. Their legs will really start to tremble, and they won't be able to move at all. Looking at Wang Chongren, who could hardly walk after changing into new clothes, Zhao Si still didn't dare to move. The visual impact this man brought to her was too great. No wonder Si Kiki had told her before that when raising fish in the fish pond, she must not push those bootlickers into a corner. Basically, bootlickers don't understand what love is. They just think one-sidedly, and many of them are extremely extreme. This kind of person is scary. The licker may think that he has moved heaven and earth, but in the eyes of women, even if the guy is a green tea, they will not think that is love. If they manage them well, those bootlickers will keep giving them money. If they manage them poorly, something bad will happen. It was obvious that Zhao Si didn't understand it before, but today she finally understood it. Looking at Wang Chongren, who had changed his clothes and was about to push the raft down, Zhao Si was frightened and cried again. When Wang Chongren saw Zhao Si crying, he quickly opened his mouth and spoke. But he could hardly open his eyes, and he was close to death due to excessive blood loss. Wang Chongren could only make this sound. He wanted to call Zhao Si to come and go with him. Then, when Si Kiki saw that he had saved her best friend, she would definitely give him a big hug. He loves Si Kiki so much that he is willing to die for her. Die for her. 10,000 times. Looking at the storm outside and the yacht, Wang Chongren roared with all his strength. Ahem, Coco, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. The next second, he jumped onto the raft below, blood splattering. The mutant fish have all gone crazy. Zhao Si upstairs was already scared silly. Seeing Wang Chongren about to leave, her legs were still weak, and she wanted to leave too. But at this moment, a bullet suddenly shot out and hit Zhao Si right in the middle of his eyebrows. Zhao Si looked at Mo Ye holding a sniper rifle in the yacht in the distance with disbelief on her face. At that moment, she regretted it. She thought Mo Ye was dating Si Kiki, so she killed her. If she hadn't betrayed Mo Ye, maybe she wouldn't. Zhao Si fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face, blood slowly oozing out, and he died with hatred. At this moment, Wang Chongren on the raft had been bitten by 4 strange fish. Half of his face is rotten, but he still grabbed the strange fish fiercely, opened his big mouth, and bit it hard. After biting the strange fish to death, he threw it directly into the water. More and more strange fish began to jump out of the water, trying to take a bite of their dinner from Wang Chongren. Emoyi held a sniper rifle and looked at Wang Chongren, who was bleeding all over. The other party was bleeding too much. The water behind was dyed blood red. Emoyi had already aimed his sniper rifle at the opponent's head, and he was planning to finish him off. I guess that guy under the water wants more food. Looking at Wang Chongrun, who was paddling towards him with all his strength and dragging his injured body, Emoyi took a deep breath slowly. At this moment, Bai Qing, who was in charge of watching the dashboard, suddenly shouted, "Something is coming up. What a huge thing. Get off the deck." Next second, an extremely huge blackfish swallowed Wang Chongren whole in one gulp. The raft broke into pieces. That blackfish is really big, like a monster. Everyone saw the huge black shadow, and fear spread instantly. Chapter 32: Mutated Blackfish. All the refugees in the community who wanted to go into the water were silent. Looking at the huge black shadow swimming slowly underwater, people were filled with fear. That thing is so huge. Swallowed the whole person in one bite. Bai Qing also held her breath. It was the first time she saw such a huge fish. Could it be a shark? Bai Qing couldn't imagine what would happen if he faced such a giant underwater. Mo Yi at the side suddenly said, "I don't know if this kind of fish can be eaten. This is the pickled fish we often eat." Bai Qing swallowed subconsciously. She looked at the water surface in disbelief. That fish was a black carp? This is too big. Blackfish, also known as black snakehead fish, is also called snakehead fish in some places. The front part of the body is cylindrical and the back part is laterally flattened. The skin is jet black, with darker colors on the back and top of the head and lighter color on the abdomen, and irregular black patches all over the body. Extremely ferocious. In fresh water, this fish can grow to over 1 meter in length as an adult, and is a huge eater. It will eat anything it can fit in its mouth. Bai Qing was breathing nervously. Although their yacht was very large, she was still very frightened and wanted to leave. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Mo Yi beside her. When she saw Mo Yi's expression, her face turned pale instantly. She actually saw Mo Yi take out a harpoon gun and a rifle. Could it be that this man had this idea from the beginning? Let those people die in this water area and attract underwater monsters through their blood? What is the purpose of doing this? Mo Yi tilted his head and glanced at Bai Qing, motioning him to sit in the cockpit. "Please help me keep an eye on the water for a while. If there are any big things coming, remember to call me, right? Now we can slowly move the boat away. Let's go to the north of the city. I want to see if there are any suitable women there to be my teammates." Bai Qing hurriedly sat down, looking panicked. She couldn't imagine how Mo Yi would kill the huge black fish, as the fish could swallow him in one bite. Just in case. Thinking of this, Bai Qing nervously grabbed Mo Yi. After all, it was Mo Yi who brought her on the boat, so she was still a little worried. "Don't be so impulsive. Let's go. Don't provoke it. I'm a little worried about you." Mo Yi was stunned for 3 seconds. Looking at the woman who was holding him, he said in a naughty tone, "Are you worried about me?" Bai Qing. "Huh? Stop being so shameless." Ugh. After reacting, Bai Qing's face flushed. She cared about him? She just felt there was no need to take risks. Just as she was thinking about it, Mo Yi had already gone into the water. Bai Qing's expression became even more panicked, and he hurriedly looked at the sonar and underwater monitor. What should I do? That madman? What on earth was he thinking? Bai Qing's worry was written all over her face. She had finally found a smart man as her teammate who didn't touch her, and he also had a yacht. This was a great start, but that idiot actually went into the water to challenge the monster. Isn't this sick? Despite the scolding, Bai Qing still slowly sailed the boat towards the north as Mo Yi had instructed. Mo Yi underwater slowly adapted to the water temperature, opened his eyes that were glowing dimly, and let the cold water soak into his eye sockets. Although it was not my first time in the water, I still felt very cold. There are many fish underwater, including mutant carp, grass carp with hands, and big-headed fish with legs and hands. It seems like it is not a creature from Earth. If you don't know, you would think it is a monster born from the hybridization of humans and fish. Mo Yi held a harpoon gun in his left hand and a rifle specially designed for underwater use in his right hand. His arms released shark fins again, and a shark tail behind him swayed left and right. All the fish around him instinctively kept their distance from him for fear of being eaten by him. Mo Yi lowered his head and looked around, and soon he saw the huge black fish. It was so big, almost 3 times bigger than him, and no hands or feet. It is obvious that this black fish is a fully mutated form. Ever since he killed the mutated octopus and reached level 2 last time, Mo Yi has been looking for this kind of completely mutated fish. Because you can gain experience by killing, can be upgraded. Now that he has reached level 2, he can clearly feel that his underwater movements are more agile than when he was level 1. Before, he was not able to control his shark tail. Now he can bend. If you want to survive to the end, you can't stop upgrading for a moment, especially in the early stages. He came here for 2 reasons. One was revenge, and the other was to use the corpse of his enemy to lure out this creature. Looking at the black fish that spit out a pair of leather shoes from its mouth, Mo Yi swam down fiercely, scaring the 2 mutant carps next to it and turning around and running away. That black fish obviously has no intelligence and is much dumber than the octopus last time. Mo Yi came closer, raised his hand, took out the harpoon gun, and shot at the black fish's belly. Swoosh! The harpoon drew a line of white foamy water and hit the black fish straight in the belly. The other person felt pain, turned around suddenly, and swam into a building. Mo Yi pulled the line connected to the harpoon gun and was dragged in by the other party. The strong water pressure almost made him unable to breathe. The strength and speed of the black fish were much more terrifying than he had imagined. In order to kill it, Mo Yi has to attack its head. The snakehead fish is a creature with extremely tenacious vitality. Not only do they have gills for breathing underwater, but they also have organs similar to lungs. Even if they leave the water, they will not die for 3 or 4 days. Even if you gut it, it can still make love in the pot. If it wasn't for the purpose of upgrading, Mo Yi definitely didn't want to fight with this guy. At this time, Mo Yi had been pulled into a building by the other party, as if the black fish had chosen an office as its nest. Its body is just big enough for it to flip over and swim in it. Mo Yi was still pulling from behind, and it was obvious that this black fish had no intelligence. Mo Yi was about to pull its fins before it suddenly swung its tail. Mo Yi was hit directly against the wall. If it wasn't underwater, the opponent would have definitely broken the wall. Mo Yi slowly clenched his fists. The distance was very close and very dangerous. If the other party was frightened, he would probably go crazy. Even a rabbit will bite when it is angry. There are also cases where lions are killed by buffaloes while hunting them. We must find a way to kill him with 1 blow. Mo Yi thought that even if he used an underwater rifle, it would probably not have any effect unless every bullet hit the opponent's head. Close combat is too risky in this situation. Even if Mo Yi has superpowers, he dare not take the risk. Looking at the black fish who was about to sleep, Mo Yi slowly opened the warehouse of the ship of creation. I caught my eye at first sight, a portable torpedo launcher. Chapter 33, Roast Chicken and Burritos. Mo Yi moved instantly, holding the torpedo launcher, and swam to the side of the black fish with his tail swinging. The black fish was still spitting out human clothes. Mo Yi could tell at a glance that the pants belonged to Wang Chongren. He even saw Huang Wan's top. Looking at the black fish that slowly opened and closed its mouth, Mo Yi slowly aimed the torpedo at the opponent's big mouth. It happened in a flash. The moment Mo Yi saw the other party open his mouth, he fired the torpedo. The torpedo was moving faster than he thought. Mo Yi's eyes widened for a moment, and he quickly turned around and swam away. That thing is a torpedo. Even if it is small, it is still a torpedo. Bai Qing in the yacht was still worried about Mo Yi under the water. She felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have let him go into the water. Although that guy is a bit cruel to his enemies, I always feel inexplicably at ease when I am with him. If I really died, suddenly, a huge wave suddenly arose underwater behind us. The huge waves were catapulted into the sky with a deafening explosion and fell into the water again with the rain, forming waves. Bai Qing looked around in panic, and slowly, she saw something floating up from the water. That thing is getting bigger and bigger. Only after surfacing did Bai Qing collapse to the ground with a look of shock on his face. It's that mutant black fish. But half of the opponent's head is already gone. He can't be deader. Bai Qing couldn't recover for a long time. This was really unbelievable. A harpoon gun and a rifle will be enough to kill this monster? Is this monster afraid of bullets? Looking at the other person's head that was blown to pieces, Bai Qing swallowed subconsciously. At this moment, Mo Yi slowly swam out from the water, unharmed. As he emerged from the water, he instinctively shook off the water stains on his hair. At that moment, Bai Qing was stunned. She looked at the black fish again in disbelief, her mouth trembling. You, how did you do that? You, you. Mo tilted his head and patted his ears to empty the water out. Stop, Stute. How did you get here so quickly? Annie, you only drove 100 meters in half an hour? Are you kidding me? My deputy captain. Bai Qing felt ashamed for a moment and quickly shook her head. She would definitely not say that she didn't leave because she was worried about him. Mo naturally guessed what the other party was thinking. He just wanted to see if this woman would run away on her own. It was obvious that Bai Qing had met all the criteria for being Mo Ye's teammate. Mo laughed, put his hands on his waist, put the body of the black fish behind him into the space, and then returned to the yacht. Bai Qing watched as the other party made the huge monster disappear as if she had seen a ghost. For a moment, she didn't know how to describe her shock. While she was in a daze, Mo had already hugged her. Let's go. Do you still only want to eat starch sausage? I'm not as bad as you think. Don't worry, there is no drug in the food. Eat it with peace of mind. Bai Qing was speechless for a moment when his thoughts were seen through. Mo chuckled softly and sat there gnawing on ribs, lamb ribs at that. There's also a roast chicken on the side. The aroma is delicious. Bai Qing was still tilting her head. She had only eaten 2 sausages today. How could she not be hungry? She was just afraid that there was something in the food. All men are bad. Mo is definitely not a good guy either. Mo ate lamb chops with a naughty look on his face, and oil was coming out of his mouth. He even held up the lamb chops and gestured. It smells so good. The meat is so tender. Sprinkle some cumin on it. Hey, when we go to the north of the city later, I won't give you any to eat, so you better think about it. I didn't put any sleeping pills in it. What are you afraid of? Are you sure you don't want to eat? Mo spoke again. Bai Qing was still looking at the route. She had to find a route with fewer obstacles and drive the yacht to the north of the city. After thinking about it, I decided to take the east outer ring suburbs before the city. I was afraid I would bump into buildings if I walked through the city. Are you sure you don't want to eat? My deputy captain? Mo was still talking. Bai Qing tilted his head and swallowed 3 times subconsciously. She would go underwater to find food by herself later. She would never give in. Who knew what unreasonable demands the man would make after eating his food? But at this moment, Mo burped. Belch! Bai Qing clenched his fists angrily, pretending not to hear. But when Mo said that he had eaten all the food on the boat, Bai Qing was stunned. She looked at the table in disbelief. Empty. The fridge. It's still empty. How is that possible? I just saw a lot of... The next second, Bai Qing's eyes turned red. Roast chicken. The roast chicken she longed for. Mo was just about to go to the back room to see if Kiki had died of the spiciness. But as soon as he stood up, he saw 2 lines of tears. Looking at the crying woman, Mo gave her a wide-eyed look. Why are you crying? Didn't you say you didn't want to eat? Bai Qing's voice was full of reluctance. She couldn't hold it back any longer. I haven't had enough to eat in 3 days. Won't you leave one for me? What I ate for the past 3 days was all bread soaked in water. All food soaked in water. You. Bai Qing still had some doubts. He looked at the refrigerator with trembling hands, and there was indeed nothing inside. She burst into tears at that time. You treat me like this? I won't follow you anymore. I want to get off the boat. I won't go with you anymore. You selfish man. I hate. Before she could finish her words, Bai Qing was stunned again. Looking at the roast chicken, cola, hamburger, and milk that suddenly appeared in front of her, her throat unconsciously surged. Mo smiled crookedly. Who do you hate? Do you want to get off the boat? Bai Qing didn't want to care about it now. She just wanted to eat. She wants to eat meat. She had really had enough of these 3 days. Frightened, hungry, and cold. She doesn't want that anymore. After taking a bite of the roast chicken, she felt that life was so wonderful. Shouted out excitedly. My life is so wonderful. Tears. Whoa, so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious roast chicken. How do you know I like roast chicken? Bai Qing stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth and finished it in less than 3 seconds. Mo wanted to laugh. You have been peeking at the roast chicken on the table since you got on the boat. I am not blind. Let me make it clear first. If you eat my food, you will become my woman. You can't eat for free, right? Do you think Bai Qing is thinking about anything else now? She just wants to eat now. Not only to eat enough, but also to eat well. No matter what happens in the future, she would rather die with a full stomach. She's had enough these days. Do you have a wrap? There's sweet sauce and chopped green onions. I want to eat it in a roll. Seeing that she was still pushing him too far, Mo said speechlessly, I told you to be my woman. I'll take care of your food and drink and keep you safe. Did you hear me? Bai Qing shouted directly. Aren't you responsible for my food and drink? Where's the burrito? Can you believe it? She actually dared to yell. Emoyi. Chapter 34. Refugees in Jianglu Mountain. Emoyi glanced at the other person with an unpleasant look on his face, then took out some sweet sauce and wraps from the space. There was definitely no chopped green onions, so he just took a big onion and gave it to the other person. Since you've eaten my food, let's make things clear, Emoyi continued. Bai Qing nodded as he ate. Okay, anything is fine. I'll make it clear first, if you treat me well, I will definitely treat you well too. No male chauvinism. Emoyi said directly. Let me make it clear first, I have to find a group of crew members, and I will definitely only look for women. Don't worry about me. I can do anything else. Bai Qing. A doomsday harem plot? I've read the novel, I know. Just don't do it in front of me. It doesn't matter. You might get yourself killed one day. Then the boat will be mine. The corner of Mo's eyes twitched. Is this woman not going to act anymore? Kill yourself with waste? Just one sentence made Mo excited. Looking at Bai Qing, who was still eating roast chicken, he strode over. Bai Qing, just ate the roast chicken. Don't worry about what's happening behind you. An hour later, Mo looked at Bai Qing, who had already fallen asleep, with disdain on his face. He thought the other party was so tough. Is this the end? He originally wanted to leave, but when he was going out, he saw that the other person's eyes were red, and he felt a little inexplicably distressed. After covering the other person with a quilt, he turned on the heating again. I guess she didn't dare to sleep alone these days. Let her have a rest. Mo came out of the bedroom and looked at the route. It would take some time to reach the north of the city. After thinking for a while, he walked towards the room where Si Kiki was imprisoned. The moment he opened the door, he saw Si Kiki, whose whole body was swollen and red, having been burned to death by the spiciness. His expression was extremely painful, and his skin was blood red. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the whites of her eyes had almost turned red. Mo smiled coldly, without any ripples. All his enemies were finally dead, and he remembered clearly how these guys treated him in his previous life. To be on the safe side, he took out his pistol and fired 2 more bullets into Si Kiki's head, and then shot him in the heart. This should be dead. After thinking about it, he dragged the other person's body out and planned to throw it into the sea to feed the fish. But after thinking about it, he put the other party's body into the space again. He would use the body to lure the monsters in the sea later. Anyway, as long as we put it in space, time will be relatively still, and there is no need to worry about rotting. Waste utilization. He turned around and put Si Kiki's body into the space. After his revenge, Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the sofa, and slowly smoked. Let Bai Qing clean up the bloodstains on the floor later. Anyway, she's his woman now. When she performs better, you can consider awakening a superpower for her. Plus, the deputy captain abilities she gained from signing the personnel contract would be a big help. In the northern part of Jianglu City, on the top of Jianglu Mountain, hundreds of thousands of refugees have gathered here. Some of them were already nearby before the flood, so they went straight up the mountain when the flood came. Some people came later, some on homemade rafts, and some on various floating objects. The most common ones are the pedal boats in the park. People gathered on the top of the mountain, some of whom had not eaten for a day or two. Those who had been exposed to the rain caught a cold or had a fever. Some of them caught a cold, and since they hadn't eaten for 2 days, they were dying. Some people eat everything they can find: leaves, grass, roots. If you are lucky, you may see some mice and sparrows killed by the rain, and you can even have some meat. The public toilet on the top of the mountain has become a popular place. Only here can you avoid the rain, and only here can you see things from human society. People spontaneously let some women and children hide inside, and they took turns hiding. At this moment, on the south side of the mountain, a drifting fishing boat was slowly approaching. There were about dozens of men and women there, all of whom Mo knew. The leader was Zhang Fana, the female manager of Mo's company. Her hair was pulled back in a neat bun, highlighting her delicate features and fair skin. Her eyes are firm and sharp, revealing her decisiveness and perseverance in the workplace. She was dressed in a simple yet elegant black suit that perfectly showcased her professionalism and confidence. He stood tall and straight on the deck, holding a black umbrella in one hand and gazing at the mountaintop in the distance. There is a temperament that remains calm after going through hardships. A thin man behind him said anxiously, "Sister Na, I think we should not go to Jianglu Mountain. There must be no rescue team there. All the rescue team members are dead. If we go there, the ship will be lost. Those people will definitely come to rob it." Zhang Fana held her chin with one hand. She had to go to the mountain because her sister Zhang Xinyu was still there. Looking back at her colleagues on the boat, Zhang Fana exhaled slowly. I'll use the tire boat to row over there later. Please wait for me here. The people behind him were all rescued by Zhang Fana, so naturally they didn't say anything. A few people behind said, Sister Zhang, can we go into the city later? Our family members are still inside. We want to rescue them. Zhang Fana nodded. Well, everyone, use your mobile phones to make some calls first. After confirming where those family members are, everyone can work together to plan a route. Just then, a fat-faced man walked out of the cabin in the rain. Looking at Zhang Fana, who was going to use the tire boat to go up the mountain, the man shouted unhappily. We can't stay here for too long. Look at the people on the mountain. There are at least hundreds of thousands of them. What should we do if the other party comes to rob the boat? Stop now. If you want to go up the mountain, go through here. Zhang Fana looked at the fat man gloomily. This was Zhou Long, the executive director of their company, an old man in his 50s. Before, he had always been on friendly terms with the chairman and flattered him. Misappropriation of funds, harassment of female employees, etc. There is no one in the company who doesn't know about his troubles. The man behind Zhang Fana said angrily, Boss Zhou, it's at least 500 meters to the top of the mountain. Isn't it dangerous to use tires to slide over there? We need to get closer. Zhou Long roared loudly. His voice was so loud that he seemed afraid that other people on the boat couldn't hear him. It's irresponsible for you to do this. Look how many people are on the mountain. We have finally survived, and you want us to sail the boat over? What if those people come to rob the boat? What should we do? You are putting all of us to death. Will you be responsible if anything goes wrong? Zhang Fana. Chapter 35. Zhang Fana and Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Fana's eyes were a little angry. If she hadn't found this fishing boat, these people would have been waiting to die somewhere. How dare Zhou Long yell at her like that? If she hadn't brought him on board just now, he would have died long ago. Looking at the colleagues coming out of the cabin, Zhang Fana frowned somewhat unhappily. There were just some people in the company who would fan the flames. She hadn't intended to get the boat too close. She should have at least kept a distance of 100 meters, and then she could have just paddled over with a rubber boat. After hearing what Zhou Long said, it was hard to get close to 100 meters, let alone 300 meters. The farther the distance, the more dangerous it is. There must be some strange fish in the water. When Zhou Long saw that Zhang Fana didn't dare to speak, he immediately became more confident. Everyone should unite at this time. When saving our family, we should consider the collective first. We are all from the same company. Your family members are trapped, and we managers are definitely worried. But we have to grasp the crux of the problem. We have to come up with a reasonable and safe solution. The key to this problem is to grasp the key issue. We have to think about it in the long run. We have to, Zhou Long said excitedly, but no one knew what he was saying. Anyway, some idiots listened to it. Some smart people also listened. They were all afraid that the boat would be robbed, so they all chose to keep silent. Only the skinny man behind Zhang Fana spoke up. You guys are planning to be ungrateful, right? This boat was bought by Sister Na. If it weren't for her, you would still be in the water. Sister Na is not going to the shore. She is just getting closer. When Zhou Long heard this, he started screaming, with the decibel level increasing 3 or 4 times, like a donkey's bray. It's you again. Zhao Gong, eh? Zhao Tsong cursed. Are you sick? Why are you calling your mother? Zhou Long's eyes widened, and he shouted excitedly. You are the one who disobeys discipline every time. Aren't you just secretly in love with Zhang Fana? If you want to be a hero, don't kill us all. If you want to go to the mountain, go with her. Why would you risk our lives? Colleagues around him also know that Zhao Tsong, who has just joined the company, likes their manager Zhang Fana. After all, Zhang Fana's appearance is among the best in the workplace. If she became a star, her looks would at least get 90 points. Zhao Tsong's past was exposed, and he didn't know how to refute it for a moment. He could only return to Zhang Fana. Wherever Zhang Fana went, he would definitely go there. If Zhang Fana hadn't gotten this ship, these guys would have died long ago, a bunch of bastards. Zhang Fana looked at the time. It had been a day since her sister messaged her yesterday. She is very worried. There were no police at that time. Her sister Zhang Xinyu was the campus belle. Although she was only 19 years old, her figure was better developed than Zhang Fana's. It can be said to be very explosive, just like the heroine who walked out of a comic book. What if I run into some bad guy? Thinking of this, Zhang Fana no longer cared about anything else. Okay, I'll row over there by myself. You wait for me for 2 hours. I'll go and bring my sister back. Then we'll go into the city to rescue the families of other colleagues. Zhou Long sneered in his heart. It's still 500 meters to Jianglu Mountain. Is this woman an idiot? There are so many strange fish in the water. Okay, we'll wait for you for 2 hours. We can't do anything else, Manager Zhang. Please understand that we will definitely save the ship. Just go and save your sister. Go quickly and come back soon. As soon as Zhou Long finished speaking, he signaled to the person next to him to get a paddle for the other person. Zhao Gong's not Gun Li. He was speechless looking at these bastards. Just when Zhang Fana was about to get on the rubber boat, her cell phone suddenly rang. She was stunned for a moment. There was actually a signal now? Seeing the incoming call, she quickly picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Mo Yi, Sister Na. Are you guys in the north? When Zhang Fana heard that it was Mo Yi, she felt a little impatient. The last time she heard that Mo Yi was in trouble, she said she would go and save him, but now she is powerless. The boat was no longer hers. If I had known earlier, I would have only saved those colleagues who were kind-hearted. That Mo Yi is pretty good. When he was in the company, he was very diligent and hardworking. She is also the top salesperson in her department and is very smart and capable. The relationship between the two is pretty good. Well, we are here at Jianglu Mountain. I have to go save my sister first. I'll hang up first. If I were safe, I would save you. Mo Yi was stunned for a moment. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, he was a little confused. But when he heard the other party mention Jiang Lushan, Mo Yi's eyes widened. Fuck, Jiang Lushan. What are you doing in that meat grinder? Mo Yi looked at the date in confusion. He clenched his fists at that time. Tonight, Jianglu Mountain will fall. In the previous life, the radio reported that many of those strange fish had human hands and feet. What does that mean? Those fish can be landed. Except for the submerged skyscrapers in the city, the strange fish cannot climb up there yet. Because they can't climb walls, some large ones can't climb up stairs. Only some small ones can climb to the roof by using their growing hands and feet. But places like Jiangliushan are different. Originally, their Jianglu city was a plain area, and the mountains were not very high, just a big earth slope. Once the fish get used to the hands and feet, they will start coming ashore, start hunting living people on land. When Mo Yi thought of Manager Zhang, who usually took good care of him, he subconsciously sped up. Mo Yi was able to buy a house on his own in a short period of time, thanks to Manager Zhang's great help. He was made a full-time employee within 1 month and was also taught how to negotiate business, how to sign contracts, and how to market and find clients. In addition, Mo Yi sent distress signals to so many people, but only Zhang Fana said she would come to save him. Just for these 2 reasons, Mo Yi planned to recruit her as a crew member. Just speed up, the Jianglu Star that Mo Yi got is the fastest ship in Jianglu City. It drives like a motorboat. Ride the wind and waves. At this moment, Zhang Fana, who had already gotten through to her sister on the phone, was also panicking. Because her sister was being chased by someone, and those people were planning to harm her. Zhang Fana and Zhao Tsong, who were sitting on the tire boat, paddled desperately. As we were paddling, some strange fish appeared. Zhao Tsong cursed inwardly, then took out a box of firecrackers from his bag. Shielded from the rain by his coat, he suddenly lit a cigarette, counted to 5 seconds, and then threw it into the water far away. The firecracker exploded before it fell into the water. Bah! Those strange fish were attracted by the sound of the cannon and swam over. Hurry up and row. Sister Na, I don't have many cannons. Chapter 36. Zhou Long's face. Zhao Tsong was very panicked. Looking at the strange fish that kept popping out from behind the tire boat, he directly gave the paddle to Zhang Fana. Then he sat down and held up the umbrella he was carrying. If a strange fish jumps out of the water, he will slap it away. But before they rowed far, Zhang Fana noticed something was wrong. Why did the oars on both sides of her boat keep hitting things? Gradually, the speed slowed down. Zhao Tsong was a little dazed, and when he reacted, his whole face turned pale instantly. Looking at the strange school of fish that appeared out of nowhere, his heart almost stopped. Many? Why are there so many? Zhao Tsong reacted and looked at the firecracker in his hand in panic. He didn't know what to do. Zhang Fana was still paddling there. She just wanted to save her sister. Seeing more and more strange fish around, Zhang Fana shouted in panic. In my bag! There is meat in my bag! Throw it out! Zhao Tsong was quick to pull up Zhang Fana's bag and threw it dozens of meters away with all his strength. After smelling the blood, the fish swam towards the back like crazy. Zhang Fana knew this was not a solution, so she quickly stood up and said, Zhao Tsong, you are strong, you row. I'll take care of them. Zhao Tsong was still a little hesitant, but Zhang Fana suddenly patted him on the shoulder, and he finally reacted. When he touched the oar, he closed his eyes and rowed. Who cares? Veins popped out on his arms, and his face was red. At this moment, in the waters to the southeast, a faster yacht came riding against the wind and waves. Emoyi saw the tire boat with a telescope from a distance. Its area was only 1 square meter. At that time he cursed. Fuck, aren't you looking for death? Looking at the distance between the tire boat and the shore, it is still more than 300 meters away. They were lucky enough to row so far. If they get hurt or bleed a drop of blood, they'll be wiped out. Emoyi is still 8 feet away from there, and it is obviously impossible for him to get there. But at this moment, Emoyi suddenly shuddered. Looking at the tire boat that seemed to be running with an engine, the speed, fuck, so fast. When Emoyi saw that the person rowing the boat was the big idiot Zhao Tsong from their company, he immediately swallowed his saliva. Is this kid crazy? Could it be that he was working so hard just for Manager Zhang? I guess. After all, Manager Zhang is the dream of all the young men in the company. He is kind-hearted and never bullies newcomers. He is also very patient and teaches people how to talk about business and how to make plans step by step. She just has high standards and wants to find a man who is stronger than her. You have to love her. In this society, finding love is much harder than making money, especially in the workplace. She has been single ever since. After all, there are a lot of single older women and men in big cities. Emoyi just watched the two men climb up Jianglu Mountain as if possessed by some mysterious force. He couldn't believe that Zhao Tsong was so powerful. Those who don't know would think that they could win the beauty by climbing the mountain. Seeing Zhang Fana going up the mountain, Emoyi was relieved. Looking at Bai Qing, who was still sleeping, he thought about it. Anyway, Bai Qing is already his woman, and he also told her that he only accepts female team members. The other party obviously agreed, but Bai Qing also said that it couldn't happen in front of her. Thinking of this, Emoyi simply raised his hand and put Bai Qing and Zhang Liuxing into the space of the creation ship. The space in the creation ship is only capable of accepting crew members who have signed personnel contracts, but not others. After falling into the water, Emoyi first conjured up a shark tail and shark fins, then moved his hands and feet and looked down at the water. The mutated fish around them all retreated. Obviously, there was no such completely mutated strange fish as he was looking for. To be on the safe side, he should go up the mountain as soon as possible. Many of the people on the mountain are no longer human. Zhou Long on the boat looked at his watch, somewhat unhappily, looked left and right, and then entered the cabin. As soon as he entered, he raised his hand and called out to the receptionist girl, Wu Lian. You know, the receptionists at the company are the epitome of beauty. If a company has a pretty receptionist, then the company must be rich. Wu Lian didn't react for a moment and subconsciously pointed at himself. Zhou Long chuckled. Well, come here, Xiao Lian. I want to tell you something. Wu Lian just walked over there stupidly. As soon as he got up to him, Zhou Long gave a wicked smile and grabbed the other person. Wu Lian was so scared that she screamed out loud. The people outside rushed in to check, and when they saw Zhou Long doing such a thing, they immediately rushed over. Zhou Long snorted coldly. If you don't want to stay, get out. I asked Zhang Fana to get this boat. You guys don't understand the situation? Huh? It's the end of the world now. You could do whatever you want. What are men thinking? Don't you want to try the feeling of having your own way? If you are unhappy, you can get off the boat. If you want to go with me, I won't treat you unfairly. Wu Lian was already crying with fear. Looking at her hesitant colleagues, she shouted in despair, Brothers and sisters, help me. Help me. I'm so scared. Before she could finish, Zhou Long slapped her in the face, making her bleed. It was obvious that Zhou Long had wanted to do that for a long time. Looking at the silent people around him, Zhou Long smiled crookedly. There is also our chairman's wife on the ship. You should have seen Zhang Fana's sister, right? She is a campus beauty. When she comes back, we can do whatever we want on the boat. Why else are we waiting here, risking our lives? Do we have to listen to her when she comes back? Are you sick? Are you stupid? Raise your hands if you want to go with me. If you don't want to go with me, get off the boat by yourself. Chapter 37. Former colleagues. The men all showed conflicted expressions. Zhou Long is right. It's the end of the world now. You never know when he will die. Some men have never touched a woman in their entire lives, and they don't want to die like this. Zhou Long is right. Why should they listen to that woman? What does it have to do with them if she goes to save her sister? A few days ago, These people begged Zhang Fana to save them for the sake of their colleagues. But today, their true colors were revealed. Once you leave the team in the apocalypse, your teammates may no longer be human when you come back. Looking at the receptionist, Wu Lian slumped on the deck. Several men were already eager to try. The other party is 20 years old, but has a figure that doesn't belong to her age. Their chairman didn't know where he found this girl from. She is so lovely. There were traces of tears in his big eyes, and I felt pity for him. The eyelashes are so long and thick that if you don't know, you might think they are fake. Her cheeks are white with a rosy glow, and there is a pink little mouth underneath. If Zhang Fana is the cold and strong woman in their company, then Wu Lian should be the young and beautiful girl in their company. Her whole body is filled with youthful vitality. Wu Lian was so frightened that she shrank back in fear as she saw her former colleagues slowly walking towards her. Don't come over here. Everyone, please don't be like this. Aren't we colleagues? Wu Lian had shrunk into the corner of the cabin, not daring to move, and his legs were weak. Where can she run to if she wants to? There is water everywhere outside, and there are strange fish everywhere. Zhou Long was still laughing behind them. He knew that these men, like him, appeared to be gentlemen on the surface, but as long as someone took the lead, their true nature would be revealed. Looking at those men who were afraid to step forward, Zhou Long stood up and said, "Since you guys don't dare, I'll do it first. From now on, I have the final say on the ship, and I won't treat you unfairly. We are all brothers." After Zhou Long finished speaking, he looked at Wu Lian with a lewd expression on his face. Wu Lian was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing Zhou Long walking towards her step by step, she could no longer care about anything else and got up and ran. Zhou Long seemed to enjoy the feeling of chasing prey. Far from being anxious, he even laughed. "Ha ha, running? Where are you running to, my little Lian? You don't even know. You've been in the company for so long. I've been wanting to find you for a long time. It's better not to run. It's raining so hard outside, don't catch a cold. Ha ha ha." Wu Lian has already run away, but where can he go outside the boat? The rain wet her tears. She didn't know why those people treated her like that. Aren't they all good friends normally? Every morning when she saw Zhou Long, she would say to him, "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Why would they do this to him? Zhou Long, who was behind, had already walked out, saying with a smirk on his face, "Where are you going, my little darling? You're soaked to the skin. Come in quickly, or you'll catch a cold. We are all so familiar with each other. We will definitely not abandon you. What are you afraid of?" Wu Lian's tears welled up in her eyes again. She would rather die than ruin her innocence. Looking at his colleagues whose faces were disfigured beyond recognition, Wu Lian glanced at the school of fish under the boat with some despair. It is better to die than to be defiled by those people. When Zhou Long saw the other party looking down at the boat, he immediately laughed like a pig. "Ha ha! You are not going to jump off the boat, are you? Go ahead and jump. I gave you 10 guts, and you still wouldn't dare to jump. Have you forgotten how the chairman was bitten to death by a fish? In less than a minute, he was reduced to bones. You dance, come on, you dance." As soon as Zhou Long finished speaking, Wu Lianjin jumped down, and everyone was dumbfounded. Zhou Long was also stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Are there really women in this world who would risk their lives for their chastity? How is this possible? The cold sea water invaded Wu Lian's mouth and nose. She closed her eyes somewhat aggrievedly, waiting for death to come. She didn't know what was wrong with these people. Could it be that at the end of the world, they could just abandon humanity? Feeling the coldness of the sea water, Wu Lian's heart slowly fell to the bottom. But she had already fallen into the water for more than 10 seconds, but still didn't feel any pain. She was a little confused at the time. Slowly open your eyes and let the cool water flow into your eye sockets. In the dim light, she seemed to see a man. That's a man with a tail. All the strange fish around consciously hid far away, as if they were very afraid of the man. Are you dreaming? How could anyone come to save him at this time? And that man seemed somewhat familiar. Just when Wu Lian was confused, Mo Yi had already picked her up. With a somersault, he broke out of the sea and landed directly onto the fishing boat. Wu Lian's eyes were red. Looking at the man who sacrificed his life to save her, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. "Brother, I'm so scared." Mo Yi saw it all just now. Looking at Zhou Long and others who were planning to do something with the chairman's wife and daughter in the cabin, Mo Yi shook the water stains on his head with an unhappy look on his face. Not to mention anything else. Just because Wu Lian saw that he was late several times before and didn't record it, Mo Yi was determined to help her. Looking at Zhou Long opposite him, Mo Yi smoked a cigarette with an annoyed look on his face. This old guy had caused him a lot of trouble in the company before. When Zhou Long saw that it was Mo Yi who carried Wu Lian up, he was delighted. Well done. Hi, you're still running? Where are you running to? Xiao Mo, where are you from? Well done. I'll make you happy later. Quick, bring her over. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Long stopped moving. He looked at the man holding a pistol opposite him with some disbelief, swallowing his saliva. Xiao Mo, you. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Yi fired directly, and Zhou Long fell to the ground and died on the spot. Mo Yi looked at those people with a sneer and raised his hand to let all the women inside come out. Those people were afraid of guns and dared not disobey. All men, stand on the opposite side. Don't make me say it a second time. When those people saw that it was Mo Yi, they tried to say something. After all, they were all colleagues. But before they could say anything, Mo Yi shot and killed one of them. 2 people died in succession, and everyone was stunned. No one dared to say a word. Fear spread in their hearts. Mo Yi smiled crookedly and looked at the 3 women behind him. He suddenly felt that he had come to the right place. The chairman's wife, Sun Huijun, the chairman's daughter, Li Cai, and Wu Lian. Each one looks awesome. Chapter 38, Chairman's Wife and Daughter. Sun Huijun is about 36 years old and is in very good shape. Her skin is fair with a rosy glow, and she has the temperament of a wealthy lady. He looks to be around 28 years old. Her daughter, Li Cai, is 18 years old this year, and it is time for her to pick fruits. Everyone knows that their chairman has a beautiful daughter who was admitted to university at a young age. A true top student girl. Mainly the twin tails. Mo Yi pursed his lips and felt itchy in his heart when looking at the mother and daughter. As for Wu Lian next to her, Mo Yi saved her simply because they have a good relationship. Before, Mo Yi often left work early at the company because his ex-girlfriend Zhao Si often asked him to pick her up. If Wu Lian hadn't turned a blind eye, he would probably have had several hundred yuan deducted from his salary every month. On the contrary, he was unhappy with his colleagues across the street. Looking at the men in the same department, Mo Yi cursed in annoyance. I remember how Sister Na treated us. If I'm not mistaken, you should all have been rescued by her in the boat, right? The men from the same department didn't dare to speak because Mo Yi had a gun. 2 people have just been killed. Mo Yi's face was icy. The most disgusting thing in my life is this ungrateful bastard who repays kindness with enmity. I want to kill everyone I see. This Xiao Lian must have taken care of you guys before in the company, right? Are you dogs? Mo Yi said as he fired a shot. Another one was killed. Everyone was stunned with fear, and one man even collapsed to the ground in fear. A man in the crowd said in panic, We didn't intend to do anything. We were forced by Zhou Long. Mo Yi was immediately happy when he heard it. He pointed his gun at the man and said, Now I'll let you kill the guy next to you. If you kill him, I'll let you go. Go ahead. The man froze there for a moment, not daring to move. Mo Yi lit a cigarette with some dissatisfaction. I threatened you with a gun, but you didn't dare. How could that fat guy Zhou Long, who doesn't even have a stick, force you? Bang! After saying that, he opened fire. The men around him panicked. They could see that Mo Yi was planning to kill them all. They all rushed forward. He only has 1 gun. He has at most 3 bullets. Everyone, come together. Kill him. Mo Yi smiled crookedly, looked at the group of idiots, and took out a handful. Before the men on the opposite side could react, Mo Yi started. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Bullets were fired one after another, and men fell one after another. Mo Yi looked at the group of things with a sneer on his face. In his eyes, those guys were no different from Zhao Si, who killed him in his previous life. Others saved them, but they turned around and harmed others. Isn't this a dog? Wu Lian was so frightened that he squatted down with his head in his hands, not daring to look at such a bloody scene. Mo Yi glanced at the other person and said, Xiao Lian, come here, and I will help you get revenge. Wu Lian was so frightened that she dared not move. Looking at the gun thrown by Mo Yi, she was paralyzed by fear. Mo Yi was still holding the gun and aiming at the last 2 men. He planned to let Wu Lian build up her courage, and he was planning to take this little sister in. Don't be afraid. Pick up the gun. Aren't these 2 men going to harm you? What are you afraid of? Wu Lian covered her forehead tightly, shook her head repeatedly, and tears came out. She has never even killed a chicken. How dare she kill someone? She is the kind of person who would rather get hurt herself than hurt others. She really can't do it if you ask her to kill someone. Mo Yi was a little impatient for a moment. Hey, you can't survive in the apocalypse like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yi saw Li Si running towards him with excitement on her face and picked up the gun on the ground. He roared and started to beat the two men. Ah, I want you to die. I'll let you die. The two men screamed in fear, but Li Si shot for a long time without firing a single bullet. Mo Yi looked at Li Si with some surprise. You know what? She doesn't look like their fat chairman at all. She even looks a bit Yandra. Looking at that crazy look, Mo Yi was very surprised. He actually met a treasure? This girl dares to kill someone? Pull down the safety pin. You can't fire the gun like this. When Li Si heard this, she quickly grabbed the butt of the gun. She had also seen this on TV. This time she hit it out. The two men were dead, but she was still fighting. The whole body is shaking. The eyes are bloodshot. Mo Yi looked at the sickly girl and swallowed subconsciously. Dare to kill people, this attribute is very good. Moreover, he was very cruel when killing people, shooting at their eyes and hearts. Looking at the three women in front of him, Mo Yi slowly looked towards Jiang Lushan in the distance. He was still a little worried about Zhang Fana, as that woman actually did him a favor. I've lent him money several times before. If he hadn't seen Wu Lian jumping into the sea just now, he would have already gone up the mountain. But looking at the boat full of corpses, if he left, the surrounding fish would surely fly towards the boat like crazy. Because the deck was covered in blood, why not just take over this ship? But where should these three women be sent? After thinking for a while, Mo Yi went straight to the point, took out 3 personnel contracts and said, "It's the end of the world now. I'm going to the mountain to rescue Zhang Fana. If you are willing to follow me in the future, just sign this contract. If you are unwilling, this contract will not work. I have set up some things. Follow me. You will have no worries about food and clothing, and no one will bully you." Wu Lian didn't dare to take the gun, but he signed the contract very quickly. He picked up the pen and started signing. Li Cai was still breathing heavily, looking at her mother's son Huijun in confusion. After all, Sun Huijun is the chairman's wife, so she naturally knows more. Looking at the terms and conditions in the personnel contract, Sun Huijun frowned nervously, because she saw that it said that she would follow Captain Mo Yi forever and never betray him. There's also the ship of creation and so on. Thinking of the scene of Mo Yi jumping out of the water just now, Sun Huijun couldn't help but wonder if he had any superpowers. Otherwise, how did he get on the boat from the School of Fish? What was most unbelievable to her was that so many people died on this ship. So much blood. The strange fish around didn't dare to rush up. How is this possible? Li Cai was still there, feeling scared. Looking at her silent mother, she said nervously, "Mom, what happened?" Sun Huijun's cheeks were a little red. Looking at her daughter in front of her, she hurriedly said, "Xiao Ai, sign it first. You will follow your brother Mo Yi in the future." Chapter 39. Strange Fish Comes Ashore. Li Cai didn't hesitate at all. She thought it was just like some membership agreement or something. She signed it willingly. Mo Yi smiled slightly, with his mouth crooked. As long as the other party signed the agreement willingly, there was no way they could escape. Moreover, he can also receive the other party into the space of the ship of creation. After Li Cai signed the contract, she indeed looked at Mo Yi with some intimacy, and she herself did not even notice the change in herself. But her mother noticed something strange. In this case, the other party still asked them to sign such a thing, which means that this thing is definitely not an ordinary thing. With her clever mind, Sun Huijun vaguely guessed what Mo Yi meant. Looking at her daughter, who had already joined the other party, Sun Huijun let out a breath of impatience. Her husband is already dead. How can she lead her daughter to survive in this apocalyptic world? And she also understood what men were thinking in the last days. A woman's chastity was not worth even a piece of bread in the last days. If she doesn't find a backer, she will definitely be miserable. If it weren't for Mo Yi today, the mother and daughter would probably have been killed. Mo Yi is their true savior. But she naturally couldn't accept being asked to follow Mo Yi with her daughter. Looking at the people in front of her, Sun Huijun said in a low voice, "Xiao Yi, come here, I have something to ask you." Mo Yi was not too surprised, because Sun Huijun called him that when they were in the company before. Mo Yi just walked over slowly. He still wanted to win over Sun Huijun, because this woman was the real think tank of their company. Their chairman just married a good wife. Most of the time, when their company makes important decisions, it is Sun Huijun who has the final say. In addition, Sun Huijun is a planner by profession, so everyone in the company trusts her. Everyone likes smart women, and if they are willing to be with themselves, they will be even more likable. Sun Huijun looked at Mo Yi, who was already approaching, and said in a low voice, "Xiao Yi, you are not an ordinary person, right? I won't beat around the bush with you. I know exactly what you're thinking. Thank you for saving my daughter and me, but I have a family after all. Even if my husband is dead, I can't betray him. We're leaving our Xiao AI to you. I hope you'll keep your promise. I won't sign. I hope you understand. I just can't bring myself to be with my daughter. Emoyi held the cigarette in one hand and looked at the smart woman in front of him, feeling a little reluctant. Not to mention that the other person looks a bit annoying, just based on her IQ. If she follows him, wouldn't it be a great help if she encounters something she can't make up her mind about in the future? Thinking of this, Emoyi exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, Do you trust your daughter so much? Since you don't want to sign, I won't make it difficult for you. I will take Wu Lian away later, and this boat will be left to you. Sun Huijun looked at Emoyi, who was about to leave in a daze, and was a little panicked for a moment. You don't leave Xiao AI behind. Emoyi was a little unhappy. I just saved you, and you are still negotiating with me? You make me a little unhappy. If you were so smart, you should find a way to save your daughter. I'm busy, Emoyi said as he picked up Wu Lian and jumped onto the railing in one step. Sun Huijun was so frightened that her face turned pale instantly. If the other party left, how could her daughter survive? There is nothing to eat on this boat. Don't go. I'll sign. Is it okay for me to sign? Sun Huijun was so anxious that she almost cried, although she knew that Mo was deliberately using her daughter's safety to threaten her. But she was powerless, after all. Now she could only beg him. Moreover, Sun Huijun knew very well that Mo had to have her tonight. She was very smart and knew that the other party was the kind of man who wanted you the more you resisted. No matter how smart she was, she had no choice at this moment. Because there are only two options. They all followed Mo. All died in the sea. Mo turned his head and looked over. I didn't force you. If you are unwilling, the contract will not work. Sun Huijun nodded repeatedly, with tears in the corners of her eyes. I do. She covered her mouth with her hands and signed the contract with trembling hands, and it actually came into effect. Mo's eyes lit up, and he was blessed in the future. Since you have all signed a contract, we are now a family. Stand still. As Mo spoke, he slowly raised his hand and grabbed it casually. The ship and the people on it were directly taken into the space of the Ark of Creation, and even the bodies of those people were not left behind. Then he jumped into the sea. Once he rescues the Zhangfana sisters, he will be happy. As for Zhao Tsong, the other party had a good relationship with him before, so it was impossible for him to take the boat away. So he just left the fishing boat to fend for itself. What if it comes in handy in the future? Zhao Tsong is the kind of person who will help you 10 times if you help him once. People in the company call him Big Fool. As Mo was swimming towards Jiang Lushan, he suddenly saw some schools of fish in the distance starting to get agitated. Some strange fish tried to grab the reefs. Some of them have already been able to go on land. Soon more and more strange fish began to crawl onto the land. They are all fish with strong vitality, such as loach, catfish, and snakehead fish. Especially those catfish with human hands. This kind of creature that can survive in the sewers, after having hands and feet, it should not crawl onto the land too quickly. At the beginning, he moved slowly like a turtle. But soon the catfish learned to use their hind legs to jump, just like a frog, jumping up and down. Seeing this, Mo instantly swung his tail and swam towards Jiang Lushan. At this moment, people on the shore of Jianglu Mountain have already started to flee for their lives. Although they have been hungry for many days, they still burst out at an astonishing speed at this time. A strange fish has come ashore. Oh my God, what should we do? We have nowhere to go. Run, hurry up the tree. Those fish can't climb trees. Some people try to climb trees to avoid the school of fish. Zhang Fana, who had already arrived based on the location, was looking everywhere for her sister's whereabouts. Zhao Tsong also started shouting, Xiao Yu, Zhang Xinyu, where are you? Zhang Fana looked left and right. There was only one enclosed toilet halfway up the mountain, surrounded by people seeking refuge. There is a high probability that her sister is among them. Thinking of this, Zhang Fana was about to rush in. But as soon as they reached the door, they were stopped by a bald man wearing a big gold chain. What are you doing? This is our boss's territory. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man was mesmerized by Zhang Fana's figure. Fuck, what a hot girl. Not inferior to the one just now. Chapter 40 Black Dragon. When Zhao Tsong saw someone dared to tease Zhang Fana, he immediately became furious and rushed over. Watch your mouth. The bald guy was obviously not afraid of him, and he shouted directly. Who are you trying to scare? At this moment, Zhang Fana suddenly heard a scream from inside. It was the voice of her sister Zhang Xinyu. Zhao Tsung was quick-witted and quick-handed. He took out a solid rolling pin from his pocket and swung it over. The bald man was hit so hard that he saw stars. His younger brothers also rushed forward. Zhao Tsung is a strong man. Although he has never fought, he is very strong. The two men's heads bumped into each other, and Zhang Fana rushed in during the chaos. Judging from the sound, it should be the women's restroom. When she walked in, her blood suddenly surged. A scarred man was about to assault her sister. Zhang Xinyu's shirt was torn, and she was naked. If we had come a little later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Zhang Fana was immediately furious. When the scarred man saw another woman coming, his eyes lit up. "Girl, you want it too. Don't be impatient." Zhang Fana held a fruit knife in her hand and went forward without thinking. Zhang Xinyu protected herself with a panicked look on her face, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, save me!" Zhang Fana rushed forward while yelling, stabbing the fruit knife straight into the man's chest. At that moment, she really wanted to kill this guy. But the other party just raised his foot and kicked, and Zhang Fana flew backwards and hit the bathroom cubicle door heavily. The fruit knife also fell to the ground. The other party stood up with a playful look, and Zhang Fana could see his physique clearly. He was a sturdy man with a height of 185 centimeters. Taller than Zhao Tsung, there is a scary scar on his face, extending from his right eyelid to his right chin. His muscles are extremely strong and veins are bulging. How could a woman like Zhang Fana be his opponent? Scarface chuckled, slowly picked up the fruit knife on the ground and said, "What a deep sisterly love. You are the first woman who dares to fight with me. Black Dragon, you have a really hot temper. I just like this kind of hot temper." "Ha! Your sister is much more timid than you. She started crying because I didn't even touch her." Black Dragon walked towards Zhang Fana as he spoke, and it was obvious that he was planning to change his target. At this moment, a man covered in blood rushed in from outside. The man was holding a rolling pin in his hand, and his left hand seemed injured. Black Dragon looked outside in shock and saw that all his brothers were lying on the ground motionless. He immediately said, "Holy crap, so powerful? Bro, you beat 8 guys by yourself." When Zhao Tsung saw that Zhang Fana was injured, his eyes instantly became bloodshot and he rushed forward with a rolling pin in hand. The Black Dragon smiled crookedly. "You are full of flaws. Fighting me is obviously seeking death." As Heilung spoke, he slowly turned around, and the moment he saw Zhao Tsung out of the corner of his eye, he turned 180 degrees, supported himself on the ground with his left foot, and cut through the air with his right foot, and kicked Zhao Tsung out with a fierce side whip kick. The force was so great that Zhao Tsung somersaulted twice before stopping. Zhao Tsung spat out a mouthful of blood. The kick just now made him feel an invincible sense of despair. It seemed as if one of his ribs had been broken. What a strong power! Black Dragon tilted his neck and looked at Zhao Tsung in front of him. He said sarcastically, "Little brother, I think you are better at fighting than most people. How about this? You will follow me, Black Dragon, and I will never lack your women. If you like these 2 women, I'll give them to you after I'm done playing with them. There are so many women on this mountain anyway, I can just pick anyone I want. How can a man of insight be a hero? You can't want to fight with me." Zhao Tsung climbed up with a trembling face, slowly grasping the rolling pin in his right hand. Black Dragon frowned and said with an unhappy look, "I advise you to be sensible. I have already given you the chance. She is just a woman. Are you risking your life for her?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other party attacked again. Zhao Tsung rushed forward again with a roar. Heilung cursed with disdain, and the moment Zhao Tsung ran over, Heilung slashed Zhao Tsung's throat with a knife. This shot was obviously too fierce. Zhao Tsung could no longer breathe and fell to the ground. The Black Dragon sneered, "It's not up to you to seek death." As he said that, he pulled Zhao Tsung's hair and planned to cut Zhao Tsung's throat with a fruit knife in his hand. When Zhang Fana saw this scene, she ran over in panic. The whole person was shouting hysterically, Don't kill him. I. Black Dragon looked back at her and said with a twisted mouth, somewhat excitedly, "What?" Zhang Fana looked at Zhao Tsung, who had protected her along the way, and tears streamed down her face. Unwillingly, he tilted his head and whispered, "Let him go. I'll let you do whatever you want." Black Dragon's eyes widened in surprise. "Ha, really? Say it again? Let him go. What do you want me to do?" Zhang Fana's tears welled up again. Looking at her sister behind her, she started to unbutton her clothes. Zhang Xinyu started crying, "Sister, whoa, sister, please don't." Black Dragon was obviously tempted. Looking at Zhang Fana, who had already unbuttoned 2 buttons, he wished he could eat her right now. Just then, a young man lying on the ground outside suddenly screamed, "Aya, help, help me." Black Dragon didn't take it seriously at first, but then he heard the bald man screaming, "Brother Long! Ush! Brother Long, save me!" Black Dragon glanced outside with some displeasure, and for a moment he was stunned. Looking at those strange fish lying on the ground gnawing at the body of his little brother, his whole face turned pale. At this moment, there are people running for their lives everywhere outside, and countless strange fish have come ashore. Carp, grass carp, crucian carp, catfish, loach. Too much. Just like ants in an ant nest, wherever they pass, there is a trail of corpses. Some people who were unable to run away in time were surrounded and attacked by the strange fish and were bitten all over their bodies. Because of the rain, these fish, which cannot stay on land for a long time, are now losing their minds in order to fill their stomachs. Black Dragon looked at this scene and immediately cursed. Fuck, it's so damn unlucky. Looking at the 2 beauties behind him, Black Dragon clenched his fists with an unwilling look on his face. If he hides here, he will have nowhere to escape when there are too many monster fish. But he really didn't want to let go of these 2 beautiful sisters. Especially Zhang Fana. Her temper is so fierce. He really likes her very much. Especially the attitude of being willing to sacrifice oneself to protect others, which made Heilung feel itchy. He soon came up with a solution. He used a fruit knife to cut their clothes to make a rope, tied their hands together, and dragged them away. But Zhang Fana obviously would not do as he wished. Let's die together. Chapter 41, Trapped in the Toilet. When Heilong saw that the 2 women dared to disobey him at this time, he immediately widened his eyes and said, "Are you stupid? If you don't run, you will be eaten." Zhang Fana was not afraid at all and screamed hysterically, even if I die, I will take you with me." Black Dragon looked at the screaming woman in confusion. When he saw a fat, strange fish jumping out from behind, he instantly became scared. That strange fish is at least 2 meters long. Crazy woman, you're crazy. He then let go of the rope and ran away without looking back. This woman is sick. She actually dared to attract strange fish. Is she really not afraid of death? When Heilung came out of the toilet, he found that the outside world had completely fallen. Lots of fish. There are more fish than people. Countless strange fish are eating people everywhere. Suddenly, a strange fish jumped up and Black Dragon kicked it away. Looking at the top of the mountain, Black Dragon swallowed subconsciously. Now, we can only run to higher places. If we take the cable car and climb to the desperate place on the top of the mountain, I guess those fish won't be able to come up. Thinking of this, Black Dragon quickly got up and ran away. At this moment, Zhang Fana and Zhang Xinyu, who were left in the toilet, had worked together to break free from the rope and drag the seriously injured Zhao Tsung into the toilet. After entering the bathroom, the 2 of them closed the door. The strange fish outside had obviously smelled the blood on Zhao Tsung. Start banging on the toilet door. The Black Dragon's little brothers outside were almost wiped out and couldn't escape at all. Zhang Xinyu cried with a wronged look on her face. I'm sorry, sister. I shouldn't have come here. My classmates said there is a rescue team here." Zhang Fana was still struggling to hold the door open, so now is not the time to talk about this. Looking around, Zhang Fana shouted, "Quick, find something to block the window at the back." Zhang Xinyu suddenly looked up and saw that there was a small window behind her. She immediately panicked, looking around hurriedly. At this moment, Zhao Tsung also felt a hint of warmth. In a daze, he saw Zhang Fana at the top of the door. Although he wanted to get up, his body was out of control. Before fighting the Black Dragon, he was almost unable to hold on. The guys also had knives and he was stabbed in the back. His head was also hit by a brick. In addition, his ribs were broken by the Black Dragon's kick, and he is now unable to hold on any longer. Blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Zhang Xinyu was still looking for something there, trying to block the window at the back. After all, it's made of glass, and it certainly can't stop those strange fish. Just when Zhang Xinyu was removing the wooden door of a squat toilet cubicle and was about to put it up again, the glass at the back was unexpectedly smashed by a 40-centimeter long grass carp. The other person had already grabbed the window frame with both hands and jumped directly in. Zhang Xinyu was so scared that he pushed the wooden door down, trying to crush the strange fish to death. At this moment, Zhang Fana suddenly saw 2 strange fish jumping out of the window behind her. She panicked. "Little fish, come over here and hold the door." Zhang Xinyu didn't dare to move anymore because the fish below was too strong. Zhang Fana was thinking anxiously, and after thinking for a while, she secretly opened a crack in the door. I wonder if all the fish outside have left. I can't stay here anymore. As soon as she opened the door, Zhang Fana's face lost all color. A super huge fish head was blocking the toilet door. The fish head was 2 or 3 meters high. The dead bald man was still bitten in his mouth, and the other's eyeballs had been squeezed out. Beyond recognition, it was an extremely huge catfish, and its head blocked the toilet door tightly. Zhang Fana was so scared that she quickly closed the door. If the head is that big, how long would the body be? Rice? Rice? And the most terrifying thing is that Zhang Fana seemed to have seen that the fish had hands and feet just now. Zhang Xinyu in the bathroom couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, "Sister!" At this moment, 7 or 8 strange fish jumped in from the window. Each of them was nearly half a meter long. Zhang Fana was quick to act and quickly pulled Zhao Tsong into a cubicle. Zhang Xinyu also ran in, but just as they were about to close the door, a strange fish suddenly jumped up and bit Zhang Xinyu's right leg. Zhang Fana was shocked and picked up the trash can beside her and threw it over. But the strange fish stretched out its hands and legs and held on to Zhang Xinyu's right leg tightly, like a dogskin plaster. While holding her legs, he opened his mouth and bit the flesh on her legs, causing Zhang Xinyu to wail in pain. Zhang Fana didn't care about anything else and used her hands and feet to try to smash the strange fish. At this moment, Zhao Tsong, who was still breathing, said with some difficulty, "Fire! Use a lighter." Zhang Fana hurriedly took the lighter, instantly lit the trash can, and pulled Zhang Xinyu's leg to let it go. The fish was obviously afraid of the heat, so Zhang Fana let go and threw it into the toilet. She kept stomping on the other person's head. Fortunately, the other person was not big. If he was bigger, her sister's legs would definitely not be saved. But at this moment, Zhang Fana suddenly saw an even more horrifying scene. Blood. The ground is covered with blood. The blood of Zhao Tsong and the blood of Zhang Xinyu. The entire floor of the cubicle was almost covered in red blood. Those weird fish. Finished. Zhang Fana sighed that they might die here today. Looking at her sister beside her, Zhang Fana hugged her with some reluctance. With the sound of the door breaking, Zhang Fana knew that some strange fish might have come rushing in. I guess their small cubicle can't hold up anymore. Despair spread in their hearts. Zhao Tsong wanted to get up and help, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. They never thought that they would be eaten by fish today after eating fish all their lives. It was a bit helpless to think about it. What is going on? Why have all the fish in the world mutated for no reason? The water also flooded the city. Zhang Fana had already hugged Zhang Xinyu tightly, listening to the noise outside. They only hoped that they would not be separated when they died. That's enough. At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside. Sister Na? Sister Na, are you in there? Zhang Fana was stunned for a moment. When she recognized the man's voice, she opened the door of the compartment carefully. There are no strange fish outside at this moment. There was only Mo Yi smoking with one hand in his pocket. Mo Yi said with some relief, "You scared me. I thought something happened to you. I'm glad you're okay." Zhang Fana looked around nervously. Seeing Mo Yi, who was concentrating on his work, she asked in confusion, "Where are those strange fish? How did you get here?" Chapter 42. Fishman Virus. Mo Yi shrugged casually. "I killed them all." Listening to Mo Yi's relaxed explanation, Zhang Fana widened her eyes in disbelief. But after thinking about it, how could this be possible? I guess the other party was joking. At this moment, Zhang Xinyu suddenly cried out in pain, and Mo Yi then noticed that both people in the compartment were injured. Besides, Zhao Tsong has lost too much blood. If he is not rescued, he will probably die. Mo Yi no longer believed in brotherhood. Since the other party couldn't survive, it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Fana also panicked at this time. Looking at Zhao Tsong, who had lost too much blood, panic was written on her face. "Quick! Quickly find something to bandage him. We need to find a medical professional who knows how to treat him. Otherwise, Zhao Tsong might be in danger." Mo Yi touched his chin with one hand, and when he saw Zhang Xinyu, who was also injured behind him, his eyes widened. "Hey!" Then he strode over, grabbed Zhang Xinyu's injured leg with his right hand, and shouted, "Was this bitten by a mutant fish?" Zhang Xinyu thought Mo Yi was going to do something to her, and was so scared that tears were about to come out again. Zhang Fana looked at Mo Yi, who was so flustered, and her heart skipped a beat. Mo Yi turned to look at Zhang Fana and shouted, "Was this bitten by a strange fish?" Zhang Fana nodded nervously. Mo Yi immediately scratched his head. Within 24 hours, she will slowly lose her mind and turn into a fishman. Later on, although she will have the ability to swim, her consciousness will also turn into that of a fish, and she is extremely bloodthirsty. She likes to eat living people. Zhang Fana enlarged her 5 holes, stared blankly at the wound on her sister's leg, and said, How? How is it possible? Mo Yi smoked a cigarette with one hand, then passed another one to Zhao Tsong, who was lying on the ground. Zhao Tsong smoked with some effort and said, Thank you. Thank you. I can become a fishman too. Mo Yi shook his head. Only when there is an exchange of body fluids with a strange fish will it mutate. This is like the zombie virus. Once it enters the human body, it will slowly mutate. Zhang Fana suddenly lost her energy and spirit. How could the sister she had finally rescued be? Her heart sank to the bottom at that moment. She has always been strong, but this time she couldn't help it. She hugged her sister and started crying. At this moment, Zhang Xinyu looked at his right leg with some horror. Fish scales had actually begun to grow on it. Although it is very small and little, only the size of a sesame seed. But those are definitely fish scales. You can't tell unless you look carefully. Mo Yi was smoking a cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face. He did have a way to save Zhang Xinyu, which was to make him a superpower. Anyway, he still has a lot of superpower cores. But whether Zhang Xinyu is willing to follow him is crucial. If she is not willing to follow him, she will not be able to sign the personnel contract. Mo Yi will only accept those who are willing to follow him. He doesn't care about other people's lives. After thinking about it, he patted Zhang Fana on the shoulder and motioned her to come out with him. When Zhang Fana came out of the toilet, she was surprised to find that there were no strange fish around, and the rain seemed to have stopped. Mo Yi smoked again, his eyes sparkling. The rain will stop soon. Those strange fish that haven't completely mutated will also disappear. They can't last long on land, unless they are mutant toads and catfish. But in a few days, some fish will slowly adapt to this situation, and then the entire Jianglu Mountain will become a living hell. Zhang Fana didn't know how Mo Yi knew so much. Didn't he beg her on the phone to rescue him and get him on the boat? How come this person appeared here? Mo Yi continued to say, I do have a way to save your sister, but it depends on you. When Zhang Fana heard this, her eyes widened immediately. She excitedly pulled Mo Yi's arm and shouted, What solution? What solution? Mo Yi raised his hand slightly and patted her hand. Then he slowly took out the personnel contract. I won't lie to you. After all, you have done me a favor. To save your sister, we need to make her a mutant. Only mutants can be immune to the poison of the monster fish. And I can make her a superpower, but she needs to sign this personnel contract with me. This is not an ordinary contract. Once she signs this, she will never betray my team in her life. It means I am bound to death. Of course, you can sign it too. This contract will not work if it is not signed willingly. If your sister doesn't want to go with me, that's fine. I'll find a place where the monster fish can't climb up to bury her. This is my way of repaying you for taking care of me over the years. Sister Na. Zhang Fana looked dazed. A superpower? Do things like this in movies really exist? At this time, Mo Yi saw another mutant catfish running outside, and he raised his hand and took out a harpoon gun from the space. Shoot at the mutant catfish. A hit. Then Mo Yi raised his hand and pulled, and the shark fin on his arm appeared instantly. When the 1-meter-long mutant catfish was pulled in front of him, he immediately raised his knife and cut it down. The catfish was split open from the head. He fell to the ground, thrashing about, his blood staining the ground red. I won't accept anyone who doesn't believe in me. If you're willing to follow me in the future, just sign the contract. If you want to find a way to survive with Zhao Tsong, then stay here, Zhang Fana said nervously. Xiao Tsong, don't you care about him? Why should I care about him? There's nothing between him and me, and I don't owe him anything. If you hadn't said on the phone that you were going to rescue me by boat, I wouldn't have even come. I came here to save you. Zhang Fana subconsciously looked towards the direction of the bathroom, thinking back to what had happened between her and Zhao Tsong in the past few days. How could she not know what Zhao Tsong thought of her? If Zhao Tsong wasn't working for love, would he have fought so hard? But now love is not enough to support their lives, and her sister also needs treatment. And if Zhao Tsong delays any further, he will definitely die tonight. Thinking of this, Zhang Fana exhaled slowly. I will sign, but you have to promise me one thing. Mo Yi nodded. Tell me, just do what you can. Zhang Fana pleaded with her eyes. Xiao Tsong has been protecting me all the way. I can't bear to see him die here. If my sister and I join your team, you have to find a way to cure him. And give him something to eat. I know you have a way. Mo Yi smiled crookedly. Okay, I'll take him to the top of the mountain to find someone to treat his injuries later. But I repeat again, joining my team means becoming my woman. Sister Na. Zhang Fana clenched the corner of her clothes and nodded in agreement. Chapter 43 Blue Ringed Sea Snake. When Mo Yi saw that the other party agreed, he turned around and looked at the men's restroom at the back. Zhang Fana's eyes dodged and her cheeks turned slightly red. The whole person was in a panic. You say them first? I can do whatever you want with me afterwards. Mo Yi shook his head. Don't worry, you won't die, Sister Na. Don't you still believe me? I don't want anything else now. I'm here just for you. You're such a good woman. I won't let anyone else. The more you hesitate, the longer it will take. Zhang Fana slowly clenched her fists, looked back in the direction of the women's restroom, then turned and walked into the men's restroom. At this moment, Zhang Xinyu was still in the women's bathroom, using a fruit knife on the ground to peel off the small fish scales on her right foot. My hands are covered in blood. Looking at the fish scales that suddenly grew out, Zhang Xinyu burst into tears in panic. Get out of my body. Get out of my legs. I don't want to become a monster. I don't want... As he spoke, he cut the fish again and started to peel off the scales horizontally. Zhao Tsong, who was leaning on the ground smoking, stretched out his hand weakly to stop her. Don't panic. Your sister must have found a way. After Zhang Xinyu's fruit knife was knocked away, he hugged his legs and started crying. She regretted it very much. She regretted not listening to her sister at the beginning. At first, Zhang Fana asked her to go to her company because Zhang Fana had a boat. When the disaster first started, Zhang Xinyu and her classmates also got a small kayak. However, she believed what her classmates said and thought there was a rescue team on Jianglu Mountain. In fact, the rescue team had almost died a long time ago. Under this kind of natural disaster, only 1 in 10 humans will survive. If she had listened to her sister at the beginning, her classmate would not have been bitten to death by the strange fish, and her sister would not have risked her life to save her. She won't get her legs bitten by a strange fish. She burst into tears out of self-blame. Zhao Tsong looked out the window helplessly. His ribs were broken and he was stabbed in the lower back. Due to the fierce fighting, he had lost too much blood and his lips began to turn white. He was a little worried about Zhang Fana and Mo Yi outside. After all, there were strange fish outside. But when he thought of the agreement he made with Zhang Fana on the fishing boat, Zhao Tsong smiled with some satisfaction. Because he confessed his love to Zhang Fana. The other party promised him that if the disaster was over in the future, she would consider dating him. Zhao Tsong just thought. Before he knew it, more than 40 minutes had passed. He became a little worried and wanted to go out to look for her. But I couldn't move my waist at all. And there was something wrong with Zhang Xinyu on the opposite side. The fish scales that had just been plucked out from her feet had grown back. The mutation process is extremely painful, both physically and mentally. Zhang Xinyu looked at his legs and started crying with grief and anger on his face. Just as I was about to pull it out, the toilet door was opened. Zhang Fana walked in with a panicked look on her face, holding the personnel contract scroll given to her by Mo Yi. Sister, we are saved. You come out first. When Zhang Xinyu heard this, she burst into tears of grievance. Sister, I'm afraid. Zhang Fana hurriedly helped Zhang Xinyu out. There were some things Mo Yi didn't want Zhao Tsong to see. Looking at the 2 sisters who had already gone out, Mo Yi also took out some bandages and other things from the bag behind him. Bear with it. Although I can't treat you, I should be able to seal the wound. I'll take you to the mountain to find someone who can heal you later. Zhao Tsong clenched his fists and signaled Mo Yi to start. The next second, Mo Yi picked up the iodine and poured it on the opponent's wound. Oh fuck! Then Zhao Tsong fainted from the pain. Mo Yi narrowed his eyes subconsciously, picked up the bandage and gauze, and started wrapping it. Then we found him a waterproof leather jacket to prevent the wound from getting infected. In his current state, he probably can't even walk. Mo Yi found another crutch from the space. I have done my best for you, Lao Zhao. From now on, it's up to you. Mo Yi stood up with an impatient look on his face, guessing that Zhang Xinyu outside had already signed the contract. Mo Yi thought about it and slowly walked out. He was holding a supernatural core in his hand. Although it was not the top-level one, it was considered upper-middle quality. If he wants others to follow him wholeheartedly, he has to be nice to them. When he walked up to the sisters, he thought about it and decided to take out another superpower core. He really didn't expect that this was Zhang Fana's first time. I don't know if Bai Qing will be angry if she knows that he awakened another woman first. Who cares? If she's angry, I won't let her eat roast chicken. Just let her awaken later. When the Zhang Fana sisters saw Mo Yi again, their cheeks blushed. Zhang Xinyu is a bit timid. When she knew that she had to follow Mo Yi if she didn't want to turn into a strange fish, she thought about it for 10 seconds and agreed. Mo Yi slowly stretched out his hands and said, "Come on, don't be nervous. Since you are willing to follow me, we will be a family from now on. Wake up first, and I'll make you something delicious after you wake up." After taking the superpower core, Zhang Xinyu couldn't wait to bite his finger, because she could hardly feel her right leg. When the blood dripped down his fingers onto the supernatural core, Zhang Xinyu's eyes widened instantly. Superpower awakening. Blue ring sea snake. Level 1. Qualification level. Because it was Zhang Xinyu's first awakening, her legs instantly turned into a long and thin snake tail covered with scales. At that moment, she thought she had mutated into a strange fish. She rolled her eyes and fainted in an instant. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the snake spirit in the rumors? Her figure looks particularly attractive, and Zhang Xinyu's body is a little too slender. Her skin had a strange luster, as if it was made up of countless tiny scales, both hard and soft. Her waist was too thin, a real slender waist. Mo Yi knew that awakening could change her appearance to some extent. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Look at her long, thin tail, just like that, like Queen Medusa, blue-ringed sea snake. What kind of creature is this? Mo Yi, who was somewhat curious, took out his phone and started searching. It is a kind of extremely venomous snake that lives in Qianhai. It can often kill its prey the moment it bites it. It is both a neurotoxin and a myotoxin. Carnivorous organism, lethal to humans. Likes to eat fish. Ovoviviparous. Mo Yi was a little stunned. Ovoviviparity. Should I try it? Zhang Fana on the side had also begun to wake up. When a strange fish fin appeared on her right arm, she also started to panic. But the next second, something like a fish tail appeared behind her. Chapter 44. Going up the mountain. However, the tail behind Zhang Fana is different from a normal fish tail, because there are no fish scales on it, and it's a bit shiny. It's like wearing a layer of black silk. Mo Yi looked stunned. Why did he feel like something had shocked him just now? Looking at his right hand, which felt a little stinging, he thought he was suffering from static electricity. But the next second, Mo Yi's eyes widened, because he saw that Zhang Fana was actually leaking electricity, and it is a blue-white electric arc visible to the naked eye. Superpower awakening. American electric eel. Level 1. Qualification level. Mo Yi also guessed that the other party had awakened some kind of creature's supernatural power. Looking at Zhang Fana with arcs on her hands, he suddenly felt a little envious. This is just a fish ability of level 1. Looking at Zhang Fana's appearance, he felt that the other party must be able to release lightning in the water. Long-range attack. You should know that the most powerful electric eel can electrocute an adult bull to death with one strike. Of these two sisters, one turned into a snake lady, and the other turned into a lightning lady. Perhaps because she was too frightened by her own appearance, Zhang Fana's face turned pale. Her tail looked really weird, and it was starting to emit electricity. Mo Yi gently tapped beside him. Don't be nervous. Adjust your breathing slowly. You will get used to it. This transformation is not irreversible. You can change your tail back. After hearing this, Zhang Xinyu, who was standing by, hurriedly tried to adjust his breathing. She immediately turned back into a human, but because her feet had just turned into a tail, she lost her balance and sat on the ground. Ouch! Zhang Fana exhaled slowly, looked at her sister who had turned back into a human, and tried to change herself. At that moment, she seemed to feel a tail extending from her spine. She can manipulate that powerful tail to swing left and right. The most amazing thing is that she can actually control the electric current on her tail. The tingling and numb feeling is like static electricity on her skin, which makes her happy. Then she tried to pull it inward as if she were retracting her arm, and the entire tail was instantly retracted. The two sisters have turned back into human form. Zhang Fana was immediately delighted. The first thing she did when she came to her senses was to go to the ladies' room to check on Zhao Tsung's injuries. When she saw the other person eating inside, she felt relieved. When Zhao Tsung saw Zhang Fana coming in, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "This is the food that Mo Yi brought. Do you want some?" As he said this, he smiled awkwardly again. Isn't it a bit too disgusting to invite the woman you like to eat in the ladies' room? When Zhang Xinyu saw that there was food, he could no longer bear it. After all, didn't Mo Yi say that he would never go hungry if he followed him? During the few days she spent in Jianglu Mountain, she was tricked by Black Dragon's men into coming here because she was very hungry and wanted to ask for some biscuits. She was almost starving, so she didn't care where she was. She just picked up an unopened hot lunchbox on the ground and started eating. Zhang Fana also started eating. She hadn't eaten much on the boat these days because there were too many people and they had to share the food. A slice of toast should be divided into 3 halves. How is it possible to eat enough? Mo Yi wanted to raise his hand and ask them to go out because he had an armored vehicle prepared outside and he planned to go up the mountain to take a look. Seeing the injured Zhao Tsong reminded him. There must be a doctor in the team. Moreover, there is currently no position for ship doctor among his positions on the ship of Genesis, probably because his level is too low. He would definitely have to find a doctor in the early stages in case he got injured and he didn't know how to bandage the wound. I guess there should be one on Jianglu Mountain? If that doesn't work, a nurse can do it. As long as you are a nurse, you are better than ordinary people. Besides, there are so many survivors on this mountain. If he pretends to be an ordinary person and stays here, he might see some outstanding women who would be nice to have as teammates. Looking at the rain outside, which had stopped, Mo Yi knew that the real disaster had already begun. The rain stopped, but it didn't mean the flood had stopped submerging the land. It would rain again after a while. By the time it rained a second time, all the strange fish would have completed their mutation. During this period of time when it doesn't rain, more strange fish will adapt to the waterless environment. And starting today, something new will appear. Murloc. Even in his previous life, Mo Yi had only seen a murloc once. That time, he took Zhou Haiying and Si Kiki to a rooftop of a high-rise building that had not been flooded to look for supplies. At first they thought that the woman on the rooftop was too hungry to walk. Because she looked strange, her eyes were unfocused, her mouth was wide open, and her cheeks were sunken. She was crawling slowly in the puddle on the rooftop, with her upper body perpendicular to the ground and her lower body pressed tightly against the ground. While crawling, it opened its mouth like a fish. When Mo Yi and the others got closer, they discovered that the man's body was covered with fish scales. The woman was so frightened when she saw a living person that she ran away. Mo Yi and the others were terrified, and they didn't react until they saw the female merman fall into the water and swim away. I didn't dare to search for supplies anymore, and just wanted to leave that damn place as soon as possible. But when they were about to return to the boat, more fishmen appeared around them. The marewoman went to call her accomplices. Mo Yi remembered very clearly that 3 of their people died that time. All of them were bitten to death by those fishmen. Looking at Zhang Lushan behind him, Mo Yi slowly took a puff of cigarette. Zhang Fana and the other 2 inside had also finished eating. When Zhang Fana helped Zhao Tsong out, they noticed that there was an armored vehicle parked at the door. Zhang Xinyu narrowed his eyes and said unhappily, "Why didn't you ask us to eat in the car?" Mo Yi smiled crookedly. "I saw you guys were quite excited while eating just now. I was embarrassed to disturb you." Ha ha ha. Zhao Tsong looked a little embarrassed and seemed to be hesitant to speak. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and said to Mo Yi, "Thank you. I will repay you." Mo Yi waved his hand. He knew that Zhang Fana had already said goodbye to the other party. "We will go to the mountain to find medical staff to treat Zhao Tsong later. He will stay there for 2 days. Once Zhao Tsong recovers, Zhang Fana will go with him." After all, it was said before, this is a good time to find a doctor. Several people got on Mo Yi's armored vehicle. When they came out of the toilet, they saw the tragic situation outside. Everyone's expression was frozen. Miserable. It's so miserable. There are dead bodies everywhere and strange fish everywhere. Some people have been bitten to the point where only half of their bodies were left. They dragged their injured bodies and wailed, "Help! Help me! Help!" Chapter 45 Rock Wall Cableway. On the lawn, on the rockery, under the tree, strange fish can be seen eating living people almost everywhere you can see with a naked eye. Mo Yi continued driving. The mountain road here was a bit too narrow. He had bumped into countless corpses along the way. 1 or 2 fishmen appeared from time to time, but they retreated after sensing the aura emanating from the car. Now there's not just the bull shark as a predator scent. There's also sea snakes and electric eels. No creature in the normal aquatic world dares to face these 3 creatures at the same time, as none of them is easy to deal with. And just at this moment, Zhang Xinyu suddenly saw a woman on the tree in front of him. The woman also saw the car driven by Mo Yi, and she immediately shouted, "Save me! Save me! Save me! That person over there! That person over there! Save me! As long as you save me, I will give you 10 million. I am the female president of Hai Rue Company in Jianglu City. Zhang Xinyu swallowed nervously because she saw three strange fish under the woman's tree. One of the strange fish has already tried to climb the tree using its hands and feet. The other strange fish kept jumping, trying to bite the woman above. Zhang Xinyu said with some uneasiness, Should we save? But before she could finish, Mo Yi drove away. The woman immediately screamed, don't go. Damn it. Damn you bastard. How dare you stand by and watch someone die without helping? Mo Yi laughed coldly and stopped the car. The woman's face lit up, and she quickly changed her words. Young man, save me, and I'll give you money. Mo Yi said directly, What a piece of shit. I wanted to leave, and you actually scolded me? After saying that, he pulled out his gun and shot the woman in the head. The opponent fell down immediately, being bitten by a strange fish. Mo Yi got in the car again, a cigarette between his lips. Damn, if I don't kill her, I'll be sick for a long time. If I take a step back, the more I think about it, the angrier I'll get. If I just leave, the more I think about it, the more I'll lose. Then he stepped on the accelerator and hit the road again. Zhang Xinyu didn't dare to say a word. The woman cursed him, and he killed her. Zhao Tsong didn't know why Mo Yi could be so cruel. If someone scolded him, he would just scold back. There's no need to kill anyone, right? Zhang Fana looked out the window, her chin resting on her hand with a thoughtful look on her face. Just now, she was afraid that Mo Yi would rescue the woman into the car. Now Zhang Fana's mentality has changed. She will definitely not be a good person who saves people everywhere. Unless you know each other and have a good relationship. It was obvious that the woman just now was not a good person. She must have needed to eat after getting in the car. Mo Yi suddenly played the car music at this time and looked at the people in the car with a crooked smile. We will go down and walk up the mountain later because there is a cliff ahead. If you want to get to the top of the Jedi Peak, you have to take the ropeway. Anyone with a brain would probably go up there. Everyone was silent, and Mo Yi continued to say, We will meet more people like that woman in the future. She even spoke in a condescending tone when asking for help. How could she be a good person? Many people are still maintaining the posture of a peaceful society in this apocalypse. We are not cheap, so why should we save her? And if we don't save her, she'll scold us. If she escapes, won't she cause trouble for us if she sees us again? What are you keeping it for? In the end times, when dealing with strangers, we must assume the worst possible outcome so that we won't be killed by them. Zhang Fana nodded, turned to look at Zhang Xinyu, and said softly, Sister, remember from now on, don't believe anyone except your sister and your elder brother Mo. Do you hear me? Your brother Mo, and I will never harm you. Remember, don't trust your classmates or friends. Zhang Xinyu swallowed nervously. I know. At this moment, Mo Yi had driven the car to a cliff. Looking at the cable cars leaning against the rock wall, Zhao Tsong took a deep breath. Can he make it through with his body? If you want to climb over there, you have to climb at least 200 meters on the rock wall. His back was still bleeding, and he couldn't exert any strength. Just when he was stunned, he was surprised to find that their armored vehicle was gone. Looking at Mo Yi, who took out a few ropes, Zhao Tsong couldn't help swallowing. What a strange man. No wonder Sister Na just told him that she and her sister would team up with Mo Yi from now on. Once he is cured, the three of them will leave. Although Zhao Tsong was a little naive, he was not stupid. He guessed that Zhang Fana might have been in a relationship with Mo Yi when they were in the company before. Otherwise, why would Mo Yi risk such a great danger to save her? Zhao Tsong took a deep breath and recalled what Zhang Fana had said on the boat. He felt that the other party might just be embarrassed to reject him openly. I just made up a white lie and said that after the disaster is over, even the mountain has been acted out. Can this disaster ever end? At this moment, Mo Yi had already moved his arms. Let's go. Nana, take your sister and tie her to the cable car with a rope. I'm taking Zhao Tsong with me. Zhao Tsong was still a little confused because he weighed 160 pounds. How to lead Mo Yi? The next second, he was carried on Mo Yi's shoulders. Mo Yi held him with one hand and tied a rope around him with the other hand. Then I pulled the ropeway up. Zhao Tsong couldn't describe the feeling. It felt like a dream. Below is the abyss. Some strange fish are swimming around in the water. It's very creepy. Looking at Mo Yi walking on the rock wall as if it were flat ground, an inexplicable sense of security came over me. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Could it be that Sister Na is willing to follow him? At this moment, Mo Yi suddenly stopped in an open space on the rock wall and looked at the dozen men and women on the other side holding wooden sticks and fruit knives. He cursed. Damn, these guys who are looking for death are endless, right? When the people on the other side saw a few more people coming, they shouted excitedly. If you want to come here, take out all the food you have. Otherwise, you guys just stay on the other side. We will never let you pass. Moe saw that there were still many people watching from the opposite side. With so many people watching, he decided not to take out his gun and shouted, "Let's escape. Where's the food? We are all injured. Can you guys help us?" A fat man on the other side said directly, "Don't believe him. Look at that guy. His face is all red, as if he has never been hungry. If he doesn't have food, I will jump down from here." Moe was furious at the time. "Fatty, are you looking for death?" As he said that, he turned around and looked at Zhang Fana and Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Fana's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 46. The Real Doctor in the Fake Rescue Team. Zhang Fana was quick-witted and knew what Moe meant. There are at least tens of thousands of people on the top of this mountain. If they kill people blatantly, even the medical staff here will not help them. It has to be done perfectly, and the only way to attack that can go unnoticed is her lightning. Who would have thought that a woman could be so electric? Zhang Fana staggered out from the gap in front of Moe, then kept moving forward while pulling the rope. Looking at the sea water and fish below, Zhang Fana broke out in sweat on her forehead. When the people on the opposite side saw that Zhang Fana was actually coming over, they immediately panicked. "Quick, stop now. If you don't give us food, even if you crawl to us, we will..." Before the man could finish his words, he suddenly felt his legs go weak. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Fana took the opportunity to crawl over. Moe followed closely behind, crawling and shouting. "A strange fish is coming up! A strange fish is coming up! Run!" The people on the other side panicked when they heard this. He didn't care about whether there was food or not. He just turned around and ran. Nothing is more important than life. Moe sneered, "A bunch of idiots?" When they successfully reached the other side, Moe smelled it. There should be more than 30,000 people on this deserted place. There are all kinds of people. And there is also a virgin girl. Because he had smelled by Qing's scent before, he was extremely sensitive to this smell. While he was exploring there, he seemed to smell something. That was the smell that only existed in hospitals. The smell of medicine was mixed with a very unpleasant fishy smell. Medicine chest, etc. He seemed to smell gunpowder. Feeling somewhat worried, he quickly stood up and checked from a high place. When he saw a dozen soldiers in combat uniforms and a woman in a white coat opposite him, his eyes widened immediately. "Rescue team? Why are you hiding here?" "Wrong." Moe was a little dazed. He looked up again at the dozen or so soldiers in combat uniforms. The temperaments of those people were mixed. Some people smelled strongly of tobacco, and others smelled strongly of alcohol. When Moe saw that those people's clothes didn't fit him well, he realized it at that moment. This rescue team is an imposter. Maybe those people happened to see the rescue team members in distress and put on their equipment and weapons. I guess those people can't even fire a gun. There was also a fat guy next to him, pointing a gun barrel at his eyes. Very funny. Moe looked at the woman in the white coat again. She was bandaging a child at the moment. It is obvious that she is a real doctor, and she should be in her 30s? At most 36 years old. Moe had already made up his mind. Since those people were imposters, he couldn't let them down. He raised his hands and walked slowly over there. "Doctor, doctor, please save my friend. My friend is hurt." The doctor subconsciously looked up and saw Zhao Tsong, whose face was pale. Before the doctor could get up and walk over, she was stopped by a man holding a saber. "This is a doctor from the rescue team. We don't save everyone. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you have on you? Let us check." Moe was speechless. How come the end of the world has come, and both human and non-human people have started to act like humiliators? Looking at the two fake rescue team members who were staring at Zhang Fana and her sister, Moe laughed coldly. "And then you sent people to search our women? From head to toe? And then you confiscate everything we have? And then you forcefully recruit us women to your side under the pretext of replenishing logistics personnel? Are you addicted to role-playing?" The people on the opposite side were all stunned. The leading man said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I have the right to arrest you." Moe smiled coldly. "I give you a choice. Let that doctor treat my friend's injury. Otherwise, I will tell everyone around you that you are liars. Do you want to make a bet? See whether they believe you or me." The man in the lead was obviously panicked, as someone had suspected them before. If they make a big deal out of this, they will definitely be exposed. Minutes later, the doctor was brought over by Moe. When the other party saw Zhao Tsong's appearance, he immediately frowned. He needs a blood transfusion and a quiet place. He must have been holding on all the way here. If he doesn't get treatment, he will be in danger. Moe looked around and made sure that no one noticed him. Then he conjured up a tent storage bag. He assembled it on the spot. A medium-sized tent covering an area of 4 square meters was set up. Everyone around looked over instantly. But looking at Moe holding the machete, they didn't dare to act rashly. Moe sneered and said that at the latest the day after tomorrow, all of these people would be dead. Because he already smelled the scent of the murloc. Some of these refugees were bitten by strange fish. And some of them have been mutating for 7 or 8 hours. Once it reaches 24 hours, they will completely lose their minds. Although they will not go crazy and attack living people at the beginning, once there are more fishmen around them, they will become bolder. By then, this place will become a buffet table for the fishmen. While the doctor was treating Zhao Tsong's injuries, Zhang Xinyu behind him suddenly saw a black dragon in the distance. She was so scared that she shrank behind Zhang Fana, and Zhang Fana naturally also saw that guy. When enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. At this time, the black dragon was holding a steel bar that was 1 meter long. I don't know where he got it from. A face full of scars looks very scary. Naturally, he also saw Mo Yi in the other's tent, including the 2 enchanting women, Zhang Fana and Zhang Xinyu. Not long after, he walked over carrying the steel bar. Zhang Fana subconsciously hid behind Mo Yi. Thinking back to the tragic scene in the toilet just now, she was still a little scared. As soon as they met, Hei Long smiled crookedly. Why can't the beauty leave me and come up the mountain by herself? Ha! This is fate. While speaking, he was always aiming at Mo Yi. As long as the other party dared to make a move first, he would definitely beat him to death with a steel bar. Then we can say it was self-defense. In case the rescue teams give him trouble, Mo Yi's expression was dull. It wasn't because he saw the black dragon, but because he saw his stepmother, Chun Lixia. Chun Lixia's son was next to them, and the 2 were hiding under a tree to rest. Moreover, it seemed that Chun Lixia's son was bitten on the arm by a strange fish and was crying. Chapter 47 Yuqian. Originally, Mo Yi had already forgotten about this woman. I didn't expect to meet her here. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Thinking back to how this woman oppressed him and seized their family property after his father died, Mo Yi was furious. He was speechless just by the look in his father's eyes. Can't you handle a little bit of beauty? If she didn't wear makeup, wouldn't she be just an ordinary old woman? What's so rare about it? Before he died, he didn't trust his son. Instead of transferring the money he left to his son directly to his son, he had to transfer it to his stepmother. Anyone who has watched TV dramas knows how many stepmothers are reliable. Over the years, Chun Lixia has been living in the house bought by his mother, spending the money given to her by his father to support her son, and even found a gigolo. If you say you want to remarry and return the house and money to Mo Yi will not say anything. Not only did he not return it, he also used it as an excuse to keep Mo Yi hanging and suppress him. What made him most angry was that the son of this bitch destroyed the wall of figurines he had collected for 9 years. He wanted to kill him that time. What did the other party say? He is just a child. Why are you so mean to him? It's just a few toys. You're already a grown-up. Why are you still acting like a child? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others about it? When he thought of this, Mo Yi clenched his fists. Black Dragon at the side thought that Mo Yi was afraid to say anything because of him. So he sneered. Ha! I thought something was wrong. You think you have a backer just because you found a skinny guy? Few women who are favored by my Black Dragon can escape. Black Dragon also noticed Zhao Tsong in the tent. Looking at the doctor who was going to find someone outside to give Zhao Tsong a blood transfusion, Black Dragon turned around and looked at Zhang Fana. If you don't want me to kill that guy, you better be honest. Did you hear that? Son? Hei Long felt his neck was a little cold. The next second he saw his body. Why was his body upside down? Wrong. When he reacted again, his head had already fallen to the ground. Mo Yi raised his knife and slashed. And at the moment the opponent died, he directly put the opponent's body into the space. He killed the other party without anyone noticing. Zhang Fana didn't react the whole time. What happened just now? She clearly didn't see Mo Yi take action. Could it be Mo Yi's special ability? Bull sharks are among the most powerful predators among sharks, and their diving and swimming speeds are incredibly fast. The fastest bull shark can dive at speeds of more than 70 kilometers per hour and swim at speeds of up to 30 kilometers per hour. The human sprint speed is only 18 kilometers per hour. If we calculate the speed of Mo Yi's attack just now based on explosive power, it would be absolutely difficult to estimate. Just now he stretched out the shark fin on his arm and made a swipe. The other person's head fell off. Zhang Fana couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of Mo Ye's ability. This was too strong. No wonder no strange fish dared to approach him. At this moment, the doctor who went out to look for the source of blood finally brought back a young boy. There was a little girl following behind the young man, and both of them were obviously a little scared. After seeing the tent, the young man said nervously, We don't want anything. Just let my girlfriend rest in the tent. She has a fever. Please. Mo Ye didn't say anything. It's rare to find someone willing to donate blood at a time like this. After the doctor finished the treatment, she slowly took off her gloves. Looking at the man outside, she strode over with a hint of expectation. Hello, my name is Yu Qian. I am the chief surgeon of Jianglu People's Hospital. I am here to find the rescue team as arranged by my superiors. Mo Yi glanced at the other person sideways and didn't react for a moment. Yu Qian looked at the fake rescue team in the distance, then turned around and whispered to Mo Yi, Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a superpower. I noticed you when you were climbing the cableway. When Mo Yi heard this, he was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him with some disbelief and said, You? Who are you? Yu Qian tried to lower her voice. I was originally with the rescue team. I saw a person with special abilities. His strength is as amazing as yours. He can easily carry a 180 centimeters adult man on his back. The authorities have already started training people with special abilities. You should have also awakened through the special ability core, right? Mo Yi didn't say anything. There were no other superpower cores in Jianglu City. He had already searched through all of them. Could it be that she was talking about other cities? Since you were with the rescue team, why are you here now? Yu Qian felt helpless as she listened to the other party's words. She looked in the distance and said with some hesitation, Originally, they asked me to go to Jiangchuan City next door with a team of 20 people because there is a marine biologist there who needs treatment. But who knew that we would encounter a lurking mutant octopus on the road, and that guy could actually hide his appearance. When we found it, it had already killed quite a few rescuers. I met them later. They were wearing the rescue team's equipment and were just trying to get free food and drinks. They said they would take me to Jiangchuan City, but now they won't go. While Yu Qian was talking, Mo Yi shook his head and said, I won't go either. Find someone else. It's so far to Jiangchuan City. Why would I go there? At this moment, Zhang Fana, who had been silent, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly walked behind Mo Yi and whispered, Xiao Yi, I know the marine biologist she was talking about. It should be Professor Diana from abroad. I saw her on the news. Since even the country attaches importance to it, it means it must be extraordinary. The disaster is so serious now, and there are countless mutant creatures. One more piece of information means one more life. If we can take that professor aboard our ship, wouldn't that be great? Mo Yi was stunned after hearing this. Turning his head to look at Zhang Fana, who had a sly look on her face, Mo Yi kept thinking. Yes, he had seen fishmen and completely mutated strange fish a few times in his previous life, so he actually didn't know much. He really didn't know what those strange fish would become after the disaster. Zhang Fana is right. Since even the authorities take it seriously, does that mean that woman is quite capable? If we encounter any mutant fish that we can't defeat in the future, with that professor, wouldn't it be like having a know-it-all? His expression changed at that moment. Dr. Yu, if you want me to take you to treat the professor, fine. But you have to follow us. My team needs a doctor. Chapter 48, Chun Lixia's face. Yu Qian looked easygoing, and she smiled without hesitation at the man in front of her. If you want me to join you, don't you show some sincerity? In the end times, doctors are indispensable to many forces. You know what I mean? Mo Yi was stunned for a moment. The type of person he hated the most was the Riddler. Just make it clear. Why bother with all that nonsense? I don't understand. I'm a straightforward person. Just tell me clearly. Do you want a boat or food? You should tell me. Yu Qian smiled slightly. What I mean is, the three of you are all superpowered, so you should know where to check superpowers, right? If you want me to join you, you have to make me a mutant afterwards. This is the sincerity I want. Mo Yi shook his head subconsciously. We just saw the 3 energy cores by chance, and we were almost bitten to death. If there are new energy cores later, we will definitely give them to you. But where can we find energy cores for you now? If doctors can protect themselves, we would definitely prefer it. Yu Qian nodded. Deal? I'll join. Seeing Mo Yi, who was so easy to fool, Yu Qian could hardly suppress the smile. As long as the other party agrees, it will be fine. You have to know that it is a supernatural core, a treasure that the official must get. Moreover, those who awaken their special powers are carefully selected. Either a shrewd and capable soldier or a respected commander. I heard that the authorities have also organized a team of people with special abilities. If she awakens her superpowers, she can go to the bottom of the sea to find that thing later. As for whether to join MOE, it all depends on her mood. Yu Qian is plotting against MOE, and MOE is also plotting against Yu Qian. It was the first time he met someone who knew about the superpower core. If his Genesis ship didn't have a ship doctor position, do you think he would look for a doctor? If he wants to activate the ship's doctor position, he will probably have to reach level 10 and upgrade the Ark of Genesis. It's possible to get level 20. Who can say for sure? He couldn't see it now. Anyway, just trick her into getting on board and use it first. She won't be able to run away once the contract is signed. If she had ill intentions, the contract would definitely not be signed. At this time, Yu Qian asked again, "By the way, this injured person will need at least 1 day to get through the critical period. Should we set off tomorrow?" MOE looked back at Zhao Tsong, then looked at Zhang Fana, who was standing outside the tent, and nodded subconsciously. "Just take it 1 day at a time. It's just right that I can watch a good show tomorrow. Maybe I can watch it tonight at midnight. A feast for the fishmen. This is a good opportunity for me to take a look at the doctor's character. After all, I don't know him." He had known Zhang Fana for many years and knew her well, so he didn't do any tests. He even tested Bai Qing many times. At this moment, someone behind suddenly shouted, "There's someone coming over from the other side of the cliff. Someone come and block it. This place is almost full. If more people come, we won't have anywhere to sleep." MOE didn't bother to care about those trivial matters. He just sat on a chair behind the tent and started smoking. From time to time, his eyes looked towards Chun Lixia in the distance. Based on his understanding of Chun Lixia, it won't be long before this woman starts acting pitiful. What she is best at is acting. MOE was just waiting there leisurely. Zhang Xinyu walked to his side carefully, squatted down, and started to massage his legs. MOE was stunned for a moment. Looking at Zhang Xinyu, who looked nervous, he was a little confused. "What are you doing?" Zhang Xinyu blushed. Help you massage." She watched too much TV and thought that if she followed the other person, she would have to be a maid. "Just be good." MOE looked at this scene with some joy and some bitter smile. "Don't waste time doing this kind of thing. I'll let my stepmother do it later." Zhang Xinyu. MOE changed his words again and again. No. I said wait until later. You have just awakened your superpowers. You should focus on developing them. And you also need to learn how to use weapons. Don't think about what those servants do. You need to arm yourself. Do you understand? We are in the same group. You are my woman, not a servant." Zhang Xinyu nodded in surprise. Then I don't have to serve you?" MOE didn't even think about it and said casually, "Not necessary during the day." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyu turned around and hid behind the tent to study his supernatural powers, not daring to say a word. At this moment, Chun Lixia, who was far away, accidentally saw the man next to her eating dandelions on the ground. Her stomach started to growl. Her son was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore, and he was also bitten by a strange fish. Hunger and pain mixed together, crying nonstop. Mom, I'm hungry." The man next to them also noticed the mother and son. Looking at Chun Lixiao's figure, he swallowed subconsciously. Then continued eating dandelions on the ground. City people disdain to eat dandelions. To them they are weeds. Chun Lixia thought she had received higher education, so how could she possibly eat weeds on the ground like a savage? The man had already eaten 3 dandelions and picked 8 more and put them in his clothes. Looking at the crying child, the man whispered, "My name is Huixiong. Don't be embarrassed. In 1 day, you won't even have weeds to eat. Besides, dandelions are edible. I've been eating them since I was a child. They are both a medicine and a food, and they have the effect of clearing away heat and detoxifying. Although the taste may be hard for you to accept at first, you will get used to it after eating it more. Are you sure you don't want to eat?" Huixiong took one of the plants, and Chun Lixiao's son threw it to the ground. "I don't want to eat it. I want to eat a hamburger. I want to eat roast chicken. Woohoo!" Chun Lixia also looked at Huixiong with some disdain, because she could tell at a glance that the man was a country boy. The shirt has patches on it, and the shoes are hand-sewn canvas shoes. He has dark skin and calloused hands. He looks to be in his 40s. Chun Lixiao protected her son behind her with a disgusted look. "Son, remember not to talk to strangers, especially rural people. The poorer the people, the worse they are, because they can't stand seeing others have money. There is no bottom line when they are bad." Huixiong was stunned for a moment. "Big sister, what do you mean? I saw that you too were starving, so I brought you food out of kindness. Why are you scolding me?" Chun Lixiao looked at Huixiong with disgust, rolling her eyes and grinning. "Look at you. Do you think you can find a woman in the city with a piece of weed when disaster strikes? Why don't you take a piss and look at your ugly face? Chen Lixiao would starve to death, even if I jump off from here, and I would never eat anything of yours. She spoke so loudly that everyone around her could hear her. They thought Huixiong was going to do something to Chen Lixia. Huixiong's face suddenly turned red. You. Chapter 49, My Dear Mother. Huixiong was so angry that he turned around and left. He wanted to see if this woman would starve to death or look down on country people. What's wrong with them rural people? He didn't steal or rob, and he was kind enough to give her food. It would have been fine if she didn't appreciate it, but she even scolded him. Grass. Huixiong said this and continued to dig wild vegetables. He knows a lot of wild vegetables. Howdenia cordata, dandelion, lettuce, mustard greens, etc. There seem to be quite a few on the top of Jianglu Mountain. Those who just came here obviously haven't started to eat the wild vegetables here, because most of them are city people. How would they know what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten? And at this moment, Huixiong suddenly discovered that his son was missing. He stopped digging for vegetables and quickly stood up and shouted, Gauner, go Dan air. Broken voice. He shouted so loudly that people on the other side of the mountain could hear him. The boy and girl who were hiding from the rain in Mo Ye's tent suddenly shrank their necks. Although it is not raining now, there is still some light drizzle. The young man was afraid that his girlfriend would catch a cold and have a worsening fever, so he didn't want to leave the tent. Mo Ye saw through it. You are not Gooden, are you? The young man blushed. My father is sick. Can't he just call me by my full name? Mo Ye laughed. What's your full name? Is against the sky. Mo Ye. I still think Gooden sounds better. Soon Gooden's father came and looked at his son hiding in someone else's tent with an embarrassed expression. Mo Ye waved his hand. It's okay. I won't bully him even though he still knows how to take care of his girlfriend's child at this time. After all, Mo Ye had just watched the entire conversation between Huixiong and Chen Lixia. People like Huixiong will definitely live a long life. Huixiong wanted to use mustard greens to thank Mo Ye for helping his daughter-in-law, who had a fever, to shelter from the rain. But Mo Ye suddenly took out a telescope and started looking. Looking at Chen Lixia, who started to act coquettishly again, he could hardly hold back. I saw the woman posing and shaking in front of a man who was eating instant noodles. The man didn't even want to look at her and continued eating instant noodles. Chen Lixia drooled. Kind man, kind brother, we are an orphan and a widow with no one to rely on. Can you give me a bite to eat? Just one bite? The man cursed at that time. My father is from the countryside. We country people are the worst. I put pesticides in my instant noodles. You can't eat them. Several people nearby started laughing. Mo Ye also heard it because the man cursed so loudly. Huixiong was also laughing. Ha! This old man is good. Chen Lixia didn't give up and went to look somewhere else. Who would take out food in this situation? When Chen Lixia saw that no one was helping her, she collapsed to the ground and started crying. She cried miserably. This is so unfair. This is so unfair. Mo Ye in the distance also followed suit. It's so unfair, my father, my mother, my dear mother. What Chen Lixia shouted afterwards was exactly the same as what Mo Ye shouted. Even the tone was the same. It's so unfair, my father, my mother, my dear mother. Oh, my dear mother. Yu Qian, Zhang Xinyu, and Zhang Fanan next to them were stunned. Huixiong laughed out loud like a duck. Quack, 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 quack. And Mo Ye continued to imitate. She will say later, my mother and I haven't eaten for 3 days. What sin have we committed? My son is still so young. You all have children. Can you please have pity on my son? He's still just a kid. The next second Chen Lixia started. I haven't eaten for 3 days, 3 days, and 3 nights. What kind of sin is this? Oh my God. My son is still so young. What he said next was exactly the same as what Mo Ye said. Gooden laughed so hard that tears came out. Looking at Mo Ye, who started to show off again, he laughed without realizing it. The laughter was very loud. Chen Lixia on the opposite side heard it all. At that time, Mo Ye turned his head away. She will come and find me later. Don't say a word. Huixiong. Who is she to you? Mo Ye. I'm her father. Sure enough, Chen Lixia was attracted by Gooden's laughter and looked over. When she saw a tent over there, her eyes widened. What does it mean that those people have tents? That means those people must have come prepared. Could it be that they brought a tent to the mountains for a picnic and just happened to encounter a disaster? There must be food. Chen Lixia walked over as she was thinking. When she walked up to him, she felt that the man smoking with his back turned was a little familiar. She always felt that she had seen that figure somewhere before. When she walked up to him, her eyes widened immediately. Looking at Mo Yi, who was smoking in the rocking chair, she shouted, "It's you? You bastard! Why didn't you answer the phone before? Look at what you have done to us, mother and daughter. If it weren't for you, would we be able to do this?" Mo Yi chuckled. "If it were for me, you guys would be able to escape the solar system on a spaceship? What the hell does it have to do with me?" Chen Lixia immediately became angry. "If you hadn't gone to pick up my son, would he have gone to his relative's house? If he hadn't gone to his relative's house, he wouldn't have been bitten by the strange fish. If I wasn't worried about my son, I would have gone to the shelter. You are the reason why we are like this. How can you still lie here in the tent? Get up right now." Chen Lixia wanted to grab the tent so that she could use it to get food. But at this moment, everyone around started laughing. Not only Hui Xiong and Zhang Fana laughed. Even the dozen or so fake rescue team members next to them laughed so hard that they choked. Chen Lixia looked at this scene in bewilderment. What are you laughing at?" Mo Yi laughed so hard that his cigarette fell to the ground. A fake rescuer nearby said with tears and laughter, "He had already said everything you just said before you came. Are you going to play the victim next, saying that you raised him with great difficulty and this unfilial son actually treated you like this? And then call everyone to come over and see, and then help you together? You gave him all the money in the family. He feels sorry for you. Ha! You're so miserable. Ha ha!" Chen Lixia was immediately furious and shouted, "No, that's not the case. Don't listen to his nonsense." Mo Yi waved his hand. "Don't show off your intelligence here. Haven't you noticed that your son hasn't cried for a long time now?" Just one sentence made Chen Lixia turn around and look back. When she saw her son crawling on the ground, dragging his lower body, she felt terrible. Mo Yi had already seen that the other party had been infected for more than 24 hours. The show is about to begin. The first fishman appears. Chapter 50, The Beginning of Mutation. Chen Lixia returned to her son in a panic. When she saw her son crawling on the ground, she was stunned. The other person looked very strange, with empty eyes and drooling from the corners of his mouth. And the weirdest thing was that she seemed to see tiny fish scales on her son's body. Although there are not many, they're definitely fish scales. What's even more strange is that when Chen Lixia tried to communicate with the other party actually showed an extremely terrified and manic expression. Like a frightened monkey. "Want to escape from here?" Especially when the fishman saw that there were humans all around him. His face lost all color. I hurriedly tried to crawl into the water at the foot of the mountain. Chen Lixia hugged him tightly. "Son, oh my God. What happened to you, son? Don't scare Mom." Everyone around noticed this scene. Mo Yi murmured in a low voice, "Malice are social animals. If there are no other fishmen around, they will become extremely frightened and have no fighting ability or desire to fight. Once they find other species of their kind around, they will gather together. They will start to communicate, and slowly, they will start to hunt." Yu Qian looked at the scene helplessly, slowly took out a cross from her hand, and murmured something in front of her chest. In order to make his teammates more aware of the cruelty of the flood apocalypse, Mo Yi slowly walked to the back of the tent and released by Qing, Wu Lian, the chairman's wife's son Hui Jun, and Li Saiai. When Zhang Fana saw Sun Huijun also saw her. Both girls looked a little embarrassed. Zhang Fana knew that the other party must have had a relationship with Mo Yi. Otherwise, Mo Yi would definitely not have brought her along. Sun Huijun also guessed the same about Zhang Fana. All the women were silent, with one exception, Bai Qing, the only woman who risked her life to save Mo Yi. She had wanted to cause trouble for Mo Yi for a long time. She had promised him to find a woman, but this was too much, wasn't it? How long has it been? And when Bai Qing saw that there was an arc of electricity on Zhang Fana's hand, she was smart and immediately realized that there was a woman who had awakened her supernatural powers before her. Just as she was about to turn around and scold Mo Yi, the next second Mo Yi brought a roast chicken to her and whispered to her, "I'll make you wake up in a moment. Why are you in such a hurry? If you dare to beep, I'll make sure you can't get off the ground. Bai Qing, you have guts." After saying that, she took the roast chicken and started to eat it. As she ate, she forgot about her resentment. Mo Yi rolled his eyes at her. Is this girl a foodie? Looking at the women in front of him, Mo Yi slowly took out a bunch of weapons and placed them behind the tent. There are equipment such as baseball bats, axe, pistols, fruit knives, tempered shields, etc. Everyone choose a melee weapon and a ranged weapon. Everyone, get to know each other. From today on, I need you to know how to use weapons. Since you're following me, you have to know how to kill monsters, including killing people. I need you all to understand your current situation. Come on, choose your weapons, and I'll show you the fishmen later. Bai Qing chose a very long sword and a silver-white pistol without saying a word. Zhang Fana chose an axe and a revolver. Zhang Xinyu and Wu Lian were obviously a little nervous. When they grabbed their weapons, they accidentally dropped them to the ground. Mo Yi supported his waist with one hand and looked at the two most timid ones. It was obvious that they had made up their minds. Looking at the women who had chosen their weapons, Mo Yi whispered, "Come on, tell us what you think of the situation now. Everyone has a say." Zhang Fana still said what she said before. She felt it necessary to find the professor of marine biology, named Diana, and preferably bring her into the team so that their safety would be better guaranteed. Sun Huijun looked at the cliff and thought, "I think we should take a long-term view. It's best to head west. There are many mountains in the west of our country. There must be cities that have not been submerged." Mo Yi nodded slightly. "Well, of course there is, but that place is not necessarily safer than here. I will tell you later." Bai Qing, who was eating roast chicken, said with a vigilant look on his face, "Let's consider the present first. Look at how the men around us look at us. They want to eat us up." Mo Yi had naturally thought of it a long time ago. Well, no matter what happens in the future, you must first look at the things in front of you, and then consider the future. You may not know Bai Qing, but she should be the one with the strongest overall ability among you. Okay, come over here with your weapons, and see how many fishmen appear below. Mo Yi said as he turned around and looked down. Really? In addition to Chun Lixia's son, there was another adult man lying on the ground, looking at the surrounding environment with horror, trying to escape. His daughter shouted in panic, "Dad! Dad! What's wrong with you, Dad? Don't scare me." Chun Lixia held her son tightly. Although he was only a few years old, he was surprisingly strong. Chun Lixia could hardly hold him back. The discerning people in the crowd had already noticed that something was wrong, and many of them had seen zombie movies. Thinking of those strange fish, a man in the crowd stood up and shouted, Could it be that they were infected with some virus and mutated into zombies?" Chun Lixia immediately started cursing. "Fuck your mother's head! My son is just sick. He is my child. How could I not know?" After Chun Lixia finished speaking, she stretched out her sleeve to wipe her son's cheek. "Have you watched too many movies? My son has mutated into a zombie? Then why didn't he bite me? Huh? Tell me." The man obviously didn't know what was going on, so he could only sit back. But looking at the child who no longer looked like a human, he subconsciously kept his distance. There were also a few young people in the crowd who felt that the other party was right, and they all sat far away, fearing that they would be bitten by that strange kid. People are panicking. Not long after, another woman's child began to crawl on the ground like a fish. She panicked at the time. "Doctor, is there a doctor? My son looks weird. Is he sick?" When Chun Lixia heard this, she stood up immediately. Yes, her son must be sick, and he can definitely be saved if there is a doctor. Didn't she remember that there was a doctor in the previous rescue team? At that time, she shouted, "Everyone, our family members are sick, not mutated. They will not hurt us at all. If they really turned into zombies, we would have been bitten to death. They are just sick. We need to unite, find medical staff, and save our families. Let's go. Let's go find the doctor from the rescue team. I just saw they have a doctor." Chapter 51, Beating Chun Lixia. Chun Lixia's words instantly attracted some people. No one would believe that their wife, children, parents turned into zombies. And it's weird, isn't it? Since they have become zombies, why don't they bite them? Don't zombies love to eat flesh and blood? That must be because they haven't mutated. At Chun Lixia's call, the group of people came together and began to gather towards the rescue team. And behind them, the expressions of the dozen or so fishmen lying on the ground also changed. Their movements seemed to become more agile than before, and they had begun to try to smell the scent of their own kind. Zhang Fana looked at the group of fishmen in the distance nervously and murmured, "Didn't you say that they would become very ferocious once they gathered together?" Xiaoye. Mo Yi smiled slightly. "Don't worry, it will be done soon. There is another characteristic of the Murlocs. They will not take the risk of attacking a group with a huge difference in strength. Moreover, half of the dozen or so Murlocs have not yet completely mutated. Just wait a moment." Before Mo Yi finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. Looking at Yu Qian walking towards the group of fishmen, he was stunned. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yu Qian's eyes were filled with helplessness. As a doctor, she has a caring heart. This was not the first time she had seen this kind of creature. The only way to free the other party is to kill him. Only in this way will he not become a monster. Once they eat their flesh and blood, their limbs will regain strength. When Chun Lixia saw Yu Qian coming out, she immediately started screaming, "Doctor! Doctor, please save my child! Doctor, save my wife! I can give you money! Please help us!" Yu Qian exhaled with an unbearable look on her face. "I am so sorry. It is difficult for me to save this kind of mutation. If you don't want your family to suffer and don't want to become their food, please let them die without pain. Once they are completely mutated, everyone here will become their food." As soon as Yu Qian finished speaking, she was slapped loudly in the face. Chun Lixia yelled angrily, "Do you doctors have medical ethics? Huh? Is it so easy to make money from our taxpayers' money? I can do that just by sitting in the office and watching the machines. You won't save anyone without money, right? How much do you want?" Others may not understand, but Yu Qian did. Her father turned into a fishman, and her mother and she were unwilling to believe it. So her mother died. No one can accept it. The family members who were fine 1 second ago turned into monsters in the blink of an eye. People around me were also saying, "Don't doctors have any conscience now? You've ruined traditional Chinese medicine, but you're not good at Western medicine? Huh?" Yu Qian understands the feelings of the patient's family, but the patient's family does not understand them. Mo Yi couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he walked up to Yu Qian and slapped Chun Lixia so hard that she flew away. It was blown directly to a height of 1 meter. Everyone around was stunned. How much effort would it take? Chun Lixia was slapped so hard that her mind was dazed. When she fell to the ground and saw that it was Mo Yi who hit her, she became even angrier. Ever since Mo Yi's father died, if she told Mo Yi to go west, he would never dare to go east. How dare he hit her in front of so many people? "Ah! How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Eh?" Broken voice. Chun Lixia was about to come over as she spoke, but Mo Yi had already been annoyed, and he knocked Chun Lixia unconscious with a knife. He would not kill her. He wanted her to watch with her own eyes that she was eaten like dry food by her precious son. Then record it and keep it forever. You can take it out and read it when you are in a bad mood. The other person's expression must have been particularly interesting at that time. Mo Yi slowly called Yu Qian back and turned around to tell everyone around him, "You guys act like you know everything? You don't listen to the doctor, so just figure it out on your own. I'll only say this once. If anyone dares to cause trouble for Dr. Yu, I'll chop him into pieces." At this moment, a woman whose child had also mutated saw Mo Yi like this, and she lay on the ground and started to make a scene. "The official is beating me. They won't let the doctor see us. The rescue team doesn't care either. This is so unfair." The woman shouted so loudly that everyone could hear it. The leading man in the rescue team had gloomy eyes and could no longer hold the saber in his hand. The bespectacled fat man next to him quickly grabbed him and said, "Brother gang, don't. If we are exposed, we will be in trouble. We have cheated many people of their food by pretending to be a rescue team." Brother gang, who was in the lead, clenched his fists tightly. What he hated most in his life were old women who only knew how to throw tantrums. After thinking about it, he suppressed his anger and went out with a professional fake smile on his face. "Everyone, the doctor is right. It's not that we don't save them. It's because they are no longer human. Everyone be careful. Keep your distance from these mutants. Don't have any contact with them. Can't you see that they are no longer human? They have fish scales growing out of their bodies." Just a few words angered the woman who was throwing a tantrum on the ground. The woman picked up the stone on the ground and ran over with bloodshot eyes. "Who are you calling inhuman?" As he said this, he was about to throw stones. Brother Gang then fired a side whip kick. It was obvious that he had practiced it before. He kicked the woman away. Mo Yi had already seen it and whispered to his teammates around him. That woman has also been infected, but she is in the early stages of infection, so her symptoms are overexcitement, irritability, and anger. If you find someone who is too irritable, you should pay attention. Brother Gang didn't want to make things worse. Looking at the family members who were reluctant to leave and the fishmen who had already gathered together, he could only follow what the doctor said. "Everyone, if you really care about your family, please listen to the doctor. Everyone else, keep your distance from this group of mutated humans. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous." At this moment, the bespectacled fat man next to him said nervously, "Brother Gang, if these monsters suddenly start killing people, we will all be doomed. I suggest that we drive them to the corner and find something to surround them. If any idiot wants to stay with those monsters, let him stay there." The bespectacled fat man who was speaking was called Yinji, a middle school boy who liked to watch anime. Although he was timid and weighed 160 pounds, He was the think tank of their team. It was his idea to take off the clothes of the dead rescuers and wear them on them. Brother Gang nodded, turned around, and shouted loudly. According to the quarantine regulations, all patients with lesions need to be isolated separately. Now I order you to take your family members to the open area in the east. We have to consider the lives of more people. If you don't comply, we will use coercive measures. Chapter 52, Fishing Enforcement. I have to say that the rescue team's clothes are still very useful. After all, no one has ever seen a real rescue team. With just a few words from Gango, all the people who were afraid of being attacked by those weirdos united. Yes, that's right. Those sick people can't stay with us. We have children here. That's right. Why should you, whose family members are sick, stay with us? What if you get infected? Hurry up and take them to the east. People in the crowd started shouting. Someone had noticed those strange people just now, but no one dared to say anything. Now that the rescue team had spoken, they became bolder. During the quarrel, Chen Lixia, who had just been knocked unconscious by Mo Yi, was slowly awakened. Looking at those people arguing, Chen Lixia seemed to understand what was going on. She screamed in anger, her voice so loud that even the strange fish under the water could hear it. Hey! Broken voice. It's unjust. The officials are going to kill people. They won't let us live. It's so unfair, so unfair, so unfair. But this time no one would indulge her. Brother Gang had already heard the movement underwater because they were now on the west side of this high ground. Looking at the restless fish underwater, Gang Ji's eyes were angry. He raised his hand and took out the pistol he had picked up. Yours! Stop shouting. Do you want to lure the strange fish out and kill all of us? Chun Li Xiao was still shouting, and it was obvious that she believed the other party would dare to shoot in front of so many people. Shoot! Shoot if you have the guts. Is being an official so great? Still making decisions for the people? Is this how you make decisions? If you don't let us live, then we can't. Bang! Chun Li Xiao's expression turned pale instantly, and she was so scared that she peed her pants. Looking at the gun muzzle that was only 1 centimeter away from her head and still smoking, Chun Li Xiao was stunned on the spot. Gang Ji's eyes were filled with anger. I'll say this one last time. Take your sick family members to the east. If you haven't taken them away in 5 minutes, I will regard it as a threat to public order and will shoot you on the spot. I have to consider the safety of the majority of people. No one dared to say anything this time. Chun Li Xiao's legs went weak, and looking at her son behind her, she had no choice but to pull him up and head east. Her son was still shouting something to the fishmen around him with some reluctance, and he kept babbling like a mute. Before long, all those people gathered in the east. Moe was smoking a cigarette and watching the expected scene. He turned around and took out 10 hamburgers from the space. Every teammate sent at once, including Hu Xiong and his son Gooden. Bai Qing looked at the hamburger in her hand with a puzzled expression. Didn't she just eat roast chicken? Why the sudden distribution of food? Looking at the steaming and fragrant hamburger, Bai Qing subconsciously looked at Li Sai and Zhang Xinyu standing beside him. She already knew what Mo Yi was going to do. Hu Xiong looked at the hamburger in his hand, then looked at the hamburgers in his son and daughter-in-law's hands, and he swallowed a big gulp of saliva. Then he slowly put away his burger. Gooden had been hungry for 2 days, but he didn't care and just started eating the hamburger. If I don't eat it now, if someone steals it, it will be gone. As they devoured the burgers, the aroma of the burgers slowly wafted away. Brother Gang, who had just dealt with the mutant, took a sip and his saliva was watering. Looking at those people eating hamburgers, he was a little confused. Where did the hot hamburgers come from? Where did they get it? Brother Gang was obviously very hungry as well. They had been eating wild vegetables and berries these days. Yin Ji, who was standing by, quickly stopped him and whispered, Brother Gang, don't go. They're fishing. Brother Gang was stunned for a moment, obviously not knowing what fishing meant. At this moment, several hungry and skinny men slowly gathered around, including a woman holding a baby. Yin Ji explained again, I can see that those guys are not ordinary people. Brother Gang, look at those women. They don't look hungry, and I have been observing the man named Mo Yi for a long time. He was smoking the whole time, and Dr. Yu Qian has now joined the other party, so I guess the other party is an official. We shouldn't mess with them. They might have superpowers or be martial arts masters or something. Who else would dare to take out food to eat at this time? And let such a large group of beauties stand outside. Isn't that courting death? Brother Gang only reacted at this moment. Looking at the women around Mo Yi, none of them were ugly. Almost all of them are top quality, especially by Qing and Zhang Fana. Gang Ji's eyes were wide open. Brother gang, don't look, don't cause trouble. Those women are not easy to deal with. Just as Yanji was speaking, two men walked up to Huixiong. The two men looked at each other, and then at Huixiong. Just now they saw with their own eyes Huixiong put a hamburger into his clothes. The two of them swallowed their saliva, looked at Huixiong, and said at the same time, "Brother, can you please be kind? My two brothers have only eaten a little tree bark in the past 3 days. If we don't eat anything else, we will starve to death. Please have mercy on us. Please have mercy on us. We don't want you for nothing. We can give you all the valuables we have. Just give us half of the burger. Just half. We don't want any more." As he spoke, the man knelt down, clasped his hands together, and begged, "Brother, I beg you. My 80-year-old mother is still in the city, and I don't know whether she is dead or alive. I have to go save her. Please give us something to eat." Huixiong was an honest farmer with a simple heart. Just as he was hesitating, Gunhuan suddenly ran out and said, "Dad, don't. This is our rations for the next few days. If you give it to them, what will we eat? Hong Hong has a fever, and she can't eat raw food." Mo Yi didn't say a word the whole time, just watched. From time to time, he looked at Yin Ji and Gang Gu opposite him, as if hinting at something. Brother Gang didn't dare to speak. He just lowered his head and chewed leaves. At this moment, the woman who was holding the baby knelt down in front of Zhang Xinyu and Li Cai. "My two sisters, my name is Xiaolan. Please have mercy on us and give us a bite of the burger, okay? My son hasn't eaten for 3 days, and my milk supply has stopped. Please give him something to eat. I kowtow to you." The woman said this and kowtowed to the two of them. Mo Yi stretched out his nose and sniffed. Why was there a smell of a rotting corpse? At that time, he looked at the baby in the woman's arms. It turned out to be a dead baby. This woman, Chapter 53, the more clever the better. Mo Ye's eyes slowly turned cold. He had smelled it. This woman is not the baby's mother because she does not have the smell of a baby. The smell of a baby is very special. It not only smells like saliva, but also like feces and urine, and many also smell like milk. But apart from the pungent smell of cosmetics and gynecological diseases, there was no scent of a baby on this woman. And the baby had been dead for at least 2 days. I guess this woman picked him up from somewhere and used him to beg for food by acting pitifully everywhere. Mo Yi didn't say anything. He had seen similar scumbags doing this in his previous life. He just wanted to see what Li Cai and Zhang Xinyu would do. It is true that he accepted these women into the team, but if these women themselves were stupid, he would kick them out. It's not enough to just be beautiful to be with him. You also have to be smart. The more clever ones you are, the better. They have to dare to kill people. If they don't dare to kill people, what will they do if they encounter someone trying to kill them in the future? Lying on the ground with legs spread out waiting to die? Bai Qing was wiping the knife silently. She knew that Mo Yi would not waste his time in one place. Last time, he seemed to be seeking revenge on Si Kiki and the others. But on the other hand, he also wanted to lure out the completely mutated black fish and kill it to upgrade. Although he stayed to treat Zhao Tsung today in order to make Zhang Fana return to her heart, Mo Yi would probably make all the women bleed. If anyone dares to act like a saint, Mo Yi might kill her himself. Bai Qing understood it. Although Zhang Fana didn't know Mo Yi's true intention, she knew her current situation. Looking at her sister in front of her, Zhang Fana shouted directly, "Xiaoyu, come here, I want to tell you something." Zhang Xinyu was struggling over whether to give the other person food, and went back when she heard her sister calling her. Only Li Cai is left. Li Cai's mother, Sun Huijun, kept her head down and looked at her daughter the whole time. She knew the daughter she had taught very well. The woman holding the dead child was still begging. She thought Li Cai was wavering and wanted to get food. But Li Cai suddenly took out the kitchen knife in her hand and started to wipe it. She had killed someone with a gun when she was on the boat. She was obviously much braver than Zhang Xinyu. Mo Yi took a meaningful puff of his cigarette, and Li Cai estimated that there would not be any serious problem. The ones with the biggest problems are Zhang Xinyu and Wu Lian. Even when Wu Lian was bullied on the boat before, she didn't dare to fight back. She would rather jump into the sea than fight. There is a big problem with this woman. Just as Mo Yi was thinking about it, he turned around and saw a woman asking Wu Lian to give her food. Wu Lian obviously hesitated. Looking at the burger in her hand, she hesitated. Mo Yi immediately became angry and kicked the hamburger out of Wu Lian's hand. Then he started rolling on the ground with the soles of his shoes in front of everyone. Wu Lian looked up in panic. Mo Yi growled in a low voice, "I saved you and gave you a chance to live. If you want to die, get out of here. If you give it to her, what will you eat? You won't have the strength, and will be a burden to us if we encounter danger later. If she's full and sees you still have food, she'll come over and take it from you. Do you know her and you'll give it to her? What's on your mind? You're not hungry, are you? It was the first time that Wu Lien saw Mo Yi angry, and he was speechless for a moment. When the woman next to him saw Mo Yi stepping on the hamburger on the ground, she immediately crawled over like a dog, grabbed Mo Yi's feet tightly, and tried to bite the hamburger on the ground. When he saw that Mo Yi didn't lift his foot, he went up and bit. Mo Yi had already smelled that this woman had mutated, and she deliberately concealed the fact that she was bitten by a strange fish. It is estimated that there are still many people in the crowd who are hiding their infection. Mo Yi sneered and kicked him. "You son of a bitch! Just eat it if it's yours." The kick stunned everyone around. Ganga and Yinji quickly signaled to their teammates not to meddle in other people's business. Mo Yi was already a little annoyed with Wu Lien. Wasn't what he said clear enough? He let each of them choose a weapon and let them see the situation clearly. When they see someone pretending to be pitiful, do they become soft-hearted? How to play later. Looking at Wu Lien squatting on the ground and not daring to speak, Mo Yi said in a cold voice, "I'll give you 5 minutes to make a choice. Either kill this woman for me within 5 minutes or go wherever you want. I saved your life, and this is also a way to repay your help before the disaster." After saying this, Mo Yi kicked the woman unconscious. Wu Lien wiped her tears with horror on her face. When they were on the boat before, Mo Yi asked her to kill someone, but she didn't dare to do it. Looking at the woman who was kicked unconscious in front of him, Wu Lien looked up at the other women with a look of fear on his face. Bai Qing wiped the knife with cold eyes, without any mercy. Zhang Xinyu's face turned pale. She knew that if her sister hadn't called her, she would probably. Mo Yi continued smoking. Obviously, he was not satisfied with today's test. Have they forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed? Mo Yi looked displeased. If these women are still like this before leaving here tomorrow, he will kick 2 of them out. At this moment, the woman holding the dead baby suddenly screamed, "Ah! Murder! Help, help!" Li Cai slashed her neck with a knife because the woman just tried to snatch the food from her arms. Li Cai showed far more cruelty than an adult. She witnessed her father's tragic death with her own eyes, and also saw with her own eyes those beasts in the company trying to violate her mother. Looking at the woman who wanted to run away, Li Cai grabbed the knife with her thin arm and slashed it across the woman's neck. The woman's neck started bleeding, and then blood began to spurt out. The dead baby fell to the ground and rolled out. At this time, people around discovered that the child's skin had turned blue and his 2 legs were missing. It was obvious that he had been eaten by a strange fish. Li Cai looked back at her mother, and Sun Huijun glanced sideways as if hinting at something. Li Cai looked at the terrified people around her and whispered, "This bitch used a dead baby to trick me, and she even wanted to steal my food." As he said this, he grabbed the handle of the knife from the woman's neck and chopped at her neck again. Because she is a woman and has little strength. The next scene completely stunned the people around. Li Cai raised the knife and slashed down again. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 swords. No one knew how many times she chopped. Only after Li Cai chopped off the man's head did she stop. Because didn't Mo Yi say that before? After killing someone, you must finish him off. After Li Cai's actions, no one around her is not afraid of her. Some men didn't even dare to look at her. When Mo Yi saw this, he felt a little better. He checked the time and saw that 5 minutes had passed, so he turned and looked at Wu Lien. Wu Lien was so scared that he quickly picked up the knife and slashed at the woman with his eyes closed. Chapter 54, Should I Choose Life or Morality? Mo Yi looked at Wu Lien, who had tried to kill someone, his eyes gleaming with coldness. "Open your eyes. Will you close your eyes when you encounter a monster in the future?" When Wu Lien heard Mo Yi's voice, her eyes widened in fear. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw the woman opposite her, who had been chopped beyond recognition. Her tears welled up at that moment. She had never killed even a chicken in her life, but when she looked at the woman in front of her, her face turned pale instantly, and her pupils shrank slightly. It was obvious that the other party could no longer survive. Mo Yi suddenly said, "Aren't you going to finish off the enemy? What if she's pretending to be dead and is going to attack you after you turn around? Remember to finish off the enemy after you kill her." Wu Lien also saw how Li Cai chopped people down. His face was pale and his hands were shaking. The images of broken blood vessels and dead heads rolling down kept appearing in my mind. At that moment, she started to panic again. Can I burn her?" Mo Yi raised his hand and threw a lighter over and said, Whatever. Move it away. We just finished eating. Don't let us smell that smell. Wu Lian said this while pulling the woman's pants and walking away. Everyone around was looking at her, and Ganga and Yinji were already worried. They had seen so many survival teams along the way, but had never seen one so cruel. The woman and his team didn't dare to kill anyone, but that man actually changed his face and destroyed the girl's food. Everyone felt complicated as they watched Wu Lian start to burn the corpse in the distance. However, they all understood one thing at the same time. On the top of this mountain, no one should mess with Mo Yi and his group of crazy people. Because they killed people without blinking an eye, even the rescue team didn't dare to intervene. Wu Lian looked at the flames burning in front of him and prayed silently in his heart. Slowly, the smell of burning corpses spread into the air. A strange smell that had never been smelled by the world began to spread among the crowd. The taste is a bit like beef in a frying pan. It's a bit like fatty pork on the barbecue. Those people who had been hungry for several days couldn't help but look up and saw Wu Lian burning the corpse at the edge. Everyone turned their eyes to the sizzling corpse. Yu Qian's expression changed slightly, and she seemed to smell a stronger fragrance in the air. That's the smell of burning brain marrow, a sweet, musky scent that's extremely intoxicating. She had heard her colleagues at the crematorium talk about this smell, but when she thought that it was the smell coming from the human body, she immediately covered her mouth and nose. This was not the first time that Mo Yi had smelled this smell. At this moment, he was still recalling what happened in his previous life and thinking about his next plan. And at this moment, the people on the top of the mountain seemed to become strange. Some people couldn't help but stand up. Looking at the burning corpse, some people were already drooling. They had never smelled such a sweet smell of roasting meat. Even some big bosses who often eat delicacies from land and sea can't stand that feeling. I've been hungry for so many days. So many days. Is the bottom line of human ethics more important, or is life more important? Moreover, the woman who was burned was only in her 20s, with fair skin and tender flesh. Brother Gang suppressed his nausea and asked his teammates to find some dry firewood. The group planned to burn some leaves and bark to eat. Yinji also caught a few beetles, and they definitely didn't want to eat that kind of thing. At this moment, a woman in the crowd couldn't hold it in any longer. Her eyes widened. Wu Lian was startled and quickly retreated behind Mo Yi. Mo Yi doesn't bother with those people. Anyone who eats that kind of thing basically won't live long. Not only can't you eat that thing, you can't even eat fish. If any smartass fool eats the meat of those strange fish, they will also mutate into fishmen. But unlike being bitten, those who eat fish will change faster. Mo Yi suspected that Chun Lixiaosan was so hungry that he ate a piece of fish from somewhere. So he mutated quite quickly. That must be the case. It is difficult to change a naughty child's nature of loving food. And at this moment, the refugees have gone crazy. No one wants to care about the future. A man was holding the dead head he had stolen and laughing extremely morbidly. With this thing, you can survive. At that moment, all human relations and morals were returned to nature. They just want to survive. The women behind Mo Yi looked at this scene with gloomy expressions. Some are angry, some are sad. Some people sneered. Bai Qing said with some disgust. Foolish people always expect someone to save them, so they come here to find a rescue team. If they could find a way to dismantle all the wood in their homes during the few hours when the flood came, they could also make a raft. If they are willing to eat weeds and tree bark, would they be like this? They want to live and eat good food. At this moment, Chun Lixia, who was at the easternmost part of the mountaintop, seemed to have heard some noise. At that moment, her pupils widened, and she quickly stood up to look. When she saw those people eating something in the distance, her expression changed instantly. She ran over like a madman. Chun Lixia looked left and right with an angry face. Those people turned their backs, and no one wanted to share with her. At this moment, Chun Lixia saw the dead baby that the woman had been holding. Although the corpse had turned blue and purple, Chun Lixia's eyes were wide open with an extremely terrifying look. When a starving person sees people around him eating, that person will feel more uncomfortable than when he was hungry. Chun Lixia stuffed the dead baby into her clothes and ran away. She didn't want to think about anything at the moment. If she and her son didn't eat, they would definitely starve to death. She has swindled so much money, and she hasn't even gotten to spend it yet. How could he die like this? No matter how difficult it is, she will survive at all costs. Everyone went crazy. Some people even looked across the ropeway. On the other side, there are still many dead people. There are so many dead people. Some people looked at the people around them with strange expressions and biting their nails. Eager. Want to eat. I really want to have a big meal. Once Pandora's box is opened, it is not easy to close it again. Moe looked at the people below with cold eyes and whispered to the woman beside him. This situation is only the most common one. You all have seen it clearly. I'll let you learn to protect yourself. I am responsible for you. Someone will start killing people soon, and those who are injured will be prioritized. Be careful. Someone has already set their sights on Zhao Tsong in the tent. Chapter 55 Transfer. Zhang Fana looked up immediately after hearing that. And sure enough, there were two men staring at Zhao Tsong in the tent. Zhao Tsong is strong and about 1.8 meters tall, and he was already injured and had no ability to resist. When the two people opposite saw Zhang Fana looking at them, they quickly turned their heads away and looked elsewhere. Moe sneered. Looking at the time, he felt that it was about time. In another hour, more murlocs will mutate to the final stage. By then, I won't know who will eat whom. Looking back at Huxiong and Gooden, Moe obviously didn't want to take them with him. Looking at Zhao Tsong on the bed, Moe subconsciously supported his chin and thought, how about letting Zhao Tsong follow them? Just give them the fishing boat that Zhang Fana had found before to save their lives, just in case they might be needed in the future. Zhao Tsong and Huxiong are both honest people. Will they be tricked to death later? On the other hand, that Gooden named Huanitian seems to be smarter. Who cares? This is the maximum he can do to help Zhao Kong. Zhang Fana has nothing more to say. Thinking of this, Moe stood up and looked at the cliff opposite, where quite a few people were already standing. If the people here weren't blocking the cableway, there would probably be no room to stand. Moe slowly took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the doctor beside him. Doctor Yu, how long will the blood transfusion take? Maybe it will take a while. What's wrong? Pack your things, and let's get out of here. Yu Qian was stunned. Packing up? Where to go? But when she saw the women behind her start to put on their equipment, Yu Qian immediately looked across, and suddenly her eyes were filled with ecstasy. Great! After Moe finished speaking, he looked at Huanitian again. Looking at his wife Hong Hong, he thought about it and called them up. Let's go, be smart. You should be an adult now. Remember what I said. Don't believe anyone. Think more about everything. Don't be reckless. Huanitian nodded and looked at Bai Qing, who had already climbed onto the cable car. He looked at his wife Hong Hong with some concern. Zhang Fana, who had awakened her supernatural powers, slowly walked over and said, let me carry her. Moe led them towards the cable car opposite. Zhao Tsong, who was on Moe's shoulder, also woke up. He looked at Moe, who was carrying him on his back, and felt unbearable. Everyone on the hilltop saw them, but no one paid any attention to them because they just wanted to eat and were thinking about where to get meat. There are strange fish on the other side, and it may be submerged by the flood at any time. Aren't they looking for death by going to the other side now? Chun Li Xiao was full, and her son was full too. Seeing Moe coming back to the other side, Chun Li Xia cursed coldly. Let the strange fish eat you all? Damn it! Hurry to the other side. Hurry up and die, and go downstairs to find your father, who is paying you. After her son ate human flesh, he became even more strange. His blood vessels expanded, and his scales began to grow rapidly. The nails are gradually becoming sharper. Moreover, web feet similar to duck feet actually grew between the fingers. Gangu and Yanji looked at Moe and his group with confusion. Why did he leave just like that? Aren't they looking for death by going to the other side? There are so many strange fish over there. Yanji felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He felt that the group of people were definitely not fools, and they must have discovered something when they went to the other side at this time. Yanji stood up nervously, looking at those people savoring the delicious food. He felt that it was definitely not because of this. There must be something else. When he saw the group of fishmen on the easternmost side starting to whisper to each other, Yanji's eyes suddenly widened. Brother Gang, let's go. We can't stay here anymore. Gangu and the rest of his teammates looked at fatty Yanji in bewilderment and said, where are we going? We have finally occupied the highest point on the mountaintop. Where else can we go? Yanji looked horrified. According to my guess, those people on the other side must have foreseen something. The only variable on the top of this mountain is those sick weirdos. I guess they are definitely going to mutate into fish. Look, some of them have grown a lot of fish scales. Many fish live in groups. If they don't mutate into zombies but into strange fish, then this island will definitely become their dining table. It will be too late to run away by then. And I'm sure these strange fish that humans have transformed into are not afraid of land. Brother Gang suddenly looked up and saw the fish people behaving strangely, like a group of hyenas whispering to each other, and his face was full of anxiety. The rest of the humans actually thought that the fishmen were just sick and were discussing how to treat them. At this moment, Yenji suddenly looked towards the other side of the river. Hurry up! Let's follow that group of people. They must have gone to the shore to find a boat. Didn't we see a lot of small boats before we came to the mountain? They were all the same as in the park. Let's find a few boats and tie them together. We can't stay here any longer. I dare to conclude, we have a greater chance of survival if we follow those people. Brother Gang still trusts this fat guy more, thanks to his advice along the way. Otherwise, they would have died on the road. As they talked, the group began to climb the cable car. Even though the behavior of Mo Yi and others made everyone despise them, the behavior of the rescue team made some people who were still conscious realize that something was wrong. Even the rescue team went to the other side. What's going on? Yin Ji said calmly. Let's go to the other side to rescue the injured. Don't take up our space. Brother Gang looked back, and he knew that the fat man was afraid that those people would pester them. At this critical moment, your own life is the most important. At this moment, Mo Yi and others had already arrived on the opposite side and quickly came to the bank. Yu Qian was stunned all the way. She had seen people with superpowers before. Normally, those strange fish would attack even if they met people with superpowers. But along the way, the black fish and giant frogs that were still on the shore didn't dare to come over. Instead, they retreated when they saw them. It was as if he had seen something terrible. Yu Qian dared to conclude that Mo Yi's ability was definitely top-notch. Otherwise, it won't be able to serve as a deterrent. After arriving at the shore, everyone was dumbfounded again. They actually saw a fishing boat, while there was nothing here just now. Mo Yi raised his hand slightly. This is the fishing boat that Sister Na got before. Let's get on it. Yu Qian swallowed. This fishing boat is actually a sailboat. Even if there is no oil, as long as there is a sail, it is not impossible to sail. So everyone got on the boat. But their every move was seen by Yin Ji and others behind them. Chapter 56, Sending a Ship. Brother Gang and the others were all standing on the shore looking at Mo Yi and the others who had already boarded the boat in disbelief. The entire journey was too strange that there were no strange fish attacking them. They had already loaded their weapons when they arrived. But how come there was no sign of a strange fish on the mountainside except for people whose faces had been bitten beyond recognition? Yenji looked at the fishing boat that was already heading towards the top of the mountain. Naturally, he was not naive enough to think that if he went over and begged the other party would let them get on the boat. Looking at some small boats floating on the shore in the distance, Yenji hurriedly shouted, "Give me 4 people to guard the back, and all the other brothers should move quickly to find the largest park boat. Brother Gang, you lead the others to find some corpses and throw them in the opposite direction to attract the strange fish. Hurry up! Once the people on the top of the mountain come down, we won't be able to leave." As they talked, the group began to get busy. Fortunately, there were many boats on the shore, and some were tied to trees with ropes. They were all driven here by people who had fled before. There are all kinds of boats, including park pedal boats, kayaks, homemade bamboo rafts, etc. The largest one is a small motorboat that can probably seat 8 people. And it's huge. But just when a few people were about to look for the motorboat, Yenji hurriedly shouted, "Don't mess with the boat that needs gasoline. Where can we find gasoline now? Without gasoline, we can only wait to die on the water. Just look for the ones with foot pedals and sails. Tie those pedal boats together. This way they can block the wind and waves. Tie them firmly." As soon as Yin Ji finished speaking, Brother Gang came over again and said, "Xiaoji, where are we going next? A boat like ours won't be able to catch up with that Mo Yi. We've run out of food." Yin Ji looked at the 6 swan pedal boats that had been tied up and took out the map of Jianglu City with a thoughtful look on his face. This is a coastal city, so it was flooded quickly. If we went west, there would be more mountains that were not flooded. Moreover, their country has a giant plateau that is several thousand meters high, which will never be submerged by seawater. But if you want to go there, it is definitely impossible under the current conditions. After thinking for a moment, Yenji fixed his eyes on Jiangchuan City in the west, where there was a higher mountain, which was much higher than the small earth slope like Jianglu Mountain. He had seen some information on the forum before, and there should be an official shelter in Jiangchuan City. He didn't believe it before, but when he heard Yu Qian say that she was originally sent there to treat a professor, Yenji regarded Jiangchuan City as the end point of the next stage. Going there from Jianglu City would be tantamount to seeking death under the current conditions. Yenji looked at the motorboat in the distance thoughtfully. After thinking for a while, he said to Gangu, "I suggest that we go to the buildings in the city that have not been flooded to find some supplies. First, use the yacht to tow the swan boat into the city. If we can find other fishing boats or large ships, that would be the best. If that doesn't work, we'll try to find gasoline. If we don't have any, we can only use curtains to make sails and drift to Jianchuan City, but that's too dangerous. Brother Gang knew that Fatty's character was to always leave a way out for himself, so he would sometimes procrastinate when making decisions. Looking at Yin Ji in front of him, Brother Gang held his shoulder with a serious face and said, "Brother, we survived all the way thanks to you. I trust you. Take 2 people to find a boat. The Jianglu City Pier is not far from here. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely find it. I checked the amount of gas in the motorboat. It's enough for the round trip. If you can't find it, come back. I'll be waiting for you here." Yanji swallowed and looked at the men around him, feeling a little worried. He was afraid that the others would find the boat and run away directly. He would definitely not live long if he followed the others. Although Yanji had good analytical skills, he was useless in a battle. His chances of survival would be much greater if he followed Brother Gang. Brother Gang continued, "Go ahead, I'll give you another gun, come back if you can't find it." Yanji thought about it and decided to set off. At this moment, Mo Yi had already driven the fishing boat to the side of the mountain where the cliff was. With such a keen nose, he could naturally smell someone following him. The other party had no intention of taking action, and he didn't want to get involved. He docked the fishing boat 100 meters away from the peak of the mountain and looked at Chen Lixiao on the top of the mountain through a telescope with a sarcastic look on his face. The reason he didn't leave here was because there was still one thing to do. Now his team already has 6 women: Bai Qing, Sun Huijun, Li Cai, Zhang Fana, Zhang Xinyu, and Wu Lian. He wants to wait until all the mermaids have mutated and then let these women upgrade with him. Although I have no experience in killing people, there are people who can kill fish. Although the Murlocs don't have much experience, their numbers are huge. It should be no problem to get all of them to level 2. At this time, Huanitian on the ship had also discovered the extraordinary features of this ship. "Oh my god! Dad, come quickly! There are so many foods in the boat. There's actually a weapon. That looks like a shotgun, right? Oh my god!" Huanitian was shouting excitedly, and Huixiong quickly patted him on the head from behind and said, "Don't touch other people's things. If it's yours, just take it. Put it back." Hong Hong, whose condition had improved, slowly came out wearing a coat. Looking at the ship, her eyes were filled with longing. When Huanitian saw his wife coming out, he ran over quickly. "Hong Hong, your fever has gone down? That's great. I was so worried." Hong Hong smiled slightly, her eyes showing the joy of surviving the disaster. Before she could give Gooden a hug, a man came up behind them. Mo Yi looked at Zhao Tsong, whose complexion had returned to normal in the distance, and he had obviously made a decision. "Xiaohua, this boat is yours from now on. The food in the cabin is enough for you to eat for a month. As long as you don't commit suicide by bleeding on the boat and don't make any noise, no big fish will attack you." Huanitian was delighted when he heard this. "Give it to us? Wow! Brother, you are such a good person. What about you guys?" When Huanitian said this, he was suddenly stunned. He looked at Mo Yi in disbelief. Why did it sound like the other party was going to part ways? In this vast ocean, where are they going? Mo Yi smoked slowly, looked at Zhao Tsong behind him, and said, "From now on, the 4 of you should help each other. I will bring my people back to the top of the mountain later. I brought you out mainly to let you leave safely." Zhao Tsong was able to walk now, and he knew that Zhang Fana must be really together with Mo Yi. Along the way, he also figured it out that following Mo Yi would definitely be much better than following him. The other party was so generous that they gave away a ship full of food. Thinking of this, Zhao Tsong looked at Zhang Fana, who no longer wanted to talk to him, with some impatience and smiled bitterly. "Brother, I will remember your kindness. Don't worry, I will make good use of this ship. If you need anything later, feel free to come to me." Chapter 57, Everyone Awakens. Huixiong seemed a little dazed. Looking at Mo Yi in front of him, he really didn't know what to say. Not to mention sending a ship in the apocalypse. Who would send such a ship in peacetime? This boat can carry at least dozens of people, and the bottom of the boat is made of iron. Not only can it burn oil, but it can also hang sails. Looking at Mo Yi taking out 7 diving suits and throwing them in front of Zhang Fana and the others, Huixiong knew that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. Still thinking about going into the water in this situation, Zhao Tsong's eyes were always on Zhang Fana. He was willing to die for her. Along the way, he almost died for her. Zhang Fana didn't look up and followed Mo Yi the whole time. She knew Mo Yi's character. This man does not trust any of his brothers. Perhaps he has been betrayed by his brothers before. Mo Yi rescued Zhao Tsong only because of Zhang Fana's request. Now that she is Mo Ye's person, she naturally no longer thinks about other things. Mo Ye looked at those women with a sharp look in his eyes. Now that you all know how much humanity is worth in the end times, it's time to hone your courage. This is 100 meters from the top of the mountain. I want you to wear your diving suits and swim with me. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the women suddenly changed. Even Zhang Fanna's face turned pale. You know, the sea is full of strange fish. Let them go into the water? Even if those strange fish are afraid of Mo Yi and dare not come over. What if there are some huge fish hiding underneath? Bai Qing also looked a little nervous. Although she was a good swimmer, the waters in this place were more dangerous than when she was in that community before. The entire mountain was almost full of dead bodies, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. How could it not attract a huge mutant fish? In case you encounter any mutated creatures that are not afraid of Mo Yi, such as tiger sharks or large octopuses. How do they run in the water? Letting them go into the water at this time is more frightening than letting them kill people. Among the women here, except Bai Qing, no other has ever gone into the water. They can't even swim. Asking them to go to the mountain from here is simply forcing them to do something against their will. Mo Yi did not have any pity for them. He knew that if they were not taught various flood survival skills now, it would be more troublesome later. At this moment, screams were heard from the opposite mountain. Mo Ye's mouth curled up. It started, "We should get going." Yu Qian looked at the diving equipment in front of her nervously, feeling uneasy. I'm a doctor. Should I go too? Mo Yi rolled his eyes at her and said, "You can tell the fish below that I am a doctor. I will heal you when you get hurt. Do you think they will bite you?" Yu Qian pursed her lips, looking slightly embarrassed. Bai Qing had already changed into the diving equipment. She looked back at Zhang Xianyu, who was in a panic, and helped her put on the diving suit. "Don't panic. Just follow my instructions, and I'll teach you. I've worn it twice before." Mo Yi watched this scene with a leisurely look on his face. It turned out to be the right decision to let them try to kill someone first. The horror underwater at this moment is not something that ordinary people can endure. Once they overcome these things, they will be able to level up much faster later on, because more mutated strange fish will soon appear. As Bai Qing fell into the water with a splash, the other women all became nervous. Mo Yi was watching from above. If there was any danger, he could take Bai Qing into the space at any time. Looking at Bai Qing, who had emerged from the water, Mo Yi whispered, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Li Sai was the second one to go down, followed by Zhang Fanna. Just as Mo Yi was about to leave, Xiong suddenly called out from behind. "Benefactor, if Xiong, can find a real shelter, I will definitely tell you. Can you please leave me your phone number?" Mo Yi smiled softly. It was no use leaving your phone number now, as there was no signal. After thinking about it, I decided to keep one. What if he runs to a shelter with a signal? After saying the number, Mo Yi fell into the water. Sun Huijun in the water couldn't keep her balance for a long time. Looking at the strange fish around her, the women were all terrified. There are just too many. It's like a swarm of locusts so densely packed. They all stared at them. Mo Yi waved his hand, signaling them to follow him. Those women did not dare to slack off. They knew that once they left Mo Ye's protection, they would be dead. Mo Yi just swam slowly, not very fast. During this time, he saw more creatures. The mutated crab is as big as a car, and its claws can probably cut off a person's head. There are also mutant carp and catfish. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Mo Yi seemed to see a strange fish with a human face among the group of fish. Doesn't look like a murloc. More like a salamander? No, it should be a fish, but its skin is very similar to that of humans, and it even has two faces. There is a human face on a fish face. Looking at the other party's growing hands and feet, an idea suddenly popped up in Mo Ye's mind. Could this guy be evolving into a human? The other women also saw the strange thing. That was just too weird. Wu Lian was so frightened that he almost collapsed, and his legs were cramping. This terrifying underwater scene had already brought her to the brink of collapse, and then she suddenly saw a creature that was neither human nor ghost. The creature actually had a lot of hair on its face, and from a distance it looked like a living human being. Mo Yi wanted to figure out what that thing was for a moment, but when he turned around, the thing was gone. Seeing the girls who were about to collapse from fear, Mo Yi raised his hand slightly and grabbed the frightened Wu Lian. The group arrived at the other side of the mountain safely, but they could not climb up because the slope of the mountain was almost 90 degrees. You can only climb over here from the cable car. But this time, Mo Yi planned to use another method. He turned around and led the girls to the public toilet they had been to before. After giving each of them a superpower core, he signaled for them to start awakening. Yu Qian's eyes were shining as she looked at those energy cores. She wished she could grab them right now, because she was the only one who didn't have it. Looking at Bai Qing, who had begun to awaken, Yu Qian's eyes were filled with jealousy. Mo Yi said coldly, "There is no free lunch in the world, Dr. Yu. Do you want to awaken your superpowers? Then sign this contract." Yu Qian was stunned for a moment, then looked at the contract and signed it without hesitation. But after she signed it, the contract did not take effect. Mo Yi touched his chin with a playful look on his face. There was indeed something wrong with this woman. Yu Qian, who was completely unaware of the situation, thought she had succeeded. He looked at Bai Qing behind him with anticipation. Bai Qing's appearance has changed drastically at this moment. A beautiful mermaid tail that is 1.5 meters long is dazzling. Even Mo Yi was stunned. After all, she is his first wife, so the supernatural core he gives her is naturally of the highest grade. But this is too magical. Super mermaid? Holy shit! Can you even awaken mythical creatures? Chapter 58. Fishmen Burst. Bai Qing was a little overwhelmed. Looking at the beautiful fish tail that suddenly grew on her, she thought she was going to mutate into a strange fish. But her tail is so beautiful. It not only shines with colorful light, but is also dazzling. Mo Yi couldn't help but run over and look down at the other's fish tail. The scales on Bai Qing's tail are extremely delicate and look like pieces of smooth and delicate white jade when viewed up close. The fish tail extended directly below her lower abdomen. The upper body seemed to have become more beautiful, with some smaller scales growing on both sides of the arms. It is magnificent under the moonlight. It looks like it's covered with a rainbow. The women around were also stunned. Wu Lian had already awakened his special powers, but he was still looking at Bai Qing. It wasn't until Wu Lian's tail stretched out in front of her that she reacted. "Ah, what is that?" Mo Yi looked over when he heard the voice and subconsciously widened his eyes. Why does Wu Lian's current look a bit like a scorpion? There is a sharp thorn about 20 centimeters long on the back of each hand. There is purple-red armor on the shoulders, especially on her back. There grew an extremely long skeletal tail that looked a bit like a scorpion's tail. But the length of the tail is really too long, a full 2 meters. And the end of the tail is not a poisonous needle, but a long and thin machete. The whole tail gave off an aura of deadly danger. Wu Lian nervously tried to control her tail to avoid accidentally hurting others. The tail can actually stretch freely. Mo Ye's eyes were excited, and he turned around to continue looking at Li Sai and her daughter. Sun Huijun looks a bit like a spider spirit, and her whole body has a poisonous beauty. It should be a creature like a sea spider. Li Sai's appearance is even more magical. She looks like a female elf with transparent wings. Mo Yi recognized it at a glance. Is this a flying fish? It really is a flying fish. Oh my god. Then can you fly? Li Sai was also a little excited. Looking at the 2 transparent wings growing on her back, she couldn't wait to try them out. Before she could stand up, her mother called her back. Don't be impulsive. Analyze calmly. If you want to make good use of your abilities, you must first understand the characteristics of the creature. Can't you see that you are different from others? Li Sai was shocked when she heard this and quickly turned around to look at everyone. As her mother had said, the rest of the people had things like scales for weapons and also tails and fins for swimming. But she only has 1 pair of wings? Mo Yi said softly. Don't worry, everyone's abilities are different, and it is possible for different people to awaken the same ability, and there may be multiple versions of the same ability. How to develop it depends entirely on your talent. From your appearance, your ability should belong to the speed type. You should be able to be amphibious. It will be great if you can develop combat abilities later. At least you can fly. If I give you a sword, won't you kill people indiscriminately in the sky? Li Sai smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you for letting me awaken my superpowers. Mo Yi waved his hand and called all the girls together. Now everyone has awakened, except for Bai Qing, who is at level 1. The rest of you are at level 2 or level 3. You are all very good. Zhang Fana is an electric eel. Xiao Yu is a sea snake. Hui Jun is a sea spider. Wu Yin is a sea scorpion. Sai Ai is a flying fish. And Bai Qing is a mermaid. If my guess is correct, Hui Jun should be a regenerative type, because sea spiders can regenerate themselves, even if their arms and legs are gone. Try cutting your skin yourself later. Wu Yin should have a close combat ability like me, and Sai Ai is a reconnaissance type. Bai Qing's words. I can't understand this either. The mermaid in the myth, this. Just as Mo Yi was speaking, Bai Qing just raised his hand, and the waves rushing towards him stopped moving. At that moment, Bai Qing had a feeling that she could control the surrounding seawater. The next second, she swung her tail. The sea water in front of me instantly split into two. Everyone was stunned. Mo screamed out, "Fuck! A cheater?" Although Bai Qing's power can only control a small area of seawater and cannot expose the land, what if she reaches a higher level? Mo's eyes were filled with envy. Although his bull shark bloodline is very intimidating, but being able to control water, isn't that the nature system? Not invincible anymore. As long as Bai Qing wants. Can she create an underwater space directly on the seabed? It's possible. At this moment, Yu Qian, who had not awakened her superpowers, couldn't wait to pull Mo and said, Can you give me one too? I have joined you, and we will be companions from now on. Mo, didn't you say that doctors also need to be able to protect themselves? Give me a superpower core. Yu Qian's eyes were full of anticipation. She couldn't wait to awaken her special powers right now. With superpowers, you can go into the water without worrying about being infected and turned into a merman. With her special powers, she no longer has to worry about other people's feelings. Mo slowly put his arm around the other's shoulders, looking at the mountaintop behind him, which was already in chaos, with a look of contempt. Dear ones, go kill the fishmen and level up. Remember not to be alone. Follow Bai Qing's instructions. She has more combat experience than you. She killed a monster fish before she awakened. I'm here to help Dr. Yu Qian awaken her special powers. Don't go too far. The girls who had awakened their special powers nodded one after another, and then lined up one by one to climb to the top of the opposite mountain. Li Sai jumped up directly, flapped her wings, and arrived at the other side of the mountain. She raised her hand and held the gun and occupied the cableway. One man even wanted to climb up and escape because there were fishmen behind him. There are so many fishmen, I don't know if there are hundreds or thousands of them. It's completely messed up, Li Sai said coldly. Let's see who dares to snatch it. When those people saw that the other party had a gun in his hand, they didn't dare to speak. He could only watch helplessly as the other women crawled over from the other side. I don't know what they were thinking. The top of the mountain is full of mermen. Why are they running back? And that woman was actually flying just now, etc. Those women seem a little weird. Monster, run! Bai Qing looked at those guys coldly, not wanting to pay any attention to them. At this time, the entire mountaintop was filled with murlocs. It was obvious that a large number of the refugees had stolen the meat of the strange fish. Some strange fish will die if they cannot stand the terrestrial environment when they crawl ashore. When you are extremely hungry, you are no longer a human being. They can even eat the flesh of their own kind, let alone the flesh of strange fish. At this moment, the number of murlocs on the entire mountaintop could be considered a murloc tide. Casualties were everywhere. Everywhere there were fishmen eating humans. Wailing everywhere. Chapter 59, Yu Qian's plan. The murlocs came in like a tide. After their numbers were able to achieve an overwhelming victory in this game, the fangs of all the fishmen were exposed. Their teeth were no longer flat, but jagged. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, with a layer of something like fish eyelids covering their eyes from time to time. Their palms and soles are covered with webbed flesh, and their nails became as sharp as thorns, sharp enough to pierce a human throat easily. The originally safe refuge has now become a desperate place. Those people have been hungry for so many days. How could they possibly be a match for the fishmen? It was almost a one-sided crushing. At this moment, a sudden wave of water attracted the attention of all the fishmen. I saw a group of women slowly walking towards me from the opposite side. The woman in the lead was slowly moving her fishtail, as if she had some kind of magic that deeply attracted them. All the fishmen were almost motionless. Their eyes became dull, as if they were controlled by Bai Qing. Mermaid. In Western mythology, some people call them sirens because they have the ability to bewitch people. Bai Qing couldn't seduce too many fishmen at once, so he could only shout, Leave it to you. Hurry up. They live in groups. Li Sai quickly flew to the front, took the amphibious rifle given to her by Mo, and started shooting. He killed the two bewitched fishmen as soon as they met. Zhang Fana suddenly raised her hands, as if possessed by the goddess of lightning, and released two arc-shaped lightning from her hands, directly electrocuting a fishman to medium rare. Zhang Xinyu's tail is a snake's tail. Like Bai Qing, she has no legs, so her fighting style seems a bit clumsy. She was still a little bit unfamiliar with manipulating her tail, so if she wanted to kill the opponent, she would have to rely on her venom. The ones closest to those fishmen are Wu Lian and Sun Huijun. Wu Lian's attacks were domineering and deadly. Although she was afraid of the fishmen, she could just swing her fist and the fishmen on the opposite side would explode. Sun Huijun could only hack there with a melee weapon. Although she had a gun, she didn't want to rely too much on that weapon. She is well aware of her own abilities, self-regeneration. If she doesn't learn more powerful fighting techniques, her ability will be useless. Once she learns various fighting skills, weapons, and marksmanship, her strength will definitely not be bad. They quickly dealt with the first wave of murlocs. After discovering that they could actually block the attacks of the fishmen, the people on the top of the mountain rushed over. Even some of the injured who had been eaten by the fishmen ran over. They were going to climb to the other side of the mountain. It's too dangerous here. Bai Qing exhaled with some difficulty. She didn't know what was going on. Why did she feel so tired after she finished her group bewitching trick? Why do I feel like I've been hungry for 3 days? Could it be that releasing abilities would consume food? Or maybe her level is too low. After that, she didn't dare to cast the spell on such a large scale. Everyone, surround me and kill those fishmen. I need to replenish my energy. I will watch over you. If there is any danger, I will take action. The girls all understood that as long as they were not careless, they could kill the fishmen who could only crawl on the ground with their abilities. At this moment, Mo Yi, who was on the other side of the mountain top, also called Yu Qian to the toilet. The 2 3-meter-long catfish in the toilet fled after seeing Mo Yi. Mo Yi put his arm around Yu Qian's neck and held her hand with his right hand. Yu Qian was suddenly shocked and quickly shouted to stop. She thought Mo Yi came here to give her the superpower core. She said she wanted to go with him, but she didn't say she would do such a thing, as if Mo Yi had predicted this. Looking at Yu Qian, who would rather die than obey, he asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching us? Didn't I tell you that if you join me, you have to become my woman?" "What do you mean, Dr. Yu? Do you think I would be so confident in awakening you directly? And do you think you are prettier than Bai Qing and the others? Why should I help you?" Yu Qian looked flustered. She couldn't imagine that the other party had been planning this all along. But she has a husband, and she joined the other side just to save her life temporarily. She really didn't want to do anything. She was thinking about whether she could cheat for a superpower core and then go to Jiangchuan City to find her family. She was not an official doctor at all. She just happened to hear from the rescue team that there was a marine biology doctor in the shelter over there. Looking at Mo Yi, who was questioning her, Yu Qian said in a panic, I have no ill intentions. I just want to awaken my superpowers. I just want." Mo Yi said in a cold voice, "I know whether you have malicious intentions or not. You want to use me to awaken my superpowers. After seeing that I have extra superpower cores, are you planning to trick a few more people away? If you bring it back to your husband, to your son, and others, your family won't have to worry about other people's opinions?" Yu Qian was startled. It was obvious that Mo Yi was right. She seemed to have forgotten one thing. Although these people were carrying valuable treasures, they were also ruthless killers. If she were Mo Yi, would she let herself go? You deceived yourself first, and now you want to deceive the supernatural core? It was also false that she asked Mo Yi to go to Jiangchuan City. She just wanted to find her family in the shelter. That professor of marine biology had nothing to do with her, and she had other things to do here. When she thought of the humanoid creature she had seen in the water before, Yu Qian became a little panicked. Mo Yi said coldly, "At first I really thought you were an official doctor, but then I thought about it again. Would the authorities send a rescue team to protect a doctor to go somewhere else at a time like this? Are all the doctors in Jiangchuan City dead? I'm telling you the truth. At first I really wanted to invite you to join the team. You didn't have to join, but why did you lie to me time and time again? You went to Jiangchuan City to find your husband, right? I don't understand how you dare to use me." When Mo Yi said this, the shark fin on his right hand was already exposed. Yu Qian was so scared that her face turned pale and her legs started shaking. Don't kill me. I'll join you. I'll join. My child is still young. Please give me a chance. I'm willing to do anything. I can be your woman." Yu Qian said this and started to take off her clothes. Her face looked extremely panicked, for she was afraid that Mo Yi would kill her if he got unhappy. Mo Yi looked at the woman coldly. She was too smart. He probably kept those people pretending to be the rescue team in the dark. She must have told those men, "Take me to Jiangchuan City, and I will take you to the shelter. It's uncertain whether you'll be dead or alive when you get there." And he felt that this woman must be hiding something from him. Because at the beginning, he not only smelled the odor of a medicine box from the other person, but also smelled a disgusting fishy smell. He had never smelled that smell before, and he didn't know what was emitting it. No matter what she is hiding, as long as she is not on the same side as me, there is no reason to keep her. The longer the night, the more dreams you may have. And she already knew that she had a superpower core. Once it gets out, the consequences can be imagined. The reason why he let Zhao Tsong and his men go first was that he didn't want them to see the supernatural core. Looking at Yu Qian, who was already naked, there was a coldness in Mo Ye's eyes. Chapter 60. Things Yu Qian raised. Yu Qian is indeed quite pretty. But even if she is extremely beautiful, Mo Yi will not leave a time bomb in the team. Failure to sign a personnel contract means that the woman is not truly loyal. Once backstabbed, the consequences can be imagined. Looking at the woman in front of him, Mo Yi did not let her feel pain. With just that one stroke, Yu Qian fell to the ground, covering her neck. Looking at the light and shadow on the ceiling, Yu Qian shed tears of unwillingness. Mo Yi said in a cold voice, "Don't blame me. My team doesn't tolerate people with two minds. No matter what you think, it has nothing to do with me, Mo." Yu Qian closed her eyes unwillingly, and her right hand slowly fell to the ground. When Mo Yi saw the other person dead, he hurried over to look for his cell phone. After unlocking the phone with the other person's finger, the next scene he saw made his heart beat wildly. Looking at the videos recorded in the other party's mobile phone, Mo Yi was overwhelmed for a long time. This woman is actually a water creature enthusiast. She has taken many videos and photos of aquatic life on her phone. Many of the shots were taken at her home. There is a big fish tank in Yu Qian's home. That fish tank was really too big. Mo Yi had never seen a 6-meter-long fish tank in other people's homes in his entire life. In the fish tank, Mo Yi saw various aquatic fish. Arapaima? Damn, one of the largest freshwater fish. This woman, Mo Yi couldn't believe it. The Arapaima in the video was already 3 meters long. If this thing mutated, the centimeter catfish mutated and grew to 3 meters long. The centimeter small carp has become 1 meter long. This 3-meter-long Arapaima, if it mutates, with a hint of fear, Mo Yi continued reading. Yu Qian also keeps many things at home, including golden arowana, silver arowana, guppy, parrotfish, alligator turtle. Mo Yi was a little nervous for a moment. He knew that some people like to raise various fish. If someone raised piranhas, that thing is not suppressed by blood, and they dare to bite any meat. At this moment, Mo Yi saw the chat records between Yu Qian and her husband a few days ago. Watching their conversation, Mo Yi swallowed subconsciously. No wonder the other party knew about the superpower core. It turned out that her son inexplicably picked up a superpower core and awakened accidentally. It seems that his aptitude is not very good. He awakened the supernatural power of a koi, but it seems to be of no use except swimming fast and being stronger. Just when Mo Yi was about to put away his phone, he suddenly saw the recycle bin of the photo album again. There is actually a deleted video in it. When he opened the video, he was stunned. The salamander turned into a human. Husband, the salamander I raised turned into a human. It can actually talk? Oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's calling me mommy. I will call you Xiao Yuan from now on. We will be a family from now on. In the video, Yu Qian was hugging a person who looked like a ghost and was shouting at him with a sick look on her face. Mo Yi recognized the thing at a glance. Wasn't that the humanoid creature he had seen underwater before? A head of thick black hair. From a distance, it looks like human hair. A human face with eyes that can't be opened is on a fish face. Mo Yi suddenly smoked a cigarette with disgust. And now, in the water somewhere near the shore of Jianglu Mountain, a giant humanoid creature with black hair slowly lifted up the small humanoid creature on its body. Compared with the mutant fish, its size is relatively small, only about 3 meters. But that guy actually climbed onto the shore and stood up. He stood up on his feet like a human. And at its feet, there is a salamander creature that looks even more like a human. Although it is only 1 meter tall, the eyes on its human face are already open. When the giant salamander looked up at the sky, he immediately uttered a wail. What the hell? The sound was extremely harsh, and all the strange fish retreated, fearing to offend this powerful guy. The people who escaped to the shore thought the thing was a living person from a distance. Because it's so similar, some people ran over without knowing it, trying to find a swan boat behind the man. But when those people ran up to them, their expressions were frozen on the spot. A man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the two terrifying upright creatures, one big and one small, his face turned pale. Strange, strange fish. It's changed. It's changed into a human. The strange fish turned into a human. All those who had just escaped to the shore lost the ability to think. What on earth is wrong with this world? It's fine if a normal person turns into a fishman, but how can a fish turn into a human? Where should they go from here? Fear was spreading among the crowd, and no one dared to look for a boat. The giant salamander moved its feet clumsily and looked at the public toilet on the mountainside. It knew that the mother who had raised it for many years had been killed by that group of people. Looking at the panicked crowd in front of it, its human face slowly opened its eyes. Although its vision is still a little blurry, it can already see the world like humans. As it took another step, its soft legs could no longer support its body, and it fell to the ground instantly. It could only use its huge hands, which were no different from those of humans, to scratch the ground and drag its body forward. While crawling, he was making sounds like ma, ma. Behind it, more small salamanders slowly crawled out. Each one has a human face. Unlike the giant salamander, those small salamanders are faster and more agile. It's as if it was born to adapt to land, and it crawls like a lizard. Looking at the human in front of them, all the small salamanders rushed forward. Moe above also smelled the scent. Looking back at Bai Qing and others who were still hunting fishmen on the top of the mountain, Moye's expression showed panic for the first time. Since his rebirth, he has never been as panicked as he is now. Looking at the groups of salamanders that can already crawl on land and try to stand, Moye can't help but worry. Could it be that the ultimate purpose of those fish, growing hands and feet, is to evolve into humans? Now is not the time for him to worry about the future, smelling the extremely pungent smell of blood in the air. Moye's eyes trembled. How many creatures had that giant salamander killed? How did he smell shark? Level 5? How could it be possible that the level is so high, this guy? Moye widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Yu Qian stayed here to raise this monster? Are all the living people on this mountain food? The more Moye thought about it, the more scared he became. This woman was so cunning. If they really went to Jiangchuan City with this woman, with such a monster following them underwater, they would not know how they would die. Looking at the giant salamander that was trying to stand up like a human again, Moye raised his hand and fired a shot. But the thing was not moved at all, and the wound regenerated instantly. Seeing that the other party was about to stand up, Moye quickly took out the intercom and called Bai Qing. Are you already level 2? Come here quickly. Help me kill this thing that is about to evolve into a human. This thing regenerates. Kind of tricky. Chapter 61 Salamander. Bai Qing was shocked when she heard this. In all the days she had been in contact with Moye, she had never heard Moye say that he wanted to help with this matter. Looking at the cliff opposite, Bai Qing made a quick decision. Wu Lian and Sister Huijun will cover the rear. Everyone else, go to the other side to help Ai Yi. Something incredible has appeared over there. Wu Lian was a little scared when she heard this. Can't we run? Do we have to fight? Bai Qing shook his head. I heard from Ai before that the monsters behind will become more and more powerful, and the land will be occupied by amphibious monsters and fishmen. The only way to survive is to keep killing enemies and becoming stronger. There are a few fully mutated individuals that we can encounter in the early stages, but if we kill them, all of us should be able to reach level 3 today. No more words, hurry up and get going. Li Sai was the fastest and flew over holding Zhang Fana, the long-range electric mother. The two of them work together so well. One is flying in the sky and the other is discharging electricity below. Sparks and lightning all the way. At this moment, Moye had already started fighting with the little salamanders that crawled over. Although the opponent is only about 1 meter tall, his speed is extremely fast, and he is not afraid of Moye's breath. Looking at those things, Moye couldn't help but analyze that there was only one possibility for their extraordinary behavior. That is, they have eaten creatures similar to bull sharks before, so they are not afraid. Moye did not dare to be careless and raised his hand to attack again. The shark fin on the arm was like a sickle, instantly cutting through the bodies of the 3 salamanders, separating their heads and bodies. Moye had an indescribable weird feeling. Why was his defense so weak? Erots have touched, but the next second he felt his heart tremble. The bodies of the 3 salamanders he had just chopped to death actually began to shake slowly. The 6 corpses twisted together. The next second, new trunks suddenly grew out of those wounds. A head grew out of a headless body. The head, without a body, strangely grew a body. Moye was shocked. Self-regeneration? Or splitting? An unprecedented panic came over him. and he was wondering whether he should leave here. Can you leave? Even if he put all the women into the space and escaped on the boat, the giant salamander was much faster in the water than on land. It is still unknown whether he can escape. And that thing obviously can't walk yet, so now is the perfect time to kill it. Level monster. Even in his previous life, he had never seen a monster of this level. If you kill it, you will definitely be able to level up, and because of the Arc of Genesis, all those who have signed personnel contracts can share their experiences. When MOE kills monsters, they can also level up. Thinking of the more difficult problems that would come in a few days, MOE made up his mind. Fana, use lightning to guard this place. Xiao AI, take me over. Lisi AI was shocked when she heard this, and looked back at the giant salamander, feeling very uneasy. Hurry up, don't waste time. MOE jumped directly into the air. Lisi AI quickly turned around, hugged MOE, and rushed over. At this moment, Bai Qing and others also rushed over and killed some of the fishmen. Their levels all reached level 2. They thought the fishmen were scary enough, but when they saw the salamanders below trying to stand up and walk upright, Zhang Xinyu's legs began to tremble. Transform? Are they going to transform into humans? What on earth is going on? How did it turn out like this? Bai Qing felt his scalp tingling, and he quickly rushed to Zhang Fana, raising his hand to use his bewitching ability. The little salamanders in front stopped one after another. Zhang Fana quickly released chain lightning, and the target that could not be hit was still easier to hit. For a moment, the salamanders in the front row were electrocuted and became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The dead can't die anymore. Just as they were about to kill the next wave, the bodies of the salamanders that had been electrocuted previously began to slowly crack apart. A brand new salamander crawled out of it. Zhang Fana's scalp was tingling. How? How come he's alive again? Bai Qing quickly added another temptation with a panicked expression. What on earth are these monsters? At this moment, everyone realized a problem. There was a lack of intelligence in their team. He has the ability to fight, but doesn't know how to deal with various creatures. And just at this moment, it suddenly started raining. Bai Qinggan thought that it would be a disaster if these salamanders could stay moist on land. What's that smell? Zhang Fana sniffed it. It seemed to smell like gasoline. When I looked up, I saw Li Sai in the sky holding MOE and pouring gasoline everywhere. Who cares what it is, just burn it all? As MOE threw down a lighter, the group of salamanders instantly caught fire. Screams came one after another. It sounded like a baby crying, and from time to time you could hear some bursting sounds. Not long after, another salamander emerged from some of the burnt corpses. Then it was covered in flames again. When the giant salamander was burned by the flames, it suddenly exerted all its strength and bounced high into the air. Lisi AI was immediately shocked and hurriedly dragged MOE away. No one reacted, not even MOE. How is it possible? The height is at least 20 meters? How can that guy jump that high? Looking at the giant salamander passing by, MOE swallowed subconsciously, turned around, took out a rocket from the space, and shot it at the falling giant salamander. A loud noise was heard. The giant salamander screamed in pain. But even though its body was blown to pieces, it still twisted its body and crawled towards the public toilet halfway up the mountain. He completely ignored the little salamander that was burned to death behind him. MOE looked at the giant salamander going up the mountain, and he knew what the other party was going to do. Could it be that this thing really has human nature? Is it going to find Yu Qian? How did it sense Yu Qian's death? Is there really telepathy between humans and their pets? Looking at the giant salamander that slowly stood up and tried to climb up the mountain like a human, MOE looked back with some sadness at the little salamanders that could no longer regenerate. There must be some creatures elsewhere trying to evolve towards humans. Didn't Darwin say that the evolution of all organisms is determined by the environment? If one day those creatures knew that humans were the root cause that hindered their evolution, would they try to defeat humans? Human beings have always regarded themselves as the masters of the earth. But from the beginning to the end, the earth has never belonged to anyone. If people turned into fish and fish turned into people, what will this world become? After being stunned for a while, MOE hurriedly shouted, "While the big guy is away, kill all the small ones first. We can't let them evolve here. Hurry up." Chapter 62. Building an emotional bond with the giant salamander. All the women stood up and joined forces to kill the salamanders that had not yet grown up. MOE now realized a problem more clearly. No matter how strong their combat effectiveness was, it would be very dangerous to attack rashly without understanding the enemy. When Mo Yi thought of the marine biology professor that Yu Qian had mentioned before, he clenched his fists. Mo Ye's scalp tingled as he watched the giant salamander stand up again like a human and limp up the mountain. That thing can actually walk. And it was actually shouting, "Ma! Ma! Are you sure you're not calling for Mom?" Looking at the open face, Mo Yi nervously took out his cell phone and signal transmitter. He wants to check. We can't attack like this anymore. I was lucky just now, otherwise I would have been in trouble if I was knocked down by that thing. When he took out his cell phone to check, his heart was in suspense. Salamanders have existed since the age of dinosaurs. There are about species of salamanders in the world, and among them there is a special species, the giant salamander, the Chinese baby fish. The reason why it is called the giant salamander by humans is because this creature cries like a baby at night. To be precise, it is not a fish, but an amphibian. According to relevant research, some special giant salamanders have an IQ close to that of a 4-year-old human child when they grow up. This creature mainly relies on smell and touch to perceive external information, and can also sense vibrations in the water through its skin to hunt. Some salamanders even have the ability to regenerate themselves. When they encounter danger, they will break off their tails to save themselves. Even if their limbs are completely broken, they will grow back after a period of time. According to the latest research, some salamanders have a certain chance of self-regeneration even if their internal organs and brains are damaged. If this gene of salamanders can be applied to the cause of human disability, there may be new progress. The following information made Mo Yi, who had never known about giant salamanders, have his 3 views blown up. He had never thought that giant salamanders could understand human nature. The information was found on a forum about raising giant salamanders. A forum owner named Dawa posted a post about establishing an emotional bond with giant salamanders, which caught Mo Ye's attention. The giant salamander has existed since the age of dinosaurs, so how could it be that it has no intelligence? This beautiful, colorful creature is simply the most beautiful amphibian, and it is also smart and lively, and is loved by pet lovers. When interacting with their owners, many giant salamanders can show extremely high emotions and intelligence. Humans often try to establish bonds with cats and dogs, but they are wrong. Many creatures in the world have intelligence, and the intelligence of giant salamanders is not inferior to that of cats and dogs. This amphibian that can learn, remember, and communicate emotions will become dependent on and trust its owner. They have strong social needs. Whenever the owner approaches the fish tank, the giant salamander will swim to the shore. Some that have been raised for a long time will even look up and make eye contact with the owner. They are like dogs, waving their tails to show happiness. Once they successfully establish an emotional bond with their owner, they will try to get close to their owner. Protecting the giant salamander is everyone's responsibility. Humans should not be animals that only know how to eat. When Mo Yi saw this, his mood became more complicated. It is obvious that the giant salamander raised by Yu Qian is very human-like. It is estimated that it smelled Yu Qian's blood through its sense of smell, and it is definitely mutating in the direction of humans. Mo Yi guessed that this thing probably wanted to be Yu Qian's child, so it tried to transform into a human form. If it were a peaceful era, it and Yu Qian should have been able to live together forever, but this thing has evolved into a human-eating creature, so it naturally cannot be kept. Mo Yi had been curious before why no large fish were found in Jianglu City, a coastal city. I guess they were all killed by this thing. If left alone, this thing will really evolve into a human and a giant 3 meters tall. Looking at the women who had been dealt with, Mo Yi raised his hand hurriedly. "Hurry up! We must kill it today. The feud has already been formed. If it doesn't die, we will never have peace in the future. Normal attacks won't work. Its regeneration ability is even more terrifying than the smaller ones. Let's change our strategy and use explosives. If it's 3 meters long, it should be able to get into that public toilet. Let's try to kill it there. We must not let it go into the water." Mo Yi said this and led everyone up the mountain. At this moment, Gang Gu and others were taking refuge in the toilet while waiting for Yin Ji to come back with a boat. When they saw a group of human-like creatures coming ashore, they were so scared that they ran to the toilet after several twists and turns without looking back. Fortunately, those strange fish cannot bite through steel bars and concrete, and there is running water in this public toilet. Naturally, it became a refuge for many people. The younger brother next to Gang Gu looked pale. What is that? Oh my God! Our swan boat. We won't die here, will we? I don't want to die yet. Will Yin Ji never come back? Brother Gang, what should we do? Brother Gang clenched his fists in a somewhat anxious manner. The scene, just now, obviously frightened him greatly. He was the first one to see the salamander man, and he made eye contact with that thing. There was actually a pair of human eyes on that thing's face. Evil. Don't panic. Yinji will definitely come back to take us away. Even if there is no boat, he will come back. Let's hide for a while and send 2 people out to check. If the monsters are gone, we will quickly get the swan boat back. At this moment, a group of people in the women's restroom next door suddenly screamed strangely. It was a huge commotion. The door panels are rotten. Ah, monster. It's a monster. Help me. Monster. This is a monster. Oh, don't. Brother Gang and others quickly took up their weapons to prevent any accidents. The moment Gang Gu opened the door, he suddenly saw a strange person crawling into the women's restroom. At first, he thought it was some big idiot who couldn't hold it anymore and wanted to eat a pot in the women's restroom. But when he saw that the guy was not wearing shoes and had a wet, flesh-colored tail behind him, he shrank back in fear. Nima! Those younger brothers didn't dare to go out either. Gang, brother gang, what's outside? That thing that looks like a human is in the women's restroom next door. It's probably eating people. Come here and help me hold the door open. Don't let that thing in. Xiaolong, go to the back and keep an eye on the window. See if you can find something to seal it up. The one called Xiaolong ran over in panic, but as soon as he got to the window, a huge human face popped up. Well, Chapter 63, Speaking Human Language. Xiaolong was so frightened that he stood there stupidly. Before he could come to his senses, an extremely strong arm stretched out. He grabbed him in his hand. Brother Gang was immediately furious. Help! The salamander man suddenly raised his hand, held the little dragon, and smashed it towards everyone. Brother Gang was hit directly, and another man was knocked unconscious. The salamander man was very strong, and with just one hit, the toilet door was pushed open. Brother Gang, who was spitting blood, could clearly feel that his internal organs were damaged, and his ribs seemed to be broken. Looking at the dead Xiaolong, Gang Ji's eyes were filled with fear. Judging from the degree of distortion of the corpse, Xiaolong was probably not killed by being smashed, but was crushed to death by the opponent and then smashed over. How much strength does it take to crush a grown man to death in an instant? Looking at the salamander man trying to climb in through the window behind him, Brother Gang no longer cared about anything else and staggered away with the rest of the people. Go! The rest of the people didn't dare to stay either. When they came outside, they found that many people had died here. They died in horrible ways, probably because of that salamander man. One of the younger brothers was so scared that he peed himself. His eyes were blurry, and he was limping. Monster! This is a monster! We are all going to die here. We are all going to die here. I don't want to die yet. I haven't even touched a girl's hand. I don't want to die yet. Brother Gang was supported by others with some difficulty. Looking at the frightened people, he was really speechless. If they were really a rescue team, they should have been able to work together to shoot it with guns just now. Everyone was so scared just now that no one dared to shoot. Let's see who runs faster. Many of these brothers were people I met halfway. They included students, gangsters, stay-at-home moms, fat otakus, and people who depend on their parents for support. Their physical fitness was not as good as that of women like Chen Lixia. After all the hardships and hunger along the way, their mental state was on the verge of collapse. And just at this moment, the salamander man behind ran out again with strange cries. It thought that the people in the toilet had killed its mother. It only smelled Yu Qian's blood, but couldn't see Yu Qian. It's going to kill everyone here. Anger makes it even more ferocious. With just one acceleration, the salamander jumped up again, standing upright like a human. Gang's pupils gradually shrank as he looked at the salamander that jumped dozens of meters high, feeling despair in his heart. I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here today. The instinct for survival made him suddenly shout, "Shoot! Shoot quickly! Quickly!" Broken voice. The frightened people nearby picked up their weapons and started attacking with their unskilled shooting skills. Although some bullets hit the opponent, he was not hurt at all. He suddenly bent his body and rushed down again. Revenge! Revenge! Everyone was shocked by this scene. Brother Gang's mouth has begun to tremble. That thing actually spoke human words just now? Spoken? What the hell is this? The face of the salamander man slowly revealed a sad expression. He turned around and raised his hand. One hand went straight through the man's mouth and into his lower back, killing him with one hand. The man next to him was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Looking at the man who was killed by a punch, the young man was so scared that he lost control of his bladder again. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. Before he could finish his words, his head was blown up by a punch. Blood splattered. Genghis suddenly picked up the rifle and started to scream, "Eh, d, fuck, fuck." The salamander man suddenly raised his hand, grabbed the bodies of the two men, and placed them in front of him to act as shields. Gengu has a mental breakdown. What on earth is this thing? Seeing the guy coming towards him again, Gengu also lost the desire to fight. He couldn't kill him at all. But just when they were about to be wiped out, a rocket suddenly shot over from a distance. Immediately afterwards, more rockets were fired one after another like dumplings. Moyi raised his hand and shouted, "Don't stop. Keep hitting me. Xiao AI, go and pour oil on the sky. Be careful not to get tricked. This beast will come after us sooner or later, because we smell like Yu Qian." Brother Gang, who was already frightened, looked at the scene with a dazed face. Looking at the women holding rocket launchers, he knew he was saved. Looking at the dead brothers around him, Gang Ji's eyes were dazed. There were only 4 people left, all dead. At that moment, Gang Ge began to doubt their future. He didn't know how long this kind of life would last. When will it end? At this moment, a man who was not completely dead groaned weakly. "Gang? Brother Gang, it's so dark. Where are you? I'm so cold." "Yanji, is he back yet? I want to tell him. I'm sorry." Brother Gang's eyes were red. Slowly grabbed the man's hand. "I shouldn't call him a fat guy. He's so smart. If he were here, maybe we wouldn't have to die." Brother Gang felt a little guilty. If he had not sent Yanji out to find a boat, and if he had gone alone, Yanji might have been able to bring them back to life. Yanji was the one giving advice and suggestions along the way. Looking at his dead brother, he felt very guilty. He actually wanted to kill that salamander man in the toilet just now. If they fight their way back along the cableway and fight those fishmen, will they still have a chance of survival? There must be other options. Of course there is, but he chose the worst. Looking at the salamander being besieged by Mo Yi and others, Gang Gu raised his weapon and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fuck you, you bastard. I'm going to fight you." Then he rushed forward with his gun raised. Mo Yi was speechless for a moment and kicked him. "Don't try to steal the experience, damn it." He kicked Gang Gu unconscious with one kick. They were about to blow the salamander man to death. If this idiot came over and fired the final shot, Mo Yi would cry to death. At this moment, Li Sai suddenly shouted, "Brother Lei!" Mo Yi looked over when he heard the sound and saw that a large pit 4 meters long and 3 meters deep had been dug by them. Wu Lian's ability was surprisingly useful for digging pits. Okay. Leave the rest to me. Let me send this beast to heaven to find its mother." As Mo Yi said this, he rushed into the pit and placed 8 bombs directly and then filled the pit with petrol bombs and Molotov cocktails. Then he released Yu Qian's body from the space. The salamander, who was still being bombed outside, suddenly raised his neck and looked at the deep pit opposite. He turned around with some trembling. "Mom, Chapter 64, as long as I have no morals, I will not be kidnapped." Everyone watched in horror as the giant salamander man walked towards the deep pit where Mo Yi was. Just like a human, he walked with his hands stretched out, crying and making strange noises. When it came to the deep pit and saw Yu Qian below, the strange human face actually showed an expression of extreme grief. He plunged forward without paying any attention to the gunpowder smell below. Immediately afterwards, Mo Yi in the distance detonated the bomb. There was a loud boom, and something was blown to pieces. A brief blood rain fell above the exploding flames. All the women present instantly reached level 3. Mo Yi also successfully reached level 4. He had no time to be happy and quickly signaled everyone to deal with the mincemeat. God knows if that thing can regenerate. In order to avoid any trouble, Mo Yi searched with his nose for a long time. Some of the larger pieces of flesh had clearly begun to regenerate, and they were all piled together and set on fire. This wave is a sure win. All staff upgraded. Looking at the remaining fishmen on the top of the mountain behind him, Mo Yi didn't want to waste them, so he turned around and led everyone to attack again. Today, these women have opened their eyes. Not to mention the chairman's wife's son, Hui Jun. Even Mo Yi's immediate boss, Zhang Fana, felt that Mo Yi in front of her was different. Unlike when he was timid in the company, Mo Yi's temperament and appearance have changed a little. Even his character has changed. Along the way, she even felt that Mo Yi was someone else pretending to be her. This was too amazing. If it had happened before, how would these women dare to kill those things? Not to mention killing him. Even looking at him would make my whole body numb with fear. After killing the salamander, the atmosphere in the team was obviously different. In the past, they thought that following Mo Yi was just to let him protect them, and they just wanted to live a few more days. But through today's events, we can see that following Mo Yi may not just be a matter of living a few more days. In the future, they may even become more powerful psychics and may even live until the end of the disaster. People are all strong-willed. Several women who had felt aggrieved before now had subtle changes in their hearts. Wu Lian's courage obviously grew. She had died once, even killing the salamanders, so these fishmen were obviously not that scary. He raised the pliers in his hand and stabbed them, killing one on the spot. The scorpion tail on its tail dragged the sharp blade and swept left and right, slowly becoming more and more skillful, like a mad dragon turning the river and the sea upside down. And the 6 fishmen in front of it disintegrated instantly. Zhang Xinyu also discovered his own strengths. He swung out his snake tail and pulled it hard, and several fishmen were knocked down in an instant. Before they could get up and take a few steps, their bodies slowly became motionless. Their skin also began to fester. All of them were poisoned by Zhang Xinyu's snake venom. Mo Yi and Bai Qing were watching from the side. To deal with this kind of thing, they no longer needed the 2 top fighters. Mo Yi squatted there smoking a cigarette with a stern expression. Although the women around him were changing, he still felt insecure. There is always a feeling of walking on a knife's edge. Because he had seen even more terrifying things in his previous life, the clear sky now was only temporary, and it would probably rain again tomorrow or later. The water level is still rising. The reason why he died in his previous life was because something even bigger would appear after the water rose in the next few days. Just a salamander man, just a salamander man. The truly terrifying stuff is yet to come. Once I heard a survivor report that someone had seen a giant sea monster that was hundreds of meters long and could launch long-range attacks. With one move, the floating outpost built by humans above the city was blown into the sky. Mo Yi continued smoking and watched the women hunting the fishmen. We must speed up the upgrade process. At present, he has no intelligence and no ship doctor, and his ship of creation is still very weak. The speed of the release speedboat is not even as fast as that of the Jianglu Star speedboat. Don't miss out on anything that can be upgraded. At this moment, some people who had luckily survived on the top of the mountain ran towards them with excitement on their faces. There are many people, probably around 300 or so. If we add the thousands of people on the opposite shore, there probably wouldn't be many survivors left. The leading man shouted excitedly. It must be them. I just saw them swimming down from the boat. They have a boat. We can definitely survive if we follow them. They can also kill strange fish and fishmen. They must be super-powered or something. Just follow them, and they will definitely lead us to safety. The man's voice was excited, and Mo Yi's eyes were cold. Looking at those eyes full of expectation, not only those of adults, but also those of teenagers, children, and the elderly. It's just that Mo Yi smelled the scent of fishmen from these people. Some people here are infected. Mo Yi sneered. How dare a group of selfish dogs morally blackmail him? A woman in denim shorts ran out with excitement on her face, because she saw that Bai Qing's women were led by Mo Yi. So she hurried to Mo Yi and begged. Brother, help me. My name is Xiaozhu. I'm a female anchor, and I have more than 1 million fans. As long as you help me, I will definitely serve you. I will definitely serve you well. Take me with you. Regardless of what this woman looks like, just from the fact that she is willing to sell her body in order to survive, Mo Yi will not accept her. Because this kind of woman reminded him of those 2 bitches Zhao Siege and Si Kiki. Bai Qing risked his life to save him. Zhang Fana did it to save her sister, and Sun Huijun did it to save her daughter. The last thing he wanted in his team was a piece of trash who stripped off all his clothes just to survive. It's okay to play around, he never thinks it's too much to play a few games. The woman was still shouting, Brother, you are so strong. Please accept me. I have sisters. I will call my sisters too. Xiaoyin, come out quickly. Please ask brother to take us with you. A panicked girl ran over from behind with a nervous look on her face, looking reluctant. When Mo Yi saw her like that, he wanted to laugh. His sense of smell was so sensitive that he could smell the scent of a woman. Don't be fooled by her shyness and reluctance. She has an unpleasant smell of gynecological disease and fishman on her body. It is obvious that she is infected. Mo Yi covered his mouth when he smelled it, and he didn't know what kind of rotten state it had become. I guess most men would be deceived by them. Damn bitch, who are you trying to kill after being infected? I'll give you 1 minute to get out of my sight, or I'll kill you all. As Mo Yi said this, he shot and killed the woman who was pretending to be pitiful. The female anchor at the back was so scared that she screamed loudly. Kill murder. Ay. Chapter 65. Can you believe it? Chun Lixia is not dead yet. The crowd fled in all directions, crying for their parents. Moe looked at this group of idiots coldly and sneered. The disaster has come, and you want the rescue team to save you. The rescue team hasn't come yet. I hope my friends can help. All your friends are dead, and you hope to be rescued by strangers? There are still so many trees on the top of the mountain. Even if you don't have a boat, can't you build a raft after so many days here? No matter what happens, you always rely on others. Are you all good at talking nonsense at work? If you don't die, who will die? People like you are the most likely to sell out your teammates when you are in danger because you always think about saving yourself instead of saving others. A bunch of trash, garbage, idiots, fools, bitches, and idiots. Bai Qing beside him couldn't help laughing. All right. Why do you care about them? Think about how to get to Jiangchuan City later. I also think that we should recruit a professor of marine biology, and it would be better to have a few technicians. We have to recruit ship doctors, cooks, chemists, botanists, all the top talents. Aren't you going to farm later? Can you make the crop survive? I can't make them survive anyway. Farming is not that easy. Mo Yi touched his chin with one hand and looked at Bai Qing with a provocative look. Bai Qing's face suddenly turned red. How could she not guess what Mo Yi was planning? And at this moment, Mo Yi suddenly stood up in disbelief. His eyes widened. Looking at Chun Lixiao running away with a stick in the distance, he couldn't believe his eyes. Fuck, she's not dead yet? I'm so lucky. Originally, there were hundreds of thousands of people on Jianglu Mountain, and then tens of thousands died. Now there are only this few left, and Chun Lixia is still alive? Mo Yi stretched out his nose and sniffed, and found that the other party was not dead, but also not bitten. At that time, he said meaningfully, "It's really a disaster that will last for 1,000 years." If Chun Lixia hadn't taken the lead and said that those infected were just sick, those people wouldn't have been bitten to death by the fishmen. At the beginning, they had the opportunity to kill all the infected people. Looking at Chun Lixia, Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly stood up and rushed towards Chun Lixia with an attitude of a hero saving a beauty and punched the mermaid into the sky. Experience? Chun Lixia was so frightened that her face turned pale, and when she saw that the person coming was Mo Yi, she couldn't stop crying. At that moment, she didn't think about anything. She just wanted to survive. If you lose a child, you can have another one, but you only have one life. Thinking of this, Chun Lixia immediately burst into tears out of grievance. Mo Yi hurried forward and hugged her, saying with concern, It's okay. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. I'll take you away from here later. I have a very big boat. Stop crying." Sun Huijun in the distance looked at Chun Lixia with hostility. Wasn't there already a mature woman like her on the boat? Why was Mo Yi still looking for her? He could find someone younger, so why would he find someone about her age? Sun Huijun is not stupid at all. She knows her strengths and weaknesses. If she falls out of favor, her daughter will not be able to benefit either. Now that the situation is settled, she needs to be smarter. It wasn't just her who was hostile towards Chun Lixia. Zhang Fana also frowned. Didn't Mo Yi say before that he wanted to kill this bitch? Ask her to get on board? Why? Bai Qing could see that these women were all angry. The killing of the fishman was much more brutal than before. The fishman was dead, but Zhang Fana was still electrocuting him. I thought there was a power outage. Don't be afraid, sisters. He's not the kind of casual person who will accept just anyone. Wu Lian twisted her mouth. Didn't you see? He wasn't even that nice to us. He actually hugged that woman and said, "Don't cry. Don't be afraid. I'll take you on the boat later." Why is he so mean to me? He even pointed a gun at my head before. He did that to me. And he even pointed a gun at my head. Whenever Wu Lian thought about the time when Mo Yi pointed a gun at her head and forced her to kill someone, she felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Although Sun Huijun is very smart, she feels a little confused when encountering such things. Mo Yi threatened her that if she didn't go with him, he would not let her daughter live. Only then did Sun Huijun sign the contract willingly. He has no bottom line towards the women on his boat, either intimidating or threatening them. Sun Huijun also lost her temper and chopped off the fishman's head with the machete in her hand. Bai Qing's eyes twitched. Don't be angry. I haven't finished talking yet. He would never hire anyone randomly. Besides, he's a sick person. If he suddenly smiles at someone and treats them nicely, that would be dangerous. Bai Qing said as he secretly glanced at Mo Yi. Bai Qing swallowed subconsciously. He is mean to you because he is so disappointed in you. He really wants to keep you here. So he forced you to kill and go into the water. Otherwise, what will you do if you encounter danger in the future? Will you let those people hurt you? Wu Yin shuddered suddenly and was so scared that she turned around and went to kill the fisherman again. At the same time, in the east of Jianglu Mountain, a container ship capable of carrying 200 people slowly approached. The leading man had a gloomy expression and held a gun in his hand. Chapter 66. Set off. Jiangchuan City. There were only more than 20 people on the freighter, except for the captain and a few sailors. The rest were all children. When Yanji risked his life to find the freighter, the children on the freighter were attacked by a strange fish. After Yanji and his two companions killed those strange fish with guns, the captain thanked them repeatedly. The captain happened to see a group of children taking shelter on a building. He couldn't bear it, so he went over and took them all with him. I thought I could leave safely, but unexpectedly, I was attacked by a strange fish. If Yanji hadn't appeared, they might all have died. Under Yanji's lobbying, the captain joined the group decisively. Because Yanji and his men have guns, so many children will not survive long without anyone to protect them. Looking at the overly quiet Jiang Lushan, Yanji nervously took out the telescope. At a glance, I saw the swan boat they had tied up earlier. Yanji had a bad feeling at that time. At this moment, the captain suddenly saw a large yacht with great power speeding towards the west. His eyes widened at that moment. Oh my God! Jianglu Star? It is said to be the fastest ship in Jianglu City. So fast, fuck. Yanji hurriedly took the telescope and looked over. Although he didn't see anyone, he was sure that the person on the boat must be Moyi. West. Jiangchuan City. Yanji pondered for a moment, then hurriedly asked the captain to stop the boat. I will go and bring the rest of the brothers. Captain, please wait a moment, and do not let anyone else get on board casually. Yanji left a brother waiting here, took the other one, and went up the mountain. Before they had taken 2 steps, they saw 3 brothers supporting the lame gang brother, walking towards them in ragged clothes. Those brothers were still carrying some bloody equipment and clothes. Brother Gang was in a very low mood. When he saw Yanji and the freighter behind them, his nose felt sore. Xiaoji, trembling. Yanji had already guessed something, and said with an impatient look on his face, It's okay. I found the boat. Let's talk on the boat. Brothers, thank you for waiting. The joy of surviving the disaster made the other 3 burst into tears. When I got on the boat, I was about to cry. Yanji hurriedly shouted in a low voice, Don't cry. Don't shed tears. Brothers, the others now think we are a rescue team, so they let us on the boat. If you cry, we will be in trouble. If you have anything to say, let's go back to the room and talk. Brother Gang looked impatient. He knew Yanji's overall abilities were better than his. He could only fight and didn't know anything else. Everyone chose him as the leader because they saw how good he was at fighting. But all signs indicate that the fat man is the most suitable person to be the leader. Looking at the big ship that the other side was calling for, Brother Gang handed the other pistol on his waist to the fat man with an impatient look on his face. It was the most powerful magnum pistol in the team. Brother Gang patted Yanji's shoulder woodenly and said, From now on, my life will be handed over to you. Yanji was stunned for a moment. Looking at the other brothers, he was a little surprised. The others also said yes. Brother Yin, you are smarter than us. From now on, the brothers will follow you. I don't want to be separated from you anymore. I thought I was going to die on the mountain. I haven't recovered yet. At this moment, the people on the mountain also discovered the freighter. A group of people ran over like crazy, crying and shouting. The bottom of that freighter is so high, it can definitely block the strange fish. Whether men or women, they all acted as if they had seen a life-saving straw, and no one wanted to stay in this damn place. Hello. Please take us aboard. Please. Brother Gang said nervously. Boss, don't let them come up. Some people will turn into fishmen. They are infected. Once bitten by a strange fish, they will mutate. When the captain of the freighter heard this, he immediately wanted to drive the ship away. Yanji quickly stood up and shouted, Wait a minute. We need to save those who are not infected. Not everyone is infected, right? We can't just leave like this. We need to get those people to fetch some soil, and then we can check their bodies one by one. Only those without any injuries can get on board, Brother Gang said in confusion. But is there enough food on the boat? Yanji shook his head. There's not much food, but there are grains and vegetable seeds on the ship, and there are poultry in some containers. There's still plenty of oil. No need to refill for now. We'll try to make a few bigger sails later, so we should save some oil. But we still need soil. As long as we hold on, As long as we hold on, we can be self-sufficient. Besides, we need manpower for farming and patrolling. There are only children on our ship. If we encounter other survivors, we won't be able to save the ship with too few people. Brother Gang wanted to say something else. If we capture some bad guys. He closed his mouth before he finished speaking. Now Yin Ji is the boss, and his ideas always bring them vitality. The captain looked at Jiang Lushan in front of him and swallowed subconsciously. Soon Yin Ji brought a few men and women to pick up the survivors. They even found someone to be a teacher. They moved as much as possible from the mountain. Soil, stones, plants, small trees. There are even some small swan boats. As their freighter slowly sailed away from Jianglu Mountain, the survivors looked at the infected people on the mountain with some pity. There were only about 90 fish on the boat that were not bitten. Jianglu City originally had a population of nearly 2 million, but now only has this many people left. Those who remained on the mountain also knew what their fate would be. Staring blankly at the slowly rising sun. Look sad. They have all seen what the fishmen look like, and they all know their physical conditions. Some people can already clearly see fish scales growing on their skin. There is nothing more despairing than watching yourself turn into a monster. Even though those people wanted to get on the boat, they did not dare to fight with Yin Ji and others who were holding guns. Some people who had given up returned to the top of the mountain step by step. As the sun rose higher, those people's hope became smaller and smaller. Looking at the ship that was slowly going away, those people seemed to have lost hope of survival. Some people on the top of the mountain began to cry and shout. Some did not want to see themselves turned into monsters. Pick up a stone on the ground and beg someone to kill you. Some people choose to stare at the sun, waiting for death to come. Chapter 67. Alien Recruitment Order. At this moment, Mo Yi, who was already heading west, killed Chun Li Xiaosun. Bai Qing and the others who were cleaning the room never thought that Mo Yi would be so cruel. The whole room was covered in blood. It couldn't be washed away. Bai Qing looked at the women in front of her and said in a low voice, "Remember, sisters, if we don't want to be treated like this by others, we must become stronger. Only by uniting and following our husbands can we avoid being treated like dogs. You can't survive alone. Remember Chun Li Xiao's end. In the end times, sometimes death can be a relief. Let's take a look at the capabilities of your positions, and each of you will have your own duties. You will be able to arrive in Jiangchuan City at noon today." The girls all looked down to check their abilities. Mo Yi had already assigned positions to each of them before they set off. Like Bai Qing, they also gained corresponding abilities. Investigator, Li Cai, Flying Fish, can master the operation of all reconnaissance equipment and can skillfully use all long-range weapons or equipment with scopes. The effective distance of scopes and long-range weapons is increased to twice the normal distance. Battle Captain, Sun Huijun Sea Spider, can master the use of all melee and ranged weapons and improve physical strength. Combatant, Wu Lian, Giant Sea Scorpion, improves physical strength, and with the combat captain by your side, all values are slightly improved. Gunner, Zhang Xinyu, Blue-Ringed Sea Snake, can master the operation of all large firearms and increase the explosion effect. Navigator, Zhang Fana, Electric Eel, who can predict the weather and draw various route maps based on the terrain, not limited to water or underwater. Everyone looked at their new positions and abilities with delight. Having a position means being recognized by Mo Yi. The joy of becoming stronger made the girls overjoyed, and no one wanted to care whether Chen Li Xiao was dead or not. At this time, Mo Yi slowly came out of the pet room. There was no trace of Chen Li Xiao in the room, no signs of mess, and not a drop of blood on the floor. Just disappeared inexplicably. Looking at the women who had already begun to understand their respective job responsibilities, Mo Yi lit a cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face. Bai Qing noticed Mo Yi's subtle expression and whispered, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Mo Yi slowly took out a tablet computer because their ship was equipped with a signal transmitter. All equipment can be used normally. Bai Qing looked at the news with some confusion, and his eyes suddenly widened. Evacuation order for Jiangchuan City. Red alert! Due to the detection of a substantial rise in sea levels and the occurrence of extreme rainstorms, the military shelters in the western mountains of Jiangchuan City are now open. All citizens are requested to take refuge with their families. If you cannot take refuge, please choose a high place to hide. The relevant departments have formed a rescue team. Please do not panic and unite to resist this once-in-a-millennium flood. Alien Recruitment Order. Due to the flooding and the spread of strange fish everywhere, technicians in many places are unable to carry out rescue, emergency, repair, and reconstruction work. Now we are recruiting all kinds of talented people from the society, including martial artists, Taoist priests, monks, hackers, swimming athletes, and even people with superpowers. As long as you have a skill, please go to the Weichuan shelter in the west of Jiangchuan City. The society needs your help. We will give you the highest level of treatment and honor. When Bai Qing saw this, he immediately got angry. What do the officials mean? Why is there a shelter in Jiangchuan City, but not here? And they're even recruiting talented people? It seems that Jianglu City deserves to be flooded. Mo Yi raised his eyes and said in a soothing voice, "We have a shelter here, at the foot of Jianglu Mountain. It was flooded a long time ago. You can't blame the authorities. When the flood came, they didn't react, and everything was flooded. That's not the point. The point is the recruitment order for the aliens below. Their behavior indirectly proves that the government already has an alien team, so they wrote superpowers in the last category." Bai Qing was shocked when he heard this. Does that mean there are people with special abilities like us in the shelter in Jiangchuan City? Mo Yi nodded, and he still had a few people to kill. Yu Qian's husband and son learned from the other party's mobile phone that the other party's son had awakened the Koi's supernatural power. What if this guy went underwater to find a few supernatural cores for his teammates? Once they find out that he was the one who killed Yu Qian, they will definitely have to fight. The truth will come out sooner or later. Thinking of this, Mo Yi gave Bai Qing a task. Tell them about our goal later. First, recruit marine biologist Diana, including her researchers. Anyone who studies marine life should be on your radar. Second, recruit doctors, ship repairers, carpenters, botanists, and other people with special skills. Third, kill Yu Qian's entire family. There's already a kid in their family who has awakened superpowers. I don't feel comfortable leaving them alive. Don't get into conflict with officials unless necessary. Bai Qing was thinking thoughtfully, looking at the heavy rain falling outside the window again. She felt a little worried. Mo Yi obviously knew what the other party was worried about. Their ship was too conspicuous. If we go to Jiangchuan City like this, our belongings will definitely be confiscated by the people in the shelter. After thinking about it, Mo Yi made up his mind. Why don't I just change to a small motorboat, and then put you all in the ship of creation, and I'll go to the shelter first? Zhang Fana, who was behind him, hurried over after hearing this. Don't go yet. I think we should inquire around first, and don't act rashly. What if their psychics can find out your qualifications and level? There will be trouble then. I think we should look around the city first. If we meet a living person, it's best to ask clearly before making any plans. Mo Yi nodded and decided to be careful. At this moment, Wu Lian suddenly whispered, "Should we put some makeup on him? I'm afraid someone has escaped here in advance. What if he's recognized?" Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. There must be cosmetics in his space, and the women here should all be good at applying makeup. When they were about to reach Jiangchuan City, they changed to a small speedboat that could only accommodate 2 people. Mo Yi drove in alone. At this moment, his face had changed. From a distance, he looked like a pretty boy with kidney deficiency. As soon as he arrived in Jiangchuan City, Mo Yi narrowed his eyes. The mountains in this place seemed a bit long. Unlike the dirt slope at Jianglu Mountain, the mountains here are large enough to accommodate 1 or 2 million people. There was also a helicopter in the sky. At this moment, it is hovering not far from Mo Yi. Chapter 68, The Official Alien Team. Mo Yi slowly looked up and saw that the helicopter seemed to be searching for and rescuing the victims. It seems that there is a woman tied to the rope ladder. Sudden, a 4-legged carp suddenly emerged from the water and rushed towards the woman on the rope ladder. The woman was so frightened that she started crying loudly. Before the 4-legged carp could bite the woman, the soldiers below raised their guns and shot, instantly turning the carp into a sieve. The soldiers then moved to the ceiling of another building. Mo Yi touched his chin with some impatience. He didn't expect that Jiangchuan City was so much better than their Jianglu City. Mo Yi took out the sonar detector with some self-mockery. He wanted to see if there were any supernatural cores nearby. You can never have too much of this stuff. As soon as I opened it, my eyes lit up. Really? Mo Yi looked in the direction of the detection with some excitement, but his face darkened the next second. Aren't there some mountains of Jiangchuan City in front of us? Could it be that the superpower core is in the Weichuan shelter? Mo Yi knew, without thinking, that it was probably collected by official personnel for research. Or it was prepared for someone. There are 3 energy cores in total, and one of them is of the highest grade. He has to go? You have to go no matter what. Looking at the soldiers who were still searching for survivors, Mo Yi secretly put away the motorboat and went directly into the water. Swim towards the building in front of the soldiers. The strange fish in this area are obviously different from those in Jianglu City. Moe actually saw a large group of mutant lobsters. Although there are carp and crucian carp, the most common one is lobster. Each one is more than 2 meters long. The smallest one is as big as an adult. Those two pliers look tough. Moe just swam along. And along the way, he saw many fish skeletons and remains underwater, and also saw some giant lobsters gnawing on the corpses of strange fish. I guess the most common monsters in this area are mutant lobsters. All the fish were killed by them. Soon Moe followed a building that was half flooded and reached the rooftop. The makeup on my face was ruined. He quickly released Wu Lian and put on some makeup to show his kidney deficiency. Sunken cheeks, red eye sockets, black forehead. It looks like he has been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. I have to say that girls nowadays are really good at putting on makeup. Moe couldn't even recognize himself. He even tore his clothes and then rolled on the ground. If you're going to act the whole thing. Then he leaned against the wall at the door and waited, looking half dead. His eyes were half open, as if he was about to die. Soon a soldier found him. Captain, there is still a living person here? The situation is not good. It seems that he is about to die. Moe was pulled onto the helicopter smoothly. At this moment, at the foot of Weichuan Mountain, an old fishing boat was drifting on the shore. There were also 2 giant lobsters crawling on the boat. Huixiong and his son each held a steel pipe and pushed forward. A mutant lobster was pushed into the water on the spot. Gooden shouted in panic, "Dad, don't push its claws. Push its head. This thing will no longer be a threat if it falls into the water." Huixiong looked back at the other mutant lobster in panic. He threw away the steel pipe in his hand, picked up an iron fork, and hit him. "Fuck you." The lobster's claws were broken directly. The pain caused the other person to run directly into the sea. After dealing with the 2 lobsters that sneaked onto the boat, the father and son sat on the ground somewhat tired. Looking at the Weichuan shelter opposite, both father and son were a little excited. They finally found the organization. Finally, no need to run around anymore. Just as the 2 of them were about to drive the boat over, Gooden's wife Xiaohong suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute! Don't drive past!" Gooden scratched his head in confusion. "What's wrong, wife? Why don't you go up to them now that they are right in front of you? There are so many mutant lobsters here," Xiaohong said in a low voice. "Look at all the smoke coming out of the mountain." It was only then that Gooden noticed something was wrong. Because it was daytime, the smoke on the opposite mountain was not very obvious. Huixiong was stunned. "The shelter is full." Zhao Tsong, who was still unable to walk, shouted nervously in the house. "What's wrong, Uncle Hua? Are you not allowed to enter the shelter?" Huixiong shook his head. "It's not that we are not allowed in. It's just that the shelter is full. So many people are cooking on the mountain, which means the shelter is full, and the wild vegetables here are probably eaten up." "Absolutely. Let's." Huixiong seemed to have thought of something and hurried into the house to get the telescope that Moe had left for them. Just looking towards the shore. "Really? There is not a single ship here. Evil." At this moment, Gooden suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Huixiong hurried to the other side of the deck. When he saw that the shore was almost entirely covered with giant lobsters, his face turned green. Lobsters are not as afraid of land as fish are. Not only can they go on land, they can also climb mountains and trees. You can climb anywhere. At this moment, the army of lobsters on the mountain are fighting with the rescue team from Jiangchuan City. It seems there are also armored vehicles and troops. Huixiong looked at the soldiers who were setting up defense lines and defending at the same time, his expression becoming more and more worried. "Are you sure this can be defended? So many lobsters. I don't know which unlucky guy opened a lobster farm here, but when the flood came, all the fish mutated. Even mutant fish can't beat these lobsters. So how can humans beat them?" At this moment, Huixiong suddenly saw a man among the group of people suddenly shouted loudly, and then he pulled out the weeping willow, pulled up the tree next to it, and swept across. The tree was at least 6 meters high, and the man held it in his arms and started playing with it. Huixiong thought of Moe for a moment. He seemed to be so fierce when he was carrying Zhao Tsong on his back. Looking at the man who was uprooting a weeping willow tree, Gooden seemed to see a tail growing on the man's back. He took the telescope from his father and was immediately shocked. "Oh my God! Is this a mermaid or a fishman? This person has a tail on his back, and there are fish scales on his face." Just then, another woman appeared, and Gooden was so scared that he dropped his telescope to the ground. "Octopus monster! That woman has 8 legs! Octopus monster!" The woman in the crowd looked at the mutant lobsters with a gloomy look in her eyes, and suddenly stretched out 6 tentacles, one of which was holding a gun. Start shooting at those lobsters. The soldiers around were instantly delighted. The alien team is here. Great. We are saved. Hurry up and send someone to the mountain behind. There are mutant lobsters there too. There are many civilians there. Chapter 69? Shelter? I think that's hell. Before Huixiong and his son noticed, they had been discovered by people on the shore. When shouts came from the other side, Huixiong finally reacted. We are from the Jiangchuan City shelter. Survivors over there, please come up quickly. Don't stay in the water. Survivors over there, please drive your boats to the shore. We will give you the food and fresh water you deserve. Come here quickly. Gooden subconsciously wanted to drive the boat, but was pushed aside by his wife. Xiaohong turned the rudder with horror on her face and headed further west. Gooden asked in confusion, Wife, where do you want to go? Xiaohong looked panicked. This place is so weird, Dad. Go to the stern and watch. They will definitely chase us. I have a feeling they will definitely chase us. What kind of shelter? I think that's hell. Huixiong also reacted. A smoking mountain. Soldiers who can withstand the lobster tide. There is not a single boat on the river bank. Tell them you will give them food and fresh water? Are you kidding me? The shelters are full. I guess it has become a cannibalistic place. A person will only talk about something when he needs it the most, and the first thing he says is food and fresh water? Sudden, Gooden seemed to see the man with fish scales on his face go into the water and swim towards their boat at an extremely exaggerated speed. At that time, Gooden started to yell, Strange. That weird guy is swimming over here. How strange. Those lobsters didn't even hit him. Xiaohong, who was still driving the boat, hurriedly reached for her gun with a panicked look on her face. Looking at Zhao Tsong lying on the hospital bed, she thought about it and took one for him. The underwater man was moving very fast, like a speedboat. A streak of white foam was drawn on the water surface. Gooden and Huixiong at the stern were so scared that they started shooting with their guns. Don't come over. We're just passing through. We're just passing through. Don't come over here. The soldiers on the shore all stared blankly at the old fishing boat. Everyone's expression was a little dull. After a disaster, where are the supplies? There is no road. How many planes would it take to airdrop food to feed the 5 million people in Jiangchuan City? Food? Supplies? In the eyes of the soldiers in Weichuan shelter, Gooden and his family are just supplies. Is there any food on board? Is there any food on board? Because of the shooting by Gooden and his son, the man swimming towards them slowed down a lot. Just when Gooden thought he was out of danger, he saw the man in the sea suddenly rush out of the sea and jump directly onto Gooden and his boat like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Gooden was so frightened that his face turned pale. He dropped the gun in his hand when he saw the strange man with spikes on his fists and gills behind his ears. Huixiong's eyes were in panic, and he didn't know what to do. What kind of monster was this? Just jump onto the boat. The man looked at them with disdain and said, Why are you hitting me? I'm an official rescue team member. I won't eat you. The man sniffed, his movements somewhat like Mo-Yi, and his eyes lit up when he smelled food and gunpowder in the cargo hold at the bottom of the ship. There's food. Not bad, not bad. I am now officially confiscating your ship. As for the fact that you shot and injured me, I can forgive you for that, but you can forget about taking the ship away. This is a special period. Every ship is a necessity and must be handed over to the rescue team for unified protection. It will be troublesome if it is destroyed by a strange fish. Just as the man was speaking, Xiaohong in the dark fired a shot. The man suddenly raised his hand, and the bullet hit his arm. When he saw Xiaohong behind him, he was not angry, but happy. Woman, a little girl. Ha ha. What did I find? Xiaohong's face turned pale. What's going on? She clearly hit the other person, so why didn't he feel any pain? Isn't his arm bleeding? What situation? When Gooden saw the man walking towards his wife, he rushed forward. The man smiled crookedly and slapped Gooden with his tail, sending him flying, almost causing him to fall off the boat. Hong Hong, Gooden murmured in pain, holding onto the railing. What is going on? Aren't they a rescue team? Looking at the man who had walked in front of his wife, Gooden raised his gun again. Huixiong raised his shovel and rushed forward. Asshole! It just happened to block Gooden's view. The man grabbed Huixiong's neck and smiled evilly. I am Tan Jijia from the alien team. Do you dare to fight me? I am. Before he finished speaking, another man suddenly rushed out of the room, holding a pot of smoking hot oil in one hand. He pried open the fish gills behind Tan Jijia's ear and poured the oil in. Tan Jijia was lying on the ground in agony, holding his gills and screaming hysterically. Ah, it's so hot. Zhao Tsong, as the ceiling of combat power on the ship, stabbed a knife directly into Tan Jiji's eyes. The knife handle was halfway in. Ever since he was brutally abused by the Black Dragon, his attacks have become more brutal. Tan Jija was already motionless, but Zhao Tsong did not stop. He pulled out the knife as quickly as possible and fired a whole volley of bullets at Tan Jija's eyes. Naturally, it is shot at the angle of the human brain. After doing all this, Zhao Tsong fell to the ground exhausted. Xiaohong was so scared that she was stunned. Looking at Zhao Tsong's left hand that was scalded by hot oil, tears flowed. "Brother Zhao, your hand?" Just now, Zhao Tsong used his left hand to pry open the opponent's gills while being poured with hot oil. Zhao Tsong looked at his left hand, which was already charred and smoking, in a daze. A helpless look. Obviously, it's useless. But at this moment, the fish scales and fish tail on Tan Jiji's body slowly disappeared. Then it returned to its original state. A strange energy object floated out from Tan Jiji's body and turned into a supernatural core in the blink of an eye. Zhao Tsong reached out and picked it up with some doubt, and happened to rub the blood stain on his hand. The next second, a line of words appeared in his mind. Superpower awakening, level 1 dogtooth tuna. Then something like fish fins grew out of his hands, and 2 huge spikes similar to dog teeth grew out of his fists. Behind it was an extremely thick fish tail that was sparkling with light. Zhao Tsong suddenly felt that the injuries on his body didn't hurt so much anymore, and his whole body was filled with strength. Even my burnt left hand is itching. There seemed to be signs of recovery. I am, at the same time, Mo Yi, who was brought to the mountains, was completely confused. Looking at the huge raft in front of him, he didn't know what to say. That raft must be at least 100 meters long. It looks a bit like a wooden boat, or an ark. It just hasn't been fixed yet. Looking at those laborers whose faces were bruised and swollen from hunger, Mo Yi then realized that the rescue team brought him back to do some work. At this moment, a supervisor holding a stick shouted angrily, "New guy, hurry up and move the wood in, otherwise don't think about eating." Today's meal is earthworm and leaf soup. If you're lucky, you can even eat half an earthworm. Hurry up. Don't blame me if you can't eat it if you're late. The supervisor actually looked greedy when he said this. Mo Ye's eyes darkened when he saw this. Earthworms, leaf soup? Chapter 70 class. Mo Ye pretended to be struggling to lift a log from the ground and walked tremblingly towards the valley ahead. Along the way, he saw countless laborers. Some had bent backs and looked weak all over. Some had dull eyes and dark skin, and some were nervously chewing on something secretly. This group of laborers included people of all ages. The elderly and children were responsible for pushing carts to transport things. Women were responsible for trimming the bark on the logs, and adult men were responsible for cutting trees, carrying, building, and other positions. Mo Yi followed the team of workers and slowly placed the logs on his shoulders on the woodpile, then stretched out his nose and sniffed again. From the moment he arrived, he smelled something disgusting. He didn't know where it came from, and he didn't see many dead people. He looked up at the huge wooden ark and couldn't help but exclaimed, "How many people are needed to build such a magnificent thing?" Just as he was admiring it, an old man behind him said indifferently, "What's so spectacular about a ship made of dead bones?" At this moment, the supervisor in the distance shouted, "Rest where you are for 10 minutes. We will continue later." Mo Yi sat down impatiently. "Is there still time to rest? I thought we had to work until noon." He kept looking at the old man from time to time. There was an official team of psychics here, and also the army. He had to find out as much information as possible. The old man looked around and saw that there was no supervisor, so he quickly took out a crushed cigarette but from his arms and lit it with a kerosene lighter. He inhaled gently at first, fearing that if he inhaled too much, the tobacco in the cigarette butt would be burned. When the cigarette butt was completely burned, the old man took a long puff with a look of enjoyment on his face, and he did not take it away until the cigarette holder burned his lips. I thought to myself that I would go to the supervisor's toilet later to see if there were any unfinished cigarette butts. Just as he was thinking about that, a crooked cigarette appeared in front of him, and it was Farong King. The old man's eyes widened immediately. He had never seen a complete cigarette since the disaster, and the only times he had seen one were from the mouths of the supervisors. At that time, the old man wanted to reach out and take it. Mo Yi smiled and said, "Uncle, I'm new here, and there are many things I don't understand. Can you tell me about it? Just tell me what happened here, and this cigarette I've treasured for 3 days will be yours." The old man's eyes widened. For him, who had been smoking for 40 years, Mo Ye's cigarette was more attractive to him than a piece of bread. The old man sat over with some excitement, took the cigarette from Mo Yi, and said nervously, "My name is Zhu Chun. You can just call me Lao Zhu, young man. If you ask me, you've asked the right person." When Zhu Chun said this, his expression became a little nervous. After looking around to see if there was anyone around, he whispered, "You don't sleep at night. Do you hear me? I'm not giving you this cigarette for nothing, so don't sleep at night. Listen to me. Wait until 1 a.m. before going to bed." Mo Yi touched his chin, somewhat puzzled. "What I want to ask is what happened in this place." "Uncle." Zhu Chun swallowed his saliva. "What else can happen? Officials don't treat the people as human beings. Did you see that big wind boat? The mayor of Jiangchuan City asked us to build it. The shelter has been full for a long time. It's full of tycoons, officials, soldiers, beauties, scientific researchers, and so on. I was one of the first to come to the Weichuan shelter. I tell you, you can't get in at all. They don't let ordinary people in. Ordinary people can only be arranged to live in caves on the mountain, and that's considered good conditions. It's a sin. 500,000 people came here, but only 70,000 or 80,000 are left." Mo Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Then why did they go to search and rescue?" Before he could finish his words, Zhu Chun said, "Search and rescue. Do you know why they let us rest for 10 minutes? It's because most of the workers are dead. There are only 50,000 of us. If more of us die from exhaustion, who will build the ship for them? In order to build the ship, their search and rescue team has tasks every day. How many people do they need to bring back from outside?" Mo Yi pursed his lips. He knew that many people died here. Why were these people still helping the mayor build ships after so many people died? Thinking of this, Mo Yi said uncertainly, "Did they promise you something? Will they let you get on the boat later?" Zhu Chun nodded. "Smart. I don't know how many people this huge ship can hold, but 10,000 should be no problem. The people above said that if you want to get on the ship, you must show your performance, that is, performance points. They have records of how many pieces of wood we moved, but I think it's all bluffing. In the end, none of us who worked hard could get on. A bunch of bastards. They have also put all the ships under control. Anyone who dares to run away will be killed. Anyone who doesn't work will also be killed." Mo Yi lowered his brows and looked at the supervisor, who had just returned from peeing in the distance. He guessed that Professor Diana should be in the shelter. He had to find a way to sneak in. At this moment, a long-haired girl slowly walked over from a distance, followed by 4 bodyguards in suits. The girl put one hand on her waist, her head held high, and looked down at the workers present with a condescending attitude. Seeing this, the supervisor nearby hurried over and said, "Miss Wang, what brings you here? What are your plans for today? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you get it done." When Zhu Chun saw the person coming, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly signaled Mo Yi to help him move the wood to a distant place. Mo Yi had already smelled that this girl was a person with special abilities. And the aptitude is not low. It should be a starfish of level 1. He couldn't tell what kind of starfish it was. However, its level was only level 1, and there was no smell of other fish on its body, so it was obvious that it had never fought. Mo Yi was a little curious. What was a person with special abilities doing here? When Zhu Chun saw that Mo Yi actually dared to look back, he immediately quickened his pace. "If you want to die, don't take me with you." The next second, the supervisor behind him shouted, "You guys! Yes, it's you guys! Stop it! Miss Huang has something to arrange for you. You guys are lucky. You can enter the shelter." When Zhu Chun heard the word shelter, he was so scared that his face turned green. When he was far away, he thought Mo Yi was following him. When he looked back, he saw that idiot had actually walked past him. The supervisor was also stunned for a moment. It seemed that he didn't point to the newcomer. "Forget it. There are only 10 of you. Stop working and go with Miss Huang. Be smart." Chapter 71, Mayor's Daughter, Huang Kursin. Except for Mo Yi, everyone else was frightened. This girl is the mayor's daughter, Huang Kursin, who often came here to ask for people. But no one she took away came back alive. No matter how naive the people here are, they would never think that those people went to the shelter to live a good life. Some people were so scared that they dared not walk. One of them was so scared that his face turned pale and he was shaking all over. I will work hard. I won't go to the shelter. I beg you not to take me to the shelter. I will definitely work hard. Before he could finish his words, Huang Kursin walked up to the other person, twisted her mouth with a look of disgust, and rolled her eyes. The man was so frightened that his legs went limp, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. The last man who dared to look at the other person's face had his eyes blinded by a screwdriver. Suddenly, the man shuddered violently, and then he screamed in pain. There were several thorns on his face. Mo Yi smelled it This woman knows how to poison, but her venom is far inferior to Zhang Xinyu's. Zhang Xinyu's venom can directly dissolve the opponent. Huang Kursen's poison could only cause that person to die slowly. Help me. I don't want to die. I will work hard. I will work hard. I beg you. The man covered his chest with his hands in despair, slowly foaming at the mouth and his face turning purple. He fell to the ground and twitched continuously. Huang Kursen wiped her hands with a handkerchief with disdain on her face. Disgusting thing. If you dirty my clothes, I will kill your whole family. You are a bunch of trash, low-level scum. If my father hadn't assembled a group of people to protect you, if we hadn't built a shelter, would you still be alive today? Don't you think about who gave you your lives? If I let you live here, you can live. If anyone dares to run again, I will make him pay the price. The supervisor next to her also hurriedly flattered her. Miss Huang, calm down. These lowly laborers are not worth your anger. I will definitely teach them a lesson later. Don't be angry. The supervisor waved his hands and said, Why don't you guys follow Miss Huang? What are you still standing there for? Are you looking for death? Moyi wanted to laugh, but he was trying not to laugh. When he smelled Huang Kursen's scent, he could hardly hold it back. This woman is still a virgin. What are you talking about, lowly, low-class people? Moyi was thinking as he walked. He remembered that starfish seemed to be able to regenerate. If he made Huang Kursen, who thought she was a superior person, into a human stick, her hands and feet should also grow out, right? So, will it grow back immediately after being cut? Then one arm is enough for her to eat for a few days, and the rest of the meat can be shared with others? It is not a dream for one person to feed all the people in the shelter. What about the shelters they built? You can really brag. It was all built by the government with money paid by the common people. Did Huang Kursen pay a penny? Forget about the money her father got. He's an honest official even though he didn't make any money from it. I don't know what's going on, but when Moyi sees this bitch who bullies the weak and only fears the strong, he wants to feed her chili oil. Before they knew it, they followed each other to the gate of Weichuan shelter. It was the first time that Moyi saw a real shelter, a place he had dreamed of entering in his previous life, and now it seemed really grand. The Weichuan shelter is very large. From the outside, it looks like an air raid shelter, with a heavy iron door that is 1 meter thick. The lights in the shelter were dim, and the graffiti and posters on the walls looked shabby and messy. Some soldiers holding weapons stood on both sides with solemn expressions. From time to time, women's screams could be heard coming from the shelter. Moyi could naturally smell it. Many rooms in the shelter had become cages for women. None of these soldiers are clean. He could hear the wailing of the women in the cages and smell the bloody hatred here. Moyi also smelled the smell of food. Lots and lots of food. Some of the food was moldy, and no one ate it. Here he smelled more psychics, 7 in total. The levels are not high. The highest is only level 2. Apparently, they don't know how to upgrade yet. At this moment, a woman with a keen sense of smell in the psychic's room suddenly sat up, as if she smelled some terrible deep-sea monster, and her whole face turned pale in an instant. That smell, the bloody smell, made her dare not take a second breath. What creature? When she ran outside to check, she found nothing. She instinctively thought that a powerful mutant fish had come to the sea. It was definitely not a mutant lobster, nor a mutant carp that could go ashore. Shark. It's definitely a mutant shark. Only the top predators in the ocean could have that flavor. The woman's face turned pale, and she hurried back. Captain, I smell danger. There's no mistake. It's a mutant shark. I don't know what kind of shark it is. It's near our shelter. It should be in the water. But I can smell the blood of at least dozens of giant predators on that thing. Quick, send someone to investigate. Notify all the brothers. At this moment, Moyi and others, who had been taken to the back door of the shelter by Huang Kursen and were heading towards the back mountain, had 2 of them wanting to escape. But he was killed by Huang Kursen again. Lowly thing. How dare you run away? Don't you understand what I said? Are you deaf? If anyone dares to run again, I will definitely peel off his skin alive. I will make his life worse than death. This time, Moyi figured it out. The other party injected the venom by touching other people's skin, and her hands could grow stingers. The group continued walking, and soon they came to a pond that was neither too big nor too small. There are also stands and parasols around the pond. Moyi was speechless immediately. This stupid woman actually did this for this? Calling the laborers to fight the mutants in the pond? She just watched the show? Isn't this sick? At this moment, several other young men and women in the stands looked over. The yellow-haired guy in the lead laughed excitedly. Ha ha! Why did Miss Huang only bring 7 people here today? This is not enough. Yes, yes. There are still 2 hours left in the evening. Can we still continue the bet? Huang Kersen looked at the laborers behind those rich kids with some displeasure. The others brought 10 people, but she only brought 7. She will definitely be at the bottom later. Looking at the people behind him, Huang Kersen said in a cold voice, "The 7 of you remember this. Whoever can survive this battle, I will grant you 1 wish. Do you understand?" Moe glanced at the mutant grass carp in the pond and said in a fake scared tone, "What, any wish?" Huang Kersen nodded. "Yes. Here I am, God. Any wish can come true." Chapter 72, didn't you say that any wish can come true? Almost all the people in the stands were children of the rich and powerful. There are the sons of military officers, the daughters of wealthy merchants, the daughters and eldest sons of clans. Moe looked at the group of guys with disdain. They were enjoying the taxpayers' money and making a fool of the lower-class people when the doomsday came. It was estimated that this shelter never provided food to the people in the first place. That's why so many people died. If the people in charge here really do their job, they will be able to plant all the land in this large mountain range before the wild vegetables and tree bark are eaten up. Moreover, the equipment here is so complete that people can distill seawater 24 hours a day, so there is definitely no shortage of fresh water. A bunch of dogs who only know how to enjoy themselves. Looking at the person who was secretly put into the pond, Moe did not take any action. He just entered the water, and the mutant fish in the pond were so scared that they didn't dare to get close. Moe deliberately spread the aura, and the entire pond exploded in an instant. All the mutant fish and frogs crawled out, as if they had seen a ghost. The workers in the pond didn't know what was going on. Looking at the mutant fish crawling towards the stands, a laborer suddenly shouted, "Eat them! Fuck!" The men and women in the stands were all panicked and quickly asked the bodyguards behind them to go out and resist. Are these mutant fish sick? Why are all the people running out to eat the food by the pond? The 2 mutant frogs even knocked down the fence directly. The mutant fish also ran out. Moe snorted coldly, looked at those bastards, and slowly took out a tranquilizer gun. There were 3 women and 6 men in the stands. Moe suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Everyone run! Run if you want to live!" The workers suddenly became chaotic and fled for their lives. Moe, with a sarcastic look on his face, lurked in the shadows. I don't know how long it took, but when the alien team arrived here with soldiers, the situation was already out of control. The commander's son was bitten to death, and the Chabel's son, all security personnel were killed. Dozens of strange fish in the pond wiped out these people. The leader of the alien team, the octopus girl, looked at the scene with anger on her face. How is it possible? Those mutant fish are less than 1 meter long. Isn't the mayor's daughter a superpower? Those security guards can't even handle this? What on earth is going on? Another woman said in fear. Could it be a mutant shark? There is the sea in the distance, and I smell the scent of a mutant shark in the air. The octopus girl hurriedly shouted. Search again to see where the smell has gone. But this time, no matter how the woman smelled, she couldn't smell that smell. It's like it disappeared out of thin air, under the sea, in a submarine docked in front of a commercial building square. Moe was looking at the 3 women in front of him with a provocative look on his face. One is called Tang Ai, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangchuan City. She is 165 centimeters tall, with fair skin and beautiful looks. She is a real rich second generation. One is called Wang Lingling. Her father is also a high-ranking official in Jiangchuan City. Huang Kersen acted like a domineering rich girl, aggressive and overbearing, which formed a sharp contrast with her arrogant expression. He had thought of a possibility before. Can that personnel contract be used to coerce the other party into signing it? He already had this idea when Sun Huijun signed the contract last time. How about give it a try? Thinking of this, Moe took out an electric saw and pulled it gently. Buzz, 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 buzz. The harsh sawing sound could be heard throughout the submarine. He sawed towards Huang Kersen's white and tender arm. The severe pain woke the other person up suddenly. The scream also woke up the other 2 women. The 2 women next to them were so scared that they burst into tears. But Huang Kersen was unmoved. She didn't even say a word. Moe was stunned. Is this woman so tough? Doesn't she feel pain? The 2 women next to them were so scared that they begged for mercy. But Huang Kersen was the only one who still looked fearless. Moe pursed his lips. This woman's fearlessness of pain might have something to do with her special abilities. Chapter 73, The Managers of Weichuan Shelter. Tang Ai and Wang Lingling were completely terrified. They never dreamed that there was a person with special abilities among the laborers. The two of them gave up first and signed the personnel contract without hesitation. Moe stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this method of coercion could make people sign a contract passively and voluntarily, then it would be much easier in the future. Now only Huang Kursen is left. He felt very unhappy when he saw the other person's arrogant face that refused to surrender even at the cost of his life. But there were already two women helping him, and that was enough. Looking at the two women behind him, Mo Yi knew that they couldn't leave there for too long. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and asked, "You two remember to complete the task beautifully." Tang Ai and Wang Lingling nodded in panic. They didn't know why they became so convinced of Mo Yi after signing the contract. It was as if I was being manipulated. The other party was obviously just a laborer, a lowly person at the bottom of society. How can they follow each other's ideas? What they couldn't accept the most was that they were actually... Wang Lingling felt sad and didn't know what was going on. It was fine just now? Mo Yi sneered and said sarcastically, "How powerful did I think you guys were? You enjoy the benefits brought by the labor of the lower class, but you don't treat the lower class as human beings. It's okay. I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. I know you will never admit that you are wrong. It doesn't matter, I don't care." Mo Yi laughed coldly. "Then tell me, who is in charge of this Weichuan shelter? How many troops are there? How many people are there in the superpower team? Where is the superpower corps? Where is Dr. Diana? I've given you this opportunity. I've always been easy to talk to." Tang Ai hurriedly crawled over and shouted, "Master, the previous person in charge of Weichuan shelter was killed by Huang Kursen's father." "Yes, he was killed by her father and that officer together. Huang Kursen's father, Huang Yurin, is the mayor of Jiangyan City. In order to occupy this place, he won over the officer named Zhang Dongliang. Just because the director of the shelter wanted to let the people enter the shelter, they teamed up to kill him. Zhang Dongliang has 2,000 soldiers under him, but I know that half of them are ordinary people pretending to be him. He doesn't have that many soldiers under him. They have a lot of weapons, including tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles. The superpower team seems to have 7 or 8 people. I can't remember clearly." Huang Kursen was furious when she heard that this woman dared to talk about her father. "Asshole! My father is the mayor. If that guy didn't listen to my father, who else would die? There's only so much food in the shelter. What will we eat if we let those untouchables in? The officials are starving to death, and you still care about them?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yi kicked him. "Fuck you. Did I ask you to speak? Are you officials starving to death? The things in the warehouse are moldy. Do you think I can't smell it? Starving." Mo Yi took the hammer and smashed Huang Kursen's chin with one blow. Wang Lingling quickly kowtowed to the ground. She didn't have the ability to regenerate. Master, Dr. Diana is indeed in the shelter. People who live there are people of status. Not only Dr. Diana, but also a biologist. They were all well-known figures in Jiangchuan City before. I don't know what the superpower corps you mentioned is. It should be related to the superpower team, right? I just know that there is a safe in Huang Kursen's father's room in the shelter. I don't know if it's in there. Master, be careful. In addition to the psychic team, many officials here are psychics. They seem to have all awakened. Mo Yi touched his chin. If that was the case, the number of energy cores in Jiangchuan City should be about the same as what he got in Jianglu City. If that's the case, then there are probably 3 highest-grade supernatural cores. Awakening level abilities. Thinking of this, Mo Yi asked again, "Who is the strongest among you?" Tang Ai and Wang Lingling spoke at the same time. "Zhang Yi." Tang Ai glanced at Wang Lingling and said, "She is the captain of the superpower team, a woman who has awakened superpowers of an octopus." Mo Yi obviously doesn't think so, because before he came here, he had already detected that there was an unused level supernatural power core here. Since Huang Yurin and the others know how to collect superpower cores, they must also know the grades of the superpower cores. Would people like them leave high-level supernatural cores alone without giving them to their subordinates? How is it possible? One thing puzzled him. Why no one used the last-level supernatural core? Or are those people really unable to tell the difference? With a hint of doubt, Mo Yi soon sent the 2 women back to the shore. When Tang Ai and Wang Lingling appeared in front of the soldiers again, the team of psychics responsible for the search and rescue could not believe their eyes. The 2 women returned to the shelter. After the 2 left, a superpower said again, "There's no doubt about it. They smell like mutant sharks? Zhang Yi pursed her lips. If it was really a mutant shark, the two of them would definitely not survive. Before, she thought it was some bounty monster. If it was something done by the officials on the island, she wouldn't bother to care. I guess that's the case. It's okay. Let's not worry about the mutant shark for now. Let's talk about the new bounty monsters that have appeared recently. The man took out a document and said, "Captain, please take a look. This is the latest wanted monster bounty notice released yesterday. The strongest one is a mutant giant arapaima, 30 meters long. It seems to have come from the east. The bounty is 1,000 gold plus a yacht." Chapter 74 Diana. Bounty monsters are powerful creatures created by the surviving management departments in various places after the disaster. The salamander man that Mo Yi had killed before had the strength of a bounty monster, but Jianglu City was already destroyed and no one cared about it. Zhang Yi looked at the several wanted warrants in his hand with a worried expression. The first one is a wanted poster for the mutant arapaima. Mutated arapaima. Length 30 meters. Level 6. Known information, it can dig holes and dive into the ground. Someone saw this fish swallow a small boat in one gulp. The scales of the arapaima have defensive power enough to withstand bullets. Reward, 1,000 kilograms of gold and a yacht. Zhang Yi looked at the reward above and was unmoved. It was obvious that this reward was not attractive at all. What attracted her was the experience gained from killing the arapaima. She is only level 2 now, and killing those mutant lobsters does not level her up at all. She only leveled up when she accidentally killed a mutant black fish with her teammates. Continue to turn to the second page. The second bounty monster is a mutant lobster king with a body length of 6 meters. Bounty 500 gold plus a small yacht. Zhang Yi. She knew that she couldn't kill the bounty monster by herself. She also wanted a boat of her own. Although she had a place on that huge ship, she didn't really want to get on it. So many people died building that huge ship, and she felt very uncomfortable. Military orders are as heavy as mountains, and soldiers like them have no choice but to obey them. At this moment, a young superpower team member patted Zhang Yi on the back with excitement and shouted, "Sister Zhang, what are you thinking about?" Zhang Yi smiled slightly. "Nothing, Luha. How did you complete your mission?" Luha patted his chest proudly and said, "Don't worry. I have already sent all those infected with the Fishman virus to the quarantine area according to Dr. Diana's instructions. Dr. Diana said she's going to do some research to see if she can come up with a vaccine or something." "Oh, Sister Zhang, can you help me apply again? I want to go to Jianglu City to visit my mother. She hasn't replied to my message for 2 days. I'm very worried." Zhang, he held his phone in one hand and checked the time. There is no signal in many places now. "Luha, you also know what the higher-ups mean. If everyone goes outside to look for their families, won't there be no one to take care of the people here?" Luha clenched his fists unwillingly. "But my mother is the best surgeon in Jianglu City. Bringing her back will definitely come in handy. Captain, please let me go. I promise to be back in 2 days. I can swim so fast." Zhang, he shook his head. "Remember, Luha, even if you have awakened superpowers, you can't underestimate mutant creatures. You have only awakened the lowest level of koi superpowers. Which mutant fish dare not attack you? Moreover, every superpower user is an indispensable resource for the Weichuan shelter. You must understand the significance of the superpower team." Looking at the somewhat depressed Luha, Zhang Yi patted his shoulder helplessly. "Don't worry. I will contact the comrades in charge of search and rescue in 2 days and ask them to go to Jianglu City to take a look." Luha was immediately delighted. "Really?" Zhang Yi nodded. "Well, be honest for the next 2 days. Because just now many officials' children were killed by mutants, and even the mayor's daughter is missing." At the same time, Wang Lingling, who had returned to the shelter room, was carefully fiddling with the buttons on her clothes. She has to set up the pinhole camera that Mo Yi gave her. After completing the preparations, Wang Lingling walked towards the biology laboratory with caution. She met many people along the way, including internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans, female stars, aristocrats, engineers, and so on. Looking at those glamorous upper-class people, Wang Lingling felt it was ridiculous. She felt that if these people were not protected by those soldiers, they would die faster than the lower-class people. Look at those female stars and internet celebrities. They just stretched their legs onto the officials' beds when they came here. So that's why they were able to come in. There was actually a girl group from the Han country over there, which Wang Lingling didn't think was a big deal before. But ever since she saw Mo Yi educating Huang Kursen, she wanted to let these women also taste the feeling of having their tongues cut off. Unconsciously, She had arrived at the door of the laboratory. Looking at the busy researchers inside, Wang Lingling quickly adjusted the angle of the camera, fearing that Mo Yi could not see. At this moment, Mo Yi, who was standing on Huang cursing and smoking, had already seen the scene in the laboratory. He took the cigarette butt and directly burned Huang Curson's back, then turned around and started watching the surveillance. As soon as Wang Lingling entered, she asked the researcher holding a test tube, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" The researcher looked at Wang Lingling coldly and didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. Wang Lingling smiled awkwardly. If there was a group of people in the shelter that was the most difficult to serve, it would definitely be the researchers. They just don't accept the mayor and the officers, and are very tough. Kill if you want. If it weren't for the officer named Zhang Dongliang who provided them with research materials, no one knows what would have happened. Those officials didn't dare to touch them because it was these researchers who discovered the supernatural core. Even the Fishman virus was discovered by them. Otherwise, Weichuan's shelter would have been destroyed long ago. When Wang Lingling saw that the researcher ignored her, she quickly changed her target. Looking at Diana, who was taking notes inside, she walked over carefully. Before she could go over, Mo Ye's words rang out from the second-hole miniature earphone. "Can't you be polite? What do you mean by what are you doing over there? Can't you call me brother or sister? Can't you be polite? Stupid woman, why are you putting on airs? Don't waste my time." Just one sentence made Wang Lingling shrink her neck. She quickly walked to Diana and asked nervously, Sister, you've worked so hard. What kind of research are you doing? Can you tell me about it?" Diana subconsciously looked back at Wang Lingling. She knew this woman. She was the daughter of a high-ranking official and was extremely arrogant and domineering. "Why are you so polite today?" Mo Yi, on the other end of the surveillance camera, had already seen Diana's face. She was about 35 years old, with long golden hair tied up at the back of her head. A pair of glasses, black and round, with an indescribable scholarly charm. When Wang Lingling saw Diana didn't say anything, she quickly bowed her head and apologized. "Sister, you've worked hard. I'm here to apologize. I'm really sorry about what happened last time. Please don't take it to heart. I'll bring you some delicious food later. Please forgive me." Diana adjusted her glasses and her expression softened. "It's okay. We are researching variants of mutant lobsters. Do you want to take a look? It's not a secret. The military knows about it." Wang Lingling nodded quickly and walked over. Mo Yi was still drinking water next to the surveillance camera, but when he saw the lobster in the surveillance camera, he sprayed the water directly on Huang Curson's face. "What? Cannon? Lobster cannon?" Chapter 75. I can't die even if my head is cut off? Looking at the mutant lobster in the surveillance video, Mo Yi was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Even in his previous life, he had never seen it. "I saw 2 black cannon barrels growing in the lobster's 2 lobster claws. They were definitely cannon barrels," Diana said with a worried look on her face. "This is a mutant lobster that the soldiers found in the back mountain today. We analyzed it, and judging from its size, this mutant lobster should be a second-generation one. Perhaps one of its parents swallowed something like a gun or cannon. Perhaps it's because soldiers often attack them with artillery shells, so they evolved long-range weapons. We call them mutant lobster subspecies, and all the stats of this subspecies are stronger than those of ordinary mutant lobsters. The vast majority of mutant creatures right now have not yet completed their mutations. The mutant carp and grass carp with hands and feet, the giant frog lobster, the mutant big-headed fish that looks like a human, etc., are all still in the process of evolution." Mo Yi lit a cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face. What the other party said was absolutely right. Those fish with hands and feet are indeed not fully evolved, so there is no experience in killing them. But the mutant octopus and mutant blackfish he killed before had no hands or feet. It's just bigger in size. Why kill the experienced ones? Could it be that not all of these creatures evolved towards humans? Evolutionary traits are not fixed. At this time, Wang Lingling asked cautiously, "Sister Diana, I heard that you were researching a Murloc vaccine before. How is your research going?" Diana exhaled with a sad face. "This is still in the early stages of research. Didn't you see the announcement I sent out last time?" Wang Lingling scratched her head in embarrassment. She usually only focused on torturing the laborers for fun. How could she have read any notice? Diana exhaled slowly, took out an e-cigarette with an impatient look on her face, and started smoking. The reason she stayed here was for the Fishman vaccine, and every time she saw people who mutated into fish, she felt guilty. If even researchers like them can't make a vaccine, who else in this world can save these people? Looking at Wang Lingling, who had arranged for her men to bring food and tea, Diana coughed twice. Miss Wang, to be honest, the research on the merman vaccine has been hindered. Wang Lingling was shocked. Ah, who would hinder my sister from studying this? This is too bad. Diana wanted to laugh. After a few days of research, we found that the mutant serum can effectively alleviate the damage of the fishman virus to humans. Using the mutant-like serum, the time it takes for the infected to transform into fishmen can be reduced to 3 days. And the serum used can make the infected mutate into 4 days. If you level up, it can become 5 days. That is to say, the higher the psychic's qualifications, the more lethal their serum will be to the fishman virus. The same is true in reverse. It doesn't mean that you won't be infected once you awaken. If the fishman virus accumulates too much in your body, the level 1 mutants will mutate first. Mo Ye's expression was complicated. This was different from what he knew. He thought that he wouldn't be infected after awakening. But after hearing what Diana said, it seemed to make sense. Why would a level 1 mutant have the same immunity as a level 2 mutant? Etc. Doesn't that mean that level psychics are not 100% immune to the fishman virus? At this moment, Diana's voice became a little unhappy. I know that our shelter had 3 level superpower cores before. I'll apply to them for a level 1 mutant to come and assist me in my research. Once I have the serum of a level 1 mutant, I should be able to research out the serum of the next generation of fishmen. But guess what the mayor said? He said no one is at the awakening level. Ha! Wang Lingling swallowed awkwardly. She also understood why the mayor did that. It is estimated that the mayor is a superpowered person. He is not afraid of the fishman virus. Moreover, once the vaccine is developed, the social classes will change, and the prestige of these researchers will directly surpass that of managers. Even the soldiers will stand on Diana's side. No one can guarantee whether they will be infected later. Diana is their lifeline. What does Mayor Huang Yuan count for? If it weren't for the army and the team of psychics suppressing it, there would have been a rebellion here long ago. Mo Yi couldn't help sneering when he heard this. He felt that Diana was still a little naive. Even if she really develops a merman vaccine, the managers will not give it to the lower class people. They will keep it for themselves because the vaccine is certainly not easy to produce. It requires a lot of investment in materials, time, and manpower. It's easy to imagine that even if there are 100 vaccines, who will the management give them to? Besides, what's the point of giving it to the lower class people? It would be better to give it to scientific researchers and top combat forces. Looking at Diana on the surveillance camera, Mo Ye's eyes were full of anticipation. He would do anything to get this woman and her team. This woman is a genius. Maybe this woman can change history. It's such a waste of talent to be in a place like that. He has it, and so does his wife, Bai Qing. At this moment, the alarm of the shelter suddenly sounded. Wang Lingling was startled. What happened? What happened? Emergency combat order. A bounty monster, the mutated Lobster King, was found on the western coast. All members of the psychic team, please go to the western front as soon as possible. I repeat once again, all members of the psychic team, please go to the western front as soon as possible. It was the first time that Mo Yi heard the term bounty monster. Could it be an experienced monster? A completely mutated creature. Mo Yi immediately became excited and wondered whether he should go and grab some experience points or take the opportunity to see the fighting power of those psychics. If the opponent is alone, just kill him directly. But when he saw Huang Kurson, who was still unwilling to sign the personnel contract, Mo Yi was suddenly speechless. This woman's character is outrageous. Could it be that in her eyes, Mo Yi, was just a pariah? That's why she didn't bow her head? Forget it, never mind, I don't care what you're hiding from me. Fuck, go to hell. As Mo Yi spoke, he raised the shark fin and cut towards Huang Kurson's neck. Huang Kurson's eyes were bloodshot, and if her tongue hadn't grown out yet, she would probably have continued to curse. Even after her entire head was cut off, her eyes still had that fierce look. Mo Yi originally thought she was dead. Only the head is left. But the next second, the woman's head bit forward, and her tongue grew out. Ah, I want you to die. Mo Yi raised his hand and grabbed her hair, letting Huang Kurson curse. How dare you do that to me? I must tell my dad. I must kill you. You damn bitch. I will kill you. How dare you touch me? You are so brave. Mo Yi was speechless. Fuck you. You can't even die. What kind of supernatural power? Your head has fallen off. You can't even die. When Mo Yi took out the Encyclopedia of Marine Life and looked up creatures like starfish, He immediately felt something was wrong. Starfish, no heart, no brain. Even if it is fatally injured, even if the body is incomplete, it can still regenerate, but it needs a lot of nutrients to support it. Starfish have a strong reproductive capacity and can lay a large number of eggs, 2.5 million eggs at a time, and hatch a large number of larvae to further increase the population. Moe suddenly had an idea. If people with special abilities give birth to children with other people with special abilities, what will be the offspring? Starfish shark? Starfish are so fertile, 2.5 million eggs at a time. By then, will an army of immortal starfish mutants be born? Fuck. Could this be the true ability of the starfish psycho? As soon as Moe finished speaking, Huang Curson started cursing again. Ah, you pariah, beast, lowly, shameless dog, I swear, I will kill you. I will kill you. Moe also got excited, took Huang Curson's head, and went to the toilet. Huang Curson was really scared this time. Her voice was trembling. What? What are you going to do? Moe chuckled. What did you just say? Are you a germaphobe? Huang Curson's face was pale as she looked at the toilet that was filled with feces from someone unknown. The next second, Moe pushed her head into the toilet. Chapter 76 Monsters in the Sky. Huang Curson, who had never been afraid of being abused, having her limbs chopped off, or being beheaded, was unexpectedly cowardly this time when she saw the toilet. Before she could beg for mercy, Moe pushed her head into the toilet and closed the toilet lid. The other party is a mutant, and he is a fat man. He should be able to survive in sewage. Moe was smoking a cigarette and planning to pack up and go to Weichuan shelter to gain experience. The mutated lobster king. You can tell he has experience just by hearing the name. At this moment, the toilet lid was suddenly knocked open. Huang Curson's face was filled with despair as she gasped for breath and screamed hysterically. Ah! The sound was so harsh that Moe was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Such a big reaction? Looking at the woman with bloodshot eyes and bared teeth, Moe slowly walked over. Huang Curson was really scared this time and begged for mercy again and again. I was wrong. Moe thought he had heard wrongly. He was using a flint gun to burn her just now, but the woman didn't even frown. Is it wrong to put it in the toilet? Moe subconsciously reached out his hand, and Huang Curson suddenly screamed. Don't disgust me. I really have mysophobia. I'm going to die. I'm going into shock. As she shouted, tears began to flow. Montag Stund. Then will you sign the contract? Huang Curson nodded reluctantly. Moe was confused for a moment and took out the personnel contract in disbelief. Just press it on the woman's forehead. The woman actually signed successfully. Moe was stunned. What's going on? He knew better than anyone how he had tortured the other person just now. This woman lost her virginity without a word, and she just got scared when she was pushed into the toilet. Moe, who was curious at the moment, squatted down and asked, why is mysophobia so terrible? Huang Curson nodded. Although she still looked arrogant, she no longer dared to look directly at Moe. I have had mysophobia since I was a child. I cannot tolerate a speck of dust on my clothes. Before going to bed, I have to ask the servants to change the sheets to new ones, and I have to use incense in the room before I can fall asleep. It's the same with food. If it's not natural and washed several times, I find it hard to swallow. When my mysophobia was severe, I would go into shock. I couldn't stand seeing anything dirty. I couldn't stand seeing those people at the bottom of society so dirty. Moe looked at this woman with disgust. What kind of mysophobia is that? She must have been spoiled since she was a child. Who wasn't rolled around in amniotic fluid when they were born? Why didn't she die of shock when she was a baby? Mysophobia is a psychological problem. Huang Curson is just too arrogant and thinks she is superior to others. Moe lit a cigarette with a playful look on his face and blew a puff at Huang Curson. Tell me, who are those two superpowers in the shelter? What are their powers? They don't know, but you should know it, right? Huang Curson's expression was still as proud as ever, but she slowly lowered her head. One is my father Huang Yuan, a superclass ichthyosaur. His speed is the fastest among all the superpowers I have ever seen, especially underwater. His speed is faster than a motorboat. The other one is Zhang Dongliang. His ability is to be a man-eating crocodile. I only saw him transform once. His left hand was a crocodile head, and his right hand was a crocodile tail. His destructive power is extremely strong, and his body is covered with copper skin and iron armor-like scales. He should be able to block swords and guns. The reason they kept a level 1 superpower core was mainly to curry favor with the leader of the Hunter Association. It was the first time that Moe heard this term, and he was stunned. What does the Hunter Association do? Your father is a leader, and you are still trying to curry favor with him? Huang Kurson seemed to be hesitant to speak. She didn't want to say anything anymore, but her mouth came out uncontrollably. The Hunter Association is a newly established department in our country. They are responsible for counting and issuing bounties on monsters, training people with special abilities, building doomsday cities, and restraining people with special abilities. Their headquarters is located in the westernmost plateau, which has not yet been submerged by the sea. We originally planned to build the Sunset wooden ship to go there. Moe looked at her in confusion. Don't you have a helicopter? You should have a lot of boats and gasoline. Why are you still repairing a boat? Huang Kurson looked at the floor with some fear. Her neck had begun to move. Moe looked at her and slowly put her head in front of the corpse. The other party just connected it magically, just like playing with building blocks. After the head was reattached, Huang Kurson quickly lay on the ground, tilting her head like a dog and saying, "There are monsters in the sky. Those creatures love to attack things that fly above the clouds. Manta rays, also known as devilfish, before the disaster, this creature could fly on the water surface. After the disaster, they fled to the sky. I heard from Professor Diana that they went to the sky to avoid their natural enemies in the sea." When Huang Kurson said this, her pupils became dull. That thing is at least dozens of meters long, at least 50 meters long. It's really too big. I don't know how such a big thing could fly into the sky. Dr. Diana said that kind of thing began to reproduce in large quantities after it had no natural enemies in the sky. Everything that comes to the sky is their food. The last time I was in a helicopter, it was swallowed up whole. I only escaped after half of my body fell from the sky. Moe took a deep puff of cigarette. He had never paid attention to things in the sky. This is too exaggerated. A fish dozens of meters away gave birth above the clouds? Those kids can fly when they're born? Or has it changed? Could it be the second-generation mutation that Dr. Diana mentioned? Huang Kurson continued. My father didn't go to the West alone because the Hunter Association forbids abandoning refugees. If he wants to return to the Western Plateau City, he must bring all the refugees with him. Otherwise, he will be treated as a traitor. Moe immediately cursed. Is this why you don't let those refugees eat, let most of them starve to death, and then take a small number away? Your father was born in the year of the dog, right? Huang Kurson said excitedly. But without us, they can't survive. We are the managers. How can they survive if we die? Isn't it their duty to obey management? I'm right. Moe was too lazy to waste time talking to the other party. It was obvious that even if the other party forced her to sign the contract, her personality would still be the same. In other words, in addition to listening to Moe, Huang Kurson would also call by Qing and the others untouchables when she saw them. Just use her and then kill her. She's not a good person anyway. Okay, I'll give you a task. Put this bottle of powerful sleeping pills into your father and Zhang Dongliang's water. I want you to kill them both tonight. Do you understand? Chapter 77, Mutated Lobster King. Huang Kurson looked panicked. She didn't want to take the bottle of sleeping pills, but her hands were out of control. Tears slowly flowed down my cheeks. Want her to kill her father? No. Moe slowly stretched out his arms and hugged her, gently stroking her cheek with concern, and said, Actually, I still like you very much. Your father killed so many people. It was his fault. Go and kill him, so that he won't commit murderous crimes, and then I'll take you far away, okay? You are mine now. I will definitely treat you well. Don't worry, dear. I never kill good people. All those I killed deserve to die. I really like you. I know you became like this because of your father's influence. It's okay, I don't mind. Don't be sad. I've actually liked you since the first time I saw you. Just be obedient, and everything will be fine. Think about it. If I didn't like you, wouldn't I have killed you long ago? Right? Huang Kurson looked at the sleeping pills in her hand nervously. All she could hear was Moe's sweet words. Under the influence of the contract, Huang Kurson heard some of the words, Do you really like me? Moe kissed the other person's forehead affectionately. Of course, you are so beautiful. You have such a good figure. And you love to be clean. You were just influenced by your father and accidentally killed some people. Those people deserve to die. I definitely like you. Go be good. Remember to kill Zhang Dongliang as well. I'll be waiting for your good news. Huang Kurson hugged Moe's arm timidly, and tears flowed again. Recalling the memory of being tortured by Moe, she felt very aggrieved. How could she not feel pain? Although the starfish ability reduced the pain by 50%, she was still in excruciating pain. In addition, my body has been taken away by the other party, and the pain in my heart has long surpassed the physical pain. She just started crying, feeling wronged. Moe was stunned. Could this woman have a masochistic tendency? Is she serious? Could it be that she really likes him? It shouldn't be a contract issue, right? If she accepted it, wouldn't his wives kill her? Bai Qing and those women would definitely kill Huang Kersen when he is away, and they would also have a lot of resentment. Mo thought about it and decided to give up. Even if Huang Kersen really liked him, he would not keep her. The harem will be in chaos, and this Huang Kersen is really not a good person. At this time, Huang Kersen said with some concern, "Master, there is a superpower who can smell in the superpower team. You have to be careful, but she can't smell the smell under the water." As she said this, she put away the sleeping pills and looked at Mo Yi lovingly. Mo Yi lowered his head and thought a reconnaissance-type psychic must be killed first. "What's her name?" Huang Kersen whispered. "It seems her name is Ning He. She has the supernatural power of a catfish. Her combat power is not strong, but her sense of smell is extremely sensitive." Mo Yi nodded and took note of it secretly. The western front of Weichuan Shelter. The captain of the superpower team, Zhang Yi, was using his octopus tentacles to hold up 6 rifles and shoot at the swarm of mutant lobsters that were attacking him. There are simply too many of them, all over the mountains and plains, and lobsters are constantly crawling up the shore. Lu He from the superpower team suddenly shouted loudly, "Captain, why hasn't the support arrived yet? We are out of bullets." Zhang Yi looked angry. Ever since Tan Jijia from their team went to chase the fishing boat and never came back, there was a gap in their frontal combat capability. "I don't know what's going on today, but these lobster monsters are endless. I've already contacted Commander Zhang. He's already sending rescuers. Everyone hold on for a while." Ning He, who was in charge of the investigation, raised his head and sniffed it, and was immediately shocked. "Here it comes. The mutant lobster king. It's so big. It's bigger than before. Everyone be careful." Zhang Yi looked panicked. He raised his tentacles, equipped his guns, and started attacking. Lu He and other teammates are also working together to output. But when the bullet hit the mutant lobster king, everyone's eyes widened. Their bullets couldn't penetrate? Damn it, such a hard shell. "We must use cannons. Ask Commander Zhang to fire the cannons." Then he turned around and sniffed. She could already smell reinforcements. Damn it, the captain and his men only sent over 100 people and only 4 armored vehicles. Doesn't that Zhang Dongliang care about us? Zhang Yi was angry but dared not say anything. If even she, the captain, panicked, then it would be a real mess. Could it be that Zhang Dongliang and his gang treated them as abandoned pawns? Or has the artillery shells and weapons of mass destruction here been used up, and Zhang Dongliang has run out of tricks? Everyone, don't panic. Let's push and fight. It's too open here. Let's go to the cave at the back. As long as we go there, these lobster monsters will be easy to deal with. After Zhang Yi finished shouting, he signaled everyone to make way. Lu He also took out his walkie-talkie and shouted, "The armored vehicle troops should not come over yet. We can't hold it. Go to the cave. We will build a new line of defense there." After Lu He finished speaking, he quickly quickened his pace. The cave is where his father and Aunt Wang live. He had to go back in advance and tell his father to run away. At this moment, Ningyi behind him suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Lu He looked back suddenly and saw a cannon with a diameter of 0.5 meter extending from the middle of the mutant lobster king's claws. A teammate behind who failed to dodge was blown to pieces on the spot. Lu He was so scared that he no longer cared about anything else and ran towards the cave screaming. Zhang Yi shouted angrily, "Lu He, don't leave your post without permission." But looking at Lu He, who had already run away, Zhang Yi was completely helpless. These temporarily recruited psychics were such cowards. What's the difference between this and not having superpowers? When in danger, he left his teammates behind and ran away. If he can only shoot, it would be better to find a soldier. Looking back at Ning He, who was about to be caught up, Zhang Yi no longer cared about anything else. He suddenly stretched out 6 tentacles and began to attack the mutant lobsters. She was only level 2, and it was obviously a bit difficult for her to deal with so many mutant lobsters. Coupled with the mutant lobster king's cannon, 2 of Zhang Yi's tentacles were blown off on the spot. The mutant lobsters swarmed over, ran to the other's broken tentacle, and started to gnaw on it. Ningyi shouted loudly, "Captain, hurry up! You don't have to worry about me. Please take good care of my brother for me." Ningyi said this and was about to run back. The next second she was knocked unconscious by Zhang Yi's tentacle. Zhang Yi just used his tentacle to grab a teammate and ran for his life. I have cursed that bastard Zhang Dongliang more than a dozen times in my heart. At this moment, The mutant lobster king behind him slowly extended his lobster claws, and the muzzle slowly gathered energy. Zhang Yi looked panicked, looking at the cave so close. He jumped straight up. Chapter 78, Yu Qian's son. It happened in a flash. At the moment when the mutant lobster king's attack was about to hit Zhang Yi and his teammates hid in the cave. The entrance to the cave collapsed due to the cannon attack. But the cave did not become dark even though the entrance was blocked. Ningyi knew that they had arrived at the workers' residence. Looking at the light in the cave, Ningyi and several other teammates hurried to help Zhang Yi. Before Ningyi touched Zhang Yi, she smelled blood. Looking at Zhang Yi lying on the ground, Ningyi subconsciously picked up the lighter and took a photo. When she saw the captain who had been blown to pieces, she panicked. "Captain, how could this happen? Stop the bleeding! Quickly stop the captain's bleeding!" At this time, Lu He, who had run into the cave earlier, was about to escape with his father and Aunt Wang. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he was stunned. The hole was blocked. There were also continuous screams coming from outside. The reinforcements coming in armored vehicles are still outside. Lu He shouted angrily, "Damn it! Why is the hole blocked?" Ningyi ran over in anger and slapped Lu He in the face. "How dare you say that? If you hadn't left your post without permission, would the captain have been injured in order to save us? If you hadn't left your post AWOL, the armored vehicle unit would have been trapped outside. You coward!" Louis's father was immediately furious. "Why did you hit my son, woman? Is it wrong for my son to come to save me? Aren't you people with special abilities? What does being blocked in the hole by a few lobsters have to do with my son?" Lu He looked at Ningyi with disdain and shouted, "Why aren't you covering the rear? I'm not a soldier. Am I stupid if I don't run away when I'm in danger? Don't I care about my father?" Ningyi looked at the coward with anger and yelled, "If it weren't for you, we would have already established a defense line at the cave entrance. Didn't you tell the armored vehicle troops about the battle situation when you were running for your life? You ran back in advance. Why didn't you go to help the armored vehicle troops set up a defense line at the cave entrance? What are you doing back here? Helping your dad pack his clothes? You!" Before Ningyi could finish her words, Lu He slapped her in the face. Ningyi was immediately furious after being beaten and was about to grab the gun, but at this moment, his teammate behind him suddenly shouted, "Captain! Captain, hold on! I'm calling the doctor! I'm calling the doctor! Lu He, where's the intercom?" Lu He on the opposite side tilted his head to the side in panic. When he ran away just now, he threw away his walkie-talkie, backpack, and everything else, fearing that he would die outside. It fell outside. Everyone in the superpower team was so angry that their faces turned green. How can there be such a waste? Hearing the screams of the armored vehicle troops outside, they knew that the Western Front was over. Next is the Central Front, which is Zhang Dongliang's military camp. If the Central Front is lost, the giant sunset ship built by the workers will face a devastating disaster. Lu He's father, Lu Renyi, looked at the laborers in the cave nervously and shouted, "The superpower team was defeated, and they hid in our cave and blocked our cave. Everyone, pick up your weapons. The psychic team can't beat those lobsters. We have to protect ourselves. We must not let those lobsters in." The people in the cave looked at the defeated teams of psychics with cold eyes. There was a lot of discussion. Several women looked at the seriously injured Zhang Yi and said sarcastically, "You are so useless. If we were to awaken our special powers, we would definitely be more useful than these people. It's really embarrassing. How can a soldier who can't defeat a monster hide from us?" Ningyi clenched his fists in anger and shouted, "What are you talking about? We are doing this to protect you." The women were not afraid of the trouble. "Protect us? Shouldn't you protect us? You should protect us after you awaken your powers. Otherwise, what's the point of having you? Why are you being so tough with me as a superpower? If you have the guts, go out and fight monsters." Several women around also chimed in. "That's right. Why are you trying to be so tough with us? Huh? You're really capable." Ningyi wanted to say something, but was stopped by his teammates. Looking at the captain who had opened his eyes, Ningyi burst into tears with grief and anger on her face. Except for the captain who is a soldier, the rest of the superpower team here joined halfway. She voluntarily stayed here because she wanted to protect more people. Although some people in the team were not good people, their captain was definitely a hero. Zhang Yi looked at Ningyi in front of him, panting weakly. "It's okay. I'm an octopus. I have superpowers. Give me some time. I can grow back." "They are right. I am so useless. I have a level 1 ability. Cough, cough." When Ningyi saw the other party coughing up blood, he immediately shouted, "Don't talk. Don't talk, Captain. I will definitely find a way to save you. I will definitely find a way. Luha, who was far away, looked at Zhang Yi lying on the ground with an unconvinced look on his face, thinking that if the other party had agreed to let him go to Jianglu City to find his mother Yuqian earlier, he and his father would not be trapped here. This woman just talks sweetly. At this moment, bursts of screams suddenly came from the cave. Everyone looked over suddenly. Hearing the screams in the cave, everyone swallowed subconsciously. Mingyi has already smelled it. That's the smell of lobster. They forgot one thing from beginning to end. Lobsters can dig holes, and the speed of drilling holes is extremely fast. At the same time, Mo Yi, who had already come out of the cave, was smoking among the mutant lobsters. None of the lobsters around dared to approach. The level 4 mutant lobster king, which had grown to 7 meters, looked at Mo Yi, who was also level 4, with a confused look on his face. It dared not move. It's like a chick seeing an eagle. Mo Yi was smoking there, and he saw everything that happened just now. A level psychic using a rifle to kill monsters? Doesn't this woman know how to develop superpowers? After taking 2 puffs of a cigarette, Mo Yi looked up again at the mutant lobster king who wanted to run away. The mutant lobsters around didn't dare to move, and Mo Yi even wanted to laugh when watching this scene. In order to confirm whether those ordinary mutant lobsters had experience, he raised his hand and released the rapid-fire rocket launcher. A burst of indiscriminate bombing. Countless casualties. The damage is overwhelming. Experience? Mo Yi cursed with an unhappy look on his face. Fuck. I knew it. Looking at the mutant lobster king who was about to run away, he directly released Li Sai from the space. Li Sai understood what he meant and flew over with Mo Yi in her arms. Before coming here, Mo Yi had already searched on Baidu what the weaknesses of lobsters are. It was obvious that the lobster king had acquired a certain amount of wisdom. It knew it had hit a wall this time, so it turned around and was about to dive into the water. Mo Yi released Bai Qing instantly. Bai Qing was quick to release his bewitching ability in the sky. The mutant lobster king was instantly unable to move. Bai Qing fell into the water while maintaining her seduction while shouting, "Husband, hurry up! I can't hold on for much longer. It's higher level than me." Chapter 79. Genesis Ship Upgrade. Mo Yi exerted force with his legs, and the explosive force generated instantly shook the sand and gravel on the ground into the air. The momentum suddenly changed, and the mutant lobsters in the distance fled wildly, as if they felt a fatal threat. That's the look a prey gets when it senses its predator. Mo Yi stretched his hands out to his sides with great force, and 2 shark fins like sickles broke through the skin. The calf muscles suddenly stretched and contracted. Next second, he crossed his arms, held up the shark fin, and rushed forward. It seems like there are after images. With just one head-on collision, the mutant lobster king's right claw was broken. Even a huge hole was knocked open in the shell on the right side of its head. Blue blood flowed all over his body. The mutant lobster king, which had begun to gain intelligence, was already frightened out of his wits. The originally aggressive lobster was completely rendered incapable of temper by the bull shark's dive. The reason why the bull shark is so strong in nature is inseparable from its terrifying, explosive power. Li Sai in heaven had longing eyes. This is the power of level. When facing a mutant creature of the same level, even if the opponent is a fully mutated one, it is still possible to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Mo Yi turned around again and slowly extended the shark fins in both hands. It's just a mutant creature of the same level, and it won't take much effort for him to kill it. Just as Mo Yi began to gather power for his second dive, the mutant lobster king had already fled to the shore in panic. Looking at the woman on the shore who slowly raised her hand to release the water, the mutant lobster king was frightened again. Mermaid. The racial rank among aquatic creatures is at the top, even higher than that of bull sharks and killer whales. In Western mythology, mermaids are mysterious creatures that can control the sea. They can not only bewitch people's hearts, but also control many powerful sea monsters. They are called sirens. The mutant lobster king looked at the high waves in front of him, raised his left claw, and wanted to turn around and escape. But seeing Mo Yi about to swoop down from behind, the mutant lobster king no longer dared to hesitate. He raised his left claw and opened a cannon, ready to release at Bai Qing. Before it could accumulate energy, its eyes suddenly began to blur. Looking at the charming and magical mermaid, it seemed to have a sense of surrender. That is the feeling of submission that lower creatures feel when they see higher creatures. It's like the herbivores on the grassland have seen the king of beasts. surrender, worship, or rather, it is fanatical enthusiasm. The mutant lobster king crawled over with a fanatical look on his face. The blue blood from the wound just flowed all over the floor. Before it could get close, a dive that cut through the air pierced through its body, directly through the wound. The intense pain caused it to curl up its lobster tail violently, twitching and rolling. Slowly, then he lost his breath. Level upgraded to level 5. The ship of Genesis is upgraded to level 2. Unlock the weapon system. The sudden upgrade made MOE very happy, and the long-awaited Ark of Genesis has been upgraded. When I opened it, I was immediately overjoyed. The Genesis ship, which was originally only 10 meters long, has become 20 meters, and a Gatling gun has been installed on the ship. MOE looked at the suddenly upgraded creation ship with his mouth raised to the sky. This ship has finally been upgraded. The Gatling gun. All it takes is the corpses of mutant creatures in the warehouse of the Genesis ship to automatically turn them into weapons and ammunition? What the hell? MOE suddenly thought of some settings. He remembered that he could remotely control all the functions of the ship of creation, including taking the ship of creation out of space. With just a thought, MOE raised his hand and looked at the Gatling gun he released with excitement in his eyes. Da! Da da da! A series of machine gun fire caused the mutant lobsters to flee in panic. Bai Qing and Li Cai were both stunned. What was going on? Just as MOE was fighting, he suddenly smelled something. In a flash, he jumped up and hugged Li Cai in the sky. Before Li Cai could react, a huge monster fish suddenly jumped out from the water. Li Cai was so frightened that her face turned pale. Looking at where she was just now, if MOE hadn't carried her away, she would definitely have died. That's a level 7 mutant arapaima. The body length is already 32 meters. The scales all over its body are shiny and bright, and the fish head alone is 5 meters long. MOE released the Gatling machine gun with his backhand and shot at the arapaima. The bullet didn't break its scales at all, and the strange fish missed its target. It looked at MOE and Li Cai in the distance with some annoyance. The next second it turned its gaze to Bai Qing behind it. Bai Qing had never seen such a huge mutant creature. It was really too big. Domi, about as tall as a 10-story building, it's a veritable monster. What are you daydreaming about? MOE suddenly shouted, and Bai Qing quickly raised his hand to release his bewitching ability. After just one encounter, the arapaima dispelled Bai Qing's temptation. Even though Bai Qing had just reached level 4, the opponent was a level 7 monster, and this control skill had no effect at all. Bai Qing, who had already noticed this, turned pale. She subconsciously wanted to take a step away, but she forgot that she was a fishtail and fell to the ground with a stumble. At that moment, Bai Qing was completely panicked. Don't! Just when the arapaima opened its huge mouth to swallow Bai Qing, MOE, who had arrived nearby, raised his hand and sent a crew member to retrieve it. Directly receive Bai Qing into the space. After the arapaima couldn't find its target, it twisted its body on the shore, bit half of the mutant lobster king's body, and dived into the seabed. MOE swallowed his saliva with a look of fear on his face. Luckily, he reacted quickly. I don't know when this bastard came over here. After walking inland, MOE released Bai Qing. Bai Qing had already returned to human form. Thinking back to what happened just now, her heart was beating wildly. We are super. Why would that thing attack us? Are you okay, husband? After Bai Qing came out, he started to check MOE first. MOE didn't understand what was going on. He had been attacked once by the mutant octopus before, and this was the second time. What exactly caused this? Could it be that the arapaima is at the same biological level as the bull shark? That's impossible. Perhaps it's because its level is much higher than ours? MOE said this with some uncertainty. Now he didn't dare to go into the water. He had to kill that thing. How come they didn't see that thing before? They were using sonar. Is it because the area around this island is the territory of the mutant lobster king? The giant arapaima didn't dare to come? After it smelled the lobster king's death, it dared to come? The king lobster is so weak. Is the arapaima afraid of it? Confused about the situation, MOE exhaled slowly. We need to recruit that professor as soon as possible. Some things are too hard for us to understand. Chapter 80, The Remaining Team of Superpowers. As MOE walked, he saw some tilted armored vehicles, and the drivers inside were missing. All around were corpses that had been gnawed beyond recognition. After thinking for a moment, MOE looked at Bai Qing again. Bai Qing was obviously a little scared, and cold sweat broke out on his palm that was holding Mo's Domi's monster. Only Ultraman could defeat this. Even the Gatling gun that Moe had just acquired couldn't break the opponent's defense. The scales are so thick that each scale is probably half a meter thick. If it is underwater, can other weapons be useful unless it is a torpedo? If that Arapaima sank directly to the bottom, Moe and the others would be left staring blankly. Moe slowly put his arms around her shoulders and looked at the countless corpses in front of him. He knew that Bai Qing must have been suppressing her fear these days. How could a woman not be afraid? However, Moe also knew why Bai Qing was so calm, because she really wanted to follow him. If she, the leading woman, is afraid, can the other women still come out to fight? It's okay, honey. You'll be fine as long as I'm here. Don't be so scared. Bai Qing quickly pulled his hand away when he heard it. I'm not scared. Moe smiled slightly, and suddenly exerted force with his palm to hold Bai Qing in his arms. Bai Qing blushed and quickly looked at the dead head on the side. This is outside. Find a place. What are you thinking about? I just want to hug you. Bai Qing's face turned even redder. Who knows what he was going to do? Wasn't he the one who pulled her into his arms just because they had a disagreement before? This bastard. Moe smiled crookedly and took out another small target from his pocket and started smoking. All right, don't be afraid anymore. Next time you encounter an emergency, stay calm. If you can't beat them, run to me. Don't be dazed. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the pile of earth behind him. Moe was stunned for a moment and forgot about the members of the psychic team. He just saw that the octopus woman was almost killed by the Lobster King in order to protect her teammates. He was obviously interested in recruiting. The people in the cave were still fighting with the mutant lobsters. After smelling the death of their leader, the mutant lobsters became even more crazy. Ningyi's arm was broken, and he endured the severe pain and stood by Zhang Yi with a gun. Luha once again sold out his teammates and found a high ground to protect his father and Aunt Wang. He just watched the laborers below being eaten by the lobsters without taking any action. Ningyi was still shouting, Luha, go blow up the hole. Do you want to watch the captain die here? She saved you so many times. If it wasn't for the captain, you would have died long ago. Luha looked at Zhang Yi below with cold eyes, without any hesitation. I don't think I did anything wrong. In this situation, it's right for me to prioritize protecting my father. If you were asked to choose between protecting the captain and protecting your own father, who would you protect? I did nothing wrong. The captain's injury has nothing to do with me. If my father was out of trouble, I would definitely save the captain. Ningyi was furious. Don't change the concept, you coward. Protecting the captain and protecting your family are not in conflict. You are just afraid of death. If you had guarded the cave entrance with us, we wouldn't have ended up like this. You haven't done anything wrong? You. Before he could finish her words, her right leg was clamped by a mutant lobster that emerged from the ground. With just that one clamp, Ningyi screamed in pain. The leg was obviously not going to be saved. Although Zhang Yi could hear her teammates' screams, she was no longer able to lift the gun. Even though she wanted to raise her remaining tentacle to help her teammates, it was broken by the lobster that came over. Zhang Yi's body seemed to have a mysterious attraction to the mutant lobsters. More lobsters around rushed over, all wanted to get a piece of the pie. Ningyi held the gun in her hand, tremblingly. Her left arm and right leg were gone. She looked at the captain who was about to be eaten by the lobster monster, and tears flowed down her face. Captain! Zhang Yi's body was numb, and he allowed the lobsters to eat his body. Looking at Ningyi, who was pointing a gun at him, Zhang Yi closed his eyes helplessly. Perhaps it would be easier to be killed by his teammates without having to endure the pain of having his flesh and blood eaten. At this moment, the soil at the entrance of the cave behind them became loose. The mutant lobsters seemed to sense something and turned around and ran into the cave in fear. Ningyi, who was still holding the gun, looked blankly at the ray of sunlight that suddenly shone in from the cave entrance. Who's here? Zhang Yi, lying on the ground in a bloody mess, looked sad. Apart from their commander Zhang Dongliang, there was no one else on the island who could drive away the mutant lobsters with just his breath. Thinking back to when the commander arranged for her to be the captain, Zhang Yi couldn't help but shed tears. Although she was a soldier before, she was just a small clerk. She wanted to protect the people, and when the commander found out, he gave her a superpower core. Commander. But when Zhang Yi saw who was coming, her tears stopped. Ningyi on the side was speechless. Her lips trembled as she looked at the man at the entrance of the cave. Mutation, mutated shark. Level psychic. Yi lowered his head and sniffed, then locked onto Ning He, who had the ability to detect. Level 1 catfish ability. Carnivorous fish, whose movement speed increases slightly at night. They have many tentacles and taste buds, and their sense of smell and touch are extremely sensitive. Are the people in Weichuan's shelter stupid? The only reconnaissance team was sent to the front line to die. You know, the reconnaissance team is the eyes of the team. Yi already smelled what was going on. There should be a large number of mutant lobsters appearing here. Ningyi could no longer care about anything else after coming to his senses. He used his only remaining right hand to support his body and crawled towards Zhang Yi. Captain, hold on. I'll call someone to save you right now. Zhang Yi weakly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, which had completely filled her mouth. She wanted to speak so much. Looking at the man in front of her, she wanted to beg him to save Ning He. It didn't matter if she died, since her family had all been killed by the strange fish anyway. Ning He also has a younger brother. If she dies, the child will be left alone. Yi looked at the two girls who had such a deep relationship, feeling a little helpless. This is troublesome. There is no doctor in my team. Yi wanted to save the two of them, so he had to let all his teammates come out to ask together. Wives, is there anyone who has healing abilities? Is there? I want to save these two women. Zhang Fana frowned when she heard this and looked coldly at the two paralyzed women on the ground. Li Sai was also a little unhappy. Yi said hurriedly, "They should be good people. I saw them just now, and I smelled that they are both still little girls." Bai Qing looked at him speechlessly. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to kill that detective?" "Huh? Ma." Yi laughed. "Hurry up and see if there is anyone who can heal the supernatural power. If we are late for a while, they will die." Chapter 81. Yu Qian's husband cheated on her? Ladies, you look at me, I look at you. No one will. The only one who can regenerate is Sun Huijun. She is a sea spider and can regenerate. Sun Huijun shook her head repeatedly. "I don't know how to heal injuries. I can only use my ability on myself." As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Huijun suddenly thought of something and quickly opened her crew information column and took a look, then said, "Yes, husband, you can add them to the team. Set them as combatants." Yi was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the fighter's extra abilities, he became excited. Combatant. Improves physical strength. When there is a combat captain by your side, various values will increase slightly. Yi slapped his thigh and directly produced 2 personnel contracts and looked at the 2 women behind him. "Sign it if you want to live. If you delay any longer, there will be no chance." Ning He was already terrified at this moment. These people in front of her were so terribly strong. The lowest level is also a superpower user, and the woman next to him is also level 5. What kind of creature is she? What a terrible smell, like a monster. Looking at the 2 scrolls brought by Yi, Ning He could no longer care about anything else, and quickly picked up one and placed it in front of Zhang Yi. "Captain!" The captain signed it, and they said he could survive. They're all psychics, and there are 2 levels. They are very strong, and they should not lie to us. Zhang Yi looked at the scroll with some difficulty. It clearly stated that he could only follow Captain Yi from now on and would never regret it in his life. Zhang Yi hesitated. Her mind was full of the commander's image. Her idol was the commander who led the army in battle. He wanted her to betray the army. Ning He was still shouting, "Captain, if you don't sign, I won't sign no matter what." Yi couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. Why wouldn't she sign when there was a chance to save her life right in front of her? Zhang Fana could see that this woman had a man she loved, otherwise she would definitely sign. "Girl, don't be stupid. Only when you are alive, there is hope. If you don't sign, the girl next to you might die with you. We will find a way to cure you." Yi also said beside him, "It's really a bit ugly for a level 1 superpower to be blocked in a cave. Sign it. I will teach you how to develop superpowers. I think you're also a kind person. Otherwise, you wouldn't risk your life to protect your teammates." At this moment, Ning Yi spat out blood again. When Zhang Yi saw that Ning Yi had lost a pair of hands and feet, her expression changed. When she weakly stretched out her bloody fingers to sign the personnel contract, Yi immediately set her up as a combatant. Instantly, Zhang Yi's muscles began to move. After regaining his consciousness, Zhang Yi screamed in agony and then passed out. Seeing this, Bai Qing quickly asked Yi to take out bandages and other things to bandage the other party. "It's okay. She should be able to hold on. Octopuses also have the ability to regenerate. Now she has recovered her breath. Otherwise, she wouldn't scream." Ning Yi thought about it and signed a contract. Looking at the people in front of her, her uneasiness was written on her face. Mo Yi smiled gently and raised his hand to turn Ning He into a fighter. Ning He could clearly feel that her energy and blood were becoming more sufficient. But looking at her lost limbs, she really didn't know what to do in the future. It's so hard to live with hands and feet. When Mo Yi saw that both of them had signed the contract, his expression suddenly became kind. I said they were both good people. I'm always very accurate in judging women. Come on, come and eat something, big sister, Mo Yi said as he conjured up some food and some sofas. Ning He, who was carried to the sofa by Mo Yi, was dumbfounded. Looking at the table full of McDonald's, she was about to cry. Am I dreaming McDonald's? Thinking back to what I had eaten these days, tears of grievance welled up in my eyes again. Captain, wake up. There's something delicious. Bai Qing looked at the only 3 people left in the cave nervously, signaling Mo Yi not to take it lightly. Mo Yi had naturally discovered those 3 guys a long time ago. The cave was full of dead bodies, and only the 3 of them survived. If Mo Yi said they didn't do anything, he would definitely not believe it. When he stretched out his nose to smell, he seemed to smell a familiar smell. I don't know if he smelled it wrongly. Why did he smell Yu Qian's scent? After thinking about it, he took out Yu Qian's mobile phone from the space again, put it under his nose, and smelled it, and his eyes widened immediately. Fuck, this is a gift package delivered to my door? Lu on the opposite side had been watching Mo Yi since he appeared. Although he didn't know what Mo Yi was, he could instinctively feel the terrifying pressure from Mo Yi, and he was definitely not an ordinary psychic. Just now I saw the half-dead captain being rescued by the other party, and a lot of food appeared. All signs indicate that the other party is definitely a big shot. Thinking of this, Lu Ho immediately became flattering and said to his father excitedly, Dad, Annie Wong, this person might be a great man. Let's be polite to him. Maybe he can save our lives. Lu Yi's father Lu Yiren's eyes lit up when he heard this. A superpower? Is he more powerful than Zhang Yi? Lu Ha nodded. Of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get in, and I think those mutant lobsters ran away because they were afraid of this man. Lu Yiren was immediately overjoyed. Why don't you go now? The father and son, with the woman behind them, came to Mo Yi with smiles on their faces. Mo Yi looked at the woman behind Lu Yiren and fell into deep thought. Who is this woman? I'm Lu Ha, the junior. I'm meeting this senior. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Ha was looking at Ning He, who was eating a hamburger, drooling as he spoke. Lu Yiren also saw it and immediately shouted excitedly. This hero, my name is Lu Yiren, and this is my lover Wangzhu. Thank you very much for saving our lives. In the future, we are willing to work hard for you. The woman was holding Lu Yiren's arm with a kind face. She looked quite pretty, probably around 30 years old. Mo Yi was immediately happy. Yu Qian's husband had a mistress? Exciting. Ning He was furious when he heard this. It was Lu Ha who deserted and caused the captain to be injured, and the rescuers outside were also killed by Lu Ha. He directly threw away the walkie-talkie, causing those people to not know the situation here. Lu Ha was still arguing. My father's life was in danger. I had no choice. How could I be a deserter? Don't make up stories. Mo Yi couldn't stop laughing. He didn't care what kind of plane Lu He's family had. It all depends on his mood, whether he plays first and then kills, or kills and then plays. Just now his wife Bai Qing was almost eaten by the arapaima. He was very upset. And that arapaima was most likely raised by Yu Qian. He's a little angry now. I have to find another woman to cool off with. The next second he fired a Gatling gun and collapsed the hole again. He raised his hand and pulled Lu Yiren's lover to him. Follow me like a slave, then show some sincerity. Okay, you have good taste, Lu Yiren. The woman you found is much more beautiful than your wife, Yu Qianrun. Look at her soft waist. Lu Yiren on the opposite side was stunned. Lu Hu was also stunned. Chapter 82. You guys are amazing. You interrupted my train of thought. Wang Zhu was held close in Mo Ye's arms. He anxiously punched Mo Ye's chest with his fists. You let me go. I will never obey you even if I die. Mo Yi smiled so happily. It was really like searching for a needle in a haystack, but finally finding it without any effort. Looking at the dull expressions of Lu Yiren and Lu Ha, he wished he could take a camera to record it. The expressions of these two men are amazing. It's great that they have abandoned their bottom line. They're not good people anyway. All the people here were killed by them. So, Mo Yi torturing them to death can be considered as getting rid of harm to the people, right? Since the other party is not a good person, he will not talk about humanitarianism. Looking at Wang Zhu, who was constantly struggling, Mo Ye's face became more and more sick. But just when he pushed Wang Zhu down on the sofa, Lu Yiren suddenly ran over with red eyes. Mo Yi originally thought that the other party was here to rob people, and he had raised a shark fin, intending to cripple the other party, so he simply broke the tendons of the other party's hands and feet and let him watch from the side. But Lu Yiren suddenly stretched out his hands excitedly and pressed Wang Zhu's legs, and turned back and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Son, help your benefactor to hold down your Aunt Wang's legs." Just one sentence made Lu He so angry that he was about to smoke. Mo Ye's expression seemed to be paused. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" When Lu Yiren saw that his son didn't move, he turned around and yelled at Wang Zhu, "They saved our lives. What are you yelling about? Be quiet. Don't I know you?" Lu Yiren's words, "I don't know you yet," made Mo Yi instinctively shrink back from the sofa. "What did I say?" Hiss. Mo Yi seemed to have suffered an inexplicable mental attack. He reached into his pocket with trembling hands and took out a cigarette and started smoking. Lu He on the opposite side has come back to his senses. A few days ago, Wang Zhu, because he joined the team of superpowers, started to curry favor with his father Lu Yiren. Lu Yiren said it was just Aunt Wang, but Lu He understood. How could he not understand? Seeing his father selling out Aunt Wang, Lu He suddenly had an epiphany. If Onong in front of him could be made to feel at ease, he might even give his father a superpower core. The superpower cores of the superpower team members who had just died were eaten by those mutant lobsters. He didn't even dare to rob. If this big guy is happy, he might even take him to find Yu Qian and kill Wang Zhu. His dad played it too. Just then Lu He saw Mo Ye's wives behind him. When he saw the stunning women, he was completely stunned. At that moment, a brilliant idea came to his mind. If I follow this big brother, he will definitely give me a few women when he is happy later, right? Lu Yiren was still shouting, "Stop pretending to be Wang Zhu. Don't I know you? Hurry up and let big brother." Before he could finish his words, Lu Yiren was kicked hard in the stomach by Wang Zhu. Wang Zhu, who finally broke free, was full of grief and anger as he protected himself and shouted, "How can I, Wang Zhu, sell my body just to survive? You're dreaming. If you dare to come near me again, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide. I mean what I say." Mo Yi was stunned for a moment. What the hell is going on? Lu He understood this time that Wang Zhu was trying to pretend to be chaste and sell out him and his father. This bitch wants to play the victim to get Mo Yi to take him in. Don't men all like women who are chaste and have a strong temper? Lu He reacted and shouted, "My benefactor. This woman is acting. She slept with the guard of the shelter before. I know. She is pretending." Lu Yiren also reacted and said, "My benefactor, don't be fooled by this woman. She is so coquettish. In fact, she seduced me in the beginning. My son and I were deceived by her. She has given birth to 3 children. She even had an abortion before the disaster. I was the one who took her to the hospital." Lu He was stunned again. Why was the amount of information so overwhelming? Isn't his father Wang Zhu, whom he met after the disaster? Montak was confused. Looking at this group of people, he took a long puff of cigarette and said, "You guys are amazing. You interrupted my train of thought." "No. Didn't you hear what I just said? I said that the woman you found is much better than your wife Yu Qianrun. Didn't you hear?" Lu Yiren's mouth corners rose instinctively, and the next second he pressed them down again. "Haha, that shrew is finally dead. She controlled me for so many years and called me a waste for so many years. She is finally dead. From now on, no one will control me when I find a woman. Good death. Good death." Mo Yi seemed to have seen some creature that was more dangerous than the fishman. Could it be that Lu Yiren had mutated? She has mutated into a bitch. He has seen so many bitches, but he has never seen one so bitchy as to be eye-catching. Si Kiki was almost starving to death, so she smashed her own mother to death in tears. This has caused a great psychological shock to Mo Yi. But after meeting Lu Yiren and his son today, Mo Yi couldn't figure out his thoughts. At this moment, Lu He said excitedly, "Uncle, is my mother with you? I am her son. My name is He. I just turned 18 this year. Can you find 2 girlfriends for He?" While speaking, Lu He occasionally glanced at Li Cai in the crowd. After all, Li Cai is the chairman's daughter, a pretty sweet girl with fair skin. Mo Yi took another breath of cold air. Is this family stupid? "Uncle, my name is He. Find 2 girlfriends for He. How dare you?" Mo Yi frowned thoughtfully and looked back at Li Cai, who had already revealed her murderous intent. Mo Yi knew that with just one word from him, Li Cai would definitely dig out Lu He's eyeballs and stuff them into his mouth. In terms of viciousness in the team, Mo Yi doesn't even dare to compare with Li Cai. This woman is a Yandra demon. Uncle, can he follow you in the future? Lu has stood over with an obedient look on his face, thinking only of good things. Lu Yiren and Wang Zhu, who were standing next to them, started fighting in the cave because they wanted to sabotage each other. They pulled each other's hair, kicked each other in the groin. All kinds of dirty tricks came out one after another. Mo Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He originally wanted to torture these people to death, but who knew they were so shameless? It interrupted his train of thought. Looking at Li Cai, who was about to explode, Mo Yi waved his hands in disappointment. I can't stand it anymore. My eyes hurt. I'm going to go out and get some fresh air. Li Cai's expression lit up, and she said obediently, Thank you, Brother Yi. I will love Yi well. I like cute boys the most. Luha looked at Li Cai, who was walking towards him with some disbelief, his mouth wide open, and he stuttered with excitement. Hello, beautiful girl? The corners of Li Cai's mouth twitched downwards. Next second, Luha felt like something was missing in his crotch. Chapter 83. How can the supernatural core fall out after a person dies? Luha screamed immediately, but before he could scream a second time, Li Cai chopped his neck with a 1-meter-long machete. Go to hell! Go to hell! Fuck you! Go to hell! Li Cai chopped wildly. Recalling the memories on the fishing boat that day, Li Cai became more and more crazy. Except for Mo Yi. She wants to kill any man in this world who dares to look at her. Zhang Yi, who had just woken up and was being helped by Ning He to eat a hamburger, looked at the crazy woman with a dull face and his mouth couldn't close. This group of people. What's going on? Lu Yiren, who was standing by, finally reacted after seeing his son's death. He started yelling and getting angry. Before he could even howl a few times, his stomach was pierced by a snake's tail. Lu Yiren looked at the snake woman who suddenly appeared behind him with some disbelief. He wanted to say something, but his respiratory tract and oral cavity had already lost consciousness. Then he fell to the ground. Zhang Xinyu pulled out the snake's tail with some disgust and quickly wiped it with a tissue. How disgusting. My tail is now dirty. Wang Zhu's head was also chopped off by Qing's mermaid tail. The cut was neat, and not much blood was shed. Ning He and Zhang Yi's burgers were cold, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Why did he suddenly kill that woman with a knife? And these women are so vicious. There isn't a single normal woman in this team. After killing the people, Bai Qing slowly raised his right hand. Xiao Yin, go and deal with all the bodies. Check this cave. If you find anyone alive who saw this, just kill them. Everyone, my husband has said before that if you kill someone, you must finish him off, and you must also find out if that person has any teammates or family members. Next time you see him, just kill him. Killing people is easy, but killing them all is hard. Our principle is to kill the whole nest if we want to kill them all. We will never allow the situation where we kill the young and then the old ones come. Do you understand everything? The girls all nodded, and Bai Qing smiled slightly. Very good. Let Sister Fana finish it next time. After telling these women off, Bai Qing turned back into a human and slowly walked to Zhang Yi and Ning He. Bai Qing whispered, We are all superpowered people, so we naturally know your physical condition. Besides, catfish shouldn't die that easily, right? Losing limbs won't be a big deal. We will find a way to cure you later, and since we saved your lives, my husband will take you with him. If you don't show your attitude, tell me, why should I tolerate you? Ning He looked flustered and didn't know how to answer. Zhang Yi was a few years older than her, so she naturally knew that Bai Qing in front of her was trying to establish his authority. Looking at Zhang Fana and Sun Huijun, who were older than Bai Qing, they followed her. Zhang Yi guessed that Mo Yi, who went out to get some fresh air, must have intentionally asked Bai Qing to do this. Zhang Yi glanced at Ning He, who immediately reacted and said to Bai Qing, Thank you, sisters. Thank you, sisters, for saving my life. Please take care of me. At this moment, Wu Lian, who was in charge of dealing with the corpse, seemed to see something familiar on Lu He's body. At first, she thought she had seen it wrong. It couldn't be a superpower core, right? How could it be a superpower core? Didn't my husband say that the superpower core was extremely rare? He had to work very hard to get it at the beginning. But when she reached out to pick up the glowing object, her entire scalp felt like it was electrifying. Then he screamed, I'm going. Husband, big sister, come quickly. I found something incredible. How can the supernatural core fall out after a person dies? Chapter 84 Fish Tide. Everyone who heard the news walked over. Mo Yi also walked in again and blocked the entrance of the cave with huge rocks again. Looking at the supernatural core emerging from Lu He's body, Mo Yi took it in his hand with some disbelief. It can't be wrong. A genuine supernatural core. After taking a look with the detector, Mo Yi concluded that this supernatural core was at most a level. Ningyi hurriedly said, Lu He is the top koi. This superpower core must have come from him. Then she thought of something and turned back to look at her dead teammates. Weird. Why are there superpower cores? Ningyi seemed to have thought of something and looked panicked. I seem to see some mutant lobsters eating the bodies of my teammates just now. Could it be that my teammates' energy cores were eaten by those lobsters? This sentence made Mo Yi's eyes widen. What qualifications do the rest of your teammates have? Ningyi looked flustered, as if she had thought of something bad. Level 3, level 2, and another level. He's a level 1 anglerfish. He doesn't seem to have much combat power. Should he be okay? Mo Yi has figured out something. This island is going to be ruined. He had to run. He had thought of a possibility before. What would happen if the mutant creature ate the mutant core? We have to bring the superpowered core out of Diana and Weichuan's shelter as soon as possible. Something is going to happen in this place. Underwater. In this city flooded by the sea, the former prosperity has been replaced by endless blue. In this sunken city, the streets have become underwater corridors, and the buildings on both sides stand like ghosts, eroded beyond recognition by seaweed and seawater. Through the broken windows, you can see that the former rooms have now become a habitat for mutant creatures, with countless mutant lobsters shuttling among the colorful aquatic plants. In the city's central square, a huge sculpture is covered with seaweed and shells, forming a natural underwater landscape. In the dim light, the former advertising light boxes and neon signs emit a faint blue glow. Abandoned skyscrapers become new homes for underwater creatures. The ancient subway tunnels have become mysterious underwater caves, hiding unknown treasures and dangers. At the bottom of the city, countless mutant lobsters are extending their huge claws, trying to prey on mutant fish passing by. A lobster with a strange look on its face suddenly jumped into the empty central square in the distance. It looked a little odd. There seemed to be a strange crack in the shell. The next second it began to struggle in pain, as if something was trying to get out of its shell. In an instant, a strange lobster measuring 3 meters long emerged from its shell. It was a monster with fish scales on its shell, fish fins on its claws, and a lobster tail with a fish tail behind it. The thing looked at the mutant fish above and slowly tilted its head to look. It is very difficult for mutant lobsters to prey on fish above because they swim in a sliding manner. But the lobster that had just shed its skin suddenly shot out. The swimming speed of the fish plus the hard shell of the mutant lobster allowed it to pierce the abdomen of a mutant carp with a single dive. The mutant carp around wanted to bite to death the alien that came over. But no matter how hard the carps bit, they couldn't break the other scales. At the same time, in a residential area somewhere in this city, a giant arapaima was eating a mutant lobster king that was dragged back from the shore. And on the walls of the buildings around it, there are densely packed spherical objects. Each one is as big as an adult, and there seem to be some fish embryos wriggling inside. At this moment, some larger fish eggs broke open first. Countless arapaima fry slowly swam towards the corpse of the king lobster at the bottom of the water. After seeing the young fish, the huge arapaima slowly moved away, allowing the young fish to gnaw on the body of the mutant lobster king. At this time, in the research laboratory of Weichuan's shelter, a researcher responsible for detecting biological signal sources seemed to have detected some strange signal fluctuations. Looking at the value on the detection instrument, he touched his chin in confusion and looked at his colleague beside him. How many bounty monsters did the superpower team mention before? The blonde woman on the other side glanced at him and said, 2, a mutant king lobster and a mutant giant arapaima. What's wrong? The man scratched the back of his head in confusion. How come I only detected one just now, and then half an hour later a second one appeared? Did a bounty monster temporarily leave these waters and then come back? At this moment, a four-eyed boy on the opposite side shouted excitedly. What? The bounty monster is an arapaima? Really? Diana also walked in at this time. What's wrong? Xiao Lu, what are you talking about? Xiao Lu adjusted his glasses with a panicked expression. Arapaima? I know that if this kind of creature stays in one place for too long, there are only 2 reasons, either for hunting or for reproduction. If it's just hunting, it's fine, but if it's breeding, it can lay 160,000 eggs at a time, and the largest female fish will leave after laying eggs, and the smaller male fish will stay alone to raise the cubs. No, I'm a little worried. I'm going to ask the psychic team. Xiao Lu said this and prepared to go out. Diana stopped him helplessly. The superpower team and the armored vehicle team were all wiped out. They were killed by the mutant lobster king. When Xiao Lu heard this, his expression suddenly became sad. Why didn't anyone send a notification when the superpower team was wiped out? What are the people above doing? Why don't you tell me such an important thing? Sudden, the man who was checking the biological signal source just now suddenly shouted, "What's going on? Why are there so many? How come I detected 7 powerful biological signal sources, all of which are bounty monster level? What's going on? Could it be that he ran away from somewhere else?" It was chaos outside, and countless arapaima crawled onto the land. Although the newly born young fish are only a meter long, they can tolerate the drought conditions on land better than their parents. When they saw a living person in front of them, their whole bodies suddenly arched. Then he suddenly jumped behind the man. The man's head disappeared, and then he fell to the ground. More and more second-generation arapaima pups are pouring in from all directions like a tide. The soldiers' bullets were ineffective, and it took them a long time to kill one person. A soldier ran towards the mayor's office in panic, shouting, "Mayor, it's bad. The fish tide is coming." But when he pushed open the office door, he was horrified to find that the other person was dead in the chair. Chapter 85, Attacking Fish. Disasters can come at any time. The mountains that originally seemed peaceful, with few mutant creatures coming ashore, are now filled with mutant arapaima cubs. Although they have no hands and feet, they have inherited the genes of their parents and even evolved the ability to resist drought. It doesn't matter whether it rains or not. These creatures that have evolved rapidly after the disaster have gradually posed a threat to humans at the top of the food chain. In the long history of biological evolution, organisms that evolve slowly are destined to be eliminated. No one is immune when the fish tide comes. In order to resist the tide of fish, the people in the Weichuan shelter simply locked out the sentries who were still outside. People inside the door could almost hear the sentries' desperate screams. In order to survive, no one will consider other issues. As long as they can stay alive, that's enough. The dignitaries, celebrities, and technicians in the shelter were thankful that there was a huge door that could keep them safe temporarily. But the workers outside are not so lucky. Tens of thousands of people are like walking rations. The speed and strength of those mutated giant snakefish cubs are extremely exaggerated. Any one of them is enough to rival an adult male of 180 centimeters in height. Some people had their arms bitten off and blood gushed out. The strange fish around suddenly went berserk after smelling the blood and rushed over like a cannonball. The man was smashed to pieces by the surrounding arapaima fry. Blood and flesh were scattered all over the ground. His heart was still beating when he died, and then he was suddenly swallowed into the mouth of a baby arapaima. After dealing with the people here, the giant bone snake fish began to wriggle on the ground, twisting and turning their bodies, like a giant caterpillar, twisting its body on the ground and moving forward. When they encounter gaps and rocks, they will bend their bodies and jump over again. Their fins have also evolved to become thicker, allowing them to penetrate any hole. It can even easily cling to trees and climb. A tide of strange fish slaughtered the laborers who had nowhere to go like livestock. People were waving things in their hands that could hardly be called weapons. Some people were knocked unconscious by the monster fish's cannon-like impact, and were eaten up when they fell to the ground. Some people climbed to the top of the tree canopy, but when they saw the strange fish below inserting its fins into the bark and using its tail to slowly climb up, the people on the trees were so frightened that they screamed and fell to the ground, with their internal organs spilling out. Miserable. The word miserable is not enough to describe the desperate situation at this moment. Everyone in the shelter was praying that these strange fish would eat their fill and leave. Pray that someone will come to rescue them. A wealthy businessman shouted excitedly in the shelter. "Mayor! Where's the mayor? Huang Yuan, where have you been? Where's Zhang Dongliang? Commander, where are your troops? Why is there no one in charge? We can't stay here anymore. Do we have a boat? Hasn't the sunset will been built yet?" A soldier in the crowd said nervously, "It's been built. It was built this morning, but we have to wait until the water floods this place before the boat can be launched. Otherwise, we can only stare blankly. The mayor is dead. Commander Zhang, I don't know. The higher-ups haven't contacted us." In the crowd, a beautiful woman wearing a sequined hip skirt and white pantyhose looked left and right with a panicked look on her face. When she saw Dr. Diana in the crowd, she was immediately delighted and hurried over. "Dr. Diana, hello, I'm Yin Ran. Do you have any solution?" Diana looked at the people in front of her with some confusion. The people here were either wealthy businessmen or wealthy families, or internet celebrities or girl groups brought by the wealthy. Of course, there were also national goddesses like Yi Yinran who came at her own expense. Looking at the people in the shelter, Diana sighed helplessly. Commander Zhang has gone to the north. They probably ran away by boat. No one will come to rescue us. And Commander Zhang's team of psychics has been wiped out. If we want to survive, we have to find a way ourselves. The wealthy businessman opposite was immediately furious. What? That son of a bitch Zhang Dongliang ran away? Fuck his grandmother? Diana didn't really want to talk to these people. In her eyes, there were few good people among them. This shelter was obviously large enough to accommodate the tens of thousands of remaining laborers outside, but the rich and powerful people here didn't let them in. There is no need to ask for the reason. They think those lowly and inferior people are not worthy of being here. Looking at the only 10,000 people left in the shelter, Diana felt unhappy. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by the rich man. Wait a minute. Where are you going? Are you the Diana who studies sea creatures? Do you have any way to drive away those fish? You have been researching here for so long. Don't you have any ideas? Now is the time for you to step up. Otherwise, what's the point of you? Just eating here for free? Researcher Xiao Lu immediately became angry. What did you say? Watch your mouth. The rich man sneered. Haha, who do you think you are? You can stay in a shelter with people of our status, which means your ancestors have accumulated great virtue. In peacetime, you will never see people of our level in your life. What did you tell me? Did I talk to you? He rushed up with a broom in his hand, full of blood and anger. You fat pig, what are you capable of? Everyone knows that you, Wang Bailu, inherited your father's estate to have money. You were just born into a good family. What are you capable of? Do you want to practice? Wang Bailu sneered. Haha, a low-level scumbag thinks that the world is coming to an end and can be compared with the likes of us? You must be an idiot. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Diana, I'll give you 1 hour to come up with a solution. Otherwise, get out of the shelter with your bunch of useless researchers. We don't keep idle people here. Xiao Lu was immediately furious. Fuck you. Why don't you keep idle people? Besides the soldiers and Dr. Diana who work here every day, what do you good-for-nothings do? I think you are the most idle one. Diana couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she hurried to the front and said, Enough. Now is not the time to argue. There is not much food left in the shelter right now. We can't hold out for much longer. Commander Zhang has already taken away most of the supplies. If we continue to consume food at the rate you've been doing, we won't make it through the day before the food runs out. Wang Bailu pointed at Diana with disdain and shouted, What do you mean? Do you mean to reduce our food supply? Do you know who you were talking to? Chapter 86 National Goddess Yi Yinran. Diana's eyebrows raised slightly. She really couldn't understand whether these people had something wrong with their brains. Wasn't she clear enough? Wang Bailu was still shouting, I don't care what you plan to do. Anyway, I have to have 3 servings of milk every day, and I also need enough meat and eggs. If you want to reduce food, you can reduce other people's food. Don't compare yourselves with us. We are the ones who pay to support you. Otherwise, how would you be qualified to come here to do research? While Wang Bailu was talking, a pretty girl walked in the crowd, slowly approaching the middle of the crowd. Everyone, we are all well-known figures. Please don't let these trivial matters hurt your relationship. Can you listen to what Yinran has to say? Yi Yinran's words made everyone present look over. I have to say that this woman's aura and appearance are definitely worthy of the title of National Goddess. She is tall and elegant, with a sexy yet inviolable beauty. Her eyes were clear and bright, as if they could see into people's hearts. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, emitting a faint luster that made people want to get close to her, especially her pair of absolutely beautiful legs, which are as white and smooth as natural jade pillars. Wang Bailu didn't say anything, just drooling as he looked at the other's thighs. This woman could be said to be the perfect woman that all the men in the shelter wanted to get. Wang Bailu was no exception. Even every time he slept with the woman he kept, he thought of Yi Yinran. But this woman is a rose with thorns. She practices martial arts, not to mention adult men. Even the soldiers here can't beat her. I don't know what kind of martial arts she practiced, but last time a few men held her hostage at knife point, she knocked them down all by herself. Everyone, I think we should unite now. Since we are isolated and helpless, we should stop fighting among ourselves. Yi Yinran's voice was so sweet that the men felt like they were floating in the air. It's like a lark singing in spring. When Yi Yinran saw that no one was talking, she turned and looked at Diana. Dr. Diana, You are the most knowledgeable person here. Can you tell us in detail about the current situation? Diana adjusted her glasses. She really didn't want to say it, because she felt it was useless. How could those people listen to her? Yi Yanran smiled slightly. Doctor, don't worry too much. Since everyone is willing to listen to me, they naturally want to know how to deal with it next. Doctor, just tell me. I'll communicate with you if you have any problems. When Yi Yanran said this, she turned around and looked at everyone. If you have better suggestions and methods, you can also speak out. Don't just say things that are not conducive to unity. Diana exhaled helplessly, and looking at the people who had quieted down, she slowly walked into the crowd. The wealthy businessmen and women around also fell silent. The dozens of sentries who were not taken away by the commander instinctively stood behind Diana's team. These soldiers were fed up with those tycoons. Diana looked around and spoke slowly. The mutant Arapaima cubs have evolved physiological functions to adapt to land. Now their gills can allow them to survive on land for more than 3 hours. There are at least 120,000 cubs outside, and when they finish eating everyone outside, we will be their next target. If we want to survive, we have to evacuate. If each person only eats 1 meal a day, the food can last for 3 days. We need to leave here before then. Commander Zhang has seized many ships before. They can't take them all away. We need to leave here and head north. Wang Bailu panicked when he heard this. What? Going out? There are so many fish outside. How can we go out? Just relying on these dozens of soldiers? Wouldn't it be suicide if we go out? The leading soldier shouted directly. You don't have to go. If Dr. Diana wants us to go, we will escort her. You fat pig, if you dare to be sarcastic to me again, come and try. I have tolerated you for a long time. Wang Bailu was immediately furious. Fuck you. Bang! The soldier suddenly drew his gun and killed Wang Bailu with one shot. And after the other person died, he walked up to him with a look of disdain on his face, stepped on his chest, and fired several more shots. Finally, he pried open Wang Bailu's fat mouth and spat a large mouthful of thick green phlegm into it. The wealthy businessmen around dared not speak. The soldier sneered. Whoever dares not listen to Dr. Diana, get out of here. If you dare to talk nonsense to me again, I will shoot him. You guys figure it out on your own, damn. It's so hard to talk to a bunch of you idiots. Everything that happened in the shelter at this time was captured by the pinhole camera on Huang Kurson in the corner. Mo Yi, who was still in the labor cave, had already set off. He had to wait until the other party came out and was besieged by strange fish and then provide a helping hand so that he could gain Diana's trust. Thinking of this, Mo Yi whispered, Thank you for your hard work, dear. Protect Dr. Diana later. I'll pick you up soon. After Mo Yi finished speaking, he took all of Bai Qing's wives into the space of the ship of creation. Then he came outside and looked at the densely packed strange fish cubs. Mo Yi slowly took a puff of his cigarette. After the cubs took one look at him, they instinctively moved away. Mo Yi tried to take 2 steps forward, and the cubs actually evacuated to a farther place. The adult mutant Arapaima will attack me, but the young one won't? What on earth is going on? This should be the second generation after the mutation, right? Logically speaking, the bloodline should be stronger. Mo Yi was thinking as he walked. I just can't figure it out. Being uneducated is terrible. He was scratching his head. If he couldn't figure out why the mutant fish attacked him, he wouldn't dare to go into the water. Who knows which fish will suddenly bite him? He is a bull shark, which should have no natural enemies. This is a predator that is more powerful than the great white shark. Soon he arrived at the gate of Weichuan shelter. Looking at dozens of strange fish cubs lying on the door, Mo Yi carefully hid in the blind spot of the surveillance. Those strange fish cubs fled away after sensing Mo Yi. He just kept smoking there, looking very confused. At the same time, Diana and others who were ready to go north had already brought their equipment. Diana looked at the laboratory behind her with reluctance. If she left here, she might never have a place to do research again in her life. Xiao Lu, take away as much information as you can. In the laptop, all our research results are in this computer, including the data on the Fishman vaccine. Be sure to protect it. Chapter 87. Being Tricked. Diana looked at the laboratory with reluctance. Her colleagues around her also had red eyes. This place contains the hard work of their research. Although they have only been here for less than a month, they know better than anyone that once they leave here, they will never be able to do research as before. I still remember that at the beginning, Diana said to all the researchers with a firm face, "The people of our country have suffered a lot. Isn't the purpose of our generation studying and studying to benefit society and save more people? We must research a vaccine for the Murlocs and find out the cause of the disaster. Come on, everyone. Xiao Lu had already taken Dr. Diana's notebook, and he had 3 other notebooks on his back. In his hand, he was holding a small ecological fish tank, which contained 3 small goldfish that had not yet mutated. There was a thick book hanging around his waist. I can hardly walk anymore. Diana looked down helplessly and said, Don't bring so much. You won't be able to run later. Xiao Lu smiled slightly. No, it's okay. I can do it, doctor. Don't worry. Diana looked back at her colleagues who were also carrying a lot of materials and computers and said to the soldiers at the door with uneasiness, Everyone, this information is very important to our country. It is related to the development of the Fishman vaccine. Please make protecting the information the top priority. Our safety doesn't matter. If you are the only ones who can escape, please take this information to the western plateau of our country and hand it over to the researchers there. The soldiers swallowed subconsciously. They had never thought that there would be a day like today. The Fishman vaccine information that concerns all of humanity is right in front of them. If it weren't for Zhang Dongliang's inaction, the vaccine would probably have been developed already. Okay, no problem. We will do our best. Doctor, we just checked and the strange fish outside the door has disappeared. It's probably gone. We can leave now. Diana nodded, looking somewhat helpless, and before leaving, she looked back at the laboratory behind her. At the same time, Mo Yi, who had been waiting outside for a long time, was still thinking about it. What is going on? Why did the octopus and the arapaima at the beginning want to kill him? He also killed quite a few completely mutated creatures. The mutant black fish didn't even dare to move when they saw him. The mutant salamander man wasn't very aggressive towards him, and the mutant lobster king was so scared when he saw him that he turned around and ran away. What the hell is going on? Shit. Mo Yi thought about it and lit another cigarette. He must find Diana to ask clearly later. He didn't dare to go into the water until he got the answer. That mutant arapaima is already level 7, over 30 meters long, like a monster. Moreover, the Genesis ship's Gatling machine gun couldn't break the opponent's fish scales. Mo Yi is really a bit scared this time. He definitely cannot go into the water before figuring out the situation. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly smelled something strange. Why does it look a bit like a lobster? Not quite like a lobster? When he saw a living person suddenly appear on the opposite side, his eyes widened immediately. Hey, how come he didn't notice someone coming? Why are all the arapaima juveniles around here gone? Not even a single one left? Moreover, the man looked a little strange, and he walked unsteadily. Merseman, Mo Yi stood up quickly, but that thing didn't look like a fishman at all. The murlocs cannot walk. They can only drag their bodies on the ground. And the person opposite seemed to have an unpleasant smell of lobster, and it seemed to be mixed with the smell of some kind of fish. Could it be the humans who survived the fish tide? Maybe. So he walks unsteadily. Just when Mo Yi was about to turn around to see if Diana and the others had come out of the shelter, a giant lobster with a body length of more than 5 meters suddenly broke out of the ground. He raised the pliers and clamped Mo Yi's lower abdomen. Mo Yi was suddenly shocked, his scalp tingled, and he hurriedly tried to pry open the other party's pliers. Damn it! What the hell? When Mo Yi saw the other person's appearance, his hair stood on end instantly. Super mutant lobster. Unlike the mutant lobster king, this lobster looks extremely weird. Looks like a weird fish. There seemed to be a lobster tentacle extending from its head, which was thin and long. And at the end of the tentacle was the humanoid creature that Mo Yi had just seen. That's not a person at all, but it was the lobster's tentacles that became bait. This mutant lobster is fishing for people. But why did the other party dare to attack me? Mo Yi instantly thought of what Ning He said. Some mutant lobsters ate the superpower cores of those superpower teams. Super anglerfish. Mo Yi tried to hold on to his body, but his hands were already a little weak. Anglerfish, also known as lanternfish, generally live several thousand meters deep in the sea. It is a bony fish and a marine predator. This fish has a long, thin, fleshy dorsal fin extending from its head, which looks like a small lantern and glows underwater. The anglerfish uses this tentacle to lure food into the hook. Mo Yi had done homework on marine life before, so he knew some basic things. It's obvious that he was tricked. The claws of that mutated anglerfish lobster monster were too strong. He could already hear the sound of bones breaking. Both arms seemed to have lost feeling. Even if he hit the opponent's pincers harder and even stretched out his Gatling gun, it would be useless. After his rebirth, Mo Yi, who had always been cautious, was actually tricked by a mutant lobster. The other party actually knew how to hide in the soil to conceal his breath. Mo Yi roared loudly and tried to break free, but the opponent's pincers did not move at all. This is a level 1 bounty monster. After eating the supernatural core, it is far superior to all the mutant creatures Mo Yi has ever seen. When Mo Yi was about to give up, he finally released Bai Qing and others. When the women saw that Mo Yi was about to be cut in half, everyone jumped in. Bastard! Zhang Fanna's whole body was generating electricity, and she shocked the lobster fish. Wu Lian followed closely behind, raised his pincers, and attacked the opponent's scales. But the shell of the anglerfish lobster monster has long surpassed that of ordinary mutant lobsters. Coupled with the anglerfish's bony shell, they were only level 4 and were obviously no match for this anglerfish lobster monster. Sun Huijun looked at Mo Yi, who had been knocked unconscious by the clamp and no longer cared about anything else. She strode towards the anglerfish lobster monster, cutting her body with a knife as she walked, and blood was gushing out. "You evil creature! Do you want to eat meat? Come on! You beast! Don't you want to eat meat? Come here!" The anglerfish lobster monster was immediately attracted by the smell of blood on Sun Huijun's body. It threw Mo Yi aside, clamped Sun Huijun, and started to bite her. Bai Qing quickly ran to Mo Yi and shouted, "Husband, wake up! Don't scare us! Wake up!" Chapter 88. Run for your life. Mo Yi. Mo Yi's eyelids trembled slightly, and his consciousness slowly fell into darkness. Many strange fish appeared before my eyes. His whole body ached. His left arm seemed to have lost feeling. He didn't know whether it was broken or torn. Many fish were eating his body. The pain is unbearable. Piercing pain. It's like someone is scraping your skin piece by piece with a scraper. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Mo Yi's eyes trembled. He seemed to smell some familiar scent. Fragrant and sweet. That's the smell of Bai Qing too. Her favorite shower gel is lemon, and her shampoo is jasmine. But in this fragrance, he seemed to smell a scent of blood. Who is bleeding? So much blood! Bai Qing cried hysterically. "Husband, wake up quickly! Sister Huijun is dying! Get up quickly! Hubby, please wake up! I beg you!" Mo Yi opened his eyes with some difficulty, and the moment the dazzling light entered his pupils, he suddenly opened his eyes as wide as possible. Looking at Sun Huijun, whose half-body was left after being bitten, Mo Yi wanted to get closer and take her away. Sun Huijun's screams echoed throughout the entrance of Weichuan's shelter. Mo Yi finally stood up with his waist almost broken by the clamp. His left hand was obviously broken and twisted in a weird outside-turn posture. Hearing Sun Huijun's screams, Mo Yi exerted force with his legs and shot out suddenly. When he got close to the opponent, he hit the giant claw with one move. At the same time, he raised his right hand and instantly took in the dying Sun Huijun. Mo Yi no longer dared to look at Sun Huijun's appearance. Her whole face was extremely pale. The anglerfish lobster monster went berserk instantly after losing its target. He raised his right pincer and rushed towards Mo Yi. The Zhang Fanna sisters also launched attacks from both sides. Wu Lian attacked the opponent's shell again, but was thrown aside by the opponent's tentacle, leaving a bloody mark on his face. Mo Yi had already stepped away from the thing. At this moment, Mo Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Oh no! The next second, the door of the shelter behind him slowly opened. The anglerfish lobster monster rushed over directly after smelling the scent of a large number of living people. The soldiers at the entrance of the shelter had already squatted down, intending to check in advance to see if there were any monsters outside. Although the door of the shelter was only open half a meter, it was enough for the soldiers to look out and kill any monsters they found. But before the soldiers could see clearly, a huge red pair of pliers clamped the door of the shelter. Everyone in the shelter was terrified. Mo Yi's scalp tingled. Calm down. Should we fight or not? Take all teammates away from here? What marine biology professor doesn't teach? He himself is going to die. Now he has a chance to escape. This anglerfish lobster monster will probably ignore him after seeing those living people. Mo Yi raised his hand and took away the rest of the women. He wants to hide. He doesn't want to fight anymore. Run for your life. To be more precise, he was afraid. He knew very well that if he didn't have the space in the Ark of Creation and the help of these women, he would be dead even if he had superpowers. No one is not afraid of death. That's a completely mutated lobster that has eaten a superpowered core. The level is also 2 levels higher than him. What can he fight with? And the other party is an aquatic creature. If I clamp him and drag him into the water, or drag one of his wives into the water. No, I have to get out of here. Thinking of this, Moe turned around and ran away without even looking back. The heavy iron door of the shelter has now been completely blocked by the mutant lobster monster. Everyone inside was terrified. A monster! Shoot now! Quickly! Bullets are useless. Just as everyone was in a panic, the mutant lobster monster suddenly gathered energy in its claws. Dr. Diana in the crowd immediately widened her eyes. Get out of the way! It's a second-generation mutation. The next second, two dark cannon barrels appeared from the claws of the lobster monster and fired at the shelter door. The door just stopped. Moe had already run far away, and the screams of those people could be heard behind him. But he no longer wanted to stay here. He wanted to find a safe place to upgrade and didn't want to look for any doctor anymore. He just wanted to survive first. Before he could run away, Zhang Yi in the creation ship space shouted, Have you seen Dr. Diana? Go save her. She is the only person in the country who can research a vaccine for murlocs. Go save her. Bai Qing obviously knew that Moe was not a person who liked adventure, and that mutant creature was too strong. Wouldn't it be suicide to go back? Ninghe was also shouting there. My brother is still in there. Can you go back and save him? I beg you. I am willing to be your woman. Can you help me for once? If you don't go, let me out and I will go by myself. Moe stopped for a moment. The only person who could develop a vaccine for mermen? What do you mean, using such a righteous cause to kidnap me? If I don't save her, and she dies, many people will not be able to get the vaccine and become murlocs and die. None of my business. I don't care. Zhang, he was still shouting inside. Can you let Ninghe and I out? The two of us will go. Bai Qing said with some concern. You haven't fought with that thing before, so you don't know how powerful it is, and you're injured. How are you going to get there? Zhang, he was not afraid at all. Are you going to surrender directly when you meet someone you can't defeat? You don't know what Dr. Diana means to our country. As a soldier, I have the obligation and responsibility to protect the doctor's safety. I will go even if I die. Please let me out, brother Moe. Moe was caught in a dilemma for a moment. He always chooses good people as his teammates, those whom he thinks have good hearts and no bad intentions. But it is precisely because of his standards that those people will do things he doesn't want to do. He knew very well that if he didn't save the doctor, the two new members, Zhang Yi and Ninghe, would have ulterior motives, and then he would have to deal with them like Huang Kersen. Moe hesitated. Even though he killed so many people, he still had a bottom line. He would have nightmares if he killed Zhang Yi, a heroic female general who was truly willing to submit to him. Smelling the smell of the anglerfish lobster monster, Moe slowly exhaled. Okay, you are my teammate. I will respect your opinion. You're right. If we can't win, we just surrender and run away. If we encounter an enemy that is difficult to defeat, we will just lose the courage to fight. How can we talk about surviving to the end? Chapter 89, You Can't Kidnap Me with Justice. I'm just an ordinary person. Zhang Yi shouted excitedly into space. Thank you, brother Moe. The country and the people will definitely be grateful to you. Moe sneered. Don't get me wrong. I didn't go there for others. I went there for you and Ninghe because we are teammates. You can't kidnap me with justice. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm afraid of death too. If you want to thank someone, don't just thank me. Bai Qing and the others went there for you too. But let me be frank. I don't accept men in my team. Don't send me any cousins. I'm afraid he'll fall in love with my woman. Zhang Yi stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing what to say for a long time. Moe has released an armored vehicle from the space, and now we have to engage in a battle of wits. Then he put Bai Qing, Li Cai, and Zhang Fana into the car. The abilities of the rest of the people will be of no use, and they might even get hurt. Bai Qing immediately understood and hurriedly turned the car key, pulled the handbrake, and started the armored vehicle. Zhang Fana also used some things that Moe took out to bandage his wounds. The broken left arm was clamped between two wooden boards. Then Moe took out some new weapons from the space. Barrett sniper rifle, tempered glass shield bombs. For some reason, Moe felt restless when he smelled the blood on his arm. This feeling seems to have never been experienced before. He didn't think much about it, perhaps because he was too nervous. Xiao AI, later you will fly up in the air and use a sniper rifle to shoot it. Shoot at its eyes and tentacles. The recoil of the Barrett is very exaggerated, so watch out for your shoulder. Fana, you will sit in the passenger seat of the car and release lightning to pull it. Moe took out his cell phone again, which contained the illustrated encyclopedia of aquatic life that he had saved in advance. One more piece of information means one more life. Lobster. The highest acceleration is more than 10,400 times the gravity of the Earth. It has an extremely fast swimming speed. The fastest shark swims in the water at a speed of about 70 kilometers per hour, while lobsters can swim more than 80 kilometers per hour. And there are many ways to swim. Not only can they quickly flex and stretch their tails for short distances, but they can also use their legs to paddle for long distances. There are two weaknesses. If dehydrated for a long time, the lobster's crawling speed will decrease, and it may even become unable to crawl and die on land. The second is the lobster's stress response. During the breeding process, adding water, environmental changes, food changes, and weather changes may all lead to the death of lobsters. Moe looked at the information in his mobile phone with a thoughtful expression. If he wanted to kill the opponent, he could only do so on land. If he went into the water, the opponent would be helpless. He seemed to have thought of some solutions, but I wonder if they will work. Bai Qing obviously knew what Moe was doing. Husband, we will be responsible for holding that guy back later. You go to the shelter and take Dr. Diana in first. We can come back, but there are so many chables here. I'm afraid they will pester us. Just tell Dr. Diana that if she doesn't cooperate with us, everyone will die. Make her sign the contract, and then make her tell us how to kill this monster. I don't care if she's a doctor or a god. If she doesn't sign the contract, she's not on the same side as us. Moe nodded. This is a good idea. Why not just ask the woman directly? At this moment, Bai Qing accelerated and directly crossed the slope. Half of the body of the anglerfish lobster monster had already probed under the shelter. The door of the shelter was just hanging in the air. Moe's eyes suddenly lit up. This door must weigh at least 50 tons? Do you think it can be smashed to death? Bai Qing also noticed the door. It seemed to be broken. It's better not to take the risk. If we mismanage it, we'll get into trouble. As long as we take in Dr. Diana and Ning He's brother, we can still run away if we can't defeat them. Xiao Ai, hold your husband and fly to a high place first. We will be responsible for leading that guy away. All fish are attracted to light. As she spoke, Li Sai took Moe to the sky. Bai Qing was driving the armored vehicle with his high beams flashing continuously. Sometimes high beam, sometimes low beam. The turn signal is also turned on while switching between high and low speed. The anglerfish lobster monster actually turned around, looked at the flashing armored vehicle, and actually crawled out from it with half a living child in its mouth. The next second it started running after the armored vehicle. Li Cai was quick-witted and quickly sent Moe to the door of the shelter. Then she carried the Barrett sniper rifle to help Bai Qing and the others. Moe walked into the shelter quickly. The hall was in a mess, with corpses lying next to each other. There are a lot of people who died without a complete body. Moe had already smelled Huang Kursen's scent, and he strode in without paying any attention to the person screaming on the ground. Soon he saw 3 people hiding in the laboratory on the second underground floor. Huang Kuxin, Ye Yanran, Diana. Diana was holding a small glass ecological cabin in her hand, which contained 3 non-mutated goldfish raised by Xiao Lu. I told him not to take so many things, but he insisted on doing it. Now the goldfish is not dead, but he is dead. He was the slowest runner among all the people and was the first one to be caught by the lobster. When Huang Kursen saw that it was Moe who came, her voice trembled with excitement. Master, master. Before she could shout out the second word, Moe interrupted her. Dr. Diana, please cooperate with me. This island has fallen. Only by cooperating with me can we preserve the research results of the Fishman vaccine. It was obvious that Diana didn't believe him. Just as she was about to say something, Moe conjured up a shark fin on his right hand. Dr. Diana saw it at a glance. Bull shark, at least level 1. Most likely level 1 supernatural power. Are you an official? Moe shook his head. I'm not, but I'm already level 5. I'm the only one who has a chance to kill the monster outside. The longer you delay, the smaller our chances of winning will be. At this moment, Moe saw that Diana was surrounded by large and small bags of things. He was stunned for a moment. Are these all the information that needs to be taken away? You can't leave like this. Doctor, if you cooperate with me, I can not only help you take away the information. Moe said this and then walked to the other person's ear carefully and whispered, I can also help you take away all the things in the laboratory. Diana was immediately delighted. Are you serious? Do you think I went through life and death just to fool you? Diana's heart quickened, and she signed the personnel contract given to her by Moe without thinking twice. Moe quickly collected everything Diana needed into the space. Then he raised his hand, and put Diana and Huang Kursen into the space. The last woman looked at Mo Yi, who was about to leave, with a nervous look on her face and shouted, "Brother, can you take me with you? My name is Yi Yin Ran. You should know me." How could Mo Yi not know? The most popular national goddess in the country, the ultimate dream of all men. But he was not in the mood to care about her now. He had to be busy. When the woman saw that Mo Yi was actually leaving, she was shocked. "Brother, take me with you. I will tell you where the last super energy core in the shelter is." Chapter 90. Mo Yi versus Anglerfish Lobster Monster. When Mo Yi heard about the superpower core, he stopped immediately. Yi Yanran said hurriedly, "Brother, I can see that you are a good person. Can you also take me into the small world? You should be a cultivator, right? As long as you take me in and take me with you, I will definitely tell you where the supernatural power core is." Mo Yi didn't think much and took out a personnel contract. "Sign him. If you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences." Yi Yanran was overjoyed and quickly bit her finger and started writing on it. Mo Yi was stunned. How could this woman sign successfully? The national goddess given for free? After Yi Yanran signed, she said excitedly, "It's in the secret room of the mayor's office. I know you sent someone to kill the mayor. Even his daughter doesn't know about his secret room. It's behind the bookshelf." After Yi Yanran finished speaking, Mo Yi took her in. Mo Yi didn't react at all. This was the first time he saw a woman who took the initiative to ask for a contract and was successfully accepted. There was no time to think about it. Bai Qing was still fighting outside. He quickly released Wu Lian, Zhang Xinyu, and Ning He. "Go find your brother. I'll go out and help." Then he strode out, and it was thought that he would have difficulty moving due to his injuries. But for some reason, his blood seemed to be boiling. Besides the itchiness in my severed left arm, my lower abdomen, which was clamped open, didn't seem to hurt anymore. He remembered that sharks only had the ability to recover, not regenerate, right? Could it be the hidden ability of his supernatural power? As Mo Yi was thinking, he came outside. The anglerfish lobster monster had lost one eye, and its tentacles holding the dummy were broken by Li Cai in the sky. At this moment, he was holding a cannon with an angry look on his face and shooting at Li Cai in the sky. Li Cai dodged left and right and didn't dare to fight anymore. Bai Qing was still driving there to seduce her, but when she saw Mo Yi had come out, she became very excited. Mo Yi hurriedly asked Diana in the space for a way to defeat the enemy. After thinking for a few seconds, the other party said on the spot, "This kind of mutant creature with dual biological characteristics only needs to find the common weakness characteristics of the two creatures to cause effective damage. The weakest part of the lobster shell is the belly of the tail, and the belly of fish like anglerfish is also relatively soft. Although this attack cannot kill, it can effectively injure the opponent." Mo Yi was immediately delighted. As long as he could break the opponent's shell, others couldn't kill it, but that didn't mean he couldn't. Li Cai in the sky couldn't bear it any longer. "Brother Yi, please take me in. I can't fly anymore." Flying fish are creatures that cannot fly for long periods of time, and with such a heavy sniper rifle in her arms, she would have almost died. Mo Yi looked at the lobster monster that had raised its entire upper body to attack the sky, and did not take Li Cai in. "Hold on for a while." From his angle, he can clearly see the lobster's tail. The person involved is often confused. If Diana hadn't told him, he would not have noticed that the shell under the creature's tail was not very thick. He usually doesn't eat lobsters, so it's obvious that he doesn't have much experience. There are also some anglerfish scales underneath. No big problem. Mo Yi exhaled slowly and began to exert force with his legs. Then he placed his right hand in front of him, and the shark fin grew out again. "I don't know why, but I always feel like something is wrong with his current state." He can't say it. Smell of blood? He had smelled blood before, but never felt as extremely excited as he did now. Never mind. Kill this guy first. It happened in a flash. A blue figure rushed under the lobster like a bolt of lightning. Feeling attacked, the lobster monster stopped attacking Li Cai in the sky and lowered its head to clamp the human who attacked it. Mo Yi escaped again in an instant. He himself didn't know what was going on. Why did the speed suddenly increase? He knew that sharks were sensitive to the smell of blood, but he had smelled so much blood before and had never had this reaction. Could it be because of my own blood? Moreover, at this moment, he felt a strange sense of hunger when looking at the anglerfish lobster monster opposite him. The lobster monster was hit in the abdomen by Mo Yi and was obviously in pain. He turned around and rushed towards Mo Yi. Li Cai took the opportunity to land on the roof of the armored vehicle, raised her sniper rifle, and shot at the lobster monster's other eye. Unfortunately, the shot missed and hit the opponent's head. Lee Sai was speechless and shouted, "Damn it! Why can't I shoot accurately? This gun is too difficult to control." Moyi exhaled slowly. Looking at the powerful enemy coming towards him, he didn't know why he wanted to eat him. Looking at the powerful enemy who was rushing towards him quickly, Moyi's eyes turned red without him noticing. The nails on his right hand also began to grow slowly, like shark teeth. The shark's tail, which was originally hanging behind it, began to sway strangely at this moment. The smell of blood. Moyi took another deep breath of blood. The corners of his mouth tilted unconsciously, and his head also tilted strangely. When he opened his mouth again, his originally neat teeth had turned into jagged shark teeth. Bai Qing's pupils in the car shrank sharply. Looking at Moyi, who had become a little weird, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, the anglerfish lobster monster raised its claws and swung over, smashing the ground. But when the lobster raised its claws, it found nothing underneath. At this moment, on its head, a creature that looked like a human, yet not a human, was looking at its blind eye with excitement on its face. For some reason, the anglerfish lobster monster actually felt a little bit of fear. Before it could come to its senses, the guy punched it into its blind eye and pulled it violently. A lot of blue-green stuff sprayed all over its head. Bai Qing and the others were all stunned, watching Moyi reaching out to grab the lobster meat and start eating it, at a loss. Huh, blood! The taste of blood. Moyi licked the unknown piece of meat in his hand with excitement. After swallowing it in one gulp, he reached into the lobster's blind eye again. He was not satisfied with just one hand, so he shook off the wooden board on his left hand with his backhand and then pulled his left wrist with his right hand and twisted it. The left hand that was originally turned inside out miraculously grew back into shape. Huh, look at that. There's so much blood. So much blood. The anglerfish lobster monster was frightened out of its wits. At this moment, it no longer cared about anything else and wanted to escape. Before it could take 2 steps, Moyi attacked with both hands. He pried open a big hole along its blind eye and then crawled into its body.